Unexpectedly cast into the Marvel Universe, I found myself inhabiting the body of a doctor. Initially, Mo Fei yearned for a tranquil existence, yet why did misfortunes incessantly seek him out? Dominic, Wesley, Tang Ren, Bumblebee, Ethan, Byrne, Rex. Standing at the entrance of a dilapidated clinic, Mo Fei gazed skyward in silent exasperation, pondering, what have I done to deserve this? In the bustling metropolis of New York City, at the southern tip of Manhattan, lies Chinatown. Stretching from Broadway in the west to Essex Street in the east, bordered by Grand Street and Hester Street to the north, and Worth Street and Henry Street to the south, it encompasses over 40 streets, covering an area exceeding 4 square kilometers. With a population of approximately 160,000, nestled in a narrow alley of Chinatown stands a rundown clinic. Mo, dear brother, my heart feels heavy and I can scarcely breathe. What affliction do I suffer from? A captivating woman, her hand delicately resting on her forehead, appeared as fragile as a flower, her bright eyes shimmering like pools of spring water. Feigning seriousness, Mo Fei took her pulse, adopting an earnest demeanor before declaring, my dear lady, it seems you are simply feeling frisky. Frisky? No wonder I feel so warm, she exclaimed, her demeanor resembling that of a wilting willow. Suddenly enlightened, she fanned herself and asked, do you mind if I remove my outer garment? Not at all, Mo Fei replied with a smile. The woman then casually shed her sky-blue coat, draping it over a chair in a manner that was undeniably alluring. However, this action drew the attention of several patients seeking treatment. Captivated by her remarkable figure, Mo Fei felt a warmth rising in his cheeks, and a slight dizziness washed over him. Perhaps it was merely the heat of the day, causing him to feel faint. How perplexing it was that he had been so oblivious to his own susceptibility to heat exhaustion. Perhaps he ought to indulge in some milk tea to cool off. He had heard that a large cup was preferable. A fever, a trivial matter. Allow me to administer a shot, Mo Fei said, suppressing his dizziness and maintaining a composed expression. A shot? And where will this injection be administered? The woman gazed at him with her large, glistening eyes, her laughter sparkling like water. Contemplating her luscious, cherry-red lips, Mo Fei smiled faintly, thinking that an injection could be given in the arm, the ankle. The location was of little consequence. Brother. The golden-haired little girl, busy preparing medication, tossed a prepackaged bundle toward Mo Fei, creating a resounding clatter as she shot a cold glance at the enchanting woman. Addressing Mo Fei, she stated, her condition is not serious, a prescription will suffice. There's no need for an injection, she still has work to attend to. With the little girl's interruption, Mo Fei recalled that the alluring woman before him was, in fact, an educator. Alas, what a pity it was, she was quite beautiful. Mo Fei averted his gaze, wary of further temptation, for he knew well that one ought not to jest with a teacher. He had always been a good child, holding deep respect for his educators. Indeed, injections do expedite recovery, but as my sister aptly remarked, a few pills would suffice. Mo Fei chuckled awkwardly in response to the cold gaze cast upon him by the golden-haired little girl. The unexpected interruption from the little girl caused the woman to abandon her playful intentions towards Mo Fei, compelling her to patiently await his prescription, after which she gracefully departed. Mo Fei felt a tinge of regret had it not been for the little girl's interference. He might have had the opportunity to administer an injection today. I am Mo Fei, a doctor. I take great pleasure in administering injections to patients, regardless of the location. For treating a teacher's cold and fever, gained 1 experience point. Congratulations, host. Medical skills have leveled up. Medical skill level 2. A novice, limping doctor, an unequivocal quack. With such skills, you should apologize to the nation for even considering opening a clinic. What are you staring at? I'm talking about you, you worthless piece of trash. Experience 0-200.
Montag Fei's lips twitched.
Curse this system. I'll eventually have you reprogrammed. Shaking his head, Mo Fei resumed his duties, treating the stream of patients that flowed in and out. Before long, dusk settled in, signaling the end of the day's work. Mo Fei sank into the sofa in the living room, engrossed in watching SpongeBob SquarePants, while Mindy busied herself in the kitchen. It wasn't that Mo Fei lacked compassion for his sister Mindy, leaving her to cook alone. Rather, Mo Fei's culinary skills were so abysmal that he had repeatedly forgotten to turn off the gas while cooking. Had it not been for Mindy's timely interventions, they might have met an untimely demise. Moreover, the dishes Mo Fei managed to create were simply unappetizing, not to mention inedible. Mindy completed the dinner preparation an exquisite Western meal featuring steak accompanied by broccoli, a vegetable salad, and bread. The delightful aroma wafted through the air, revealing her commendable cooking skills. After removing her apron and tidying herself up to eliminate any lingering odors, Mo Fei wasted no time, grabbing his knife and fork to dig in. Delicious. Mindy, your culinary skills have truly improved, Mo Fei exclaimed, savoring the steak, his eyes sparkling as he gave her a thumbs up. Really? Mindy beamed, her eyes narrowing in a smile. I'm glad you like it, brother. Witnessing Mo Fei devour his meal with such enthusiasm filled Mindy with a profound sense of accomplishment. The little girl, content, cupped her face, watching him eat when suddenly a thought struck her, and she expressed her concern. Brother, have you noticed that business seems to be declining lately? Is that so? Perhaps it's due to the increasing number of large hospitals stealing away our customers. Mo Fei replied nonchalantly as he continued to enjoy his steak. But brother, have you noticed that the number of customers complaining about their lack of improvement after taking their medication has been rising? The little girl fixed her earnest gaze on Mo Fei. Really? Mo Fei looked up in confusion. With my handsome appearance, the issue surely cannot lie with me. Could it be that someone is attempting to frame me? Damn it. There are always schemers looking to undermine me. Have you truly not noticed? Why is it that I've frequently observed your prescriptions consisting solely of the same old herbs for clearing heat and detoxifying? Mo Fei finally realized that the little girl was trying to spare his feelings, indirectly suggesting that his medical skills had faltered. Brother, how long has it been since you last took a good look at a medical book? The little girl inquired cautiously, her gaze fixed on Mo Fei. Medical books? What are those? Faced with her question, Mo Fei could only respond with an awkward chuckle. The little girl wore an expression of utter despair. Brother, are you not afraid that one day it might lead to a fatal outcome? Mindy, you should understand that 80 of ailments can actually heal on their own. The specific medication prescribed is of little consequence. What truly matters is providing them with a psychological suggestion. Thus, the notion of causing a fatality is unfounded. Furthermore, the herbs that clear heat and detoxify may not cure illnesses, but what harm could they possibly inflict on the body? Mo Fei shrugged nonchalantly. Until today, Mo Fei's medical skills were merely at level 1, so it was only natural that he couldn't treat certain illnesses effectively. Moreover, he knew that his clinic would only attract patients with minor ailments who would entrust their lives to a young lad with no facial hair. Mindy. She found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 2. My poor little kitten. My name is Mo Fei. I once worked for a company known for its unparalleled manufacturing prowess. I held a financial position at Foxconn, often referred to as a sweatshop, where I was a mid-level manager. After work, due to my choice to indulge, there was this young lady who possessed a certain charm. I found myself seated on the bed, smoking a cigarette while casually fiddling with my Samsung phone, which I had been using for 2 years. Suddenly, we were confronted by the police. The officers were quite stern, rousing us from our slumber, as they attempted to uncover any evidence of solicitation. However, I managed to talk my way out of it. After all, we were not engaging in such activities. I had not exchanged money. Eventually, we believed the ordeal was behind us, that we had escaped the clutches of calamity. Yet we were mistaken. My Samsung phone exploded. As Mo Fei traversed into this new existence, he discovered that, in terms of appearance, physique, and even lifestyle, he bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self. Perhaps a parallel universe had interwoven his identity with that of another. However, there was one notable difference. Mo Fei had not inherited the entirety of the other's memories. Those recollections seemed to be locked away, accessible only upon encountering specific individuals or events. Consequently, Mo Fei could only gradually familiarize himself with the medical skills of the other, leading to a stark decline in his apparent abilities. The complaints of patients and the remarks from the little girl regarding Mo Fei prescribing only remedies for clearing heat and detoxification were undoubtedly due to his near-total forgetfulness of medical knowledge, retaining only a few exceedingly simple prescriptions. When patients came seeking treatment, Mo Fei was left bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, he dared not reveal that he was not the original Mo Fei, for fear of arousing Mindy's suspicions, which would not bode well for him. Mo Fei was acutely aware that if Mindy were to discover that the person inhabiting this body was not her true brother, She might very well take drastic measures against him. Why do I assert this? Simply because she is Mindy McLeody. Thus, regardless of the ailments presented by the patients, Mo Fei prescribed all of them the same remedies for clearing heat and detoxification. Brother, if you are not afraid of being brutally attacked one day while walking down the street, then perhaps you should take some time to study medical texts, Mindy remarked with a hint of exasperation. Given her temperament, if this inept healer, who could kill without a weapon, were not her brother, she would have surely dealt him a fatal blow long ago. However, there was little she could do, for he was indeed her dearest brother. Understood.
Montag Fei mumbled vaguely.
Mindy sighed, knowing full well that he had not absorbed her words. Nevertheless, she thought, if her brother were to inadvertently cause someone's demise and invite retribution upon them, they would simply have to flee together in joy. Brother, I have purchased 2 tickets for the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse magic show. Let us go see it together this evening, she said gracefully as she sliced into her steak. Truth be told, even if Mo Fei's medical skills were lacking, their family was not financially constrained, and their expenditures on leisure were considerable. Mindy harbored a keen interest in magic, while the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse had recently gained considerable notoriety in Chinatown. Clang! The utensils in Mo Fei's hand fell to the floor, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Mindy. The 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Could it be that life, in its cruelty, had finally set its sights on this poor little cat? On his very first day in this world, Mo Fei endeavored to absorb the information around him. He swiftly gleaned crucial details from sensational magazines. A luxurious yacht worth $400 million was surrounded by a throng of young models, all flocking around a man with a small mustache, Tony Stark. Upon discovering the name and background of his beloved sister, Mo Fei realized he was undeniably ensnared in the Marvel Universe. And as for the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse in this world, if memory served him right, they included the mutant crime lord Apocalypse, the X-Men's Black Pearl, the alluring and enchanting Dazzler, and Angel. Angel. Why is my introduction so brief? Yet, something felt amiss. Mo Fei suddenly recalled Apocalypse's temperament. Would he truly perform magic tricks in Chinatown like a jester? The thought was almost unfathomable. Envisioning Apocalypse with a benevolent smile addressing the audience, dramatically gesturing, "Now, prepare to witness a miracle." As he did so, metal objects, including the very seats of the audience, would soar into the air. Perhaps with Apocalypse's abilities, he could indeed carve out a promising career in magic. Brother, what is wrong? Mindy queried, puzzled by Mo Fei's sudden clumsiness. Oh, nothing. I just ate too hastily and got a bit choked, he replied, masking his thoughts. As memories unlocked within him, a vague impression of the 4 Horsemen surfaced. Indeed, they were not the genuine 4 Horsemen. Retrieving a new set of utensils, Mo Fei casually inquired, Mindy, the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse have indeed been making waves lately, but their background appears rather enigmatic. Do you know how they emerged so suddenly? They are indeed shrouded in mystery, their rise so abrupt that out of curiosity, I infiltrated the databases of the FBI, IRS, and several other departments. Yet, I couldn't piece together their complete information. It seems someone is erasing their traces from the internet, Mindy pondered, setting down her utensils and dabbing the corners of her lips with a white napkin. All I could find was that they seemed to have originally been a group of misfits. A street magician, a con artist hypnotist, a flamboyant escape artist, and a thief, somehow assembled into a team by an unknown benefactor. As Mindy recounted her findings, a flicker of recognition ignited within Mo Fei. He felt as though he had encountered these names somewhere in his previous life. I must see for myself.
Montag Fei resolvet.
He was determined to uncover who had the audacity to claim the title of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse in the Marvel Universe. Had Doctor Strange given his consent? Had Apocalypse agreed? Had the others? After changing his attire, he donned a casual black top paired with sleek black jeans, presenting a clean and straight silhouette that accentuated his tall figure. His tousled bangs fell gently over his forehead, obscuring his brows, transforming Mo Fei from a reclusive figure into a dashing young man. Upon stepping outside, he couldn't help but notice Mindy's charming ensemble. Her hair was styled into delightful golden pigtails, framing her delicate features. With slender brows and a pair of clear, innocent eyes, she possessed a petite, exquisite nose and lips reminiscent of cherries. Her facial features were so refined that she appeared angelic. Her skin, as white as snow, resembled creamy milk. She wore a seamless round-neck t-shirt adorned with a bear print, and her high-waisted jeans accentuated her legs, which were proportioned with the elegance of the golden ratio. What a lovely little blonde. Adorable. Chapter 3. In truth, I am a doctor. The magic venue was densely packed with people. Mo Fei and Mindy sat side by side. Observing the so-called four horsemen of the apocalypse below, Mo Fei was certain that they had no genuine connection to the real apocalypse. However, that woman looked remarkably familiar. He was certain he had encountered her before. Mo Fei gazed at her, lost in contemplation. Was she a woodpecker? Or a character from Pirates of the Caribbean? A sudden flash of insight. Mo Fei recalled that she was the enchanting housewife from The Neighbor Spy, which had left an indelible impression on him. He pondered, how could he have ever seen her in Pirates of the Caribbean? The leading lady in that film was none other than the illustrious Miss Keira Knightley. Given her stature, it was impossible for anyone else to appear in that film without overshadowing her. Mo Fei cleared his throat. He finally realized why he felt a sense of familiarity with these self-proclaimed horsemen of the apocalypse. It was because their leader was none other than Superman's close associate, Lex Luthor. No, it was because they hailed from Now You See Me. Vaguely, Mo Fei recalled that the Hulk was their puppet master. But that was none of his concern. As long as they did not infringe upon his interests, he was disinclined to involve himself in the affairs of these so-called Knights of Justice. Brother, have some popcorn, Mindy chimed sweetly, bringing the popcorn to Mo Fei's lips. He took a bite, smiling as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Setting aside his wandering thoughts, Mo Fei adopted a relaxed demeanor as he watched their magic performance. To his surprise, it was quite entertaining. Magic Level 1. On the path of a magician, you are but a mere fool. Never perform magic in front of others, lest you find yourself live-streamed and butchered. Experience 0-100. Mo Fei. If only this pathetic system had manifested before him, he would have struck it down. Hey, old man, this is our territory. Do you know you've overstepped your bounds? Nearby, a group of young, robust beggars surrounded an elderly beggar, their expressions hostile. The old man, with graying hair and beard, wore tattered, filthy clothes, his body as withered as a dry twig, his wrinkled skin hanging pitifully. Hey, what are you doing? Mindy shouted, frowning and her face stern as she briskly approached. These scoundrels were not only shirking their responsibilities but were also bullying the weak and elderly. Truly inhumane. Mo Fei sighed, noticing Mindy's strong sense of justice. Perhaps it was a result of her father having been a police officer? Shaking his head, he followed her. Upon hearing Mindy's voice, the group of beggars turned their heads. Seeing the fierce yet youthful Mindy approaching, they momentarily froze before bursting into laughter. Little girl, have you watched too many movies and come out to play the hero? Where are your elders? Haven't they taught you not to meddle in others' affairs? As their laughter faded, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Bullying an elderly man on the brink of death. This is how your elders have instructed you? Mo Fei approached with an air of indifference. If I were your father, I would have cast you into the sewers to spare the family the disgrace of your existence. Upon hearing Mo Fei's scathing words, the beggars erupted in fury. You dare to seek death? Do you? We shall oblige. They brandished their fists, exchanging no further pleasantries, and charged directly at Mo Fei and Mindy, primarily targeting Mo Fei. Mo Fei shook his head, calmly observing the approaching beggars. I shall merely watch how you meet your demise. In this Marvel universe, where even Newton's coffin could not contain the extraordinary, many beings possessed remarkable abilities, Mindy included. Although she had not encountered any extraordinary adventures and was not a mutant, she possessed exceptional talents in certain fields. Sometimes, innate talent is more formidable than any serendipitous encounter. At merely 12 years of age, she already excelled in combat, weaponry, and hacking, which was astounding. Given that her father was a figure of military prowess, it was likely she inherited his gifts. Bang! 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 With astonishing speed, several beggars were sent flying. The seemingly petite and adorable Mindy retracted her small fists, her face devoid of emotion. The beggars, bruised and tear-streaked, uttered their most defiant words. You better not run. We will return with reinforcements and make you pay. Humph. Mindy clapped her hands and retorted coldly. A pitiful bunch of scoundrels. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness. The old beggar wiped away his cloudy tears in gratitude. Not at all, sir. It was but a small effort, Mo Fei replied with a smile. Without your intervention, they might have beaten me to death, the elderly man exclaimed, gripping the hem of Mo Fei's trousers with a look of profound gratitude. After a moment of deep contemplation, as if making an important decision, he sighed and resolved, I shall lie down right here. Help! Someone's attacking. They've nearly killed me. Oh, my leg is broken. It hurts so much. They are bullying a poor, helpless old man. His hand clung tightly to Mo Fei's trousers. Mo Fei looked up at a 45-degree angle, struggling to hold back tears. It is difficult to be a good person. How pitiful I am. At my age, to have my leg broken, how shall I survive? Oh, heavens! Whispers echoed through the street. Suddenly, the old beggar's voice halted as he stared blankly at a surgical knife that had fallen to the ground. Made of stainless steel, it gleamed sharply in the light. Actually, I am a doctor. Mo Fei bent down to pick up the surgical knife, carefully placing it in his pocket, and looked earnestly at the old beggar. It is quite reasonable for me to carry a surgical knife, as I often perform surgeries on blood vessels, nerves, gastrointestinal, and cardiac tissues, wouldn't you agree? That seems reasonable. The old beggar's face contorted as he spoke vacantly. Sir, we inadvertently broke your leg. How much compensation do you deem appropriate?
Montag Fei inquiret Ernest LY.
The old beggar swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment. Not daring to ask for an exorbitant amount, he cautiously suggested $500. What do you think? Having witnessed Mo Fei's surgical prowess, he feared that pressing too hard might provoke a swift retaliation. So he suppressed his avaricious instincts, thinking that merely seeking the price of a box of cigars to let them off would not be unreasonable. Quite reasonable. Indeed, it is. Mo Fei responded with a smile, nodding as he retrieved his wallet and began counting the money. Suddenly, a small hammer fell to the ground with a clatter. Chapter 4. The heart of a healer. The small mallet, exquisitely crafted and charming, bore a striking resemblance to a surgical scalpel, seemingly an accessory to it. As I previously mentioned, I am a physician. Mo Fei shrugged his shoulders and remarked, thus, it is entirely reasonable for me to carry a mallet for testing knee reflexes with me at all times. Wouldn't you agree? How dare you? The old beggar sprang to his feet and fled, exclaiming, I no longer want your money. Judging by his speed, one could surmise he could rival even the great Usain Bolt. How infuriating! Mindy fumed, her cheeks flushed with anger. We extend our kindness to him, yet he dares to extort us in return. I wish I could teach him a lesson. Let it go, Mo Fei replied with a resigned smile. You truly cannot contend with a rogue of his ilk. At his age, a mere beating may well haunt you for the rest of your life. Ah, what is this? A little booklet? Mo Fei bent down to retrieve the pamphlet left behind by the old beggar. Its cover, inscribed in traditional Chinese characters, exuded an air of antiquity. Out of curiosity, he casually flipped through a few pages. Detected Zingyiquan Manual authored by Mo Yuqian. Would you like to learn? Could it be that the old beggar is a so-called reclusive master? Mo Fei pondered inwardly. Zingyiquan LV1. You are unequivocally a weakling. Should you dare to stroll the streets at night, your corpse would likely be discovered the following day in a shadowy corner, transformed into a sunflower, petals turned towards the sun. Experience 0-100. By the heavens! Mo Fei felt nearly driven to madness. Where's my weapon? My 40-meter-long blade? Do you believe I wouldn't cleave you in two, you foolish system? As night deepened, a thin mist began to envelop the surroundings, shrouding the car lights by the roadside in a hazy glow. Under the moonlight, Mo Fei and Mindy strolled leisurely to their doorstep. It strikes one as somewhat amusing. Many assert that the moon appears rounder in foreign lands, yet they remain unaware of the popular adage in America regarding the necessity of carrying $20 for safety. The implication being, one should always have a $20 bill at hand when venturing out at night, to appease any potential robber, thereby ensuring one's life is spared. The assailants are often those unfortunate individuals indulging in drugs, lower-class African Americans or Mexicans, who risk arrest for a meager gain. If they find nothing, they may very well turn violent. For what is the cost of a bullet, after all? In other neighborhoods, Mo Fei and Mindy would not dare to venture out at such an hour, not out of fear of danger, but of the hassle it may invite. Yet here in Chinatown, the place where they have resided for nearly 2 decades, they were well acquainted with their surroundings. Upon opening the door, a blinding beam of light shot down from the street, strikingly bright. Mo Fei furrowed his brow, noticing a small delivery truck parked next door. He recalled that the previous occupants were an elderly Chinese gentleman in his 50s or 60s, who, having grown weary with age, sought to return to his roots, putting his house up for sale. Had the house been sold? I hope it hasn't disturbed you, my friend. The blond youth offered a sheepish smile to Mo Fei. Not at all. Though the dazzling lights were somewhat bothersome, Mo Fei was not so petty. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the few individuals in the car looked vaguely familiar. It was only when he recognized the strikingly beautiful housewives. No. It was the 4 magicians who had just performed that he suddenly realized. His hazy recollection of them came rushing back. It seemed their base was in Chinatown, and now they had fortuitously become his neighbors. Upon returning home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. At this hour, sleep was out of the question. Such a prospect was utterly unattainable. Instead, binge-watching dramas or playing video games was the only way to sustain his existence. On the sofa, Mo Fei nestled with Mindy, munching on potato chips while indulging in a premium HBO series. Exceedingly bloody and thrilling, Mo Fei found it quite enjoyable. Alas, despite the myriad of shortcomings in this turbulent land, the film classification and the privatization and commercialization of television networks were commendable aspects. In contrast, at Rabbit's Place it was dominated by Pleasant Goat and Boonie Bears. Occasionally, even after a brief, tedious viewing, he would surprisingly find himself entertained, which was quite alarming. With a sigh, Mo Fei lamented his circumstances. Creak. Little Mindy was engrossed in the show, crunching a chip with a single bite. She opened her mouth and, following her cue, Mo Fei did the same. A piece of chip was delicately placed at the corner of his mouth by Mindy, who flashed a sweet smile before turning back to the screen. Such was the decay and indulgence of his life. Mo Fei feared that if this continued for another 10 days or half a month, he might even forget his original name. At that moment his phone rang. Mo Xiaogu, I have a job for you. Will you take it? A job? Mo Fei furrowed his brow slightly. What do you take me for? I want to take it. Gradually, his brow unfurled as he remembered that he still donned the guise of a doctor. So, it was that kind of job. He was in the midst of enjoying a show with his adorable sister, who had the mind to take on a job. Even if they offered him more money, he would not budge. There was a brief silence on the other end. But someone here is seriously injured and needs treatment. Otherwise, it could be life-threatening. The voice carried a hint of desperation. Then I absolutely cannot go.
Montag Fei replied lazily.
What if something goes awry? I would be entangled in trouble. Just call 911. But the other person hesitated, their tone filled with conflict, before continuing, he cannot go to the hospital. Ha! Mo Fei emitted a dispassionate, humorless laugh. What does that have to do with me? We can offer you more money. Would that work? This isn't a matter of money.
Montag Fei replied slowly.
What time is it now? After 11. Staying up late can harm one's skin. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Even in Chinatown, wandering the streets at such an hour was perilous. Do you think I, Mo Fei, am in need of money? Do you think you can entice me with cash? Let me tell you, even if I were to starve and leap from my rooftop, I would never venture out at this hour to practice medicine. 10 minutes later, Mo Fei arrived at the front of a church with Mindy, carrying a medical kit, and knocked on the door. I assure you I, Mo Fei, am not motivated by the allure of tripled medical fees. Such is not my character. I simply cannot bear to witness the grievously injured succumb to their wounds. The heart of a healer is akin to that of a parent. Who can truly comprehend my earnest intentions? I cannot tolerate the thought of my child perishing in agony. After a brief wait, a young woman clad in the attire of a nun opened the church door with a look of urgency. Indeed, she was a nun of quite distinctive appearance, quite ample, and seemingly also fulfilled the role of a teacher. Mo Fei felt as though he were on the verge of suffering another heatstroke. Chapter 5. The Carrot Killer. In truth, Mo Fei was acquainted with the individual in question. Otherwise, Had they been an unfamiliar stranger, no amount of monetary incentive would have persuaded him to venture out. The risk of encountering a robbery would far exceed the likelihood of securing payment. Thus, it was only due to their familiarity that Mo Fei felt assured of receiving his due and opted to leave his abode. The caller was, in fact, the young lady he had treated earlier that day, yes, the educator whose classroom was this very church. Since Mo Fei's clinic was conveniently located near their church, they had chosen him as their preferred physician. Mo Fei had grown quite familiar with them, and they, in turn, were also well acquainted with him. This church, situated in Chinatown, primarily catered to the Chinese community. However, its staff was not exclusively of Chinese descent. The global reputation of the Chinese for their enthusiasm in learning foreign languages was well known. Consequently, the employees comprised a diverse array of ethnicities, including French, German, Spanish, and Slavic backgrounds, among others. "You've finally arrived. Please, come in." The nun ushered Mo Fei and Mindy through the door, glancing cautiously around before securely closing it behind them. As the nun led the way, Mo Fei observed her from behind and side. The educators of this institution, too, had succumbed to the allure of fashion, forsaking modest attire for eccentric ensembles. Was this truly a positive development for someone like me, who had always been a model student under the guidance of teachers? The failure of teachers to set a proper example could easily lead us, their students, astray into a life of crime. Mindy remained remarkably composed, well aware that her brother's flirtation with these flamboyant women was merely superficial. He lacked the courage to act upon his impulses, fearing the consequences. His true adversaries were those seemingly innocent and delicate temptresses. Of course, should Mo Fei, in a moment of folly, decide to pursue one of these enchanting creatures, Mindy would swiftly impart upon him the lessons of love's iron fist. It is worth noting that, although she never expressed anger toward Mo Fei, even a saint may harbor wrath. As they ascended the corridor to the second floor, sounds emanated from an ajar door. Mo Fei discerned the unmistakable sounds of a spirited table tennis match. Was there a physical education class in session? Mo Fei lamented the fact that these educators genuinely valued the holistic development of their students, unlike his own experience, where middle school sports training was a mere formality. High school physical education classes were taught by teachers of other subjects, and university life offered nothing but the drudgery of martial arts practice. Never a chance to joyfully play table tennis. Upon reaching the end of the second-floor corridor, the nun knocked on a door. "Quintana, the doctor you requested has arrived." Quintana? The name sparked a recollection in Mo Fei's mind. She was reputed to be the star instructor of this church. Perhaps it was her remarkable beauty that had left a lasting impression on him. As Mo Fei racked his brain for memories of her, the door swung open. She was indeed an exceptionally beautiful woman, with long, flowing black hair, deep, jewel-like eyes, soft, full red lips, and an enchanting nose. Her appearance radiated an air of purity and elegance, embodying a serene and graceful beauty. Mo Fei felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. My goodness, could this be his former idol? A pang of heartache struck him as he pondered how his goddess had fallen to such a state as to become a teacher. With her beauty, she could surely have ventured into Hollywood. Had he known sooner, he would have eagerly attended her classes. For now, she relied solely on her meager teaching salary to survive. Each additional student would yield a slight increase in her income. Even if her students came from impoverished backgrounds and were at high risk of contagious diseases, the chance of illness was a small price to pay for the sake of his goddess. "Why are you staring at me?" Mo Xiaogu wondered if she no longer recognized him. The goddess smiled faintly. She had previously consulted Mo Fei for medical issues and had even playfully teased him, never having noticed the gaze he now cast upon her. Mindy also sensed Mo Fei's unusual demeanor, her clear, watery eyes narrowing slightly as a dangerous glint flickered within them. "Isn't this the first time I've seen you dressed like this?" Mo Fei replied with a calm smile. In the past, he had not been acquainted with Monica Bellucci, thus it was impossible for him to regard Quintana with anything but admiration. Encountering his former idol left Mo Fei reflecting on the rarity of women like Yang Tianbao, who could ascend to the upper echelons of society merely on the basis of their beauty. Most beautiful women, like his goddess, faced a different reality. He thought to himself that the women of San Fernando Valley were not much inferior to Hollywood's top stars. Wait, what is San Fernando Valley? Why do I even know about it? Surely it is not my fault. It must be the doing of my parallel self. After exchanging pleasantries, Quintana led Mo Fei and Mindy into the room. Upon entering, Mo Fei finally laid eyes on his son. No, the patient. A man reclined on the bed, his left arm injured and bandaged, still seeping blood. His face was unshaven, and he donned a gray-black jacket and jeans, exuding an air of dishevelment. How blind must the goddess be to have found such a person? As for his injury, Mo Fei suspected it was a gunshot wound. The man displayed remarkable fortitude, maintaining a calm expression, his eyes resembling a bottomless abyss. Gunshot wound? Mo Fei seated himself before him, feeling fairly certain but needing confirmation. Yes. When were you shot? About an hour and a half ago. Mo Fei nodded. If the injury occurred an hour and a half ago, the likelihood of infection was minimal, making it much easier to handle. Would you like something to drink? Quintana inquired from the side. Mo Fei pondered for a moment. A glass of milk. Please, Quintana. I suspect the other party is teasing me, yet I possess no evidence. Following medical protocol, Mo Fei first administered a painkiller to prevent excessive bleeding due to the pain-induced acceleration of blood flow. He unwrapped the bandage and took out his trusty scalpel, inserting it into the wound. The bullet was not lodged deeply and had not damaged any bone. The entire procedure went smoothly. Within 5 minutes, the bullet was successfully extracted. Then he staunched the bleeding, applied medication, and administered amoxicillin, successfully bandaging the man's wounds. Phew! Mo Fei let out a sigh of relief. To be candid, with his rudimentary medical skills, treating a gunshot wound felt rather daunting, as he feared inadvertently severing an artery. Thankfully, his medical expertise had just been upgraded. By treating the gunshot wound of the professional assassin Smith, he gained 2 experience points. Thank you, Smith nodded slightly in appreciation. After 5 minutes of intense tension, Mo Fei felt somewhat parched and casually picked up a glass of milk, the origin of which he could not ascertain. This is a cup filled with life energy. Consuming it can slightly enhance one's physical constitution.
Montag Fei, me.
Chapter 6. The Dove Slayer. Mo Fei was astonished. It was the first time he had encountered an extraordinary item recognized by the system from the outside world. Milk brimming with vital essence? What on earth? Mo Fei glanced at Quintana. What are you staring at? Quintana replied nonchalantly, her demeanor remarkably composed. Drink up. Didn't you say you wanted milk? I went through great lengths to procure this for you. Mo Fei furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complicated than it appeared. However, the system claimed that drinking it would enhance his physique and that it was non-toxic. So why not? Inhaling the rich aroma of the milk, Mo Fei took a tentative sip. It was creamy and smooth, a silky sensation that delighted his palate. There was a type of milk that glided over his tongue, filling his heart with warmth. Delicious. Moreover, after consuming it, Mo Fei felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Surely the enhancement effect the system had mentioned. Can I have a refill? Mo Fei hesitated momentarily before asking the most embarrassing question of his life. He vowed that he was not enamored with the exquisite taste of the milk, but rather captivated by its ability to strengthen his constitution. Unfortunately, that was a limited edition, and there are no refills, Quintana replied, rolling her eyes. Today's supply has been exhausted. What you just drank was the very last drop. If you desire more, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Quintana added, however, tomorrow you'll have to pay for it. Today, she had made an exception and offered Mo Fei a cup primarily due to his handsome appearance, intending to tease him. Little did she expect that he would shamelessly request a refill. But she had bills to pay and could not indulge endlessly. With a tinge of regret, Mo Fei took out a tissue to wipe the milk that had dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Now that I'm healed, I wonder who will settle the bill. Quintana glanced at Smith, who in turn looked at Quintana. The sudden silence was palpable. Mo Fei's faint smile gradually faded. What does this mean? Even though he had been treated to a cup of milk, not paying was out of the question. What kind of milk costs thousands of dollars per cup? Don't you have $5,000? Quintana inquired, her brows slightly furrowed as she regarded Smith. Cough. Only the top $100 are real. The rest are just paper, Smith said, thick-skinned. Damn, Quintana exclaimed, so you've been scheming to get something for nothing all along? Consider it a loan. I'll repay you next time, Smith shrugged nonchalantly. He was so broke that he had resorted to donating blood and sperm. He hardly had any money left. In this day and age, being a killer was no easy feat. The Dove Slayer, devoid of emotion, and also, devoid of money. Listening to their quarrel was giving Mofe a headache. He rapped the table. I say, you two can argue any time, but the money must be paid. Can we expedite this? I still need to get home and sleep. Quintana once again tenderly inquired about the females in Smith's household and reluctantly reached into her pocket, pulling out her hard-earned savings. How much? For medical expenses, consultation fees, and compensation for being out at midnight, it totals $1,200, which is 3 times the amount you promised. So $3,600.
Montag Fei smilet.
Such an exorbitant price. The goddess gazed sorrowfully at the meager contents of her wallet, casting a pitiful look at Mofe. Could you possibly offer a discount? Next time you visit for milk, I could extend a similar courtesy. I'm afraid that's not possible, Mofe replied with an impassive expression. Though I may resemble a benevolent doctor, I am devoid of emotions and, more importantly, devoid of funds. Even for a goddess, discounts are out of the question. With a sigh of resignation, the goddess paid the full price. Mofe nodded in satisfaction, packed his medical kit, and smiled at Quintana. If you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I, Quintana, would rather perish from gunshot wounds and excessive blood loss than seek your help. Quintana retorted with irritation. Very well. Mofe shrugged, having earned over $3,000 for a midnight visit. Surely, the goddess could afford to express a little frustration. As Mofe and Mindy prepared to depart, they were suddenly interrupted by the sound of a baby's cries. Mofe furrowed his brow, halting in his tracks as he turned towards the source of the noise, a sturdy oilcloth bag. Quintana hurried over to soothe the crying infant, oblivious to his surroundings as he delicately opened the gossamer-thin fabric of his shirt to feed the hungry child. Watching the baby eat with such gusto made Mofe feel an unexpected pang of hunger himself. Surely, the goddess wouldn't mind sharing one of her 2 children. Would she? Yours? Ding. Task activated. Save the child. Task description. A newborn infant is facing a life-threatening crisis. Assist Smith in eliminating the source of danger threatening the child. Your participation must reach 30. Task reward. An extraordinary carrot. An extraordinary carrot. It appears to be an ordinary carrot, yet it possesses remarkable qualities. For instance, it can be used to. More importantly, it is teeming with vitality. As long as you are not dead, consuming it will instantly revive you. A friendly reminder. The flavor is enhanced when paired with juice, resulting in even greater effects.
Montag Fei.
This absurd system, though its intentions may be noble, how can its words be so unpalatable? However, a special item capable of pulling someone back from the brink of death is undoubtedly valuable. Yet, considering my own level 2 medical skills, level 1 magic, and level 1 Xingyiquan, I have little confidence in my ability to save this infant. Though the item is enticing, Mofe was acutely aware of his limitations. Greed could lead to one's downfall. Never mind. After lightly teasing Smith and Quintana, Mofe departed the church with Mindy. After all, Smith could manage to help the infant survive without his interference. Mindy remained by Mofe's side, silent. Yet on their way back, she wore a frown, lost in thought, sensing that something was amiss. Less than 10 minutes after Mofe and Mindy left, several identical Ford SUVs appeared outside the church, led by a mercenary chief sporting a full beard as they entered the building. Within 3 minutes, a cacophony of piercing screams erupted from within. Subsequently, Smith fled the church, cradling the infant and accompanied by Quintana. Upon returning home, it was already the deep of night. After washing up, Murphy and Mindy peacefully succumbed to slumber. Having earned over $3,000 that day, Murphy felt as though he would awaken with laughter in his dreams. As the early hours approached, the moonlight grew increasingly faint, the heavy mist gradually receding, yet the streets remained shrouded in a hazy gloom. Bang! Bang!
Bang!
Suddenly, an urgent knocking resounded from outside the door. Who is it? Mindy, ever vigilant, was the first to awaken from her slumber, frowning as she called out. There was no response from beyond the door, but the knocking intensified. Chapter 7. Just call me Grandpa when Mo Fei, clad in SpongeBob pajamas and still bleary-eyed, opened the door with Mindy. The rugged visage of Smith, adorned with stubble, came into view. He bore Quintana on his back while cradling a small infant in his arms. His dark gray jacket was splattered with congealed blood. Trouble had arrived at their doorstep. A sense of foreboding gripped Mo Fei. He truly wished to steer clear of such complications. Hadn't he noticed that even the system's tasks prompted him to keep his distance from Smith? Yet, trouble had already come knocking. What could be done? What's going on? Mo Fei inquired, his brow furrowing. Quintana has been shot. We need to save her, Smith implored, his expression one of desperation as he looked at Mo Fei and Mindy. What the hell? Mo Fei's brow knitted further. He distinctly recalled Smith wielding a carrot with lethal prowess, effortlessly battling Quintana while fending off villainous side characters, sustaining hardly any injuries until the very end. How could it be that Quintana was now wounded? This defied logic. Get her into the operating room. I shall prepare for her surgery immediately. Despite his confusion, Mo Fei did not hesitate, swiftly gearing up to rescue the goddess. Quintana had been shot in the right chest. The injury was not excessively grave, but her lack of sufficient willpower rendered her unable to withstand the pain, causing her to lose consciousness. It was indeed perilous. The bullet had narrowly missed her arterial vessel. Furthermore, the goddess possessed a formidable pair of 36C assets, which had partially shielded her from the bullet. Otherwise, she would have been in dire straits. How is she? Is she all right? Just as Mo Fei exited the makeshift operating room, Smith approached him, anxiety etched across his face, fearing the worst. She's out of immediate danger, but her constitution is exceedingly frail. Having been shot, she must now rest quietly. Otherwise, she risks long-term complications. Can I leave her here to recuperate for a few days? Smith hesitated, his request teetering on the edge of absurdity. Don't joke with me.
Montag Fei replied, exasperated.
You both have gotten yourselves into a colossal mess, and it's a matter of life and death. If I were to keep her here, it's likely that my sister and I would meet our end on the streets by dawn. Do not accuse me of being heartless. Last night, you paid triple the medical fees. That sum is sufficient to sustain me for a while. Today, I shall show you a moment of mercy by waiving your medical charges. However, you both must depart from here promptly. Smith sighed, fully aware of the unreasonable nature of his request. When Quintana was still conscious, she had noted down the address of Mo Fei's clinic. Smith had resolved that should Mo Fei demand exorbitant fees again, he would resort to threatening him with a gun to ensure Quintana received the necessary treatment. After all, he was a broke assassin. Eventually, without Mo Fei's urging, Smith took it upon himself to bear Quintana away from the clinic. His departure was steeped in a poignant melancholy. Mindy stood at the clinic's entrance, watching them fade into the distance, merely shaking her head slightly. Even someone as principled as Mindy would not risk the tranquility of their lives to assist Smith and Quintana. In her heart, even if the safety of the entire world were intertwined, it could not threaten her brother's well-being. However, Mo Fei found it rather peculiar. Had the narratives of Smith and Quintana transformed entirely? Perhaps it was the result of a butterfly effect triggered by his presence? Nevertheless, dragging him into this turmoil was out of the question. Did he not see that inside, the titans of the donkey party and the arms magnate were locked in a fierce contest? With his modest stature, getting involved could lead to his utter demise. He could only silently wish Smith and Quintana good fortune. He hoped there would still be an opportunity to savor Quintana's life-imbued fresh milk. Having been awakened by the commotion, sleep eluded him. After freshening up, Mo Fei and Mindy watched a television series for a while. By around 8 o'clock, Mo Fei took a seat at the dining table, where a bowl of soy milk, a single egg, and 2 crispy youtiao awaited him, all prepared by his capable sister. How fortunate it was to have such a resourceful sibling. With everything brought to him, Mo Fei felt no nostalgia for his previous life. After finishing breakfast, The clinic officially opened its doors. The once desolate street began to bustle with activity, as a few patrons trickled in, bringing new clientele to Mo Fei's clinic. 5 or 6 patients rested on the soft chairs in the consultation room. Treating a middle-aged man with hypertension for kidney deficiency earned him 1 experience point. Mo Fei smiled as he bade farewell to the balding man whose hairline had receded to his crown. Next, before the subsequent patient could approach, the room darkened momentarily. Mo Fei looked up to see 7 or 8 figures in black suits standing at the entrance, their sinister smiles evident. A burly, bearded man, with a lewd grin and a butterfly knife in hand, strolled into the clinic. "You are the boss here, Mo Fei?" "No," Mo Fei replied with a serious expression. "Do not call me the boss. I am merely the appointed physician by the owner. I am Yi Yi, and you may refer to me as Grandpa." "Grandpa?" The bearded man paused, taken aback. "Yes, just call me Grandpa." The man pulled out his phone, glancing at an image before comparing it to Mo Fei. Why did he feel they resembled each other? Never mind, all Asians looked alike. How could he distinguish one from another? Regardless, this was indeed their clinic. The bearded man, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "So, Grandpa, where's your boss? When will he return?" "Wait," Mo Fei suddenly interjected, startling the bearded man. "Sir, if I am not mistaken, you have come here for medical attention, correct?" "Aye." The bearded man had yet to finish his sentence when Mo Fei interrupted him again. "Sir, it is inadvisable to be superstitious about medical practice. I can discern your ailments at a glance." Mo Fei maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Have you been feeling fatigued, lacking vitality, and easily exhausted lately?" The bearded man remained silent, yet his gaze towards Mo Fei had shifted. "Do you experience chills, cold extremities, and a heavy body?" Mo Fei continued, "Do you suffer from soreness in your lower back and knees, with a sensation of coldness and weakness in your muscles and bones?" The bearded man was utterly astonished. Mo Fei had truly discerned the nature of his ailment at a mere glance. Could he be the legendary miracle worker? "Can you tell me what illness I have?" The bearded man inquired tentatively. "You suffer from severe kidney deficiency, indeed, quite pronounced," Mo Fei declared with unwavering certainty. "Just look at your receding hairline. It has retreated to the back of your head. If you weren't experiencing kidney deficiency, I would write my name backward, Mo Fei, with the surname Mo and the given name Fei." The bearded man felt as though he had truly encountered an extraordinary individual today. His wife, you see, was exceedingly loquacious, possessed an overwhelming desire for control, and her incessant chatter had begun to fray his nerves. He sensed he was on the brink of madness, and his health was deteriorating. Moreover, as he aged, his vitality waned, while his wife's demands grew increasingly fervent. Mo Fei's description of his symptoms was astutely accurate. This predicament had plagued him for quite some time. Chapter 8. I consider you like my own son regarding your ailment.
I possess profound expertise, Montag Fei remarked enigmatically.
At present, it appears trivial, yet with the passage of time you shall indeed suffer. However, I can cure your affliction. The bearded man pondered whether to consult this esteemed practitioner. Yet he had come seeking trouble. Would it not be rather embarrassing to alter his course of action at this juncture? Just then, one of his subordinates entered and whispered in his ear, "Boss, I've gathered information outside. There are no other physicians at this clinic. Its sole physician is the proprietor himself." Upon hearing his subordinate's words and observing Mo Fei's impassive demeanor, the bearded man felt a surge of indignation. Indeed, he felt as though he were a mere puppet, toyed with by this Asian man before him, his frustration nearly causing him to explode. With a swift motion, the bearded man plunged his butterfly knife into the table before Mo Fei, glaring menacingly at him. "Do you dare to mock me?" His visit to Mo Fei's clinic stemmed from his sudden inability to trace Smith's whereabouts. He had only discovered that Smith had come to the clinic with his woman to retrieve a bullet, and that the clinic had also treated Smith himself. He surmised there was some clandestine, nefarious connection between Smith and this establishment. While his comrades scoured for Smith's trail, he had come to intimidate the clinic's owner, hoping to extract some clues regarding Smith's location. Initially, he had deemed Mo Fei inconsequential. In his view, these yellow-skinned individuals were timid and easily frightened, Merely a show of intimidation would suffice to elicit confessions. Yet, he was taken aback by the cunning display of trickery from Mo Fei. Mock you? No, Mo Fei replied with an expressionless countenance. Indeed, I am called Yi Yi, and anyone may refer to me as such. I recognize my name when it is spoken. I am, in fact, the appointed physician here, and the medicines I possess are indeed effective for treating kidney deficiencies. Do you take issue with that? Seeing you enter with such a formidable entourage, I felt somewhat intimidated and merely resorted to a bit of poetic embellishment. As the saying goes, a physician harbors the heart of a parent. From the moment you crossed the threshold of this clinic, I regarded you as my own son. How could I possibly have the heart to deceive you? I can't believe this. The bearded man lunged forward to seize Mo Fei by his collar, intending to deliver a lesson. However, Mindy was quicker. With a swift kick, she deflected the bearded man's punch, then advanced to grasp his shoulder, forcefully twisting it before delivering a knee strike to his liver. Mindy's combination of strikes sent the bearded man crashing to his knees, clutching his abdomen and retching. No wonder you speak so boldly. It seems you possess some skills. Yet, what good would that do? The bearded man shrugged off the assistance of his subordinates and rose, his gaze coldly fixed on Mo Fei. Damn it, I shan't waste words with you. Reveal the whereabouts of Smith and his companion, and I shall spare you this time. We need not cross paths again. Otherwise, as the saying goes, a true expert reveals their prowess with a single stroke. He originally hailed from the ranks of lowly mercenaries. Even though age has dulled his physical prowess, his acumen remains intact. Mindy's recent display of skill instantly made him realize that this medical establishment was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Although he harbored reservations and wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, he became increasingly convinced that Mo Fei and his companion had an inextricable connection with Smith. He was determined to ascertain the whereabouts of the two today. They merely came here for treatment. How could they possibly divulge their intended destination? Wouldn't that be a blatant exposure of themselves? Mo Fei shook his head in resignation, saying, "My dear child, I am quite disappointed in you. I truly doubt your intellect has even reached a passing grade." Despite Mo Fei's words, the burly man remained unconvinced, letting out a derisive snicker as he brandished a silver Beretta, loading it with a click. "Are you preparing to shield them? Oh, so you're intent on making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger?" Mo Fei maintained a calm demeanor, coldly observing the burly man, with Mindy standing beside him as his greatest ally. With Mindy at his side, he had little fear of the men in black suits before him. Do you realize that even in Chinatown, the night can be perilous? One might find an RPG flying through the air, obliterating a building. The burly man threatened with a smile. Behind him stood powerful allies, the owners of an arms empire worth billions, who would not hesitate to unleash an RPG on a powerless little clinic. Go ahead and try, but remember to eradicate everyone thoroughly. Otherwise, he might just annihilate your entire family. Mo Fei replied, blinking and smiling. It seems you have a wife and child. Don't forget to keep them safe. You're quite audacious. Do you truly think I'm intimidated? The burly man sneered. But I see you shed tears until you see the coffin. With a resounding slap on the table, the burly man's subordinates swiftly drew their firearms, the bullets chambering with a synchronized, menacing sound. However, almost immediately, they heard an even more formidable sound of bullets being chambered, equally synchronized and even more oppressive. The burly man glanced around and noticed that the previously occupied small shops and houses were now revealing individuals armed and ready, coldly regarding them. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The number of those surrounding them far exceeded their own, effectively encircling them. You've certainly made your mark today, but the future is long. Just wait. Seeing the futility of the situation, the burly man ceased his demands, casting Mo Fei a chilling glance before turning to leave with his subordinates. Mo Fei's family clinic had once been renowned throughout Chinatown, where his parents were true healers. However, after their passing, the once bustling establishment lost its former glory. Not only were Mo Fei's parents exceptionally skilled in medicine, but they were also incredibly benevolent, often reducing fees for the impoverished, and those who could not afford treatment were exempted entirely. With their remarkable medical expertise, they were never short on funds. Even treating a single wealthy client could sustain them for a year and a half. Thus, many families in the neighborhood have benefited from the kindness of Mo Fei's parents. Therefore, although the clinic run by the Mo family may not attract a large number of visitors on a typical day, it remains the very heart of the community. When trouble arises, numerous individuals are willing to extend their assistance. This sudden turn of events startled the burly man, and even Mo Fei himself was taken aback, unaware that his family commanded such a significant influence in this district. Expressing his gratitude with a respectful gesture towards those who offered help, Mo Fei gazed thoughtfully at the path taken by the burly man, contemplating the adage, "Strike not the snake, lest it bites back." Chapter 9. The bearded man must die. Mo Fei is, in essence, a remarkably rational individual, or perhaps one could say, a person who harbors a deep-seated fear of death. Even with the acquisition of the system, he believes that if he methodically fulfills its tasks, he might swiftly grow stronger. Ultimately, he may even find himself in a position to engage in a battle of strength with the purple yam essence. However, Mo Fei yearns for survival. On one hand, he feels lethargic and is disinclined to undertake the tasks. On the other hand, the peril associated with these assignments is daunting. What could be more secure and comfortable than languishing at home? Even if he chooses not to engage in the trivial tasks dictated by the system, he can simply bide his time until the members of the Women's Federation have all given birth, at which point he could revel in his freedom. After all, the purple yam essence is bound to be defeated by the Women's Federation. The casualties predominantly involve the Women's Federation, which bears no relation to him. It is prudent to develop in a cautious manner. However, Mo Fei now senses a looming danger. It appears his survival strategy may soon falter. He has already significantly offended the bearded man, who is backed by a military-industrial giant. What is the life of a few ordinary people to such a power? He and Mindy cannot perpetually remain on guard against the bearded man's potential ambush. Can they? Even if the bearded man does not intend to retaliate, what if he does? Life is singular. Can one afford to gamble with it? Thus, should one strike preemptively? Suddenly, a piercing siren echoed through the streets, halting in front of the Mo Medical Clinic. Mo Fei, lost in contemplation, lifted his gaze to see a poised female officer alight from the police vehicle, hastily approaching a gentleman in his 60s. "Dad, are you all right? I received a distress call indicating that gang members were blocking this area, and upon hearing you were still inside, I rushed over," the officer exclaimed. Officer Chen Ying, born in Chinatown, is a proud product of a prestigious police academy and boasts a promising future. Having recently joined the police force, she has already risen to the rank of sergeant and currently oversees the Chinatown precinct. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, her well-defined features, including her strong brows that arch elegantly, imbue her beautiful visage with an aura of valiance. "Sorry, it was my fault that those individuals came here. I sincerely apologize," Mo Fei said with an apologetic smile. Upon hearing his words, Chen Ying turned her gaze toward him, her brow slightly furrowed. Her father had just suffered an unwarranted calamity due to this man's presence. "Young man, my uncle here just heard everything. It's not your fault. You were merely attending to your medical duties," the elderly gentleman responded cheerfully. "However, I must say, I admire your intellect and integrity. Such qualities are rare these days. Do you have a girlfriend? Perhaps you might consider my daughter? She is a PhD graduate and now a sergeant in the NYPD. Even if she is a tad older than you, still." "Dad," Chen Ying interjected, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and irritation. "As if I am so desperate for marriage. There are plenty of men pursuing me at the precinct. I simply do not find them appealing." Mo Fei felt a bit awkward. This old man was behaving like a matchmaker. Chen Ying was not his type. It was evident she possessed a commanding presence. Moreover, with her being a doctor of philosophy, how could he ever be deemed worthy? Best to avoid such complications. Gradually, all the seekers of medical aid were sent away, leaving the entire clinic desolate. "Sister, do you think that bearded man will truly seek revenge on us?" Mo Fei suddenly felt a twinge of fear. It's easy to speak bravely, but whether one will act on those words is another matter entirely. His subconscious informed him that Mindy, this sister of his, was exceptionally formidable, surpassing the limits of ordinary humanity. Killing was her forte. If they wished to take the initiative, Mo Fei knew he could not rely solely on himself. He had to reach a consensus with Mindy. Brother, I also wanted to discuss this matter with you. Mindy blinked her large, sparkling eyes and looked earnestly at Mo Fei. Our parents have always taught us that we should either avoid offending others, or if we do offend someone, we must eliminate them outright to prevent them from unexpectedly biting back. That man does not appear to be one of generous spirit, so that bearded man must die. Mo Fei pondered, what kind of parents do I have in this world? Their methods of educating their children are truly unique. But I like it. Mindy's declaration of wanting to eliminate the bearded man was not mere rhetoric. She immediately sprang into action, beginning to search for information about the bearded man based on his appearance, the attire of his subordinates, and the firearms they carried. Although Mindy's hacking skills may not have reached the pinnacle of the Marvel Universe, rivaling the likes of Tony Stark, they were far from weak. She swiftly uncovered the bearded man's basic information and sought out the whereabouts of Hammerson, the head of Hammerson Industries, and Senator Latrich, a prominent figure in the Donkey Party. After much contemplation, Mo Fei finally recalled the names of the leaders of both factions that corresponded with his memories. All right, Mindy nodded in agreement. After Smith departed from Mo Fei's clinic, he settled the injured Quintana and the infant inside an old tank, providing ample food, water, and baby formula. Alone at last, he shed his burdens and unleashed his prowess as a top-tier assassin. Stealthily, he navigated the shadows. Both Hammerson Industries and Senator Latrich's forces lost track of Smith. However, Smith quickly discerned the identity of the bearded man and whom he worked for, Hammerson Industries. Thus, he made his way to their facility, causing an uproar as he single-handedly took on dozens of burly men as if fueled by steroids, nearly killing Hammerson, the puppet master behind it all. Hammerson, infuriated, offered a bounty of $1 million, declaring that he wanted to see Smith alive or dead. Mercenaries in New York went into a frenzy, scouring the city in search of him. Yet, after leaving Hammerson Industries, Smith vanished once more, eluding all pursuit. Secretly hidden away, he finally understood why there were those relentlessly hunting him for the infant. It turns out that the prominent figure of the Democratic Party, Congressman Latrich, has been diagnosed with leukemia. However, among his relatives, there exists no match for a bone marrow donor. Consequently, he sought out several surrogate mothers to bear children, hoping to derive a compatible bone marrow from the offspring, thereby ensuring his survival. Yet, there are those who wish for his demise. Congressman Latrich's presidential campaign slogan advocates for the eradication of illegal firearms, even pushing for an outright ban, which directly threatens the fundamental interests of arms magnates. The number of individuals wishing to see him dead is overwhelming, akin to a flood of fish crossing a river. Severing one's financial avenues is as grievous as taking a life. In a desperate bid for survival, and for the sake of the infant's life as well, Smith opted to reach out to Congressman Latrich. The Mo family clinic has been closed for 2 days. Throughout this ordeal, both Mo Fei and Mindy, who have been closely monitoring Smith, feel a sense of regret. Had Mo Fei directly eliminated Hammerson within the factory, their burdens would have been alleviated by half. Alas, it was Mo Fei who was the last to engage with Smith. Even if others were to eliminate Smith, they would inevitably find themselves facing him. The blame resting upon his shoulders has been firmly affixed by Smith. Damn it! He should never have intervened to save Celia a decade ago. Bah! He should never have been tempted by that 3600. Chapter 10. Sniper Mo Fei now finds himself aboard a treacherous ship, unable to disembark. His only hope lies in his ally Smith, who he wishes could be a bit more resourceful in resolving the conflict between the rival factions. The promise of a meeting from Congressman Latrich has indeed eased Smith's burden, as the entire underworld of New York seems intent on his demise, placing immense pressure upon him. Unbeknownst to Smith, Congressman Latrich embodies the quintessential politician. Borrowing a phrase from Boss Do, one might say that engaging with a politician is akin to utilizing a chamber pot when one is desperate. Once the necessity has passed, it is swiftly hidden away from sight. Obliviously, Smith proceeded to board Latrich's aircraft, only to be betrayed outright. In a bid for survival, Latrich compromised his integrity, aligning himself with arms magnate Hammerson, intending to orchestrate Smith's downfall. However, Smith's naivety pales in comparison to Latrich's folly. One might ponder, Why expose their collusion so blatantly? A tacit understanding among those in power would suffice. To lay their dealings bare is to invite trouble. It would have been prudent for Latrich to first secure his own health before attempting to play the hand he had. But instead, he brought Hammerson's henchmen aboard the plane, inadvertently revealing the weaknesses in his plan, which allowed Smith to turn the tables and execute a successful counterattack. Latrich's reasoning is perplexing. What was his intention in bringing Hammerson's men onto the aircraft? To control Smith and coerce him into relinquishing the infant? Yet the child was already offered to him. Was it not wiser to secure the infant before contemplating betrayal? This illustrates that those in power are not always devoid of folly. In a dramatic turn of events, Smith seized the opportunity to apprehend Congressman Latrich in full view of onlookers, dragging him to the belly of the aircraft. Latrich, should you meet your untimely end due to an assassination, it will incite public outrage, galvanizing support for your gun control legislation. Sympathy votes in Congress will ensure the overwhelming triumph of the ban, securing your place in history. Smith bound Latrich tightly to a metal framework, brandishing a firearm against his forehead, reciting an ironic eulogy. Latrich, bewildered, responded, "Brother, you seem to be under a grave misunderstanding. Our party's so-called gun control is merely a faude, a hollow pretense meant to deceive the masses. Do you truly believe I can enforce a ban on firearms? Given the cultural legacy of the Revolutionary War, the rights bestowed by the Constitution, and the entanglement of interest groups, the notion of gun control in America is fundamentally flawed. Consider this: with nearly 300 million firearms in civilian possession, any attempt at disarmament would necessitate military intervention to quell the inevitable backlash. Despite my current high approval ratings, Gallup surveys indicate that less than half of Americans support stringent gun laws, with only 27 advocating for a ban, while a staggering 72 oppose it. Firearms are woven into the very fabric of American life. Even without wealth or property, a man with a powerful weapon can still attract a partner. Hammerson is intent on pursuing me, not merely because their company has invested heavily in the development of a new type of firearm, but also because they find themselves cornered, with no avenue for retreat. Have you not observed the multitude of industry giants in Eagle Sauce? It is only Hammerson Industries, of moderate size, that is relentlessly hunting me down. Should I truly possess the capacity to enact a comprehensive gun ban, I fear that a significant portion of the populace in Eagle Sauce would resort to hurling explosives at my residence. You have set your expectations far too high for me. My dear brother, other trivial matters can wait. I must first devise a means of survival. Latrich, outwardly composed, was inwardly in a state of utter panic. As a quintessential politician, he understood that one cannot awaken a zealot. Reasoning with them is futile. Weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to approach his arguments from a different angle, exuding his characteristic bravado. Come on, fire away. If my demise could pave the way for a gun control bill. Bang! Latrich gazed at Smith in disbelief, wondering why he could not finish his speech. Do you comprehend how impassioned my oration is? Do you realize how many inmates experienced epiphanies while listening to my speeches in prison? I was on the verge of shaking the very foundations of your resolve, compelling you to kneel before my denim-clad presence. Smith fiddled with his ear, pondering what he had intended to convey. Recent encounters with gunfire had left him with a slight ringing in his ears, rendering him unable to hear clearly, compounded by the cacophony aboard the aircraft. Never mind. Perhaps he was simply too frightened to plead for mercy. Suddenly, several small dark specks appeared in the sky, rapidly enlarging to the naked eye. Those are the bodies plummeting at high velocity. Moments later, they crashed into a derelict factory. Smith remained airborne, exchanging fire with Hammerson's men. Remarkably, he dispatched over a dozen burly adversaries without sustaining a scratch. However, during his descent, his parachute deployment was slightly delayed, resulting in some impact injuries. Struggling to crawl into the factory to find refuge, he succumbed to his wounds and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he was met with the grotesque visage of a man who should not exist in this world, grinning lewdly. Smith, you have finally fallen into my grasp. Let us see you escape this time. Finally in his clutches? To demonstrate his unwavering defiance, Smith spat a mouthful of blood onto the man's beard. The man, having anticipated such a reaction, deftly evaded the spittle and sneered, Smith, Reveal the location of that woman and child, and I shall grant you a more merciful end. Otherwise, fear gripped him. Trembling, soon, several black SUVs arrived, and a cadre of bodyguards cautiously escorted an individual from the vehicle. Armed with M1911 handguns, MP5 submachine guns, and Remington M870 shotguns, their equipment was exceptionally refined, even down to their bespoke suits and shoes. Hammerson has arrived. Before his master, the burly man put on a grand performance, hurling threats at Smith. Unfortunately for him, Smith dismissed it as mere bluster. It appears it is time to show you the severity of your folly. The burly man, consumed by rage and humiliation, pressed Smith's palm firmly against the industrial machine, brandishing a dagger with the intent to sever a few of Smith's fingers for sport. He was eager to test Smith's endurance. Engaging in such torturous play was his specialty. Even faced with imminent death, Smith dared to maintain his bravado. A glint of bloodlust flickered in the burly man's eyes as he wore a menacing expression, letting out a chilling snort, his hand raised with the knife poised to strike. Bang! The sound of his cold laughter abruptly ceased as his head exploded in a gruesome display, leaving a headless corpse to collapse lifelessly. A subtle smile crept across Mindy's lips as she chewed her gum, slightly adjusting her modified Barrett sniper rifle, her gaze shifting towards the next target. Chapter 11. The pitiful, weak, and helpless Mindy donned a silver-gray mask that obscured the lower half of her face, complemented by polarized green sunglasses, ideal for her sharpshooting endeavors. Her attire was remarkably unpretentious, consisting merely of ordinary clothing, as she deemed body armor unnecessary. Mu Fei was, of course, present, standing close beside her, albeit clad in an ensemble that was decidedly more formidable. His all-black tactical gear concealed him entirely. He wore a triple protective suit against nuclear and biochemical threats, gloves, a mask, a comprehensive helmet system for personnel, a combat uniform designed to withstand firepower, and a standard-issue bulletproof vest. His arsenal included a personal telescope, a sighting scope, night vision goggles, and batteries, all carried in a strap-on tactical harness made of aluminum alloy. Inside, he packed ammunition, a water bottle, a GPS device, a handheld computer, reconnaissance equipment, a biochemical weapon detector, and a medical first aid kit. He was armed with an M1911 in each holster and an M4A1 slung across his back, while gripping an MP5 submachine gun. Despite the impressive array of equipment, Mu Fei was primarily there for the spectacle. The true prowess in combat relied on Mindy. Initially, he harbored concerns for Mindy's safety, contemplating retreat should the situation prove too perilous. However, Mindy exuded confidence, convinced she had a 99% certainty of annihilating the two major factions and exiting unscathed. She had mastered formidable skills, including the elusive bullet time, taught by her mentor, ranked among the top 3 assassins globally. As a master of bullet time, Mindy was assured of her place within the top 20 assassins worldwide. According to her, mastering bullet time necessitated an extraordinarily rare physical constitution capable of withstanding high concentrations of adrenaline. Globally, no more than 100 individuals possessed such a trait, and among them, fewer than 20 could learn to control their adrenaline secretion effectively. With a population exceeding 7 billion, the odds are staggering. Thus, it can be said that sometimes, talent is a far more formidable force than serendipity, diligence, or luck. After Mindy targeted the bearded man, Hammerson's bodyguards reacted swiftly, encircling him and raising their MP5 submachine guns, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Bang! 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 Chewing gum, Mindy gently squeezed the trigger thrice, effortlessly eliminating 3 of Hammerson's bodyguards. In the face of an assault, dispersing would have been prudent. However, they were Hammerson's protectors, prioritizing their employer's safety above all else. The bodyguards hastily shielded him as they retreated towards the factory's exit. Bang! 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 Clumped together, they became Mindy's live targets, falling victim to her marksmanship once more. No matter how skillfully they attempted to evade her shots, as long as their duty was to protect Hammerson, they were as malleable as dough in Mindy's hands. Smith, the clever little rascal, had already taken cover the moment the bearded man was swiftly dispatched by Mindy. Hammerson's bodyguards were mercilessly picked off by Mindy, leaving only 6 or 7 remaining. The survivors had learned their lesson, shielding Hammerson as they sheltered in the blind spots from Mindy's sniper fire. It appeared they had come to understand that no matter how swiftly they fled, they could never outpace a sniper's bullet. I had initially assumed their intellect was as fragile as tofu, yet it seemed they possessed a modicum of cunning. Mindy, chewing gum, casually detonated Hammerson's vehicle, then smiled as she stowed her Barrett sniper rifle and retrieved an M1911. "Brother, are you coming with me to witness the spectacle, or will you remain here?" she inquired, turning to Mo Fei. Mo Fei glanced at his armored attire, feeling an obligation to justify his gear. Mindy navigated through the dilapidated industrial site with the agility of a primate, and Mo Fei sensed that she thrived in this environment more than at home. After all, to her, everyone here was exceptionally talented and articulate. Within 30 seconds, Mindy had closed in on Hammerson's location. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from Hammerson's direction. Bang! Bang! Mindy ducked behind a building and gestured for Mo Fei to take cover. While Mo Fei's gear offered some ballistic protection, absolute safety was an illusion in this world. Unexpectedly, the one who joined the fray was Smith, who had just been bound. Who knew the bearded man had been secured so tightly, and how he managed to free himself? Alas, he was the fated child of this little narrative, and Mo Fei found himself unsurprised by his astonishing feats. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I have money. Spare my life, and I can offer you a substantial sum." Hammerson, caught between a rock and a hard place, nearly crumbled under the pressure, shouting in despair. As a leading capitalist mogul, Hammerson had orchestrated many deaths, but he had no desire to experience being killed himself. Unfortunately, neither Mindy nor Mo Fei, nor Smith, paid heed to Hammerson's pleas. One by one, Smith and Mindy eliminated Hammerson's bodyguards, leaving the old man cowering, clutching his head, trembling in fear. Pitiful, helpless figure. In the chaos, even Mo Fei, despite his erratic shooting, inadvertently claimed a life. Weaponry level 1, your marksmanship has reached a new low, causing more harm to allies than enemies. It is advised that you refrain from handling firearms for the remainder of your life. Your place is in your mother's embrace, not with weapons. Experience 0-100. Smith stood coldly before Hammerson, brandishing a black Beretta 92F. "Spare me. I can give you money, a lot of it. Is 100 million enough? 200 million? I can provide all that I possess." 200 million. Mo Fei instinctively clutched his chest, overwhelmed by a surge of excitement. Bang! Without hesitation, Smith fired, creating a gaping wound in Hammerson's forehead, exposing the milky brain matter and blood within. Mo Fei felt a twinge of regret. $100 million. $200 million. He had never possessed even a fraction of that sum in his entire lifetime. Yet, Mo Fei was acutely aware that such aspirations were merely fanciful. Only a fool would believe that such wealth could be effortlessly acquired. "Who are you?" Smith gasped, his gun shifting ominously, his piercing gaze fixed on Mo Fei and Mindy. "It is your damned fault that we have attracted such formidable enemies. Who do you think we are?" Mo Fei removed his helmet, his expression dark as he regarded Smith. Had it not been for Smith's repeated pleas for medical assistance, he would never have risked his life to engage in such perilous endeavors. As a physician, he valued his reputation. Hint: you have completed the task. Save the child. Hint: you have acquired an extraordinary carrot. Mo Fei and Mindy drove a Ford Explorer, resembling ordinary siblings on a casual outing, as they made their way home. The equipment had been safely stored in Mindy's hideout. Chapter 12. The Potent Elixir Driving Level 1. A novice, you possess no innate talent for driving, and you are destined to never experience the thrill of speed and passion. If you persist in this manner, you will inevitably become a genuine menace on the roads. Experience 3100. Mo Fei, as an experienced driver, gripped the steering wheel tightly. Throughout his interactions with Hammerson, he played a passive role, never anticipating that he could still accomplish the task. However, when Mindy joined him, their closeness led the system to default to a team mode, attributing all of Mindy's contributions to him. An extraordinary carrot could almost resurrect the dead, providing a layer of safety for the future. Moreover, with the addition of a more delightful flavor, the effects were even more pronounced. If it could indeed bring the dead back to life, how could the effects possibly be enhanced? Would it be possible to resurrect the deceased? Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to test this. No. Mo Fei suddenly felt that his thoughts were veering into dangerous territory. How peculiar. What is this sister juice? I, Mo Fei, know nothing of it and have never encountered it. Why does this image arise in my mind? Damn it. Someone must be trying to ensnare me. Is it the foolish system or the memories of my former self? Indeed, it is their fault. I, Mo Fei, am entirely oblivious to such things. Alas, it is a pity that I can no longer enjoy Quintana's fresh milk. With a slight sigh, Mo Fei pondered, brother, what do you think will become of Smith and Quintana? Mindy rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, her innocent and lovely face adorned with a hint of melancholy. Hammerson is the helm of a billion-dollar arms company, and Latridge is the leader of the donkey party. Neither is easy to eliminate. Back in that dilapidated factory, did you truly believe that Mindy had no opportunity to directly assassinate Hammerson? Ha! It was merely that Mindy chose not to kill Hammerson. The bullet came from her gun. Mo Fei had always recognized Mindy's intelligence and maturity that far surpassed her peers. As for their future, surely they would find comfort, Mo Fei contemplated, then observed Mindy's gradually darkening expression, and chuckled awkwardly. If they were a bit wiser and managed to escape abroad, hiding for a lifetime, they should be safe. Sighing, Mindy replied, I hope they run fast enough. Smith and Quintana are fundamentally good individuals with a moral compass, far superior to those who merely present a polished facade. Yet, she was acutely aware of the challenges Smith might face, feeling utterly powerless. If it were solely her, she might have acted on her excess of righteousness to lend him a hand discreetly, but she had her brother to consider. Her parents had taught her long ago, in prosperity, assist the world. In adversity, maintain one's integrity. Without sufficient resources and ability to do good, have you ever considered your own family? That is not kindness. It is folly. Well, Smith has been a professional assassin for quite some time. Do you truly believe he lacks a few loyal brothers to assist him? With a playful smile, Mo Fei reached out and gently patted Mindy's head, saying, furthermore, it is not we who have caused his predicament. On the contrary, had they not come seeking our help on 2 occasions, we would never have ventured into this murky situation. He owes us, not the other way around. So do not fret about him. He continued, if he possessed the power of Thanos, perhaps he could have effortlessly rescued Smith and the others. However, at present, all he can do is wish this pair of lovers well. Under Mo Fei's tender gesture, Mindy's melancholic sentiments dissipated, revealing a sweet smile. But sister, I believe I can no longer remain complacent. I wish to learn close combat and firearms from you. Huh? Mindy looked at Mo Fei in astonishment. Brother, didn't you say you'd never learn such things? Mo Fei chuckled awkwardly and replied, that was a childish remark from the past. There's no need to remember it so vividly, is there? Mindy nodded, choosing to selectively forget the earlier statement. Brother, what has prompted this sudden desire to learn these skills? I've just realized that this world is far too perilous. I thought, if I were to encounter such situations again, even if I cannot assist you, I must not become a hindrance.
Montag Fei explained.
Now I understand, Mindy said. Since you wish to learn, I will certainly do my utmost to teach you. Grandma, for this medicine, boil 3 bowls of water down to 1, and take it once in the morning, noon, and evening. That should suffice. Thank you, young man. Mo Fei politely bid farewell to the elderly woman, whose years far exceeded his own. For treating an elderly woman's cold, you have gained 1 experience point. Congratulations, host. Your medical skill has leveled up. Medical skill level 3. You have finally graduated from being a fool to a mere novice, barely capable of practicing medicine. However, you are only qualified to treat minor ailments such as colds. If you overestimate your abilities and attempt to treat serious illnesses, you will still owe an apology to the nation. Experience 0500. Upon breaking through to level 3, you have received a promotion reward. Please choose. Contraceptive pill formula. After taking the contraceptive pill, it guarantees that a woman will not become pregnant for 6 months. A boon from Dumas. Sleep pill formula. The sleep pill allows one to enter deep sleep within 3 minutes of consumption, with no side effects. A blessing for those suffering from insomnia. Strength pill formula. Taking the strength pill instantly transforms you into a robust man, alleviating your mother's worries about your green hat. Are there promotion rewards as well? Ignoring the system's customary jabs, Mo Fei focused on the promotion rewards. Contraceptive pills, sleep pills, strength pills. Mo Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. These are indeed valuable items. After weighing his options, Mo Fei ultimately decided to select the strength pill. Desire and passion are fundamental human needs, and the pursuit of longevity in these matters has been a timeless contemplation among men, underpinned by immense market demand. The little blue pill has generated billions in economic returns for Pfizer annually, captivating the globe. Among the 3 types of pills, the value of the strength pill is undoubtedly the highest. Perhaps he could even manage to extract a considerable fortune from Pfizer. Alas, why could I not traverse through time as a wealthy magnate? Instead, I must brave the elements and venture forth to sell blue pills in the hopes of achieving prosperity. After the old woman departed, seated opposite Mo Fei was a young man of striking appearance. His chiseled features sharp as if sculpted by a master craftsman, with piercing blue eyes reminiscent of the vast ocean, a quintessential handsome figure. He observed the changes in Mo Fei's expression with a sense of indifference, yet was filled with a bizarre delight. Wesley, Chapter 13. Xingyi Quan. Fortunately, Mo Fei swiftly emerged from that state. Otherwise, Wesley thought it best to make a hasty retreat. He was using real cash for treatment and had no intention of sacrificing his virtue in the process. Upon selecting the formula for the powerful tonic, a surge of information flooded his mind. Regaining his composure, Mo Fei noticed a young man furtively glancing at him, squirming uneasily, with a look of apprehension and fear. "Dear sir, do not be shy or fearful. I am not a benevolent soul." With a slight shift in his thoughts, Mo Fei smiled gently. Moreover, as medical practitioners, we are trained and adhere to ethical standards. Regardless of the patient we encounter, we shall maintain confidentiality regarding their ailments, unless one cannot help it. You came today seeking treatment for hemorrhoids, did you not? Observing the extent of your fidgeting, it seems your condition is quite severe. Wesley, carrying the prescribed medicine, Wesley departed from the Mo clinic. Brother, what exactly ails that patient? Why did you prescribe him such an extensive array of heat-clearing and detoxifying herbs? He hardly appears to be suffering from excess heat. Noticing Wesley's pale countenance as he exited the clinic, Mindy furrowed her brow, sensing that the matter was more complex than it seemed. I have no idea.
Montag Fei schrugged.
He claimed to suffer from a panic disorder. Initially, I thought he was attempting to swindle us. I had never even heard of such a term. Ultimately, he insisted I prescribe him some medication, and you know me, my forte lies in psychological treatment, so I provided him with a few packets of heat-clearing herbs for him to try. They won't harm him, and we can earn a bit more in medical fees. Mindy rolled her eyes. Fine, my lethargic brother. She was at a loss for words. Panic disorder? Wesley? Mo Fei murmured these 2 terms, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he had encountered such a configuration before. Never mind, I'm hungry. I shall not dwell on this any longer. Time to eat. The kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of twice-cooked pork, a testament to Mindy's diligent efforts. Mo Fei continued to ponder the powerful tonic formula in his mind. The system's description of its efficacy was somewhat lacking, and only upon acquiring the complete formula did Mo Fei gain a clearer understanding. In truth, the powerful tonic was not a one-time use like the blue pill. It served to nourish the body and strengthen the kidneys. Long-term use could endow one with a resilient constitution. Furthermore, it incorporated the functions of the blue pill. With just 1 dose, regardless of whether one was a septuagenarian or a man whose vitality was severely depleted, one could be assured of endurance within 2 days. This endurance did not mean one would remain perpetually erect, but rather that one could achieve firmness at will. Remaining constantly erect would certainly lead to deterioration. I have struck gold. I have struck gold. Mo Fei was exhilarated. If he possessed such a powerful tonic and could not profit from it, he would. Well, best not to tempt fate. What if it actually came to pass? Mindy prepared a variety of traditional Chinese home-cooked dishes, and the kitchen was delightful, filled with enticing aromas that whetted the appetite. Regardless of whether it is Chinese or Western cuisine, Mo Fei's predecessor, his mother, was exceptionally skilled, thus nurturing the remarkable apprentice. Mindy. Mindy, deserving of the title of genius, learns with astonishing rapidity. Brother, will you practice martial arts tonight? Mindy inquired, her big, sparkling eyes fixed on Mo Fei as she nibbled on her chopsticks. Indeed, Mo Fei replied, clenching his teeth. Such endeavors require unwavering dedication. Otherwise, what results can one expect? Although he endured considerable pain from Mindy's strikes, it was far more acceptable than being bested by outsiders. In the Marvel Universe, countless wars rage on. To be a feeble individual in need of his sister's protection would surely lead to a short-lived existence, one that might even jeopardize her safety. However, Mo Fei possesses an unparalleled advantage in his martial training. He has a system. Beyond the system's compounded learning abilities, he benefits from a positive feedback mechanism it provides. The rules of biological evolution allow tasks to be broken down into detailed steps. Upon completing each step, one typically experiences a sense of pleasure and ease. For instance, every time Mindy delivers a punishing blow, Mo Fei receives 1 experience point in Xingyiquan from the system. He can feel himself improving with each passing moment. This immediate feedback cultivates order in his consciousness and fortifies his self-structure. In simpler terms, Mo Fei has discovered a sense of exhilaration amidst the blows. All right, Mindy nodded. I will exert myself to the utmost to ensure you possess the strength for self-defense in the face of danger. After finishing their meal, Mo Fei followed Mindy into the basement. It struck him as rather absurd that, as the head of the household, he was unaware of the existence of a basement in his own home. The entrances to the basement were hidden in both their parents' and Mindy's rooms, leaving his own room devoid of such an access point. Was he truly the biological son of his parents in this world? According to Mindy, it was a training space specifically designed for her, which they had chosen not to disclose to him. The basement was spacious and well-equipped. Judging by the DCOR and tools, Mo Fei estimated it would cost no less than 100,000 to furnish. Bang! Bang! The muffled sounds of impact echoed continuously in the soundproof basement. Although Mindy appeared petite, she possessed unmatched explosive power and extraordinary agility. Suddenly, a swift punch struck towards Mo Fei's face. Should this blow connect, it would leave him bruised and battered, perhaps even lose a tooth. Reacting with remarkable speed, Mo Fei tilted his head to the side, choosing not to evade further but rather to retaliate with a faster, more forceful punch aimed at the inner side of Mindy's arm. He did not hold back due to her age, for Mindy had declared that if she sensed any leniency in his attacks, she would increase her force, asserting that he still had the strength to do so. This punch effectively disrupted Mindy's trajectory of attack, rendering her previous strike ineffective and allowing Mo Fei to execute a valid counterattack. This tactic was one he had gleaned from the book on Xingyiquan. Rather than merely evading an attack, countering with aggression is the most effective strategy. However, Mindy's combat experience is exceedingly profound. She deftly retreated, creating distance and effortlessly evading Mo Fei's assault. Brother, you have become quite adept at this move, yet it remains insufficient. You perceive it as overly simplistic, rendering your execution rigid and lacking in agility. As Mindy offered Mo Fei guidance while simultaneously demonstrating her technique, she patiently elucidated. One must learn to transform the illusory into the tangible and vice versa, striking a delicate balance between deceptive and genuine maneuvers. Do not exhaust your energy in a manner that renders your techniques inflexible. As she spoke, Mindy replicated the earlier ambush, and while Mo Fei executed a proficient counter, she unexpectedly altered her approach mid-execution, causing Mo Fei's defensive measures to lose their efficacy. What had been an exquisite technique swiftly devolved into a futile maneuver, leaving Mo Fei vulnerable to Mindy's counterattack. Chapter 14. Mo Yuqian, engaged in a playful skirmish with an adorable little girl, beast, earning 1 experience point. Xingyiquan Level 1. You are unequivocally a weakling. If you were to wander the streets at night, your lifeless body would be discovered the next day in a shadowy corner, with your flower transformed into a sunflower, petals turned toward the sun. Experience 93-100. Having gained another experience point, Mo Fei lay on the ground, a faint smile gracing his face, feeling that the punch he received was not in vain. Mindy had not held back with that strike, leaving Mo Fei's face bruised. It was rather disheartening for Mo Fei. Despite Mindy's usual tenderness and obedience, She transformed into a stern instructor during training, unyielding and relentless in her teachings. However, she had no intention of pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. After all, he was her beloved elder brother, and she would not resort to depleting his vitality for the sake of expedited growth. Mindy's rigorous approach stemmed from a special potion developed by Mo Fei's parents in collaboration with her master, one that could swiftly heal any injury without harming the essence of the individual. Although Mo Fei bore the brunt of her strikes, a mere application of the potion would restore him quickly, only for him to be subjected to further training. In her own training days, she had endured similar treatment. The potion was indeed precious and scarce, yet anything used on her brother was worth the expense. Brother, rise and continue. Mindy's petite face was taut, her expression serious, fearing that any levity might lead Mo Fei to lose focus, which would hinder his progress. All right, I'm getting up. Mo Fei attempted to spring up like a carp, only to fail. He had overestimated his stamina. After a brief moment of contemplation, he managed to roll over and rise. How embarrassing. Continue. It must be said that the experience points gained from practicing martial arts were far harder to come by. It required at least 10 to 20 minutes of sparring with Mindy to earn a single point. This was in stark contrast to his medical skills, where treating just one person could almost guarantee an experience point. I can't go on, Mindy. I'm done. Mo Fei collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out, feebly waving his hand at Mindy, who insisted on continuing. He was truly spent, drenched in sweat, resembling a drowned rat, utterly fatigued. Mo Fei found himself wishing only for the comfort of his cozy little bed. All right then. Mindy chuckled with resignation, knowing deep down that Mo Fei had yet to reach his limit. There was still much potential within him. If he persevered and broke through his barriers, his growth would accelerate, but alas, he lacked the tenacity required. Nevertheless, Mindy was already quite satisfied with his progress. Though their training time together was still brief, the improvements were visibly remarkable, surpassing her own initial training speed, and he had not endured the hardships she had faced. This led Mindy to ponder whether Mo Fei was, in fact, the legendary prodigy everyone spoke of. In a world of challenges, the ordinary could not fathom such exceptional talent. Speaking of which, you have made remarkable progress. And indeed, that manual on Xingyi Quan has played a significant role, serving as an excellent resource for practicing techniques and routines, laying a solid foundation. Mindy began applying medicine to Mo Fei's wounds, alleviating swelling and pain. By morning, he would be as good as new. Humph. Mo Fei let out a few comfortable murmurs, remaining silent, yet understanding in his heart, foolish sister, do you truly believe it is solely the efficacy of the Xingyi Quan manual? It is entirely due to my own resilience. I have perused numerous materials on Xingyi Quan, but I have not encountered a renowned master named Mo Yuqian. Rather, I have found many charlatans bearing that name. Perhaps he is just a reclusive sage, indifferent to fame and fortune.
Montag Fei remarked.
Indeed, Mindy pondered, recalling that ancient China had many reclusive figures like Tao Yuanming. However, why would such a treasure end up with that old beggar? Perhaps it was left by his ungrateful descendants or merely stumbled upon. Engaged in a tussle with a charming little girl, ugh, beast. Gained 1 experience point. Xingyi Quan LV1. You are an unequivocal weakling. Should you wander the streets at night, your lifeless body would be discovered the next day in a shadowy corner, your dignity transformed into a sunflower, blooming with 8 petals under the sun. Experience 96-100. The following day, as the sun rose, casting radiant beams of golden light upon the world, New York City was enveloped in a splendid golden cloak. In Chinatown, not far from the Mo family's clinic, a small dwelling stood. A young girl emerged from her bedroom, clad in her nightwear, her eyes still heavy with sleep, as noon approached. Alas, those in her profession were often night owls. This girl was a striking beauty, with shoulder-length, light golden hair, sharply defined features, a prominent nose, emerald-like eyes, sun-kissed skin, and a pair of bold eyebrows that exuded charisma. When Daisy stepped into the living room, her pupils dilated in shock. A bloodied man lay unconscious on her living room floor. He was a middle-aged man with black hair slicked back, clad in a long black coat, tall yet unremarkable in appearance. His chest was wrapped in bandages, marred by a spreading stain of blood, indicating at least 7 or 8 gunshot wounds, one alarmingly close to his heart. My goodness, I, Daisy, have always been law-abiding, never uttered a curse nor engaged in a brawl. I even received a little red flower in kindergarten. How did I end up in such a predicament? However, unlike those vacuous women who would scream in terror, Daisy cautiously opened the door to inspect for any bloodstains outside her house. Thankfully, this man had been prudent, leaving no trace for anyone to follow. Had blood trailed all the way to her doorstep, she would have had no choice but to dispose of him outside and make her hasty escape. Do not blame her for her coldness. This was a matter of life and death. Helping others is a kindness, while not helping is a natural obligation. Who would dare risk their life to assist a stranger? Daisy regarded him as a true man of valor. Breathing a sigh of relief, she proceeded to check the man's breath. He was still alive. However, she found herself in a quandary regarding his fate. If she were to call the police, her own criminal record would come to light, casting her in a dubious light. Conversely, leaving him here to perish would pose the dilemma of how to dispose of the body. Should anyone inadvertently discover him, they might mistakenly assume she was the perpetrator, a heavy burden of guilt resting upon her shoulders. Moreover, she was uncertain whether he was a man of virtue or villainy. Daisy began to search through his belongings and soon unearthed his identification. Frank Castle, CIA agent. Chapter 15. The unsavory transaction of wealth in the realm of Eagle Sauce. Obtaining a license to practice traditional Chinese medicine is a formidable endeavor, demanding a rigorous 6 years of formal education in a medical institution, alongside a thorough understanding of pertinent medical laws and regulations, a rather tedious undertaking. This implies that only those hailing from exceptionally affluent families, who are willing to invest considerable effort, can qualify for a license to practice traditional Chinese medicine. While the Meng family possesses ample financial resources, Meng Fei himself is rather indolent, reluctant to adhere to the constraints of attending medical school. As Lu Xun aptly remarked, urging one to study law is akin to inviting 1,000 cuts. Encouraging one to pursue medicine, however, invites divine retribution. Thus, Meng Fei currently finds himself in the role of an unlicensed practitioner. In fact, in Eagle Sauce, there are numerous such practitioners operating outside the law, and the authorities are largely ineffectual in managing them, intervening only when an unfortunate incident results in a fatality. As noon approached, the clinic was devoid of patients, and both Meng Fei and Mindy were preparing to close for lunch. Suddenly, a series of persistent knocks echoed at the door. A voice inquired, "Is anyone there? I require a doctor." Initially, Meng Fei chose to ignore it, as those seeking medical attention were well aware of the clinic's operating hours and typically refrained from intruding during this time. Yet, this individual seemed particularly oblivious, continuing to knock incessantly. Frustrated, Meng Fei reluctantly set aside his remote control and rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was about to unleash a tirade of expletives, but the sight of a beautiful woman stifled his words. Such language seemed inappropriate to use against a lady. "Miss, the clinic is closed for business. Please return in the afternoon if you seek medical assistance." Despite the allure of her beauty, Meng Fei was no sycophant, prompting him to soften his tone slightly, though any notion of special treatment was out of the question. "Doctor, this is an urgent matter. I implore you to assist me." Daisy clasped her hands together, her expression one of desperation as she pleaded with Meng Fei. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her. Her skin appeared coarse, her complexion dull, and dark circles marred her eyes. Indeed, her late nights had evidently taken a toll on her health. However, he reassured her, "Fear not, I shall prescribe some medicine, and you will soon recover." Having advanced to level 3 in his medical practice, Meng Fei's skills of observation and diagnosis had reached new heights. He was unequivocally certain that this beauty was suffering from a deficiency. "Meow, meow, meow," Daisy responded in confusion. Though Meng Fei was reluctant to work during his respite, he had little choice, for this young lady, named Daisy, was willing to pay double the usual fee for medical services. "Quack, fat slob, vampire," Daisy berated him internally as she walked alongside him, nearly resorting to seduction. Yet Meng Fei remained obstinate about providing care. Meng Fei remarked, "Let us maintain this unsavory transaction, and spare the pretense of camaraderie." Only after she promised to pay double did he relent to assist her. This was a sum she had painstakingly saved for an advanced IBM personal computer, and now, due to this unexpected turn of events, she feared it would take her an eternity to save again. Moreover, this quack had the audacity to suggest she was deficient. After all, she was the prodigious Beauty Daisy. How could she possibly suffer from such an ailment? Indeed, even a beauty's flatulence ought to be fragrant. Under Daisy's guidance, Mo-Fei and Mindy arrived at her quaint little cabin. The man lay unconscious on the ground, still unresponsive. "Doctor, is there any hope for him?" Daisy inquired cautiously. "I cannot say for certain," Mo-Fei replied, observing the blood that stained the man's body, his brow furrowing as he set down the medical kit. Next to him lay a stack of documents, which he casually picked up. CIA operative, Frank Castle? Ding. Task activated. Heroes shed tears. Task description. Punisher Castle has rendered great service to the nation, shedding blood for the party, and has made significant contributions to the Donkey Party and America. In a tragic twist, he was betrayed by insiders and his entire family was slaughtered by enemies. Heal him and enable him to take up the weapon of revenge once more. Task reward: Punisher Character Card. Punisher Character Card. Upon use, within half an hour, you will acquire all the skills of the Punisher. With it, you can instantly transform from a frail victim into a superhero clad in red underwear. The Punisher's family annihilated due to betrayal? Mo-Fei felt a headache coming on. This was not the Punisher he was acquainted with. The task reward was indeed alluring. The Punisher was extraordinarily formidable, often hailed as the pinnacle of human combat capability. One need only look to the Punisher's ruthless exploits in the Marvel Universe to understand. Yet, this wretched system, who exactly is the weakling here? With the allure of rewards at hand, Mo-Fei wasted no time, retrieving tools to extract bullets and disinfect the wounds of the Punisher. Perhaps the Punisher had become adept at self-care through his suffering. His rudimentary bandaging effectively staved off excessive blood loss, yet his injuries remained grave. Such wounds would have claimed the life of an ordinary person, yet he clung to life, a testament to his extraordinary resilience. According to the trajectory of fate, no matter how severe his injuries, he should have been able to survive, but that was now in question because Mo-Fei was present. The situation echoed the beginnings of Smith's gunshot and the healer Quintana's escape under fire. Once bandaged, Castle was laid upon Daisy's modest sofa. "Doctor, is this sufficient? Will he suddenly die?" Daisy asked with trepidation. Mo-Fei wished to assure her that even on the moon, he would survive, yet truthfully he was uncertain. The odds of survival were slim. He sighed, knowing the insipid system would not make the task easy. "Ah?" Daisy was taken aback, realizing that Mo-Fei's implication was that the man was likely doomed. What would she do now? Suddenly, a man had died in her home. "Is there a kitchen in your house?"
Montag-Fei inquiret abruptly.
A kitchen? Daisy was puzzled, wondering if he was suggesting she had interrupted his lunch, prompting him to resolve matters in her home. Whatever the case, without waiting for Daisy's direction, Mo-Fei ventured into the kitchen. Daisy's apartment was modest, rather cramped. Affording a better residence was beyond her means. Mo-Fei easily located the kitchen, finding a knife and a cutting board. After glancing around to ensure that Mindy and Daisy were not peering, Mo-Fei finally produced a carrot. Indeed, the extraordinary reward obtained from the storyline mission involving Smith and Quintana. Despite his grave injuries, he possessed the special aura of the pig's foot, and the system had extolled the virtues of this carrot to such an extent that he decided to utilize half of it. "No more," Mo-Fei murmured to himself. The Punisher character card was undoubtedly a rare and valuable asset. However, the carrot held its own merit. Their relationship resembled that of a remarkably sharp spear and an exceptionally sturdy shield, one for taking lives and the other for saving them. To exchange merely half of a robust shield for a remarkably sharp spear would undoubtedly constitute a most advantageous transaction. Chapter 16. The Zen of Medicine isn't half too much? Just as he was about to make the incision, Mo-Fei hesitated. What if he tossed out half a carrot and the patient perished? That would be a significant loss. Perhaps a quarter would suffice. It couldn't be more than that, or maybe an eighth. No, a quarter it is. Cannot be any less. As Mo-Fei fed a quarter of a carrot into the Punisher's mouth, Daisy was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Feeding a dying person a carrot? Mo Fei remained unflustered. He has lost too much blood. The carrot aids in replenishing it, increasing his chances of survival. Understanding dawned upon Daisy as she nodded in realization. Having dropped out of high school from a public school, she now grasped that for a patient suffering from severe blood loss, the optimal treatment was indeed to feed them a carrot. Mindy too was puzzled by the need to give the injured a bit of carrot, yet she would not undermine her brother's efforts. She recognized that her brother was once again employing his Zen-like approach to medicine. This so-called Zen medicine relied entirely on the whims of the Buddha regarding whether or not the patient would recover. Strangely enough, after Mo Fei administered the carrot, the patient's condition exhibited noticeable improvement. A hint of color returned to his pale face, his heartbeat grew stronger, and his pulse became more robust. Daisy realized that the carrot was indeed a miraculous remedy. After observing the situation for over an hour at Daisy's home, Mo Fei finally received a system notification. Notification. You have completed the task. Heroes have tears. Notification. You have obtained the Punisher character card. Damn it, he thought, almost despairing, believing he had made a momentous decision to feed the carrot to a dog instead. But now, fortune smiled upon him. A bountiful harvest. With a quarter of a sturdy shield, he had exchanged it for an exceptionally sharp spear. For treating the Punisher's gunshot wound, you have gained 3 experience points. Medical skill level 3. You have finally progressed from a fool to a mere incompetent, barely capable of practicing medicine. However, be forewarned, you can only treat minor ailments like colds. If you overestimate your abilities and attempt to treat serious illnesses, you will still owe an apology to the entire nation. Experience 12,500. All right, my sister and I must return home for lunch and a nap. We shall not linger any longer, Mo Fei said with a smile, gesturing universally to indicate it was time to settle the bill. Daisy, feeling the pinch, reluctantly produced her savings. This was her hard-earned money from countless sleepless nights spent coding. Quack, fat slob, vampire, if I ever get shot and bleed to death, I will never seek your treatment again. Natalie was in high spirits today, having successfully completed yet another mission with her sisters. Not only did they receive Charlie's commendation, but they also earned a substantial bounty. Thus, they planned to indulge in a little adventure. With money in hand, who could resist? However, perhaps due to her overwhelming pride, she made a phone call while driving. At a street corner, an elderly beggar suddenly appeared, exclaiming, "Oh, my leg is broken. It hurts so much. Someone, please help me. How will this poor old man survive alone?" His lamentations quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers, who began to murmur and speculate. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Natalie, having never encountered such a scene, was instantly bewildered and hastily offered her apologies. Fortunately, her rational friends, Dylan and Alex, pulled her aside, urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and take him to the hospital." Yet, the 3 of them were astonished to discover that, despite their combined strength as capable young women, they could barely move the frail old beggar. A wave of existential doubt washed over them. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After leaving Daisy's house, Mo Fei and Mindy found themselves caught in a throng of people. Curiosity piqued. Mo Fei stood on tiptoe to see what was happening and noticed 3 beautiful women. Without hesitation, he nudged Mindy to push through the crowd. "You're pushing me. What the hell?" An impatient Chinese man exclaimed, turning to shout at them. "What?"
Montag Fei cautiously inquiret.
The man was momentarily taken aback, his furious expression transforming into something oddly perplexed, reminiscent of constipation. "Then you have a problem. It needs addressing," Mo Fei declared with a serious demeanor, handing the man a business card. "Actually, I'm a doctor, and this is my specialty. Come to my clinic for a discount. I promise a quick and painless procedure. I must tell you, avoiding medical attention is inadvisable. Plus, the second visit is half price. What a bargain." The man's face gradually contorted with disbelief. Clutching the card, he was about to erupt when he suddenly heard Mo Fei's furious shout. "That's my cousin. Who hit him? Who ran into my cousin? I demand blood for blood." Through the man, Mo Fei caught sight of the old beggar lying on the ground. Although he was unaware of the details, it was evident that the beggar was attempting to deceive them. Upon hearing Mo Fei's outcry, the crowd instinctively parted to allow him passage. The man, holding the card, watched Mo Fei stride forward with righteous indignation, his lips curling in resentment. Natalie, Dylan, and Alex found themselves in a dilemma, wishing to take the elderly man to the hospital but unable to lift him, yet leaving him there was equally unacceptable. Just then, Mo Fei entered with a twisted, fierce expression. "Who struck my cousin? This matter will not end here. If I do not receive an explanation, I swear I will make them pay dearly." The old beggar, sensing Mo Fei's formidable presence, instinctively grew quieter, uncertain of what this young man intended. Natalie stepped forward, her voice laced with regret. "I sincerely apologize, sir. It was an unfortunate accident that I collided with your uncle. I am more than willing to escort him to the hospital for treatment." "Enough of this futile chatter," Mo Fei interjected, his impatience palpable. "My uncle has lived a pitiful life, without children or a spouse, and now with a broken leg, who will care for him? He might very well perish in his bed one day, and you all will be deemed his murderers. Unless I receive several $1,000s today for my uncle's medical expenses, loss of wages, and emotional distress, this matter shall remain unresolved." Alex observed Mo Fei with a peculiar expression, a sense of familiarity washing over him. "You are Mo Fei, correct?" he suddenly recalled. Chapter 17, The Hand of Sin. Do you recognize me?" Mo Fei gazed in astonishment at the sole Asian girl among the trio of beautiful young women. "It's me, Alex," the girl exclaimed joyfully, pointing to herself. "We were desk mates for half a year in elementary school." Noticing the bewilderment still etched on Mo Fei's face, Alex added, "I'm the one whom a white male classmate confessed to, and you mocked me for it. I'm the girl who was deemed unattractive by all the Chinese students, yet admired by those who weren't." Upon hearing this, a fragment of memory flickered in Mo Fei's mind. Indeed, she was the former desk mate whom he had once teased about her looks. "It's you. Now I remember," Mo Fei exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "You are the Alex whom everyone in our class thought was unattractive, while the non-Asian students found beautiful. Alex, you really have a knack for making enemies, you know that?" Alex's appearance did not conform to the typical Asian beauty standards but rather aligned with Western ideals. Generally, Westerners favored girls with high cheekbones, small eyes, and freckles.
Possessing petite frames.
Mo Fei had often been puzzled as to why many renowned Asian figures in America were perceived as less than attractive. Despite Mo Fei's blunt remarks, Alex felt a surge of happiness. It was rare to encounter an old classmate, especially one who had been a desk mate and with whom he had shared a good rapport. Their playful banter was merely in jest. "What have you been up to all these years?" "What else could I do? I took over my family's clinic." "What about you? Have you ventured out into the world? If you were still in Chinatown, I surely would have run into you by now." Observing the sudden rapport between Alex and Mo Fei, Natalie couldn't help but smirk and gently tug at Alex's sleeve. It was then that Alex realized this was not the time for reminiscing. There were pressing matters at hand. Mo Fei, too, regained his composure, his expression turning serious. "Alex, although we are old acquaintances, we cannot simply overlook the incident involving my uncle who was struck. Of course, we will address this matter appropriately. We will not shirk our responsibilities." Alex quickly assured him. "That's good to hear."
Montag Fei nodded in Satisfaktion.
Crouching down to assess the old beggar's injuries, he handed Alex a business card, stating, "It seems my uncle's leg is likely broken. No doubt about it. Given our close relationship, I believe a compensation of a few $1,000s would suffice." As he spoke, Mo Fei's hand, driven by curiosity and temptation, began to explore the old beggar's possessions. Previously, the old man had revealed a remarkable Xingyi Quan manual, and Mo Fei wondered if there were any other treasures hidden away. A bit of Taijiquan or Bajiquan would not go amiss either. The old beggar, feeling the invasive exploration, shivered in discomfort and quickly attempted to thwart Mo Fei's wandering hands. "Nephew, in truth, my situation is not severe. Since you are familiar with my old schoolmate, let us consider today's incident settled." "Uncle, you underestimate me greatly. Am I truly the kind of person who would forsake loyalty for mere appearances? Today, do not utter a word. I shall ensure everything is arranged with utmost clarity." Although the old man was remarkably swift, he remained ensnared within the confines of his performance, with a broken leg limiting his capabilities, rendering him unable to rival the formidable strength of Mo Fei's arm. Mo Fei searched diligently but was met with disappointment. The old beggar possessed no more paper-like items. Instead, he unearthed a black wallet and a box of Romeo y Julieta cigars. "Thank you." Although the items were few and lacked true value, Mo Fei, having been nurtured by the ideals of socialism since childhood, offered the old beggar a warm and genuine smile before dashing away with swift feet. The old beggar sat on the ground, stunned for a moment, before suddenly reacting with a piercing scream. "You little rascal! How dare you rob an old man of his money?" Forgetting about Alex and the women with him, the old beggar leaped up and pursued Mo Fei with reckless abandon. Despite his age, the old man was resilient, darting after Mo Fei like a whirlwind, not significantly slower than the youthful Mo Fei himself. Natalie stared in astonishment at the frantic chase unfolding before her. "What on earth is happening? Isn't that old man his uncle? Can't you see? That beggar is trying to swindle you, and the young man is helping you," a bystander remarked with amusement. "No wonder the three of us couldn't hold him back," Dylan exclaimed in realization. "So that's it," Natalie sighed in relief. "Alex, we owe your old classmate a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, we would have been in quite a predicament. Let us invite him to dinner." Alex glanced at the business card in his hand and smiled. "By the way, Alex, your old classmate is quite handsome, aren't you too?" Dylan teased with an ambiguous grin. "Don't jest," Alex chuckled helplessly. "Did you not hear? My looks do not conform to the aesthetic preferences of Asians. My classmates always deemed me unattractive." Meanwhile, Mo Fei was a campus heartthrob, maintaining a steady stream of girlfriends even in elementary school. "How could he ever take an interest in me? Really?" Dylan exclaimed in surprise, hastily retrieving a small mirror to touch up his makeup. "What about me, Alex? Do I also fail to meet your standards of beauty? Is the little minx feeling frisky again?" Alex teased, lifting Dylan's chin with a smile. "You're not bad-looking, just a tad plump. There's a saying in China, 'A pound gained ruins all.' If you shed a few pounds, there's plenty of hope for you." However, Mo Fei is quite the heartbreaker. His relationships never last beyond 3 months. In this day and age, which man is not a flirt? Yet, as long as one possesses sufficient charm, no man is unattainable. "With his looks, you could certainly give it a shot," Dylan said, brimming with enthusiasm. "Best of luck," was all Alex could say. She did not believe Mo Fei would abandon his principles for someone as infatuated as Dylan. After all, a lovesick fool is bound to remain without a home. Breathless and panting, Mo Fei felt as though his lungs might burst. Despite the old man's apparent age, he exhibited remarkable vitality, sprinting like the wind. Had it not been for his youthful exuberance, he might truly have been caught by the old fellow. To his astonishment, the old man was even smoking a limited edition Romeo y Julieta cigar, something Mo Fei had never had the privilege of enjoying himself. He couldn't help but wonder just how much money the old man had tucked away in his wallet. With a chuckle, Mo Fei rubbed his hands together, experiencing a thrill akin to that of a grave robber, as he opened the old beggar's black wallet. To his surprise, there was over $3,000 in cash. After pocketing the cash, he discarded the other contents, including various identification documents, for it was the old man who had been persistently seeking trouble. In Mo Fei's eyes, he was merely acting in accordance with the will of heaven. Chapter 18. Under the bright daylight, Mindy imparted her knowledge to Mo Fei with unwavering dedication, for he was the person she cherished most in this world. However, her teaching was not a mere regurgitation of facts. It was systematic and layered. She believed that Mo Fei should primarily focus on close combat, with firearms as a supplementary skill. Other assassin-related abilities, such as tracking, counter-surveillance, defense, self-healing, and situational awareness, could be addressed later. After all, Mo Fei did not aspire to be an assassin. He merely wished to strengthen himself in a short span of time. Bang! 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 The stillness of the wilderness was abruptly shattered by the sound of 3 gunshots. Under the bright daylight, firing a pistol grants you 1 experience point. Firearms level 1. Your marksmanship has reached a level of incompetence where your shots are more hazardous to allies than to enemies. It is advised that you refrain from handling firearms for the rest of your life. They are ill-suited for you. Perhaps you should return to the comforting embrace of your mother instead. Experience 47-100. Mo Fei exhaled a breath of frustration, shaking his sore arm. Gaining experience in firearms felt more arduous than mastering Xingyiquan. At that moment, he and Mindy stood in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of New York. This location served as Mindy's safe house, surrounded by barbed wire, which was no challenge for her. As an assassin, lacking a personal refuge would render one soulless. Though Mindy was not a conventional assassin, she remained concerned that one day they might find themselves in peril, necessitating an escape from their current home. Thus, she had prudently established several similar safe houses throughout the city. Typically, setting up a safe house requires substantial financial investment, akin to Ethan Hunt's lavish hideouts in Mission Impossible, which could cost millions. However, the affluent and the impoverished each have their own ways of living. The safe house Mindy constructed in the wilderness, within the abandoned factory, was far less costly, needing only a concealed location to store arms, cash, identification, and easily storable provisions such as food and water. Mo Fei recalled that Smith also had a safe house in the outskirts of New York, a fully automated building, one that even a rat could operate. Unfortunately, it met its demise at the hands of a bearded adversary. 1 7-ring, 1 4-ring, 1 8-ring. Mindy lowered her binoculars, casting a glance at the dimming sky. Brother, let us call it a day. It's getting late.
Allricht, Montag Fei nodded.
Although he was dissatisfied with his progress in firearms, improvement in such matters often depended on innate talent rather than sheer stubbornness. Casually, he fired a shot at the target before turning to follow Mindy outside. Under the bright daylight, hitting the bullseye grants you 1 experience point. Firearms Level 1. Your marksmanship has reached a level of incompetence where your shots are more hazardous to allies than to enemies. It is advised that you refrain from handling firearms for the rest of your life. They are ill-suited for you. Perhaps you should return to the comforting embrace of your mother instead. With an experience level of 48 out of 100, Mo Fei found himself perplexed. Could it be that a perfect shot could directly augment his experience points? To validate his hypothesis, he hastily approached the target. Ming Di blinked, watching Mo Fei's retreating figure, bemused by his sudden behavior. In her incredulous gaze, Mo Fei aimed at the bullseye and fired off 5 or 6 shots. Brother, even if you're dissatisfied with your progress in marksmanship, there's no need to sulk like this, she thought, finding his childishness endearing. Indeed, this was the brother she knew well. Is that so? Mo Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared the absurd system would not grant him such a generous advantage. As he drove home, Ming Di consoled him, brother, don't be too anxious. While your talent in firearms may seem slightly inferior to your combat skills, you are doing remarkably well. When I underwent training, I couldn't match your pace. Stealing a glance at Mo Fei's expression, she offered her words of encouragement. Anxious? I'm not anxious at all.
Montag Fei replied, utterly bewildert.
Ming Di bit her lip, stifling a laugh. You seem on the verge of a breakdown, and yet you claim you are not anxious? However, she chose not to press the matter further and shifted the conversation. This is truly unfortunate, Mo Fei exclaimed, tossing a piece of mixed material jade pendant onto the coffee table. Brother, let us just consider it an act of kindness, Ming Di smiled, reminiscent of the times when their parents were still around. What else can we think? Later that afternoon, while Mo Fei was tending to patients, a group of ruffians brought in a gravely injured comrade, clearly a victim of a gang conflict, with his intestines exposed. Such patients were ones Mo Fei typically refused to treat. Not only was his medical proficiency insufficient for such severe injuries, but the associated complications were numerous. If the patient were to die under his care, he would easily attract the ire of the deceased's relatives and the attention of law enforcement. One of the ruffians attempted to press a knife against Mo Fei's neck, coercing him into providing treatment, but soon, the surrounding neighbors intervened, teaching the intruders a lesson. Subsequently, the ruffians, desperate, knelt before Mo Fei, beseeching for his assistance. This scene not only gave Mo Fei a headache but also escalated the situation, creating a rather precarious predicament. Reluctantly, he decided to lend a hand. The gravely injured ruffian, lucky enough to receive a few medicinal carrots from Mo Fei, managed to survive. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that this group of ruffians was utterly destitute, incapable of offering even a modest fee for medical services. Mo Fei felt utterly exasperated. Having not yet utilized the miraculous carrots himself, he had given them to a ruffian, only to receive nothing in return. Not even $100? Are you even human? However, the ruffian leader presented Mo Fei with a jade pendant, claiming allegiance to the fucking gang. He stated that the pendant was a treasured heirloom, and that anyone bearing it would receive his utmost assistance in the future. Mo Fei felt a surge of frustration. What madness is this? What era are we in? Do you fancy yourself a filmmaker, resorting to such outdated tricks? Do you think me a fool? Do you believe that this wretched jade ornament could offset your medical expenses? You ought to possess a finer piece of jade. This one likely wouldn't fetch even $10. And to seek my assistance with such a trinket? I would rather starve to death, perish in the streets, or leap from the Empire State Building than ever resort to this piece of jade. Yet, observing the pitiable state of these petty thugs, it is evident that they are bereft of funds. What more can I do? I simply wave them away, bidding them to leave. Chapter 19. Embrace of the sisterly kill in the basement. Mindy and Mo Fei circled the arena, their eyes locked onto each other's movements as they adjusted their footwork in search of weaknesses. Ultimately, it was Mo Fei who could no longer contain his impatience, launching a chopping punch towards Mindy. As Mindy evaded, he swiftly countered with a sudden crashing punch. Having fought with Mindy for an extended time, Mo Fei had grown increasingly cunning, learning to employ feints to mislead his opponent. However, Mindy was not so easily outwitted. With remarkable reflexes, she dodged Mo Fei's crashing punch and charged towards him, delivering an elbow strike to his chest. This maneuver bore a striking resemblance to the Taizhan Kao technique from the 8 Extremes fist. The crucial aspect was that Mindy's petite frame rendered Mo Fei's ribcage vulnerabilities non-existent. Mo Fei had no choice but to retract his assault and adopt a defensive stance. Seizing the rhythm of the battle, Mindy pressed her advantage mercilessly, executing a series of relentless strikes that left Mo Fei battered and bruised. Frustrated, Mo Fei, disregarding the increasing force of Mindy's punches, braced himself against her blow and unleashed his finishing move, the embrace of the sisterly kill. When Mo Fei seized her, Mindy remained unperturbed. Seizing the moment before he could tighten his grip, she grasped his waist, planted her feet firmly, and forcefully slid backward until they collided with the wall, toppling Mo Fei to the ground. The impact left Mo Fei momentarily dazed, providing Mindy the opportunity to apply a joint lock, firmly securing him. Pain, 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 let go. I surrender, Mo Fei gasped. Upon his surrender, Mindy chose to release him. Had she truly intended to defeat Mo Fei, he would never have lasted so long against her, much less have managed to execute the embrace of the sisterly kill. This was merely an exercise to familiarize him with various combat scenarios. Leaning against the wall, Mo Fei sat on the ground, panting. Fighting was indeed exhausting. Engaging in combat with an adorable little girl? Ugh. Beastly. Gained 1 experience point. Congratulations. Host, your Xingyiquan skill has leveled up. Xingyiquan LV2. You have transformed into a robust yet weak individual. You may venture out at night, but be wary of the slums, as you might very well be robbed. Experience 0-200. With the upgrade of his Xingyiquan, Mo Fei, already fatigued, felt an unexpected warm flow surging within him, nourishing his organs and invigorating his muscles and bones. His mind was flooded with new memories regarding the practice of internal skills, such as the 3-body stance in Xingyiquan. Previously, while training in Xingyiquan, he had focused solely on the forms and practical techniques, neglecting the so-called internal skills. Why? Simply because he could not comprehend them. The manual's descriptions of internal skills were couched in classical Chinese, making it challenging for any young person to decipher. Now, with the System S skill upgrade, Mo Fei's deficiencies were directly addressed, akin to how his medical skills had expanded to encompass knowledge of various diseases and their treatments. Mindy, I believe I have recovered. Let us continue. Mo Fei rose to his feet, a smile gracing his lips. The exhilarating surge of strength felt far more satisfying than the mere advancement of auxiliary medical skills. Really? Mindy tilted her head, observing Mo Fei, who typically preferred to delay action, seeking to rest as long as possible during such moments. Of course, Mo Fei suddenly charged at Mindy with fierce intensity, reminiscent of a mad tiger, delivering a powerful punch towards her. Mindy maintained her focus on Mo Fei's movements, scrutinizing the speed and force behind his strike. A frown creased her brow. Something about Mo Fei seemed amiss. After a moment's contemplation, her keen sense of danger compelled her to amplify her own strength by a third. In the next instant, Mo Fei's forceful punch collided with Mindy's petite fist. Crack! A fierce gale erupted. Mindy's small frame was propelled backward as if she had collided with a massive spring, leaving Mo Fei standing tall and straight in place, exuding an impressive aura. Nearly moved to tears, Mo Fei felt as if he, the undignified older brother, had finally regained a semblance of respect. How could this be? Mindy exclaimed, shaking her right fist in disbelief at the sudden prowess of her brother. Her injuries were of little consequence, as she had employed a technique to dissipate the force, which was not particularly severe. However, she sensed that Mo Fei's strength had inexplicably escalated to an entirely new level. This was utterly illogical. 3 years. I have waited 3 years for this opportunity. I must reclaim my dignity, not to prove my greatness, but to remind others that I am indeed the elder brother. Mindy's lips twitched as she watched her brother indulge in his familiar bravado, reciting overly dramatic lines. She felt compelled to assert her point through the language of physics, by delivering a punch to remind her brother that she remains his sister. As dawn broke, the azure sky resembled a sapphire freshly washed by clear water. The world appeared crystalline, with sunlight filtering gently through the faint mist, casting a warm glow on all it touched, creating a uniquely delightful ambience. Dewdrops sparkled on the budding blossoms, vibrant and full of life. Sunlight kissed Mo Fei's face, and he slowly opened his eyes, slightly weary. Rubbing his temples and stretching lazily, his body crackled with tension. He felt sore all over. Damn. Last night's excitement over the upgrade of Xingyiquan and the sparring with Mindy took a toll. Yet, it soon became evident that his sister was still his sister. Merely leveling up did not suffice to contend with her. Mo Fei quickly found himself schooled by Mindy's prowess. As for Mindy's inquiries regarding the sudden surge of Mo Fei's strength, he could offer no clear explanation, attributing it all to Xingyiquan. This piqued Mindy's interest in the martial art, and she contemplated training alongside him. After finishing breakfast, the clinic opened its doors, ushering in a new day of work. Uncle, Mo Fei said, noticing the older man's occasional kidney pains, it is evident that everything must be done in moderation. Excess can turn any good fortune into misfortune. The middle-aged man's weathered face flushed slightly as he said, Young man, allow me to speak candidly. I find myself burdened with unspoken troubles. Oh.
Montag Fei understod in an Instant.
Observing the man's appearance, it was evident that he was in his 40s, and it was reasonable to assume that his wife was of a similar age. This made the situation quite comprehensible. Women, one might say, should not be indulged. Discipline is at times necessary. No matter how tempestuous they may become, a couple of firm admonitions will surely restore their composure. It cannot be that they are permitted to have their way at all times. Mo Fei took up his pen and began to draft a prescription. Your deficiencies are far too severe. Even if I were to prescribe a remedy, should you persist in this manner, it would be but a drop in the ocean, utterly futile. You must exercise self-control. Chapter 20 Uncle, this medicine merely addresses the symptoms. For true healing, it relies on your own efforts to preserve your vital essence. Advised. Understood, the uncle replied, taking the medicine and preparing to leave when he heard hesitantly call out, Wait a moment. What is it? Is there something else, young man? The uncle inquired, gazing at with curiosity. I have a miraculous remedy before could finish. The uncle swiftly seated himself before, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. As one reaches middle age, one finds oneself resorting to goji berries steeped in a thermos. Such a struggle is an experience foreign to the young. Smiled, producing a transparent vial the size of a thumb, containing a brown pill. Following the formula, had concocted a powerful pill and even tested it on a small mouse, confirming its extraordinary efficacy. This is a family heirloom, proclaimed. You may inquire about my, which has been established in Chinatown for decades without deceiving customers. Just one of these pills will immediately address the root of your ailment. Is it truly that miraculous? The uncle asked, skepticism etched on his face. Words alone are insufficient. Without evidence, I cannot convince you. Here's what we shall do. Take this pill, and if you find it effective, you may return to purchase more. Paying for this one at that time suggested with a smile. How does that sound? Agreed. The uncle nodded vigorously. But how much does this pill cost? 1,000 replied. Forgive me, I must take my leave, the uncle exclaimed, clutching the medicine and hastily departing, fearful that would pursue him for payment. Hey! This uncle chuckled and shook his head. Didn't I say to pay next time? Next, another middle-aged bald man entered, and upon observing his distressing hairline, recognized another potential candidate for his powerful pills. However, the tranquility of the clinic was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of the shiny bald head, derailing S promotional efforts. The glare from the bald head nearly blinded S titanium alloy eyes. This man, named Dominic Toledo, resided on the next street over and was known as a leader of a motorcycle gang, albeit with modest fame. Dominic burst into S clinic, cradling a frail figure resembling a monkey, and urgently implored, "Jesse has been shot. I beg you, save him." Given their posture, few would believe that they were not romantically involved. As observed the oddly amusing bald head, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Memories unlocked, revealing that this was his childhood friend, once inseparable, but as they matured, they drifted apart. Regarded Dominic with calmness, finding it entirely unremarkable. Since learning of Smith and Quintana, the presence of familiar faces in this chaotic Marvel universe felt increasingly acceptable. If his assumptions were correct, the policewoman he had seen, Chun-Ing, was yet another character woven into the narrative. His gaze shifted to the lean figure of Jesse, the unfortunate soul whom Murphy remembered being slain by the Asian gang. Yet, astonishingly, he was not dead, and had somehow ended up in his clinic? Indeed, his presence had triggered the butterfly effect. Ding! Notification. Task activated. Save the child too. Task description. Although Jesse engages in reckless driving, brawls, and womanizing, despite being in his 20s, we all know he is still but a child, and thus must not be overlooked. Preserve his life. Task reward. Character card Dominic. What a ridiculous notion that a reckless driver, fighter, and womanizer could still be deemed a child. If that is the case, what does it make of Murphy, who relies on his sister for survival? A mere embryo? The task reward was the character card of Dominic. Yet, truth be told, Murphy found Dominic's card to be rather unimpressive. What skills did he possess? Apart from racing, he was devoid of any noteworthy abilities. He had no affinity for firearms and could only handle a couple of shotguns. His close combat skills were merely the tactics of a street thug, relying solely on his imposing size and occasionally environmental factors to appear formidable. In simple terms, he was merely basking in the glow of protagonist privilege. Yet, he strutted around with an air of arrogance. To summarize, this individual often pretended to be more than he was, and yet he was ill-equipped for such pretenses. Murphy began to clear the area, halting operations. He patted the bald man on the shoulder. "Please assist in transporting him to the operating room. Mindy, prepare for surgery," Murphy instructed. Understood. For some reason, Mindy appeared slightly off, yet ultimately said nothing and obediently went to prepare for the operation. Extracting bullets was a task Murphy was quite familiar with, having previously aided Smith, Quintana, and the Punisher in similar procedures. However, Jesse's situation was a bit tricky. He had been shot in the abdomen, and the bullet had traversed his intestines. After removing the bullet, Murphy would also need to clean his abdominal cavity and suture his intestines. It took about half an hour for Murphy and Mindy to successfully extract the bullet and close the wound on the lean figure of Jesse. This was a testament to Murphy's medical skills having reached level 3. Otherwise, he might not have been able to manage such a complicated operation. Jesse's life was certainly saved, although he appeared somewhat pale due to excessive blood loss. Notification. You have completed the task Save the Child 2. Notification. You have received the item, character card, Dominic. Upon exiting the operating room, the individuals awaiting outside, besides the bald Dominic, included a petite beauty. Mia Toledo, Dominic's younger sister, with her flaxen hair, high nose, and exquisitely defined features. Her large, slightly upturned eyes captivated attention, while her sun-kissed skin evoked notions of wildness, stirring an irresistible desire for conquest within men. In truth, Mia embodied the spirit of a little wildcat. If tamed, she would graciously allow you to indulge, but if not, she might leave you with bloodied scars. Murphy had learned this lesson the hard way. In those days, Mo-Fei was engulfed in a surge of hormones and found himself irresistibly drawn to the untamed Mia. To his dismay, she took the love letter he penned for her and shared it aloud with all his acquaintances. How utterly embarrassing! Did Mo-Fei not care for his dignity? Consequently, he and Mindy gradually distanced themselves from the bald-headed leader of the motorcycle gang, Dominic. Emerging from the operating room, he was met with the anxious gaze of Mia and the stoic expression of Dominic. A heavy weight settled on his heart as he removed his gloves. Alas, I never anticipated that Jessie, so young, would Jessie. Mia gasped in disbelief, covering her cherry-red lips as tears streamed down her face. Even the stoic, bald-headed Dominic's eyes flickered with a hint of silver light. It was merely hemorrhoids. Mo-Fei shook his head. Synopsis: a future daughter of the celestial realm. Father, I hail from the celestial realm of the future, and you must give birth to me 2 millennia ahead of time. It's of utmost urgency. My precious daughter, you are a wealthy heiress and do not even know me. I shall assist you in winning over your school belle mother, guiding you to the pinnacle of life to become the wife of the future celestial emperor, to cultivate immortality together, to traverse the heavens, to ascend to the zenith of myriad realms, receiving homage from countless immortals, an honor and fortune unattainable by others for 800 lifetimes. Chapter 21. The Shy Iron Fist Hemorrhoids? Are you kidding? Mia and Dominic finally realized that Mo-Fei was merely toying with them, observing Mo-Fei's smug expression as if to say, I've deceived you once more. Dominic's forehead throbbed with anger. Were it not for his sister Mindy's sake, he would have certainly made Mo-Fei experience a taste of the newly learned crow sits on airplane technique.
Montag Fei.
You remain as mischievous as ever, unable to discern the appropriateness of your jests. Do you have any idea how worried my brother and I are? Mia shot a disapproving glare at Mo-Fei. Ha! If you weren't worried, how could I possibly frighten you? Rest assured, there is no danger to life. I am merely quite weak and will require several months of recuperation. Mo-Fei raised an eyebrow, his sly gaze fixated on Mia. It has been a long time. You are even more beautiful than before. Childhood jesting, if held onto until now, would indeed reveal a pettiness of spirit. Furthermore, the past events did not directly affect him, and he felt no profound sense of shame. With the absence of that particular scoundrel causing chaos, enjoying good food and sleep, it is only natural that she would grow more radiant. Though scolding Mo-Fei, it was merely playful banter among friends, and Mia smiled as she embraced him affectionately. Slap! Ouch! Mo-Fei instinctively withdrew his hand from Mia's petite rear, shaking it vigorously, his expression filled with feigned grievance. Mia, what is our relationship that you would treat me so harshly? We have no relationship whatsoever. Do not think to take advantage of me, Mia retorted, rolling her eyes. Besides, I currently have a boyfriend. As she spoke, Mia suddenly paused, recalling her new boyfriend, who was even more detestable than Mo-Fei. Even without her completing the thought, her forlorn expression revealed enough for anyone to discern the gist. Ha, women! Mo-Fei feigned a deep sorrowful shake of his head. I always believed we had a moment back then. Since that time, my heart has shattered into pieces, and I can no longer feel love. Yet you have so quickly found another boyfriend. You truly are a heartless woman. Nonsense. In a fit of anger, Mia cursed. On the very afternoon we had our fallout, did you not meet your next girlfriend at the bar? What was her name? IK. Mindy emerged from the operating room, casually interjecting. She seems to be the daughter of some billionaire, a true socialite, far superior to you in quality. Mindy's indifferent gaze clashed with Mia's. Ying! Mo-Fei felt an invisible lightning strike between the two women. He recalled that the two had never quite seen eye to eye since childhood. With a strong desire to survive, Mo-Fei quickly changed the subject. By the way, what exactly happened? How did Jessie get shot? At the mention of this, a dark cloud loomed over Dominic's bald head, his gaze icy. He demanded blood for blood from those responsible. 2 Korean gang members launched an assault on our home with submachine guns, and Jesse was struck by a bullet. Mia exclaimed with fury. Damn, are those Koreans becoming this brazen? Murphy remarked, astonished. Mia, stay here and look after Jesse. I need to step out, Dominic said, draping his black leather jacket over his shoulders as he addressed Mia. Where are you going? Mia asked urgently. Dominic walked forward, sullen and unresponsive to her concerns. I know what you intend to do. You seek revenge, don't you? I won't allow it. Mia interjected, positioning herself in front of Dominic. Jesse is injured, and I feel the pain too. I long to avenge him, but we can report this to the police and take it to court. The authorities will deal with those 2. Don't let them ruin your life. Among those who understood the impulsive Dominic best, aside from Letty, was Mia herself. If Dominic were to leave the clinic today, he might very well carry the burden of a homicide. Mia, step aside. I assure you nothing will happen, Dominic muttered. No, I won't let you go. Mia clung tightly to him. Mia Dominic sighed, feeling helpless. Given her petite frame, she lacked the strength to restrain him, yet he feared for her safety, which restrained him from breaking free from her embrace. Murphy, please help me stop my brother, Mia pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation. Murphy cleared his throat and stepped forward. Dom, calm down. Times have changed. Violence resolves nothing. I believe Mia has a point. Sacrificing your entire life for 2 scoundrels is not worth it. Revenge should be left to professionals. Peculiar shift occurred in the atmosphere. You're in luck. Just a few days ago, I assisted a small-time leader from the Fuzhou gang and saved one of his men's lives. He gifted me a jade pendant and told me to reach out to him if needed. Given our relationship, what's mine is yours. Here, take the pendant. Don't be shy. Fuzhou's craftsmanship is exquisite. You deserve it. Murphy enthusiastically shoved the pendant into Dominic's pocket. Overseas, the Chinese often face discrimination, yet one should not assume that the Chinese gangs are ineffective. The Yamaguchi-gumi is one of Japan's 3 major gangs, formidable indeed. However, 5 of the 8 successors have perished at the hands of the Fuzhou gang. Consequently, seasoned Yamaguchi-gumi members flee upon encountering the Fuzhou gang in Chinatown. Within that vicinity, the Chinese gangs undoubtedly wield considerable influence. Dominic held the jade pendant, narrowing his eyes. He was not oblivious to the rumors surrounding the Fuzhou gang's audacity and their extreme ruthlessness. The 2 Korean gang members he offended were not part of the deeply rooted family-style mafia like the Italian mob, but rather a diminutive gang composed of a mere dozen Korean delinquents. Even the 2 who came to assassinate him today included one of the leaders directly involved. Therefore, enlisting the help of the Fulling gang to deal with those individuals would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Mo-Fei, what are you doing? I asked you to persuade my brother, not to entice him into seeking vengeance through hired killers. Mia was furious and shot Mo-Fei a fierce glare. Had she not been restraining Dominic, she would have ensured Mo-Fei experienced the meaning of a shameful iron fist. Chapter 22. Almost let out a pig's squeal creak. Accompanied by the jarring sound of tires grinding against the concrete, a Mitsubishi Eclipse came to a halt outside the clinic of Mo-Fei. A small golden retriever, Brian, alighted and entered the clinic. Mia's gaze instantly transformed, embodying the essence of infatuation. Tangled emotions that were both intricate and inextricable. Mo-Fei understood. It was Mia's boyfriend, Brian. What brings you here? Dominic, the bald-headed man, inquired rudely. Brian, the small golden retriever, paid no heed to Dominic's presence. Instead, he became ensnared in a silent exchange of longing glances with Mia, only breaking the connection when she averted her gaze. Finally acknowledging Dominic, Brian stated, "The person who attacked Jesse was shot by me and has since been hospitalized following a car accident. The other assailant has been apprehended by the police." Mia exhaled a sigh of relief, her worries about her brother's recklessness dissipating as she released her grip on Dominic. "Are you here to arrest me now?" Dominic pondered silently before responding. Mia's momentary calm was swiftly replaced by anxiety. "Indeed, although Jesse's incident is behind us, your brother's robbery of a truck driver, which netted over $1 million in electronic goods, remains unresolved. Brian, being an FBI agent, exchanged a knowing glance with Mia, recognizing her concern. He quickly offered her a reassuring look before addressing Dominic. Of course not. However, I believe my colleagues will arrive shortly, so you should leave at once. Brother, he is correct. You are no longer safe here. It would be prudent to depart from the United States until this matter blows over. You can return with Letty and the others afterward, Mia advised. In light of recent events, Dominic had already sent his mistress Letty and his subordinate Leon to Brazil. With a cold glance at Brian, Dominic felt a simmering resentment. Had it not been for this individual infiltrating their ranks and stabbing him in the back, they would not have been exposed. The very reason Jesse was shot stemmed from Brian's actions, which had led the Korean gang to mistakenly believe Dominic was responsible. Heaven forbid. Dominic was no coward. He would never resort to such treachery. Moreover, this fellow had even taken a liking to his sister. Despite his animosity towards Brian, Dominic retained his composure and refrained from letting anger lead him to prison. For the sake of safety, he requested Mo Fei to look after his sister Mia before departing, not sparing Brian another glance. Once Dominic had left, Brian unleashed a barrage of apologies upon Mia, employing every tactic of a lovesick fool. In reality, how many young women have succumbed to a man's sweet words in their first romantic encounters? Mere words are one thing, but if flattery were to be laid on thick, how could any girl resist? Mo Fei observed as Mia began to soften, and with a sigh, he reflected that when the price of affection crumbles, no sycophant remains blameless. If only Mo Fei had been so adept at flattery from the beginning, could he not have captured the heart of the enchanting Mia? Beware, O fervent admirer, for you may find yourself left with nothing in your fervent pursuit. So, Golden Retriever, are you Mia's new beau? Mo Fei narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Brian. Let me tell you, to be fortunate enough to have someone as wonderful as Mia as your girlfriend is indeed a stroke of luck. Do not squander it, or you shall face dire consequences. The elasticity, the sensation, it's simply extraordinary. It rivals that of a Victoria's Secret model. I assure you, indeed, having Mia as your girlfriend surely signifies a remarkable fortune. Of course, Brian nodded earnestly. With Dominic unburdened by murder, Brian found himself devoid of the need to shield him. Jesse's survival meant that the sins he incurred as an undercover agent did not irreparably sever their ties. There remains a possibility for Mia and him to continue their relationship. Mo Fei, do not speak so carelessly, Mia chided, casting another glance at Brian. He is an FBI detective, with a bright future ahead, not someone of our humble status who could ever hope to reach such heights. Brian's smile faltered. Mia.
Hey, Svet Naef.
Do you intend to flaunt your affection with your golden retriever in our abode? If you wish to display your affection, find a more suitable venue. Mindy remarked coolly. Perhaps every girl possesses an innate disdain for her own kind. Mindy and Mia certainly fit this mold. Little Turnip, do you not understand that the customer is akin to the lifeblood of our sustenance? Today, I have paid double the medical fees for your services, and while I have refrained from demanding you call me Mama, is it appropriate for you to treat me with such disdain? Mia narrowed her eyes, casually brushing back her bangs with a smile. Brian stared in astonishment at Mia. The ever-gentle and kind Mia in his heart seemed to have undergone a peculiar transformation. With a snort, Mo Fei nearly burst into laughter, unable to contain himself at the absurdity of Mindy's nickname for Little Turnip. Enough, enough, my stomach aches. Mindy fixed a deadpan stare on Mo Fei, instantly silencing him. He sensed that even on her gentlest days, if he did not align with her, he could be in for a rough time. Glancing once more at Mia, aside from your considerable age, what quality do you possess that could rival my mother? Mindy taunted. However, I must congratulate you on your keen eye. You found yourself a little brother-in-law from the FBI for your criminal brother. How splendid. Brian, why must you involve me in your quarrel? Little sister, do you realize that with such words, I may find myself kneeling on a washboard for quite some time? Tears nearly welled up.
Svet Naef.
Little Turnip. Mindy and Mia engaged in their verbal duel with such elegance, their words sharp enough to render men silent and women in tears. Observing the two of them, each volleying comments back and forth, Mo Fei and Brian exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of resignation. The war of women is indeed a fearsome affair. Had it not been for the presence of Mia and Mindy, a confrontation between them would have been inevitable. The medical facility was exceedingly rudimentary and confined, rendering it impossible for Wency to recuperate there. Thus, Mia was tasked with escorting Wency home, while Mo Fei would periodically visit to conduct examinations and change dressings. With the robust assistance of the golden retriever, Brian, Wency was transported back to his residence. Mo Fei cautiously inquired, "Mindy, what is the underlying reason for the animosity between you and Mia?" Mindy cast a disdainful glance at Mo Fei, chose silence, and turned to enter the house. Chapter 23. Are you a devil? Mo Fei and Mindy resumed their normal routine. They attended to patients, prescribed medication, dispensed drugs, and collected payments. By nightfall, after a rigorous day, Mo Fei bid farewell to his last patient and closed up shop. Mindy busied herself in the kitchen while Mo Fei indulged in a television series. Mo Fei glanced at his phone resting nearby, squinting slightly at the familiar text message that triggered a cascade of memories. A pair of exceptionally long legs. Yes, those long legs. While savoring the steak Mindy had prepared, Mo Fei suddenly chuckled. "Mindy, I'm planning to make a trip to Walmart later. Would you care to join me?" A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Mindy's eyes before she composed herself into a sweet smile. "Brother, it's perfect timing. We're nearly out of household supplies, and I was just thinking about a shopping trip to Walmart." Mo Fei nodded subtly, yet a wave of unease washed over him. Mindy was not following the script he had envisioned. A failed test. After a moment of contemplation, cough, Mo Fei cleared his throat and said, "It's late, and as a young lady of such beauty and charm, you shouldn't wander about. Could be dangerous. Why not make a list of what you need, and I can pick it up for you? Brother, while I may indeed be exceptionally beautiful and charming, do you honestly think a few ruffians could pose a threat to me? I'm more concerned about your safety. With me by your side, I can protect you." Mindy replied with a sweet smile. Mo Fei thought to himself, "This sister is quite challenging to deal with. By the way, our stock of medicine is running low. I noticed and already called the pharmacy. They will deliver tomorrow. Also, I have a few dirty clothes that need to be sent for dry cleaning." "Oh, those clothes? I took them to the dry cleaner yesterday." "Mindy, are you a devil? Why is it that every excuse I conjure up, you have already anticipated and neatly arranged for? You won't let me venture out alone, will you?" Seeing the gradual stiffness in Mo Fei's expression, Mindy suddenly laughed. "Brother, you wish to go out to play, don't you? Just say so. I'm not forbidding you from going." Heh. Mo Fei could only respond with a foolish grin. As Alex had remarked, in this world, Mo Fei had been a notorious flirt since elementary school, never lacking in girlfriends. The reason Mia rejected Mo Fei's affections was largely due to his reputation as a heartbreaker from a young age. Otherwise, considering their childhood friendship, winning Mia over wouldn't have been a challenge. Mo Fei himself was astonished. Although his past self was not lacking, he certainly had not reached the level of having constant girlfriends in elementary school. His former self was utterly beastly. Mo Fei does not criticize him out of envy or jealousy, but purely because his actions were excessive. How could he bring harm to the blossoming flowers of our nation? The bright night sky is adorned with a luminous moonlight that flows like water, while delicate wisps of clouds, akin to gossamer, encircle the moon, resembling a jade plate. A gentle mist gradually rises, bestowing a refreshing coolness upon this summer night. In Chinatown, Mo Fei, clad in casual black attire with his hands tucked into the pockets of his jeans, leisurely strolls down the street. Suddenly, a red BMW M6 halts before him. The window slowly rolls down, revealing a stunning visage behind dark sunglasses, capturing Mo Fei's attention. "What are you dawdling for? Get in." Ji Zaire chided him with a playful glare. Ji Zaire, one of Mo Fei's former girlfriends, is a retired agent from the Israeli Mossad. Upon her recent departure from the Mossad, she sought a living in America. Why did she come here? Given the close ties between America and Israel, it's common knowledge. Upon her arrival, during an accidental encounter at a bar, their paths intertwined, primarily due to Mo Fei's striking looks. However, due to the nature of Ji Zaire's work, they soon parted ways amicably. Yet, even after their breakup, their connection remained intact. After all, Her profession is perilous, fraught with immense pressure and the looming specter of danger. Thus, seeking solace in Mo Fei's company for a spin on the carousel seemed entirely reasonable. After all, men of such charm and affluence are a rarity in this world. Gazing at Ji Zayer's familiar face, a wave of memories flooded Mo Fei's mind. To be frank, Ji Zayer possesses a goddess-like beauty, with fair skin, delicate phoenix-like eyes, elegantly arched brows, and lips as red as blood, exuding an air of sophistication. The most striking feature, however, is her unparalleled long legs, which surpass all the beauties Mo Fei has encountered. Sighing softly, Mo Fei entered the car. "You're 10 minutes late today, making a lady wait," Ji Zayer remarked playfully as she drove, giving a subtle wink. "What can I say? You know I have a younger sister at home who needs my care."
Montag Fei replied nonchalantly.
"All right, I'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again." "Okay, why have you gotten a new car again? Whatever happened to that Bentley?" Mo Fei observed the utterly transformed interior, realizing Ji Zayer had indeed acquired a new vehicle. "Speaking of which, it irritates me. During my recent mission, a deranged rich heir attempted to pursue me, even offering to gift me a BMW M6, which was quite bothersome. Of course, I declined, but found it rather attractive, so I bought one for myself," Ji Zayer remarked casually. Mo Fei pondered for a moment before responding. "I am unlike those privileged heirs. My family may be humble, yet if I have feelings for you, I would never let you go hungry. I would share with you the finest delicacies I have saved for a lifetime. Get lost." Ji Zayer playfully threw a napkin at Mo Fei, laughing as she scolded him. "Just kidding." Mo Fei caught the napkin, chuckling as he tossed it onto the back seat. He and Ji Zayer have shared a camaraderie akin to that of Guanzhong and Bao Shuya, a profound bond cultivated over several years, marked by familiarity and light-hearted banter that hardly warrants concern. "When we last met over half a month ago, you mentioned that you had a significant undertaking ahead, one that would likely keep us apart for months. How is it that you now have the leisure to invite me out for a respite?" Mo Fei inquired with curiosity.
Ji Zayer's smile was uncontainable.
"It was precisely because that task has been completed. Our boss clinched a substantial deal, and we, the subordinates, were rewarded with a generous bonus. I scurried about and managed to secure a rather modest sum of 500,000. Mo Fei responded. "Let us not pretend. We are still good friends. As a physician, I have toiled tirelessly, and after all this time, I have only earned a mere 10,000. Indeed, the most lucrative paths are often inscribed within the annals of criminal law." Chapter 24. The Art of Persuasion. Is it the same Braga? Murphy inquired with curiosity. Indeed, that Braga's reputation is growing ever more prominent. Even ordinary citizens have begun to hear whispers of his name. Yet, his methods are ruthless, daring even to eliminate police officers. It is only a matter of time before the FBI sets its sights on him. You should exercise caution. Murphy shook his head, his words laden with meaning. In this world, apart from a certain bald woman, no one understood Braga's fate better than Murphy. We are in the business of killing. How can we coexist amicably with the FBI? Offending them is inevitable. This is certainly safer than being a mercenary in the Middle East or Africa.
Ji Zayer seemed to dismiss Murphy's caution.
Very well, Murphy shrugged. After all, their relationship was merely a casual acquaintance. Meddling too much might not only be unappreciated but could also render him bothersome. Let us not dwell on such matters. Today, I shall take you somewhere enjoyable. As night fell, a crimson silhouette raced past on the road. "Beautiful lady, would you care to join me for a drink?" The roar of a Ford Mustang's engine erupted beside Ji Zayer's red BMW, its azure body gleaming in the moonlight, a convertible model. The car was indeed impressive, but its occupant appeared far from amiable. With a brutish physique and bare arms adorned with dark tattoos, he leered at Ji Zayer. "Those Asian men look as feeble as monkeys. Can they truly satisfy you? But I am different. Brother, judging by your accent, you don't seem to be a local," Murphy interjected with a smile, unexpectedly interrupting. Tyrese was still plotting how to intimidate Murphy further, hoping to drive him away from the woman at the wheel. He was unprepared for Murphy's sharp retort. "Are you looking for trouble, yellow skin?" Tyrese seethed with anger. "I'm not seeking trouble. I'm merely addressing your mother." "Shit. Do you dare to step down and face me one-on-one? I'll only contend with your mother or sisters. A collective challenge is also acceptable. Others are off-limits. Fuck. You. Get lost. Ji Zaire suddenly turned her head, casting a chilling glare. The frigid aura emanating from her was suffocating, momentarily rendering Tyrese speechless. He sensed that should he dare to approach further, she would effortlessly snap his neck. Come any closer, and I'll end you. After being outside for half a month, facing life and death daily merely to earn a meager living, she felt exhausted. Finally on vacation for relaxation, only to be besieged by these flies. Approach again, and I truly will end you. Perhaps intimidated by Ji Zaire, Tyrese slowed his vehicle, allowing their cars to pass each other.
Moments later.
He realized he had been frightened by a woman. How could he face anyone after admitting that? Women. He contemplated the sharp-tongued young man and the icy woman, consumed by a mixture of embarrassment and rage. A flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. After venting for a brief moment, Mo Fei felt a twinge of thirst. Is there any water in the car? Ji Zaire tossed a bottle of mineral water to him from the driver's seat. With that mouth of yours, it's truly a miracle that you're still alive. You don't understand. My silver tongue, though despised by men, is adored by women. They cherish me immensely. You simply have not experienced its power. If only you had been willing to try it earlier. Tonight you shall, Mo Fei proclaimed with pride. Ji Zaire replied. By the way, where are you taking me? Suddenly, a Ford Mustang collided with the rear of Ji Zaire's BMW. Damn it! Half a bottle of mineral water splashed all over Mo Fei. His face twitched as he wiped the water from his skin. Curse that, he bellowed. Why are there so many fools in this world? Did I provoke you first? Such people deserve to be eradicated. With a sharp whistle, the atmosphere shifted beside Mo Fei and Ji Zaire. Hey, is this fun? Want something more thrilling? What a joke.
Montag Fei retorted.
Rolling down the window and beckoning with his finger. If you dare, pull over, and I'll make you call me daddy. Believe it or not. However, Tyrese paid no heed to Mo Fei's taunts. With a wicked grin, he charged toward Ji Zaire's BMW once more. Tyrese's modified Ford Mustang was extraordinary, far more powerful and robust than Ji Zaire's BMW M6, ensuring she stood no chance against him. Then, without warning, an M1911 appeared in Ji Zaire's left hand. Her gaze was icy as she raised the weapon without hesitation and fired twice. Did you think I came here to play house? If I didn't want trouble today, I would wipe out your entire family. Tyrese slammed on the brakes, his Mustang skidding to a halt by the roadside. He touched his head, now dusted with black powder, his hairline receding an additional 2 centimeters. Cold sweat poured down his face. Damn, if you're that formidable, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I would never have dared to provoke you. A woman of such remarkable marksmanship is certainly not someone I should challenge. Women like her were either police officers or assassins, typically with fiery tempers, akin to those experiencing an early midlife crisis. The high-speed lane, established by Dominic and the New York street racing gang, served as a venue for racing, gambling, and courting. Ji Zaire slowly entered with Mo Fei. You said you were bringing me for some fun, and this is it? Mo Fei scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. Having grown up alongside Mia and Dominic, Mo Fei was well aware of this racing track. However, he was not one for extreme sports, possessed mediocre driving skills, and valued his life too much to engage in such reckless pursuits. New York frequently makes headlines with tragic tales of young lives lost to reckless street racing. Indeed, Ji Zaire chuckled. Do you not find the exhilarating thrill and sense of accomplishment derived from pushing beyond one's physical limits and overcoming psychological barriers in those final 10 seconds of a race utterly intoxicating? This racing track is a recent discovery for me. After completing my work, I relish the opportunity to take a few laps here. It is incredibly refreshing. It allows one to momentarily forget all troubles. As for whether it is enjoyable, I cannot say, but I understand why the number of foreigners here remains so disappointingly low. It is a perilous endeavor. If it brings you joy, then so be it. Mo Fei bestowed upon Ji Zaire a cryptic smile. The high-speed track reverberated with the feral roar of engines, and the air was thick with the inescapable scent of gasoline. Everywhere, One could observe robust racers and strikingly attractive women clad in bikinis, a palpable atmosphere charged with hormones. Initially, Mo Fei found great pleasure in being here, drawn by the allure of the beautiful women. However, alas, they only acknowledge those with superior racing skills. And as for Mo Fei's abilities, what then is his purpose for being here? It is not as if he can engage in other pursuits. Chapter 25. You busy? I eat lemons. The engine roared as Ji Zaire showcased her deft maneuvering skills on the winding racetrack. With another thunderous growl, her BMW M6 closed in on the car ahead, executing an overtaking maneuver on the left side of the reverse lane. The engine's roar resonated in the air, and the dry atmosphere was saturated with the acrid scent of gasoline. Buildings whizzed past Mo Fei's line of sight. Approaching another lane, Ji Zaire pressed the accelerator deeply, swiftly cutting into the turn from the inside. Just as she neared the apex, she slammed on the brakes to decelerate, simultaneously steering to drift through the corner. The speed was exhilarating. The raucous environment erupted in astonishing cheers. Ji Zaire crossed the finish line first, claiming victory. The stakes were set at 10,000. In a race of 5, each participant had put in a principal of 2,000, with the winner taking all. How was that? Ji Zaire, leaning against her BMW M6, flicked her long hair and smiled. Thrilling, right? While Ji Zaire reveled in the race, Mo Fei sat in the passenger seat, feeling somewhat nauseous. His complexion was pale, and he lamented, I'm not really accustomed to this extreme sport, whether in this life or the last.
Ji Zaire rolled her eyes in exasperation.
I thought, being a man, you would enjoy this kind of thrill more than I do. I was so excited to bring you here, hoping to surprise you. Well, since you're not fond of racing, let us find somewhere else to have fun. There are plenty of exciting places to explore. Suppressing his urge to vomit, Mo Fei nodded. Racing was indeed not his forte. Hey, isn't it impressive to bully those novices? Shall we have a little fun? At some point, perhaps during Mo Fei and Ji Zaire's conversation, a burly young man clad in a black leather jacket approached. With flamboyant red hair and a swaggering gait, he regarded Mo Fei and Ji Zaire with an unmistakable air of provocation. A few lackeys trailed behind him. Is he your friend? Mo Fei raised an eyebrow and inquired of Ji Zaire. I don't know him, Ji Zaire shrugged. I'm Bill Canton. He extended his hand toward Ji Zaire for a handshake, but she treated him as if he were invisible, showing no intention of reciprocating. Undeterred, he pivoted to offer his hand to Mo Fei instead. Sorry, I have no desire for intimate contact with your girlfriend, Mo Fei stated bluntly. Bill? This friend of yours certainly has a sense of humor. Bill awkwardly retracted his hand. How about we raise the stakes? A game for 10,000? Not interested, Mo Fei replied with a smirk. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, just admit it instead of making excuses like maybe next time. What a pathetic pretext. His lackeys dutifully began to stir up animosity. You busy? I'm going to eat lemons, Mo Fei offered Bill a benevolent smile. Having traversed a millennium of cunning, do you dare to engage me in this game of intrigue? First you provoke, then you entice with riches, accompanied by your lackeys inciting the atmosphere. While the true intent remains obscured, do you truly believe I am oblivious to your machinations? I shall not yield to your desires. However, Ji Zaire, with her forthright demeanor, misinterpreted the verbal sparring between Mo Fei and Bill, assuming Mo Fei was at a disadvantage. Impatiently, she exclaimed, It's merely a race. Allow me to take part. Mo Fei could only manage a wry smile, realizing his efforts had been in vain. Bill drove a Ford Cobra, while Ji Zaire's BMW M6 stood poised on the racetrack. The engines roared to life as Ji Zaire gripped the steering wheel, shifting gears and revving the throttle in preparation for the race. My dear, should you lose, would you care to join me for a cup of coffee? Bill raised an eyebrow suggestively. Those who traverse the high-speed lanes often attract admiration from enthusiasts, as prowess behind the wheel can indeed win the hearts of many beautiful women. Take Dominic, for instance. He was an even more notorious charmer, despite having the strikingly voluptuous Letty as his girlfriend. His admirers could form an entire battalion, yet Ji Zaire remained indifferent, not even sparing him a glance. What if I accompany you for that coffee?
Montag Fei remarked.
A sardonic smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze on Bill. Bill chuckled awkwardly, choosing silence thereafter. The flag-waving starter, clad in a bikini, swayed her hips as she made her way to the center of the track. Go! As the flag descended, Bill expertly maneuvered the Ford Cobra, launching forward with impeccable timing. Both metallic beasts roared as they surged from the starting line. Just as G. Zaire departed, Tyrese dared to emerge from the shadows, sneering, "Pa! A couple of fools." G. Zaire, with fierce resolve, fired 2 shots in his direction, causing his hairline to recede by a couple of centimeters. The psychological impact of this event weighed heavily upon him, rendering him hesitant to confront G. Zaire directly. Nevertheless, he still dared to confront both G. Zaire and Mo. Fei. Bill was renowned as a formidable racer in the high-speed realm, and Tyrese doubted his ability to outmaneuver them. Within minutes of G. Zaire and Mo. Fei's departure, Tyrese entered the high-speed lane. He certainly noticed G. Zaire and Mo. Fei. Running his fingers through his hairline, he contemplated revenge. Yet, direct retaliation seemed unwise. Thus, he sought the counsel of his close friend. G. Zaire pressed the accelerator, sending her engine revving into the red zone at 7,000 RPM. The twin-turbocharged engine roared fiercely, maintaining revs above 5,000 as her speed rapidly approached 200 km/h. Those within the vehicle felt as though the world around them was hurtling backward rather than their own movement forward. Goodness! Just as the race began, G. Zaire astonished Bill by pulling ahead by an entire car length. How could this be possible? With her previous techniques? No, she had not truly exerted herself before. This is akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bill's inner thoughts were filled with disbelief. With the skills displayed by G. Zaire, she easily overshadowed him. Tyrese, you scoundrel, I have been ensnared by your treachery. G. Zaire, through her telescopic lens, caught sight of the grim-faced Bill Compton behind her and smirked disdainfully. Regardless of your intentions, I can conquer 10 with my sheer strength. The disparity in absolute power cannot be overturned by any cunning schemes. Although G. Zaire's primary vocation is as a weapons expert and mercenary, her racing skills are equally impressive, verging on that of a professional racer. After all, who do you think is capable of mastering the thrill of speed and passion? Chapter 26. A bitter taste as he watched the BMW M6 vanish into the distance. With Mo. Fei defiantly raising his middle finger, Bill felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Being one of the elite racers on the fast lane, losing to a suddenly emerged woman and forfeiting $20,000 was a bitter pill to swallow. The scoundrel who won was audaciously taunting him with a gesture of contempt. When G. Zaire's BMW M6 finally disappeared from sight, Tyrese emerged. Tyrese, we had an agreement. Winnings belong to me, losses to you, Bill remarked, casting a glance at Tyrese. But you were the one who begged me for assistance. You aren't suggesting I should cover this deficit myself, are you? Their initial plan was to rake in around $100,000 from G. Zaire and Mo. Fei, but they had unwittingly surrendered $20,000 right at the start. $20,000 will be transferred to your account by tomorrow. Tyrese replied, irritation lacing his tone, his expression betraying a hint of financial distress. While his family had some assets, they were managed by his father, leaving him with only pocket money. $20,000 was no trifling sum for him. However, the money was a minor concern compared to the issue of pride. The humiliation of having his hairline brutally reduced by 2 centimeters by G. Zaire had already riled him, and now he had to swallow an additional loss of $20,000. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to speak with a certain harshness. Bill, aren't you the one who boasts so much? How is it that you can't even defeat a woman who suddenly appears? He scoffed. Look at her skills. Does she seem like a novice? She simply wasn't part of this scene before. Elsewhere, she would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. Bill, incensed by Tyrese's accusatory tone, retorted coldly, if you have any ability, don't come to me. Find someone else who can defeat her. What do you mean by that? I mean to say, without your sister, you are utterly insignificant here, and yet you dare to confront me? With that, Bill turned on his heel and walked away. You worthless fool. What are you puffing up for? Tyrese's face flushed with anger as he glared in the direction G. Zaire and Mo. Fei had departed, his eyes filled with resentment. Today, you were fortunate. On the hillside road, a hand slid down the car window, allowing the dense aroma inside to dissipate slightly. Mo Fei, aged 25, owner of the Mo Clinic in Chinatown, heard a deep voice from the phone that immediately cooled his throbbing head. "Who are you?" "Frank Castle, one of your patients." Mo Fei narrowed his eyes, realizing it was the Punisher. He felt no surprise at the Punisher knowing his phone number. If he couldn't manage such a trivial task, how could he claim to be the pinnacle of human combat prowess? "Is it you, the CIA operative?" Mo Fei feigned a moment of recollection, as if just remembering the Punisher's name. "What do you want?" "Thank you for saving my life." "Haha, as doctors we save lives constantly. It is our duty. There is no need for you to go out of your way to express gratitude." Mo Fei chuckled lightly. "I am well aware of my own injuries, and without your assistance, I might not have been able to wrest myself back from the brink of death." Upon hearing the Punisher's words, Mo Fei felt a twinge of shame. "Had it not been for me, you could have survived on your own. It was only after my involvement that you nearly did not make it." "Ha! How amusing that you discovered this. But it pertains to my family's secrets, so I implore you to keep it confidential." Mo Fei shamelessly acknowledged his own contributions. "Understood. Furthermore, I owe you a personal favor. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to call me." After the Punisher hung up, a text message appeared on Mo Fei's phone, a string of numbers that likely constituted a phone number. "A CIA agent? How did you become entangled with them?" Once the call ended, Ji Zaire, straddling Mo Fei's waist, inquired curiously. Mo Fei wrapped one arm around Ji Zaire's slender waist, while the other grasped her long, fair legs clad in nude stockings. "It's nothing. I just happened to save a CIA agent, and this was a call of gratitude." Creak. The BMW M6 came to a halt on a street corner in Chinatown. Mo Fei stepped out of the car, inhaling deeply as he distanced himself from the dense atmosphere, the air turning significantly fresher. Shortly thereafter, Ji Zaire tossed something his way, and instinctively he caught it. Upon closer inspection, it was 3 stacks of Franklin bills, their vibrant green hue exuding a reassuring sense of security. "This is the money Ji Zaire won tonight. What does this mean?" Mo Fei furrowed his brow. "Payment for services rendered. I can't believe." Without allowing Mo Fei to finish his sentence, Ji Zaire, looking invigorated, flashed a light smile and pressed the accelerator. The BMW M6 shot off like an arrow released from its bow. A gentle breeze swept by, and Mo Fei, still holding the 3 stacks of Franklin bills in a daze, finally regained his composure. Looking at the object in his hand, his eyes widened as he raised it and forcefully smashed it onto the ground. "Damn! Who does Mo Fei think he is? Even if I were to starve to death or leap from the Empire State Building, I would never resort to accepting money for selling myself." In a fit of anger, Mo Fei turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at the thick stacks of Franklin bills on the ground. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he awkwardly returned. Approaching the cache, Mo Fei's face was a mask of conflict. Looking around, he saw no one. Mo Fei struggled for a moment but ultimately lowered his gaze, bending down to retrieve it. As for integrity, it's not a tragedy if it falls. One can simply pick it up and dust it off to continue using it. If it shatters, that's no issue either. He had several boxes of super glue at home, after all. Breathing in the pungent aroma of the freshly minted Franklin bills, Mo Fei couldn't help but exclaim a heartfelt, soul-stirring, "How delightful." Chapter 27. Felicia under the cloak of night. New York's skyline loomed majestically, its towering edifices standing like sentinels. A delicate veil of mist began to envelop the city, as if adorning the night sky with a gossamer shroud. Amidst the bustling steel jungle, the streets teemed with vehicles. Ji Zaire parked in the heart of Chinatown, not far from Mo Fei's residence. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Mo Fei ambled along the street, his mind still preoccupied with thoughts of those formidable long legs. Though they were indeed long, they still fell short of the quintessential model physique epitomized by Victoria's Secret. Mo Fei stroked his chin, pondering whether, one day, advancements in medical science might yield a remedy for such shortcomings.
Ji Zaire was utterly flawless.
Save for her inability to meet the lofty standards of this was indeed a lamentable flaw. If only medical expertise could rectify her imperfections, She would be nothing short of perfect. The old beggar sensed a certain troublesome brat had brought him misfortune. Perhaps he was cursed to cross paths with this young man. Having been working the streets for several months, he had never returned empty-handed, until these recent days when he encountered that brat. Not only had 2 of his schemes been thwarted by this individual, but all his other attempts had failed for various reasons. Was this not sheer bad luck? The first time the young man dropped a steel surgical knife and a hammer, the beggar realized he had stumbled upon a force to be reckoned with, fearing that provoking him might lead to dire consequences. It soon became evident that his initial apprehensions were warranted. This was indeed a harbinger of misfortune, someone to avoid at all costs. But could he truly evade him? From this day forth, he resolved to steer clear of the young man. By day he would rest, and by night he would resume his work. He refused to believe his luck could be so wretched. Dressed in tattered clothing, with disheveled silver hair and a face that evoked pity, the old beggar settled at a street corner, ready to observe. After a 10-minute vigil, his eyes gleamed with opportunity as a BMW X5 approached, driven by a strikingly beautiful woman clad in designer attire. Ah! Wealth and femininity. Who else would he target if not her? Women tended to be more empathetic, and though the risk was higher, he relished the thrill of such precarious endeavors. Timing was critical. As the BMW X5 prepared to turn, the old beggar charged forth with the speed of a sprinter. Instantly, a stunning blonde exited the vehicle in a flurry of concern, inquiring if he was all right. A small crowd of onlookers gathered, intrigued. The beauty donned a black pleated skirt paired with a fitted top, accentuated by black stockings and knee-high boots, exuding allure. Tall and exquisitely featured, she was indeed a vision. Mo Fei, observing from a distance, chuckled at the scene. Encountering the old beggar again was nothing short of absurd. Clearing his throat and adjusting his expression, Mo Fei rushed forward, a mix of indignation and concern. Cousin? Cousin, what has happened? Who has struck you? Strangely, why did he use the word again? The onlookers turned to gaze at Mo Fei, their expressions filled with curiosity. When they turned back to observe the old beggar writhing on the ground in anguish, they were astonished to see him burst forth with a speed comparable to that of Usain Bolt, fleeing. Damn you! It's you again! What sins did I commit in my past life to encounter such a scoundrel in this one? Huh? Watching the old beggar flee upon seeing him, Mo Fei was equally surprised, unaware of the psychological shadow he had cast upon the beggar.
Montag Fei?
A melodious voice, akin to a lark in a secluded valley, drew Mo Fei's attention, leading him to meet a pair of tranquil eyes. Are you in cahoots with him? The woman, her expression inscrutable, gazed steadily at Mo Fei. I'm not. I didn't. Don't make baseless accusations. Mo Fei promptly denied it thrice. Then what is your relationship with him? I merely thwarted his attempts at extortion on 2 occasions. As he spoke to the woman's eyes, Mo Fei's voice inexplicably diminished, revealing a lack of confidence. Memories unlocked. This was one of his ex-girlfriends, Felicia, the sole daughter of the Hardy family, a genuine socialite of New York, Mo Fei's girlfriend during his university days. If memory served him right, she was also the anti-heroine Black Cat from the Marvel Universe. Goodness, Mo Fei admired his former self. His charm was extraordinary. Not only had he captivated a retired Mossad agent, but he had also managed to woo someone as significant as Felicia from the Marvel realm. It was worth noting that he was merely an ordinary man, devoid of any system or superpower. That's for the best, Felicia said earnestly, looking at Mo Fei. If you find yourself in need of money, feel free to ask me for a loan, but please do not resort to such dubious schemes. I understand.
Montag Fei nodded vigorously.
Felicia's stern demeanor resembled that of a pedantic scholar, easily instilling a sense of unease in him, which was precisely why he had broken up with her. I have urgent matters to attend to at home today, so I won't chat with you any longer. Let us have coffee another day, Felicia instructed Mo Fei, reminding him once more. Remember, if you need money, come to me, but do not engage in any unscrupulous activities. Upon returning home, Mo Fei was greeted by his sister. Brother, you're back. Mindy approached Mo Fei, sniffing the air and catching a whiff of a distinctive fragrance, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Did you have fun? Mo Fei rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile. It was all right, I suppose. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. Mindy bit her lip and suddenly asked, Brother, since you're back, shall we continue with the boxing training? It's already quite late. How about we resume tomorrow? Mo Fei glanced at the wall clock, noting it was already past 10. However, the practice of martial arts is an unwavering endeavor. Should one become lax today, tomorrow may present a convenient excuse for further idleness. It is only through steadfast perseverance that one may hope to reap gratifying rewards, perhaps sacrificing an hour or two of sleep in the process. While Mindy's words carry profound wisdom, why does Mo Fei feel inexplicably chilled? In less than 10 minutes, a scream of anguish echoed through the basement. Mindy, why did you strike me with such force? Forceful? Brother, I have always exerted this much strength. Perhaps you are simply exhausted from your outings and unable to withstand it? Is that so? Mo Fei replied, half convinced. It certainly is. Mindy chuckled, nodding with amusement. Later that night, the cries of a man reverberated through the night sky, relentless and unyielding, nearly becoming a legendary tale of horror in Chinatown. Chapter 28. Tang Ren. As Mo Fei's proficiency in Xingyi Quan continued to advance, the experience gained from enduring Mindy's relentless training diminished significantly. Mo Fei found himself in a state of distress. His remarkable progress in martial arts had sparked a profound interest in Xingyi Quan within Mindy as well. Coincidentally, Mo Fei's pace in mastering the art had begun to slow. Thus, Mindy pondered the idea of seeking out a local Xingyi Quan academy for further exchange. As Lu Xun aptly stated, communication is a pathway to progress. Hence, interactions with fellow martial artists would undoubtedly benefit Mo Fei's journey in Xingyi Quan. Chinatown was replete with various establishments, particularly martial arts schools. Mindy conducted an online search and discovered numerous Xingyi Quan academies, ultimately selecting the Mo Family Academy, the one closest to their clinic. Mindy, are you sure we're headed in the right direction? This place hardly resembles a martial arts school. Mo Fei remarked as he pushed open the rusted door, revealing a dilapidated interior with peeling walls and a surrounding environment that was less than pristine. I followed Google Maps. It can't be wrong, Mindy replied, her confidence wavering as she questioned the accuracy of the app. The academy, despite its disarray, did house a variety of exercise equipment, though most of it was outdated, to the point that one could easily categorize it as scrap metal. Youngsters, at this moment you must be bold in your movements. A sudden, startling voice emanated from the depths of the academy, causing both Mo Fei and Mindy to jump. Release your form, allow it to flow. Exchanging cautious glances, they carefully ventured further inside. An elderly man wearing headphones shouted with a serious demeanor. Master, is this how it should be? A sultry voice resonated from a computer. Are you sending an airplane? I'm off to find you. The young woman on the screen, clad in revealing attire, performed a series of enticing gestures, referring to the term airplane not as the Boeing type, but rather as a form of currency on the streaming platform, valued at 1,000 yuan each. Ah, it's you, old rascal. No wonder you look so familiar, Mo Fei exclaimed, recognizing the elderly man. Which scoundrel ambushed me? The old man, clutching his head, sprang up and assumed a defensive stance reminiscent of a praying mantis, eyeing his surroundings warily. Old man, you remember me, don't you? Mo Fei grinned at him. It's you, you little rascal. I haven't sought you out for trouble, yet you dare come here to cause a ruckus? Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? Do you believe I could knock you out with one punch? The old man, fuming with indignation, gestured towards his frail fists, resembling the claws of a chicken. Ha! Mo Fei chuckled dismissively and turned to Mindy, saying, perhaps we should hang a banner at the entrance of the academy, proclaiming that the master possesses profound moral integrity and toils as diligently as a bee, teaching disciples by day and moonlighting as an actor by night. Sprawled out on the ground, brother, it's all a misunderstanding. It's merely to make a living. The old man's tone softened instantly. Mo Fei chuckled softly as he reclined onto the old man's plush chair, casually picking up a box of cigars left behind. Limited edition Romeo y Julieta cigars? Were it not for your generosity, I would have never indulged in such exquisite tobacco. You truly know how to savor life. If you fancy them, Consider this box a gift for you to relish at home. A man ought to be a bit indulgent with himself, said Mo Yuqian, attempting to flatter, though the discomfort was evident on his face. Parting with this box of cigars was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet he had no choice, for Mo Fei had seized upon his weakness. Mo Fei leisurely picked up a small pair of accompanying scissors, snipping the end of the cigar, while Mo Yuqian eagerly lit it for him. After taking a delightful puff, Mo Fei remarked, "I'll allow you to have one, but there's no way I'm parting with the entire box. I am not one to be greedy. Indeed, my brother, you possess a generous heart and a broad mind," Mo Yuqian flattered, while inwardly he scoffed. "I'll believe that when pigs fly." However, he steeled himself, aware that the main event was about to unfold. "Do you recall our first meeting? You provided me with a manual on Xingyi Quan," Mo Fei said, tossing the manual onto Mo Yuqian's desk. "I wish to inquire if you have any other valuable insights to share. Think carefully before you respond." Under Mo Fei's piercing gaze, Mo Yuqian felt a twinge of anxiety. That very manual could sustain your practice for a lifetime. Why aim for higher aspirations? This is not mere ambition. My progress has stagnated, and I have reached a bottleneck. As Mo Fei spoke, Mo Yuqian's expression began to shift. "Master," a gaudily dressed man in a faux golden mink coat, with a flamboyant hairstyle and a pendant resembling the 8 diagrams, rushed over with a broad grin. "It's been far too long. I've missed you dearly. Who are you?" Mo Yuqian adjusted his glasses, gazing in confusion at the approaching figure. "Master, it's me,
Tang Ren. Tang Ren.
Mo Fei observed the affectionate reunion with a thoughtful demeanor. Mo Yuqian and Tang Ren? The sight of Tang Ren reminded Mo Fei of the trouble in Tangshan, which in turn evoked thoughts of the journey to the west, leading him to envision the Monkey King Sun Wukong. This coming fall, a Sino-American co-production of Journey to the West is set to commence filming, where I will reprise my role as the Monkey King, striving to cultivate a positive representation of this iconic character, merging culture and art to promote Chinese heritage. "Two blossoms blooming," exclaimed Mo Yuqian, as if he had discovered a new realm, turning to the handsome youth Tang Ren had brought, rubbing his hands together with a lecherous grin akin to Tang Ren. "What a charming young man. What is your name? Just yesterday, I saw him touch a man's backside, so do be cautious," Mo Fei remarked ominously. Instantly, Qin Feng felt a chill run down her spine, retreating 2 steps like a little girl who had encountered a creepy uncle, gazing warily at Mo Yuqian. "Who are you?" Upon the meeting of the master and apprentice, Tang Ren inquired, "What brings you here?" Casting a disdainful glance at Mo Fei, he remarked, "This pretty boy is even more handsome than old Qin. Is there no justice left in the world?" "Me?" Mo Fei feigned adjusting his non-existent glasses and replied with a playful smile, "I could be considered a reluctant creditor to your master." "A creditor?" Tang Ren looked quizzically at Mo Yuqian. "Master, do you owe him money? This matter is rather intricate and cannot be elucidated in a moment." Mo Yuqian hastily interjected, pressing down on Tang Ren's head. He turned to the younger man and said, "You wouldn't come to your master without reason. Speak quickly, what is it you need?" He feared that Tang Ren might uncover the truth about his recent misadventures, which would undoubtedly tarnish his illustrious reputation. Chapter 29. I had no choice before Mo Yuqian ventured out to engage in his usual antics, donning makeup to avoid recognition by acquaintances, as he still valued his appearance. "Master, your foresight is truly remarkable," he remarked. Embarrassed, Tang Ren scratched his head and admitted, "We have come to seek your assistance." He produced his phone and inquired, "Could you decipher the meaning of this image?" "Jinling talismans,"
Montag Yuqian exclaimed,
racking his brain for recollections. However, it was Mo Fei who, with a sudden grin, interjected, "Such talismans are commonly employed by murderers, as they fear the souls of their victims haunting them posthumously. They use Jinling talismans to prevent the souls from transcending, thus eternally binding them to the site of their demise, a rare and insidious form of dark sorcery." From the moment he laid eyes on Tang Ren, Mo Fei recognized an opportunity for fortune. "I had no choice before, but now, I aspire to become wealthy. Kid, don't spout nonsense if you're ignorant." Tang Ren shot him a glare. "No." Mo Yuqian looked at Mo Fei in astonishment. "He is entirely correct. This is indeed a Jinling talismans. Ha!
Montag Fei smiled enigmatically.
Mo Yuqian continued, I believe I have encountered a detailed account of Jinling talismans in that book. If my memory serves me right, the Jinling talismans are documented in the Yin and Yang of Infinite Extremes, which can be found in the New York City Public Library. Mo Fei said languidly. Damn, how do you know that? Tang Ren stared at Mo Fei in surprise. I have dabbled in traditional Taoist culture and possess a rudimentary understanding. Mo Fei replied with a faint smile. As the discussion about Jinling talismans and the Yin and Yang of Infinite Extremes unfolded, the gym's door swung open. A rotund, elderly woman, cigarette in mouth, entered with a swagger that suggested she was unacquainted with modesty. The distinct sound of her peculiar slippers echoed. Her hair was styled in curls, and her dress seemed on the verge of bursting at the seams. Dear, you're back? Have you bought the groceries? Mo Yuqian immediately diverted his attention from Tang Ren, eagerly approaching her with obsequiousness. Is this your wife? Mo Fei was taken aback, the woman's size making him suspect she weighed 3 times as much as Mo Yuqian. How could they engage in intimate activities? Did Mo Yuqian not fear being crushed beneath her? One might wonder if marrying a woman of such ample proportions would render many postures unattainable for a lifetime. Speaking of grocery prices irritates me. Didn't they just rise 2 months ago? Those damned and scrupulous merchants have raised them again. If I were younger, I would have slapped those scoundrels into submission. The elderly woman, likely in her 50s or 60s, still exhibited a tempestuous temperament. Yes, who could forget your legendary iron fist? Who are these people? Are they here to learn martial arts? This is my disciple, Tang Ren, a special guest to visit us. Indeed, it's me, master. Tang Ren quickly stepped forward with a warm smile. This little Tang, you possess a semblance of conscience. Allow me to recount that the disciples your master once took under his wing have completely forgotten him. None have returned to pay their respects. Such ingratitude. Little Tang, why not stay for today? As fortune would have it, the mistress has purchased an excess of vegetables. As she spoke, she proceeded into the inner room. Wait, Mo Yuqian's heart sank. Disturbed by Mo Fei and Tang Ren, the live stream had yet to be turned off. My dear, how could you possibly engage in cooking? Allow me to handle it. Mo Yuqian hurriedly stepped forward, hoping to dissuade her, but alas. She fixed an expressionless gaze upon him, while the girl on the computer screen continued to pose provocatively. Earlier, little Tang had used my computer for a while. Mo Yuqian pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Ren, exclaiming with ire. Little Tang, it is not my intention to scold you, but at your age, one would expect more discernment. How can you indulge in such trivial matters on your master's computer? Master, Tang Ren felt utterly innocent, yet upon perceiving his master's stern glare, he could only weakly respond. I did not mean to. My dear, you see, little Tang is still quite young. Let us not hold his foolishness against him. Mo Yuqian sighed with relief and turned to smile at his wife. Do you take me for a fool? His wife inhaled deeply, casting the cigarette butt to the ground, extinguishing it beneath her foot.
Montag Yuqian senset impending doom.
He understood this was a precursor to his wife's fury. Wait, my dear, I believe there is still a chance for redemption. Before he could finish, his wife struck him across the face, sending him crashing against the wall, unable to extricate himself. Mo Fei and the others fled the Mo family gym as if their lives depended on it. Behind them, earth-shattering roars echoed, punctuated by the occasional tremor emanating from within the gym. Who would have imagined that after all these years, the mistress remains so virtuous and dignified?
Tang Ren gasped for breath.
What are you seeking the town's spiritual talismans for? Speak up. Perhaps I may assist you. Mo Fei glanced at Tang Ren and his companions, offering a subtle smile. What concern is it of yours? Tang Ren retorted with little courtesy. Qin Feng disregarded Tang Ren's rudeness and stated bluntly, we are investigating the death of Wu Zhihua, the grandson of Uncle Qi. Spiritual talismans were discovered at the scene of his demise. Additionally, we have encountered another murder case at an abandoned shipyard on the Hudson River, also involving spiritual talismans, leading me to suspect this may be a series of connected murders. Yin Yang Wujing suggested there could be clues present. An abandoned shipyard on the Hudson River? Mo Fei stroked his chin thoughtfully, inquiring, Where was the grandson of Uncle Chi found? What was the cause of death? When did it occur? At the kitchen god temple. His heart was removed. July 1st, from 9 to 10 in the morning. The kitchen god temple, infused with yang fire, belongs to the fire element. The heart, ablaze with inner fire, corresponds to the 5 elements, also belonging to fire. July 1st, the year of Dingyu, a day of fire, from 9 to 10, during the hour of sea, likewise associated with fire. Mo Fei shrugged. I suspect that in the murder at the Hudson River, the kidneys were taken? Goodness! You know even this? Could it be that you were the one who committed the murder? Tang Ren exclaimed in shock. Mo Fei cast a disdainful glance at Tang Ren, remarking that this was merely fundamental knowledge. Even an ordinary individual with a bit of reading could discern that the 2 homicides were part of a serial killing spree. Through the juxtaposition of water and fire, heart and kidneys, one could naturally infer that the perpetrator was employing the principles of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements in their murderous acts. Furthermore, if one were familiar with the theory of yin and yang and the concept of wuji, they could ascertain that the deceased's birth date and time corresponded to water and fire. Specific locations, particular times, distinctive methods of killing, and designated individuals were all integral to the ritual. He was using New York City as an altar, corresponding to the sacrifice of 5 individuals representing the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, thus refining their essences into elixirs. Tang Ren admitted, I have failed to connect these fundamental concepts, and for that I apologize. I have also brought shame upon the ordinary people. Chapter 30. Jealousy divides me indeed, Qin Feng exclaimed, gripping Tang Ren's shoulders with fervor. I recall the birth dates of the 2 deceased. According to the theory of yin and yang and the 5 elements, their destinies correspond to water and fire respectively. If my deductions are accurate, the murderer's method of killing does not align with the generative or overcoming relationships of the 5 elements. Rather, the sequence of the murders follows the order of the river diagram's 5 elements. It is said that heaven begets water, and earth completes it. Earth begets fire, and heaven completes it. Heaven begets wood, and earth completes it. Heaven begets metal, and earth completes it. Heaven begets earth, and earth completes it. This delineates the order of material formation between heaven and earth, with the corresponding organs being the kidneys associated with water, the heart with fire, the liver with wood, the lungs with metal, and the spleen with earth. Mo Fei affirmed. Thus, the 3rd deceased corresponds to wood, the 4th to metal, and the 5th to earth. Thank you. Thank you. Qin Feng expressed gratitude with a glance at Mo Fei. Your assistance is invaluable. Do not rush to thank me.
Montag Fei chuckled.
I did not claim this as pro bono help. What is it that you desire? Tang Ren, who had initially been exhilarated by the proximity of the murderer, immediately grew wary. For the case involving my uncle's grandson, the bounty is $5 million. I need not ask for more, just half will suffice. On what grounds? Tang Ren protested vehemently. Are we to split it just because of your few words? Do you think your words are gilded? I assure you, the words I have shared are worth $1. However, when they strike the crux of the matter, they are valued at $249,999. A smile crept across Mo Fei's lips. He was not mistaken. What he articulated indeed held such worth. Qin Feng interjected, preventing Tang Ren from further disputing Mo Fei. What are you doing? Why are you leaning outward? Tang Ren glared at Qin Feng in dissatisfaction. What status does my uncle hold in Chinatown? Do you think the news of his grandson's death and the bounty is known only to your group? How Navi? The current competition is about who possesses more clues and who can locate the murderer first. And believe me, should I release my clues, there will be plenty willing to team up with me to claim this bounty.
Mo Fei scoffed at Tang Ren.
My uncle Wu Ziyuan is the former leader of the North American Hongmen, now retired and known as the Emperor of Chinatown, a renowned godfather. The Hongmen is the most formidable Chinese gang globally, with membership surpassing that of any other organization. As of 2005, it was reported that there were over 900,000 members worldwide, evolving from the Tiandihui of the Ming and Qing dynasties, and has been established for over 400 years, with branches across more than 20 countries including the United States, France, South Africa, Australia, and Vietnam. Its influence is formidable. Thus, the turmoil arising from my uncle's grandson's death will undoubtedly be significant. Furthermore, If I were not averse to complications, with the clues I possess, I could directly identify the murderer without needing to share a scent with you. Do you believe that? As he beheld the ambiguous gaze of Mo Fei, Tang Ren felt a sudden sense of trepidation, yet he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that Mo Fei merely possessed some esoteric knowledge. How could he possibly rival Qin Feng's detective skills? If you have the capability, why not venture forth yourself? Tang Ren taunted, perhaps you could claim that $5 million all by yourself. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to go alone? Mo Fei replied with a smirk, what I spoke of earlier was merely the fundamentals. I have yet to disclose the genuine clues, such as Qin Feng eagerly interjected, his focus not on who would claim the reward, but on the true perpetrator of the crime. If Mo Fei could indeed assist in apprehending the murderer, he would not hesitate to part with the $5 million. For instance, the killer is likely to have constructed a sizable altar for the purpose of alchemy. By paying attention to recent peculiar architectural developments in New York City, one might uncover significant leads. Furthermore, how did the murderer ascertain the victim's date of birth? He possesses a wealth of personal information, which pertains to his profession and status, thus narrowing the search to a select few. Moreover, he must have perused the Textine Yang Wu Ji. It is an obscure Taoist scripture, and those unfamiliar with it would not know about the Zhenling Fuer, the sequence of murders outlined in the He Tu. His name or that of someone close to him is likely to appear on the borrowing list at the New York Public Library. Upon hearing Mo Fei's revelations, Qin Feng felt a sense of clarity wash over him. With careful comparative analysis, it would soon become apparent who the true killer was. One last detail. Is there more? It is quite probable that the murderer is a physician. A thorough investigation of hospitals may yield unexpected discoveries. Why is that? Who else but a calm individual could methodically dissect a person's abdomen and distinguish between the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys? It is utterly grotesque. Only someone accustomed to dissection could, at a specific time and place, adeptly remove the victim's organs while erasing any traces. Mo Fei articulated with a sense of assuredness. Mindy regarded Mo Fei with an increasingly peculiar expression. Brother, are you certain you aren't describing yourself? I shall contact Kiko immediately, Qin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Mo Fei's hints were so blatant that even a fool should be able to identify the true murderer, let alone Qin Feng, who was far from foolish. Well, at the very least, it would require 10 fools. Swiftly, the investigation led to the true killer, James Springfield, who was, in fact, the original murderer from the Chinatown case. Goodness, this entire hospital belongs to that young man. How wealthy is he? Tang Ren exclaimed. No wonder these affluent individuals, once they accumulate wealth and power, seek immortality. Reminiscent of Emperor Qin. With riches, they resort to murder and alchemy in pursuit of eternal life. It's utterly absurd. This sentiment stemmed from the jealousy of the impoverished, which is quite understandable. In truth, Mo Fei felt a tinge of envy as well. The value of the entire hospital was at least several $1 million. When might he ever possess such wealth? He hails from a lineage of healers. Although he is not financially destitute, he does not possess an abundance of wealth, certainly not enough to be considered a millionaire. Jealousy rends my very essence. Regardless of his riches, once he falls into the hands of Uncle Qi, he will surely lament the day he emerged from his mother's womb. Mo Fei shrugged and remarked that the methods employed by the formidable leaders of the Hongmen are sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of any individual in this world. This individual, in his folly, has chosen to target the grandson of Uncle Qi. Had he sought the heart of another whose fate is aligned with fire, he might have completed his alchemy without consequence. As for the dismal case-solving rate of ordinary American police, we should hasten to locate the office of James Springfield. Qin Feng interjected, cutting through the grievances of Mo Fei and Tang Ren, who were lamenting their poverty. In this moment, do you not wonder if you too might become millionaires? Would you then still harbor resentment towards yourselves? Very well. Chapter 31. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Though Mindy was oblivious to her brother's latest antics, she decided to indulge him, for his joy was infectious. Moreover, the enticing prize of $5 million offered by Uncle Seven was not to be dismissed lightly. Even Mindy could not afford to take it lightly. After all, this was a legitimate sum not easily acquired. Outside the hospital lobby, the layout of the establishment was prominently displayed. detailing the positions of various doctors, thanks to James's connections as the hospital's owner. Consequently, it was effortless for Mo Fei and the others to locate James's office. "This must be his office," Qin Feng remarked, glancing from the layout on his phone to the door before him. "Step aside. Let me handle this," Tang Ren exclaimed, producing a thin wire from his sleeve. Squinting with one eye, he expertly inserted the wire into the lock. Lock-picking was an old craft of his. During his time in Thailand, it was this very skill that had sustained him. Indeed, Tang Ren was a man who earned his keep through honest means, a genuine individual, who was tragically betrayed by his brother on the very day of his wedding, unlike those who frivolously donned the label of an honest man without merit. Since arriving in New York, he had not had the opportunity to employ this skill, and the absence of it left him restless. The office was dominated by a pristine white decor, with a large bookshelf on the left wall, laden with an assortment of books. The elegantly arranged sofa and minimalist coffee table exuded comfort without being ostentatious, permeated by the characteristic scent of disinfectant typical of hospitals. James, clad in a white medical coat, was diligently reviewing documents with a black pen when the door unexpectedly swung open, startling him into looking up. "Who are you, and why have you intruded into my office?" James inquired, his brow furrowed. "I do not recognize you. Please leave, or I will call security." "Fear not, we are here to bring warmth from the community." Mo Fei shrugged, presenting an image of harmlessness. "The offenses you have committed are already known. It is best for you to surrender. I advise against harboring any false hopes," Qin Feng stated, pushing Song Yi forward in a mock display of fear. "The evidence is overwhelming. The altar you constructed, your wife's library records. These chains of evidence are sufficient to seal your fate." James's expression shifted dramatically. "How could you possibly find me so quickly? That is of no concern to you. Surrender willingly," Tang Ren declared with smug satisfaction, envisioning the $5 million within his grasp. "What is happening?" James's gaze became vacant, his eyes glassy as they stared into the void, and his body slackened in defeat. According to the law of local material exchange, any crime committed inevitably leaves traces at the scene. Mo Fei approached James's desk with a cheerful demeanor, playfully lifting a box of cigars from it. He extracted one, perhaps a vice acquired from Mo Yuqian, and now he found himself somewhat addicted to smoking cigars. The cycle of karma is indeed relentless. Who can escape its grasp? In the end, one must pay for their transgressions. Suddenly, James's expression shifted, becoming dark and foreboding. He swiftly retrieved a handgun from beneath his desk, pressing it against Mo Fei's forehead, declaring, "If I eliminate all of you, who could challenge me?"
Montag Fei responded.
"What do you intend to do?" Tang Ren and Qin Feng gasped in shock. "I advise you to put down the gun," Mo Fei replied in a calm tone. "Pick up the soap, and we can continue our friendship." "Do I look like someone to be trifled with?" Mo Fei retorted. "Stop wasting time." In an instant, facing the cold muzzle of James's gun, Mo Fei's eyes glinted with determination. His hand moved like lightning, seizing James's wrist and twisting it. Pain shot through James's arm, causing him to drop the gun, after which Mo Fei kicked him against the wall, making him clutch his chest in agony. "Do you think my level 2 Xing Yiquan is without merit?" Mo Fei mused as the onlookers in the room regarded James with malicious smiles. James raised his hands in surrender, forcing an innocent smile. "This is all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to cross you. I said kneel." Mo Fei's gaze was sharp as a dagger, compelling James to comply. "I shan't repeat myself." James's face flushed crimson, his eyes blazing with indignation. What manner of person demands kneeling in these modern times? It was utterly humiliating. He had never knelt before anyone other than his parents. Did he truly believe that possessing his life meant he could command his obedience? Today he would demonstrate his resolve. He would not kneel. He would rather die than submit. Mo Fei smiled slightly, pressing the P226 against James's throat, disengaging the safety, his finger poised on the trigger. "Will you kneel?" James's eyes widened in shock. "Fine, I'll kneel," he blurted, his pride swallowed, as he dropped to his knees, defiantly holding his neck high. "I'll kneel, but I'm not afraid of you," Mo Fei remarked. "Had your actions not preceded your words, I might have ended you right then and there. In my 2 lifetimes, I've never encountered anyone so audacious in their capitulation. He withdrew the P226, wiping it down with a napkin. Indeed, it was him. Qin Feng perused the numerous Taoist texts he had discovered, alongside James Springfield's own concoction for combating cancer. His aspiration to concoct an elixir for immortality was spurred not only by the tragic loss of his wife but also by his own affliction with cancer. Confronted with the specter of death, he was desperate for rebirth. How audacious! You, in pursuit of your dream of transcendence, resorted to murder to extract the internal organs for your alchemy? Tang Ren indignantly shaved a portion of James's scalp. I protest. I demand humane treatment. Even if I have erred, I have surrendered, and you cannot subject me to arbitrary cruelty. James glared fiercely at Tang Ren. You have committed murder and still seek humane treatment? How deluded you are! Tang Ren scoffed in disdain. Murder? I have not taken a life. James exclaimed in panic, immediately shouting, I did not kill anyone. You must understand this. Chapter 32. The lame Taoist. At this point, are you still being obstinate? Tang Ren once again delivered a sharp rebuttal to James. If you did not commit the murder, then who did? Am I the perpetrator? It was that Taoist who killed him. I merely provided some civic information for his selection, James argued. Observing James's desperate attempts to defend himself, he did not appear to be fabricating his story. Mo Fei took a deep breath. Damn it, the butterfly effect has reared its head again. According to James, the lame Taoist appeared after he was diagnosed with cancer. After receiving the grim news, he was despondent and contemplated suicide when he unexpectedly encountered the Taoist. James's wife, being of Chinese descent and possessing an affinity for Taoist culture, had piqued his interest in it, yet he remained skeptical of the Taoist's ability to cure his ailment. However, the Taoist selflessly imparted a method to him, suggesting that through union with a woman, he could gain strength and prolong his life. To his astonishment, he found this practice to be effective. Yet, the Taoist's teachings on resisting cancer and extending life were not without cost. Soon after, he demanded recompense for his services. The Taoist's initial request was for detailed information on 5 individuals whose birth dates corresponded to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. James filtered through the information of 5 individuals and sent it forth. So, it appears the Taoist is indeed the one responsible for the murder. Mo Fei stroked his chin. What a charlatan. I believe the scoundrel is the true culprit. Just look at that cunning face. He hardly seems trustworthy.
Tang Ren, Inuit.
Once more reprimanded James. If he is not the murderer, we will have to expend effort to find the true culprit. My instincts suggest he is concealing some information, yet the details regarding the Taoist do not seem entirely fabricated, Qin Feng remarked. As a detective, one must sometimes trust one's instincts even more than one's own eyes. Do you know where the Taoist resides?
Montag Fei inquiret.
I do not. Our communication has always been one-sided. Never mind, that Taoist sounds formidable. Since we have already traced the matter back to him, let us place the blame squarely upon his shoulders. We shall swiftly procure the $5 million from Uncle Chi. Mo Fei pondered for a moment and chuckled. As for how this young man, who killed the former leader of the North American Hung Mun, will be tormented by Uncle Chi to the point of wishing for death, that is no concern of ours. Wait. James sensed an overwhelming wave of malevolence wash over him. Swallowing hard. What is this about Uncle Chi? Uncle Chi, Wu Ziyuan, the renowned godfather of Chinatown, and the former leader of 800,000 Hung Mun disciples, Mo Fei replied with a chuckle. Uncle Chi has offered a bounty of $5 million. Do you think we, as civilians, came to seek you out for leisure? Although James had never witnessed the torturous methods of gangsters, he was not entirely naive to the ways of the world. In truth, 1,000 expletives surged within him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The individuals he had chosen were meticulously selected, lacking any extraordinary backgrounds. Why then, had the grandson of a gang lord with 800,000 disciples suddenly emerged? Wu Zhihao. Should I inform you about my quarrel with my grandfather and my decision to move out? Gulp. James struggled to swallow. I believe I may possess some information regarding the Taoist's whereabouts. Where? Qin Feng exclaimed, seizing James by the collar. My home, James cautiously replied. Qin Feng. I knew this rascal wouldn't be forthcoming. Tang Ren delivered a swift kick to James' face. What else are you concealing? Speak up at once. Otherwise, do you dare to test whether I will end your life? There's nothing more, truly nothing. James cried out under Tang Ren's onslaught. I have divulged all that I know. You must believe me. I have no desire to bear the blame for the murder of the grandson of a top gang lord. Enough. If you continue, you will beat him to death. Qin Feng intervened, halting Tang Ren, and glanced at James, saying, as for his crimes, he may still be withholding information, but regarding the Taoist, I trust he knows little, for he would not wish for that Taoist to escape. Otherwise, he would be confronting the wrath of Uncle Qi himself. What shall we do now?
Tang Ren inquired.
Naturally, we must seek out that Taoist. On the distant horizon, the sun was poised to set. The sunset painted the clouds in hues of crimson, as the immense orb descended behind the wall of clouds. The afterglow of the setting sun seemed to ignite the sky in a dazzling display, truly enchanting. James' villa. The room was permeated with a potent scent of deoxyribonucleic acid. Master, this is your tea. James servilely offered a teacup to the Taoist. The Taoist accepted it casually. He appeared to be in his 50s, clad in a robe emblazoned with a Tai Chi symbol, his frame gaunt, with a prominent mole on his left cheek adorned with several stray hairs. Master, you truly remain as sharp as ever, aging like fine wine. James glanced enviously at the blonde, blue-eyed woman sprawled on the sofa, already exhausted to the point of unconsciousness. This old man demanded that he bring over 17 or 18 women daily, each one submissive to his whims. Such achievements were beyond what James had accomplished throughout his life. After sipping his tea, the Taoist subtly furrowed his brow and discreetly set down the cup. Have you encountered any peculiar events these past few days?
James paused, replying, no.
Not at all. Oh? The Taoist raised an eyebrow, a smirk dancing on his lips as he regarded James. So, you are suggesting that perhaps inappropriate thoughts have arisen within you? Oh no. A chill ran down James' spine. The old man had discerned a flaw. He had indeed witnessed this ancient being wield certain extraordinary powers, which were certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. Confronting him was not a daunting task. Master, could it be that you have misunderstood something? James managed to force a smile, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, believing the Taoist was merely testing him. Misunderstanding? The Taoist's expression suddenly darkened, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. What sort of misunderstanding could there be regarding the drug you administered to me? Save me. He perceived the flaw. James let out a furious roar and hurriedly sprinted towards the door. He exerted every ounce of strength in his body, running as if his very life depended on it. The Taoist wore a disdainful smirk, casually waving his hand. The gust generated by his robe swept over James, directly sending him crashing against the wall. Chapter 33. Director, you've taken the wrong script. James was knocked unconscious in an instant. Truth be told, he had no desire to be there, but he was utterly intimidated by Mo Fei's threats of various tortures, such as skinning, dismemberment, and other cruel punishments. Unable to confront the wrath of his uncle, who had suffered the loss of his beloved grandson, James reluctantly returned to the villa, following Mo Fei's suggestion to administer a drug to the Taoist. The drug, concocted by Mindy, was a product of a special laboratory. Colorless and tasteless, it induced a deep coma, making it the perfect tool for home invasions or even worse deeds. However, to his dismay, the Taoist recognized the new drug and swiftly retaliated, leading to James's demise. As James succumbed to unconsciousness, the Taoist let out a cold snort. I had intended to harvest your yin and yang energy in a few days, but the benevolent old Taoist has granted you a few extra days of life, only for you to develop a rebellious spirit. I should not have shown a modicum of mercy towards you sheep destined for slaughter. I shall not repeat this mistake. He lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the villa. Come out. How long do you intend to hide? Mo Fei and his companions obediently emerged. Master, I assure you we were merely passing by. Mo Fei chuckled awkwardly. This old man exuded an aura of complexity. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he could unleash an unseen force, definitely not someone to be trifled with. A chilling and eerie sensation enveloped the atmosphere. Initially, James had warned them about the old man's formidable nature, but Mo Fei and Mindy had dismissed it. After all, how many could truly pose a threat to James? James. That hits deep, my friend. However, at that moment, Mo Fei sensed that he and Mindy had underestimated their opponent. What do you say? The Taoist cast a fleeting glance at Mo Fei, and his eyes brightened when they fell upon Mindy. What a spirited young lady. Upon hearing this, Mo Fei's expression darkened immediately. Mindy was his last family member in this world, closer than a biological sister, and absolutely someone who must not be harmed. The Taoist's gaze grew more fervent as he looked at Mindy. I shall grant you young ones an opportunity. Present this young lady to me willingly, and I shall spare your lives. Master, may I inquire if you have ever heard a common saying? Mo Fei asked with a smile. What is it? The Taoist frowned. You may be quite unattractive, but your aspirations are rather grand. Bang! Before Mo Fei could finish his sentence, he deftly drew his gun, without a moment to aim, and fired directly at the Taoist's forehead. Through diligent practice, Mo Fei's marksmanship had risen to level 2. While he may not be a sharpshooter, his skills were commendable. The bullet flew with precision towards the Taoist's brow. Unfortunately, the old master merely chuckled, leaping back with a graceful motion, evading the bullet with ease, as if he were but a fleeting shadow. Hey, young one, the world is vast, and you think it only revolves around firearms. My goodness! Just as the arrogant Taoist was about to show off, he suddenly stumbled, awkwardly evading the oncoming threat. After Mo Fei fired his weapon, Mindy followed suit, and 2 bullets hurtled towards the Taoist, one after the other. Although Mo Fei's firearm was merely at level 2 and not particularly formidable, Mindy's shooting skills were exceptional. By her own admission, she could rank among the top 20 assassins in the world. Thus, evading Mindy's bullets was no simple feat. Moreover, once she began firing, she did not cease, unleashing a relentless barrage that left the elderly Taoist scrambling for cover. With a splatter, blood erupted, painting the ground in a vivid crimson, the vibrant droplets seeming almost alive in their peculiar dance. The old Taoist fell momentarily silent, extending his frail fingers to dab at the warm blood on his left shoulder, bringing it to his lips as if entranced by the taste of his own essence. His gaze shifted to Mindy, a grin spreading across his face like a malevolent specter emerging from the depths of hell. You youngsters are indeed becoming quite formidable. Just shoot if you're going to shoot. Spare us the chatter. Mindy retorted coldly, having reloaded her weapon. As she aimed once more at him, the old Taoist chuckled ominously, rolling up his right sleeve and calmly retrieving a bell from his cuff, the sound ringing melodiously. Accompanied by the tinkling chime, a chilling aura enveloped the hearts of those present. Clang! Mindy's bullet struck something metallic, emitting a resonant sound. Those who glanced over felt their teeth chatter and cold sweat trickle down their backs. Standing before the old Taoist was a figure, wooden in demeanor, shrouded in swirling black smoke. Its long, dark hair, greenish face, tusks, and blood-red eyes presented a terrifying visage, with skin that appeared grotesquely swollen. Anyone even slightly acquainted with Chinese culture would recognize what it was. A zombie. Tang Ren was the first to scream in terror. At this moment,
Montag Fei was Engulfet in disbelief.
He had remained unfazed when encountering Smith, unperturbed by Alex, and even indifferent to Tang Ren. But now, what in the world was this zombie? How could such a thing exist in the Marvel Universe? At most, there were vampires. Director, this is not what we agreed upon. You've got the wrong script. This is no longer Marvel at all. The old Taoist gently shook the copper bell, and the black figure suddenly reacted. A hoarse, deep, and frenzied roar erupted from the creature. Now you see the Taoist's true power, do you? The old Taoist cackled, declaring, Today, everyone here shall perish, save for that young girl. Upon witnessing the non-human black figure, Mindy furrowed her brow. Having grown up in a Chinese family, she possessed some knowledge of zombies, immortal, resilient, and exceedingly troublesome entities. Without further hesitation, Mindy unleashed her ultimate power, entering a state of bullet time. Her heart raced, surpassing an astonishing 400 beats per second. With a swift motion of her arm, a bullet arced gracefully through the air, circumventing the black figure standing before the old Taoist and aimed directly at his temple. The art of curved shooting, Although the old Taoist possessed an extraordinarily peculiar ability to control the undead, he was not impervious like a zombie. A bullet would certainly lead to his demise. Previously, her bullet had struck him squarely in the shoulder. Once the old Taoist was eliminated, his control would vanish, rendering the zombie a mere shadow of a threat. After all. Chapter 34. Kunlun. When encountering a bear, one does not need to outrun the bear itself, but merely to be swifter than one's companions. Mindy is not a cold-hearted individual. When the opportunity arises to save someone, she will do so within her capabilities. However, if it exceeds her power, then one must apologize. In her eyes, perhaps no one in this world can compare to her brother. Curved shooting, a unique marksmanship skill developed during a state of bullet time, was taught to her by her master. Few possess the ability to execute such a technique, and many have never even heard of it, let alone witnessed it. The old Taoist was no exception. There he was laughing arrogantly when a bullet suddenly materialized at his right temple. Speed, the velocity is overwhelming. On the highway, he maintained a mere breath's distance from me. Alas, he could no longer evade. A spiraling bullet grew larger in the reflection of his eye. Mindy was also fixated on that bullet. This was the old Taoist's most vulnerable moment, akin to a stealthy ambush. If this did not succeed, eliminating him thereafter would prove far more challenging. Tang Ran and Qin Feng, mere bystanders, watched anxiously, hoping Mindy could vanquish their foe, for otherwise, their demise would be imminent. Goodness, they were merely engaging in a detective game. How had it escalated into a battle with the undead? Bang! It sounded as if glass were shattering. An invisible energy barrier ruptured, and simultaneously, the white jade ring on the old Taoist's finger disintegrated into dust. He gasped in shock. This little girl's bullet could actually curve. Could it be the legendary gunplay? It was indeed terrifying. He had always believed it to be fictional while watching television. Had he not possessed a protective talisman, he might have succumbed to this little girl's prowess. Well. The old Taoist's lips quivered in rage, not only because he nearly perished at Mindy's hands, but also due to the loss of a precious protective artifact, one he had painstakingly crafted from rare materials, representing a significant portion of his wealth. He had not anticipated such a trivial loss at the hands of a mere girl. Initially, the old Taoist had intended to grant this young lady a chance, to keep her by his side for proper training, but to his dismay, she was so ungrateful. His face contorted with fury. His eyes glowed an ominous green, as if embodying the darkness before him. Then let it be known, do not blame the old Taoist. Mindy remained unfazed by the old Taoist's vile words, raising her hand to unleash 2 more curved shots. Meanwhile, Mo Fei was seething. Were it not for the old Taoist's superior skills, he would have taken the rolling pin to this old beast without hesitation. By heavens! He vowed to practice his Xingyi Quan and marksmanship relentlessly upon returning home. As Lu Xun wisely stated, a woman must be fierce to attain high status. A man must be resolute to secure his position. A man must indeed be stringent with himself. Mindy's curved shot this time proved ineffective. The old Taoist, now on guard, effortlessly evaded it. The elderly Taoist priest bellowed sharply, shaking a bronze bell, causing the black figure before him to suddenly blaze with crimson light in its eyes, lunging at Mindy with a ferocity akin to a bolt of lightning. The speed of the zombie was remarkable, yet Mindy was no slouch either, particularly as she was now enveloped in a state of bullet time, experiencing a comprehensive enhancement in her strength, speed, and reflexes. Clang, clang. As she evaded, Mindy raised her hands and fired 2 shots at the zombie's eyes. However, the bullets struck with an impact reminiscent of hitting steel. Though they inflicted some minor effect, it was hardly significant. Firearms proved ineffective against zombies. To combat them, one would need Black Dog-S blood, Rooster-S blood, glutinous rice, peachwood swords, and the urine of a young boy. But where could Mindy procure such items? She cursed internally, realizing the futility of the warning. The black figure's speed was exceedingly swift, and even in her bullet time state, she found herself in peril. Mo Fei, knowing his limitations, refrained from rushing to Mindy's aid, as it would only complicate matters, opting instead for a strategy to divert the threat. Crack, crack. Armed with a P226, Mo Fei advanced towards the elderly priest with a stern visage, firing as he approached. The old man's prowess lay in controlling zombies. Yet Mo Fei possessed level 2 firearm skills and level 2 shingi boxing. He was determined not to be outmatched by a man in his 50s. As Mo Fei charged, spurred by desperation, the Taoist chuckled darkly, raising his left hand to reveal yet another bronze bell. Tinkling melodiously, a green figure appeared before the priest, resembling a streak of emerald light that enveloped him protectively. Mo Fei's advance faltered in astonishment. The presence of such a protective aura was indeed terrifying. He gazed at the zombie, its head adorned with tufts of vivid green hair, feeling a tremor of fear mixed with an urge to laugh. Tinkling again. Damn it! Mo Fei cursed inwardly, though his movements remained swift as he retreated. The green figure, while weaker in both physical strength and speed compared to the black one, posed a significant threat as Mo Fei was considerably weaker than Mindy, who was in bullet time. After just a few pounces from the green figure, Mo Fei found himself in a precarious situation, perilously close to being caught and viciously kissed. Witnessing Mo Fei's dire circumstances, Mindy's eyes blazed with fury that could not be concealed. Her gaze flickered with determination. Despite the potential heavy toll of revealing her true capabilities, what cost could be greater than losing her brother? A faint, almost imperceptible golden glow began to emanate from her. With a resounding shout that filled the room, accompanied by a roar like that of a dragon and a tiger, the green figure lunging at Mo Fei was struck by a powerful fist, instantly transforming into a plume of black smoke that dissipated into nothingness. What incredible strength! Mo Fei was left awestruck, having witnessed a zombie being dispatched with a single blow. Who could it be? He turned to look at the newcomer. The milky radiance nearly blinded Mo Fei's titanium alloy eyes. Struggling to endure the dazzling light, he finally discerned the identity of the visitor. None other than Mo Yuqian, a person whom Mo Fei could never have imagined descending from the heavens. With his hands clasped behind his back and adorned in a pristine white tang suit, he exuded an effortless elegance. The image of a reclusive sage that Mo Fei had held in his mind shattered in an instant. How could this old man, who constantly engaged in petty tricks, resemble a figure of wisdom? Observing that Mo Fei had been rescued by Mo Yuqian, Mindy finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the subtle golden glow emanating from her beginning to fade away. Was he from Kunlun? The old Taoist sensed the vast and untamed aura surrounding Mo Yuqian, and his expression shifted abruptly. Chapter 35. You have touched porcelain. Upon recognizing the aura surrounding Mo Yuqian, the old Taoist priest, sensing impending doom, immediately fled. Unfortunately, he was swiftly pursued by Mo Yuqian and met his demise with a single punch. The dark figure entangling Mindy was also reduced to ashes by Mo Yuqian. Master, I never anticipated your prowess to be so formidable. Tang Ren began to flatter Mo Yuqian. Clearly enjoying the praise, Mo Yuqian humbly waved his hand, saying, I am but an old man, past my prime. In my youth, I could have dispatched such scum with merely a finger. Then, master, might you impart this skill to me? Tang Ren, with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled. I too wish to learn the art of obliterating a zombie with a single blow. Do you think I am hoarding knowledge, unwilling to teach you? Mo Yuqian shook his head. It is simply that you lack the innate talent. How far have you progressed in the Mo family fist? Have you reached the stage of dark energy? Master, how does the ability to emanate light relate to the Mo family fist? Tang Ren scratched his head. Nonsense. Mo Yuqian, wielding his folding fan, smacked Tang Ren on the head. That is not merely the ability to shine. It is qi. It is a unique cultivation method of our sacred Kunlun. However, one must possess at least dark energy in ancient martial arts to awaken the seed of qi within. You, having practiced the Mo family fist for over a decade without even entering the bright energy stage, wish to learn about qi? Tang Ren felt a pang of regret. Had he known his master possessed such extraordinary abilities, he would have invested less time and energy in the distractions of Bangkok's women and devoted more to honing the Mo family fist. Tang Ren fell silent. The notion of achieving dark energy felt like a distant dream, perhaps unattainable in this lifetime. Hey, boy, would you be interested in taking me as your master? You might possess some latent martial talent. Perhaps you could inherit a fragment of qi from me in the future. As he spoke, Mo Yuqian pretended to casually point his paper fan at Mo Fei. In truth, he had been trailing Mo Fei and Tang Ren ever since they departed from the Mo family fist dojo. With a murder case entwined with talismans and the concept of yin and yang, he felt that something sinister was brewing in New York. While Mo Fei and the green figure were engaged in their duel, he had observed from the shadows. The reasons for his initial restraint were manifold: to draw the snake from its hole, to let Mo Fei experience some hardship and reveal his weaknesses for potential leverage, and to test whether Mo Fei was merely boasting about his martial prowess in his dojo. How could he have cultivated Xingyi Quan to its limits in such a short time? If he were so exceptional, why not ascend to the heavens? Yet, it was evident that even after merely half a month with the Xingyi Quan manual he had left behind, Mo Fei's mastery was remarkably impressive, surpassing Tang Ren, who had received the Mo family fist training method by several folds. There was no denying it. Mo Fei was a superlative talent in ancient martial arts. In this era, where society was increasingly restless, the number of individuals willing to pursue ancient martial arts dwindled, making it exceedingly difficult for a teacher to find a gifted disciple. Yet, having lived for so long, Mo Yuqian regarded Mo Fei as an unparalleled prodigy in terms of cultivation speed. How could he not desire to bring Mo Fei under his wing? Mo Fei looked at Mo Yuqian with an odd expression and shook his head, declaring, "I refuse." "What? Youngster, have you yet to witness my prowess?" Mo Yuqian maintained a facade of calm, but internally, he felt a tempest of anxiety, striving to project an image of strength while gesturing with his frail, claw-like fist. Choosing a disciple is a mutual decision, and Mo Fei candidly remarked, "You have encountered porcelain." Mo Yuqian was rendered speechless by the comment, while Tang Ren was taken aback, exclaiming, "Master, you possess such capabilities? Those are merely old tales, not worth mentioning." Mo Yuqian hastily redirected the conversation. "Youngster, do you not know that as a successor of Kunlun, I can vanquish foes and shatter the heavens? You have encountered porcelain. Youngster, do you not realize that as a successor of Kunlun, I can defy fate and attain eternal life? You have encountered porcelain." Mo Yuqian was left at a loss for words. It seemed that today he would not succeed in swaying this youth to submit to his tutelage. It would have to wait for another day. "By the way, I seem to have heard that capturing the murderer of Wu Ziyuan's grandson could yield a reward of $5 million? Mo Yuqian fell silent for a moment, gazing up at the overcast sky, and sighed despondently. Indeed, Tang Ren looked at Mo Yuqian with confusion. "Let us split it 50-50. Mo Yuqian stated bluntly, his expression firm. $5 million, master shall take half." "Ah?" Tang Ren's mouth formed a na-shape in surprise. "What are you gasping at?" Mo Yuqian waved his fan and playfully swatted Tang Ren on the head. "If it weren't for master being here today, do you think you would still be alive? At this point, master is entitled to half the reward, and you wouldn't agree? Tang Ren, you have changed. You've become someone I barely recognize. Is a trivial matter enough to make you forget your master? You ungrateful disciple. I have doted on you for nothing." At that moment, Mo Yuqian, feeling irked by the indignities he suffered from Mo Fei, vented his frustrations on Tang Ren. "Master, please don't hit me. I agree, is that not enough?" Tang Ren pleaded, shielding his head and retreating. Upon hearing Tang Ren's acquiescence, Mo Yuqian immediately ceased his playful swatting, his demeanor softening.
Tang Ren.
"I knew you would not disappoint me. You remain my favorite disciple. Come to your master. I shall cherish you." Tang Ren felt a shiver and pushed away from Mo Yuqian's embrace. "Master, surely you do not lack for money. What do you need such a sum for? While my family may not lack for wealth, it does not mean I do not yearn for it. I intend to keep it as my private fortune." "Private fortune?" At this mention, an indescribable sadness washed over Mo Yuqian's face. "Tang Ren, my life has been arduous. As one of the elders of the sacred Kunlun, I could strike down a whale with a single punch. And yet, what is my monthly allowance after spending on cigarettes? A mere $200. Given the current prices, what can $200 accomplish? Even the cost of a single grand gesture eludes me. Ahem, I misspoke. It is merely the funds to offer a token of appreciation to a streamer that I lack. As I speak, the tears of the weak flow uncontrollably. Do you truly believe that my master wishes to engage in such shameless antics? Consider this, my master, an aging soul, must endure the biting chill of the night, akin to the sharpness of a bone-slicing steel knife, crouching in the shadows like a beggar. Upon the sight of an approaching vehicle, he is compelled, driven by an instinct as primal as a dog yearning to scent its quarry, to dash forward recklessly. And even should he find success on rare occasions, he must still bear the weight of others' judgmental gazes. For what purpose does my master endure all of this? Chapter 36. How could you so recklessly defame innocence? It is for those young ladies who dance clad only in black lace bras.
Montag Fei quippt. Montag Yukien replied.
Kid, you might easily find yourself in peril when you step outside, do you comprehend? You, an ungrateful disciple, should not presume upon Master S' favoritism to such an outrageous extent. Be wary, for I shall take action to purge our ranks.
Montag Yukien glaret et Montag Fei.
By the way, old Mo, what was that parchment you found on the old Taoist? May I have a look? Mo Fei inquired with a smile. After Mo Yuqian dispatched the limping Taoist, sharp-eyed Mo Fei had noticed Mo Yuqian retrieving a piece of parchment from the Taoist's possession, which he tucked away into his bosom. That parchment, you see, is a manual of cultivation from a rather unorthodox sect. I have no idea where he obtained it. Perhaps he unearthed it from an ancient tomb or something of that sort.
Montag Yukien remarked nonchalantly.
It's quite a decent Taoist text, but alas, he chose the wrong path. Had he practiced diligently, I would not have found myself inexplicably troubled by him. Yet, he brazenly committed murder right under my nose, and that is something I cannot overlook. A manual? Mo Fei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could I possibly take a look? You wish to see it? Mo Yuqian produced the manual from his robe, extending it towards Mo Fei. Just as Mo Fei, unable to conceal his excitement, reached out to take it, Mo Yuqian abruptly withdrew his hand, a playful smile gracing his lips as he observed Mo Fei's furrowed brow. However, I have a condition. What condition? Mo Fei immediately became wary. Kneel and pledge your allegiance as my disciple, and I shall gift it to you directly. Mo Yuqian, believing he had gained the upper hand, waved the parchment triumphantly. I think I shall pass. Mo Fei decisively declined. Why not?
Montag Yukien was visibly disappointed.
Firstly, you have a rather dubious reputation. It would tarnish my image to be associated with you as a disciple. Secondly, I harbor suspicions regarding your inclinations. Having observed you gaze at Qin Feng with such lecherous intent, I shall prioritize my own dignity.
Montag Fei shrugged nonchalantly.
Mo Yuqian gritted his teeth, incredulous at the notion of prioritizing dignity. It was merely a jest made at the expense of that young lad. Even though Mo Fei chose to reject Mo Yuqian's dubious proposition, the longing in his eyes did not go unnoticed by Mindy, who had never before witnessed such fervor in him for a singular object. She discreetly noted the location of the parchment in Mo Yuqian's possession. Since you desire it so intensely, then upon departing from James S. Villa, night had fallen. When Mo Fei and his companions arrived at the entrance of Uncle Seven's villa, New York was cloaked in darkness. Yet, in pursuit of news regarding the perpetrator, Uncle Seven had ensured that his villa remained illuminated throughout the night for the past week. As they had just parked the car, they encountered the Chinese-American police officer, Officer Chen Ying, whom they had seen a few days prior in front of his clinic. Officer Chen, what a coincidence to meet you again. Mo Fei greeted her with a smile. Hello, you are Officer Chen Ying's familiarity with Mo Fei's tone plunged her into reflection, as she regarded him with a sense of both recognition and unfamiliarity, evidently struggling to recall where she had encountered him before. However, when Chen Ying noticed Mindy, she suddenly realized, I remember you are the owner of that clinic from that day, right? Well, I am merely someone who relies on my sister to feel a semblance of existence. Do not cry. Mo Fei looked up at the sky, holding back his tears. You claim to have captured the murderer of Uncle Chio's grandson. Where is he? Chen Ying inquired earnestly. On the way here, Qin Feng and Tang Ren had already informed Uncle Chio. Given the unique nature of this case, the police had been keeping a close watch on it. He's in this car. Tang Ren kicked James out of the vehicle. Hey, Laura, James awkwardly chuckled. James, how is it you? Chen Ying exclaimed in surprise. James was an old acquaintance of hers, and their relationship had a hint of ambiguity. After all, James was somewhat handsome and remarkably wealthy, with assets totaling several $1,000,000. You haven't apprehended the wrong person, have you? Chun Ying scrutinized Tang Ren and Mo Fei seriously. No mistake. It's this brat.
Tang Ren kicked James again,
Causing him to stagger. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself. Well, I didn't kill him. But it's somewhat akin to your actions.
Tang Ren scoffed.
James widened his eyes and protested. How can you so baselessly tarnish my reputation? What reputation? I personally witnessed the items in your office this afternoon, and then you made us hang around. James's face flushed, veins protruding from his forehead as he argued. Gathering information cannot be equated with murder. Murder? Can a doctor's actions be considered murder? He continued with convoluted statements, claiming he merely assisted in gathering some information and that as a doctor, he only saves lives, never takes them, which elicited laughter from the crowd. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Officer Chun Ying, Mo Fei and the others escorted James and the corpse of the old Taoist inside. Who is that person in the robe? Chun Ying inquired. We specifically invited an expert in feng shui. He knocked himself unconscious against the wall while playing hide and seek during James's arrest. You need not concern yourself with that, Mo Fei replied. Upon entering the hall, guided by the servants, Mo Fei soon encountered the renowned godfather of Chinatown, Uncle Chiu. However, Uncle Chiu had aged significantly, having lost the imposing presence of a gang leader. His graying hair was neatly combed, and he wore simple attire, just a deep blue tang suit. His eyes were clouded. His frail body exuded a palpable aura of desolation, resembling an ordinary elderly man on the brink of death. At Mo Fei's request, Chun Ying and the NYPD personnel were asked to step outside, after which Mo Fei began his narrative. Are you implying that this malevolent Taoist killed my grandson? After hearing Mo Fei's story, Uncle Chiu fell silent for a moment, pointing at the old Taoist's corpse. This is difficult to believe, yet it is the undeniable truth. Mo Fei sighed. If you do not believe me, you should interrogate James thoroughly. However, James proved to be rather disingenuous, having deceived us on several occasions. He asserted that he had not taken part in the murder of any individual, yet the identity of the true perpetrator remains shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the culprit undoubtedly lies among the two of them. Mo Fei gestured towards James. Kneeling on the ground, James earnestly recounted the entire saga from beginning to end, detailing how he first encountered the sorcerer, how he was ensnared and threatened into gathering information for the sorcerer, and ultimately how the sorcerer committed murder while James remained oblivious. Subsequently, Mo Fei and his companions confronted the sorcerer, leading to his demise. In the narrative, he emerges as a character as innocent as a blooming flower. Chapter 37. Fundamental skills. Mo Fei meticulously took the pulse of his Uncle Chi. After a careful examination, he hesitantly remarked, Uncle Chi, your ailment. I presume it has already penetrated to the very marrow of your bones, hasn't it? Uncle Chi, seemingly unperturbed, chuckled in response. Noticing the troubled expression on Mo Fei's face, he felt a sense of helplessness. Mo Fei awkwardly scratched his head. Despite his level 3 medical skills, he could only ascertain that Uncle Chi was suffering from complete organ failure and had no more than 7 days to live. However, any thoughts of treatment left him utterly at a loss. I should have anticipated this outcome. Uncle Chi shook his head, laughing lightly. In truth, I ought to be content. If it weren't for your parents' timely assistance, I would have departed this world long ago. My parents saved you? Mo Fei inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, we are old friends, Uncle Chi affirmed with a nod, his smile unwavering. Their medical expertise is remarkable. My health has been sustained through their care, allowing me to linger until now. They are truly good people, yet, alas, good people do not live long. Realizing that Mo Fei, the son of the once hopeful saviors, was equally powerless against his condition, Uncle Chi felt no further inclination to detain him. With the bizarre existence of Taoist zombies and other fantastical beings emerging, Mo Fei initially believed that Uncle Chi would require considerable time to validate their claims. To his surprise, Uncle Chi accepted their words after just 2 recountings, acknowledging the prize they had secured in the detective competition. Moreover, Uncle Chi shared his acquaintance with Mo Fei's parents, urging him to conduct another examination. Mo Fei's parents had previously mentioned that his illness was not beyond remedy, merely requiring dedicated research into a suitable treatment. Regrettably coughing softly, Uncle Chi addressed the elderly woman attending to him. Lin Saw, please bring me my checkbook. With a check for $5 million tucked away, Mo Fei and Mindy exited Uncle Chi's inner residence. Mindy, did our parents truly have a past with Uncle Chi? Mo Fei inquired with intrigue. Mom and Dad were acquainted with many influential figures, many of whom I do not know. However, it seems that Uncle Chi was indeed one of them, Mindy replied, casting an exasperated glance at Mo Fei. Brother, these are your biological parents. Is it truly acceptable for you to remain so oblivious to them? As they stepped out of Uncle Chi's estate, Tang Ren approached eagerly, reaching out as if to paw at Mo Fei. Whereas the money? The money? Uncle Chi has given it to you, hasn't he? Mo Fei recoiled from Tang Ren's grasp with evident disdain, stating, the money is with me, a $5 million check. But how do you expect me to give it to you now? Shall I tear it in half for you? Then just hand the check over to me for safekeeping. Tang Ren insisted, refusing to relent. Are you certain? Mo Fei replied with a bemused smile. I'm certain it's better for the check to remain with you. Tang Ren nodded solemnly. At this, Mindy nodded in satisfaction and lowered her weapon. Tang Ren, determined not to back down, had witnessed Mindy confront Taoists and the underworld before. He knew that trying to intimidate her would be as easy as molding dough without challenge. Rest assured, I shall indulge in a night of revelry at Uncle Chi's villa today. Once the bank opens tomorrow, I will promptly transfer the funds to you. Apart from his private quarters, Uncle Chi has graciously opened the remainder of his villa for the enjoyment of those, like Mo Fei, who assisted him in locating the perpetrator responsible for his grandson's demise. There are even dedicated staff to provide food and beverages. Let us not forget, a portion of that wealth belongs to me as well. Mo Yuqian, the elderly man with a keen ear, who was flirtatiously engaging with a young lady clad in a bikini by the pool, immediately approached upon hearing the mention of money. Understood. You owe $2.5 million, and I shall split the remaining $2.5 million with Tang Ren.
Montag Fei.
Acknowledging the old man's significant contribution to their survival, generously complied. In truth, Mo Fei had begun to regret this venture. He had initially believed that with a godlike perspective, it would be akin to picking up money from the ground. Who could have anticipated the sudden appearance of that old Taoist, which nearly cost him his life? Had he known that it could pose a threat to both himself and Mindy, no bounty would have compelled him to take such risks. Hearing Mo Fei's response, Mo Yuqian felt reassured and returned to conversing with the bikini-clad lady. As dawn broke, Tang Ren reminded, let us not forget, we are owed $1,250,000. Isn't it merely a debt of $1,250,000? I am in no rush. Why are you so anxious? Mo Fei rolled his eyes. Aren't we on our way to the bank? Your incessant chatter is giving me a headache. But that is $1,250,000. When in my life have I encountered so much money? Tang Ren fell into boundless reverie. What a lack of ambition. Qin Feng scoffed. Old Qin, I am your uncle. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Tang Ren retorted angrily. Behave yourself. The dynamic between this pair of relatives was toxic. Unless faced with dire circumstances, they would inevitably bicker shortly after gathering. Enough. Cease your quarreling. Mindy asserted dominantly, resembling a fierce tigress, instantly silencing both Tang Ren and Qin Feng. At the Wells Fargo Bank, a series of muffled gunshots echoed. Several robbers, their faces obscured by black stockings save for their eyes, stormed into the establishment. Everyone down on the ground. Remain calm. The atmosphere within the bank descended into chaos. Approximately 70 to 80 employees and patrons were now hostages to the robbers. A particularly corpulent African-American woman, startled by the commotion, emitted a piercing scream. Silence. A robust man clad in stockings struck her forehead with the butt of his gun, growling, if you continue to scream, I will blow your brains out. How could they stoop so low as to harm such a woman? Is there no humanity left? Tang Ren, hiding beneath a table, exclaimed in indignation. Keep your voice down. Qin Feng chastised, nudging Tang Ren with his elbow. After a brief tussle, Tang Ren lamented, why must I be so unfortunate? I merely came to withdraw money and encountered robbers. Master, Isn't it time for your kin to intervene? Tang Ren leaned closer to Mo Yuqian and inquired,
Montag Yuqian,
who was also hiding beneath the table, curled his lip in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see the multitude of people and the numerous firearms present? If I were to act, I would likely end up as nothing more than a pile of ash. Yet, master, are you not an elder of the sacred Kunlun? Should you not stand firm in the face of such adversity? Tang Ren could hardly fathom that Mo Yuqian feared bullets, considering he had once single-handedly vanquished a black-clad werewolf. I did not. Do not speak such absurdities. Calm down. This is merely a basic maneuver here in the land of the eagles. Mo Fei replied nonchalantly, do not fret. Brothers, is your existence truly fraught with such peril? Chapter 38. The ex-girlfriend Ding. Notification. Task triggered. Punish the wicked. Task description. Ruthless robbers engage in bank heists, reaping rewards without labor. Their hands stained with blood, cruel and vicious. Eliminate or apprehend them by any means necessary. Task reward. Spatial ring. 100 cubic meters. A flicker of thought crossed Mo Fei's mind as he inquired of Mindy. Mindy, do you have confidence in annihilating them? Mindy cast a peculiar glance at Mo Fei, refraining from a verbal response. Instead, she counted the number of robbers and observed their respective positions, silently calculating in her mind. There were 8 individuals, yet they appeared to lack any specialized training. Dispatching them should pose no challenge. However, the presence of numerous bystanders heightened the risk of collateral damage, and the abundance of surveillance cameras made them susceptible to capture on film. Should they be left unchallenged, it was likely they would merely abscond with the money without resorting to murder. Ah, I see. Mo Fei felt a twinge of regret. It seemed he would not be able to claim the reward for this mission. Regardless of how enticing the reward presented by the system might be, he could not jeopardize the safety of his only sister. The recent encounter with that Taoist priest lingered vividly in his memory. Nothing was more paramount than the safety of himself and Mindy. Some robbers were guarding the hostages while others busied themselves with the money, their coordination evident of seasoned experience. Brother, look at that woman. Mindy suddenly pointed to a poised, mature beauty in a professional outfit to Mo Fei's left front. What is it? Mo Fei turned his head casually. Isn't she one of your ex-girlfriends? What was her name again? I believe it was May. May Parker. An image of the sophisticated beauty sprang to Mo Fei's mind. She was a fashion designer, in her 30s, mature and beautiful, shrewd and capable, gentle and considerate, an ex-girlfriend whom Mo Fei had once cherished deeply. Her husband had succumbed to cancer 2 years prior, leaving her with a 17-year-old nephew still in high school. Approximately a year ago, Mo Fei had gone on a date with her. At 25, he found the 8-year age difference with May Parker, who was 33, inconsequential. In Western culture, such age disparities in romantic relationships are often disregarded. Relationships between older women and younger men are commonplace. It is worth noting that Winston Churchill's political rival, who contested for the premiership, even married his own mother. The dashing French President Macron is married to a woman 24 years his senior, who was also his teacher. Thus, an 8-year gap between Mo Fei and May Parker was trivial. Mo Fei had been genuinely fond of May Parker's maturity and gentleness, and they had shared 2 months of romance before parting amicably. As for the reason, it was a simple tale. He merely liked her and wished to date, while she envisioned marriage. The most helpless sentiment in the world often lies in such circumstances. Yet they remained friends. While both Mo Fei and Mindy had spotted May Parker, she remained oblivious to their presence, trembling slightly as she cowered in a corner, overwhelmed by fear. The band of bank robbers indeed proved to be seasoned criminals, primarily preoccupied with their monetary gains and refraining from taking lives. After emptying the bank's coffers, they relinquished their hostages and made their escape. With their loot safely secured, their immediate concern shifted to evading the police pursuit. A collective sigh of relief swept through the bank's lobby. However, fate played a cruel jest upon them. Just as the robbers exited the bank, the sharp report of gunfire echoed from outside. Mindy's ears perked up. It was the unmistakable sound of a Glock 19, likely fired by the NYPD. How could the police possibly arrive so swiftly?
Montag Fei marvelet incredulously.
Conventionally, It was expected that law enforcement would reach the scene within 15 minutes of the incident. Mo Fei estimated that the robbers had taken less than 8 minutes. The NYPD was operating at an astonishing efficiency today. Unbeknownst to the robbers, they were caught utterly off guard, one of them sustaining a wound. "Boss, the police are here. What should we do?" one of the robbers inquired. "Retreat. Capture a few hostages," the leader commanded decisively. The 8 robbers rushed back into the bank, but by unfortunate chance, the individual chosen as a hostage was May Parker. Mo Fei's expression darkened immediately. Despite their separation, May Parker remained in his heart as his dearest friend. Kind-hearted, generous, gentle, and a truly remarkable woman. Such a good soul should not be subjected to misfortune. Given the robbers' notoriety for their bloody hands and cruel nature, what hope did May Parker have in their grasp? She must be rescued. "Hey," Mo Fei pondered for a moment and nudged the other side. "Could you lend me a hand?" "Not a chance." Mo Yuqian vehemently shook his head, then leered at Mo Fei. "Unless you agree to my condition. Aren't you an elder of Kunlun? How can you stoop to such underhanded dealings?" Mo Fei rolled his eyes, knowing all too well that this opportunist would seize the moment to propose something unseemly. "Regardless of your reasoning, if you don't agree to my condition, I won't lift a finger," Mo Yuqian declared with a shameless demeanor, undeterred. "Brother, do you truly wish to save her?" "There might still be a chance," Mindy interjected, suppressing her own mild irritation. Mo Fei turned to her, and Mindy leaned closer to whisper the plan into his ear. "I understand," he nodded. "Let me reiterate. If you stand up and they fire, your only course of action is to crouch down quickly. Do not concern yourself with anything else," Mindy instructed earnestly. She could deflect bullets to ensure Mo Fei's safety, but in the chaos, she could not shield him completely. Thus, the opportunity she provided him was singular. "Understood," Mo Fei replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Mindy's hair before boldly rising from beneath the table. "Humph." As Mindy chambered a round into the handgun, she murmured with a hint of exasperation, "Brother, I keep running into your ex-girlfriends everywhere. It's quite awkward for me as your sister. When will you ever amend your roguish ways?" A burly robber, clad in black stockings, had one arm tightly around May Parker's neck while brandishing a firearm at her temple. Bellowing at the police outside, "We have dozens of hostages here. If you wish to prevent their demise, it would be wise to comply with our demands. Otherwise, I will execute one person every minute, starting with this woman." "Hey," Mo Fei exclaimed, raising his hands with a disarming smile as he stood up. "What are you doing? Get back down or I'll shoot." Mo Fei's sudden movement triggered alarm bells in the robber's mind, prompting 2 guns to shift their aim towards him. My girlfriend is pregnant. Could you allow me to take her place as your hostage?" Mo Fei cautiously suggested, gesturing towards May Parker. Chapter 39. Deadpool Mo Fei?
May Parker also noticed Montag Fei.
"You are taking a pregnant woman hostage, which is fraught with peril. A moment's lapse could lead to a tragic demise for both," he remarked with a smile. Her eyes widened, brimming with tears of gratitude, as she struggled to comprehend that Mo Fei would stand up to protect her in such dire circumstances. This was truly a life-and-death situation. Even though they had once been lovers, how many couples could perform such a heroic act? Yet she was clearly mistaken. If it were indeed a matter of life and death, even if she were Mo Fei's ex-girlfriend and he still held affection for her, he would never recklessly emerge to confront danger. He was rational and feared death. Only a fool would jeopardize their own life to save another without hope. The reason he stood up now was that Mindy was backing him, ensuring his safety. Moreover, there was also that old lecher Mo Yuqian who had long coveted him. He would not simply stand by and watch Mo Fei perish. However, in the eyes of the dozens of hostages in the bank, what did this signify? It was a testament to deep affection and loyalty. Mo Fei and May Parker exchanged intense gazes. Mo Fei's eyes radiated warmth, while May Parker's were glistening with tears, creating a scene so poetic and enchanting it was heart-stirring. Ah, the grandeur of love! Such a scenario seemed only to exist in television dramas. Yet here they were, fortunate enough to witness it live. Alas, the robbers could not appreciate such beauty. "I won't repeat myself," bellowed the burly man, aiming a gun at Mo Fei, his finger poised on the trigger. "Get down on the ground." How is it possible that your parents' profound love has not moved you? You dare to attempt to shatter such a magnificent romance? What you are doing demands an apology to the entire nation. All right. Observing the robber's fierce demeanor and tone, Mo Fei realized that negotiation was futile. He reluctantly raised his hands and began to crouch down slowly. Mindy's gaze sharpened, her eyes fixed on Mo Fei, waiting for him to lower his body below her line of sight. That would be her cue to act. She remained vigilant, ready to eliminate any threat to Mo Fei at the first sign of danger. At that moment, she would no longer concern herself with May Parker's fate. Mo Fei's safety was paramount. As Mo Fei crouched down gradually, his eyes sparkled with intensity, fixated on the guns of the two robbers. According to Mindy's plan, she would first neutralize the one aiming at Mo Fei, then deal with the robber threatening May Parker. As Mindy made her move, Mo Fei would also strike, aiming to take down at least two robbers. With his level 2 marksmanship skills, this challenge was not insurmountable. He would leave the subsequent events to her. However, should any unexpected situation arise, she would prioritize Mo Fei's safety above all else, relinquishing any guarantee for May Parker's well-being. Mo Fei agreed to Mindy's proposal. After all, if he wished to save May, this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Whether it be the infamous Deadpool, the bank robbers within, or the officers of the New York Police Department stationed outside, none of them noticed the figure perched upon the enormous billboard across the street. Clad in a tight-fitting red leather suit, this individual nonchalantly swung their legs, two swords slung across their back, exuding an air of irreverence. With pencil in hand, they busily sketched upon a drawing board. Should anyone have glimpsed their artwork, they would undoubtedly recognize that it depicted the chaotic scene unfolding inside the bank, where Aunt May was being held hostage. Frankly, the portrayal was rather unflattering, failing to capture Aunt May's alluring figure and beauty, yet it accurately rendered the layout of the bank's robbers. Ah, my dear friend Spider-Man's Aunt May has been taken captive. Naturally, I, the ever-daring Wade Wilson, must intervene to rescue her. Speaking of which, Aunt May is indeed quite beautiful. But wait, they say one should never covet a friend's wife. However, this is Spider-Man's beloved aunt. If I were to pursue her and he found out, our friendship would surely be at stake. Yet, with my striking looks and the persona of a hero, what if Aunt May were to fall for me? After all, my reputation as the New York Tom Cruise is not without merit. Caught between my best buddy Spider-Man and the alluring Aunt May, what shall I choose? Such a dilemma. Yet what can I say? Being handsome comes with its own set of troubles. I envy those less fortunate in appearance, who are free from such predicaments. Deadpool, hands on his hips, chuckled with pride, shamelessly considering the unlikely event of Aunt May's affection towards him as a foregone conclusion. If Murphy were to hear Deadpool's current musings, he would surely spit a mouthful of phlegm in his face, retorting, "You, the New York Tom Cruise? Pah, ugly fool. Do you not possess any self-awareness? The New York Wu Yenzu have yet to speak, and you dare to compare yourself to me?" Just then, from the corner of his eye, Murphy noticed Mindy, tense and expressionless, aiming her gun at the two robbers before her. He carefully observed the two targets she had chosen, feeling confident that he could take them down the moment she unleashed her fury. After all, the two had trained together for quite some time, developing a certain synergy. The moment had arrived. A glimmer of determination ignited in Murphy's eyes. Boom! A crimson figure suddenly burst through the window from outside the bank. "Hey there, my darling dears. Your charming Deadpool is here." With dual pistols in hand, Deadpool swiftly dispatched 4 of the robbers. However, the remaining assailants were not idle. They immediately retaliated, opening fire. Bang! 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 In an instant, smoke filled the air. As the haze dissipated, Deadpool was riddled with bullet holes, blood oozing from his wounds. "I was merely jesting with you all. Must you react so violently?" He examined the bullet wounds on his body, blood-soaked hand trembling, gazing incredulously at the remaining robbers before collapsing dramatically. "Ah, I am perishing. Where did this lunatic come from?" For companions lay lifeless, and the leader of the robbers, seething with rage, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the corpse of Deadpool, venting his fury on the fallen.
Montag Fei pondered in disbelief.
From where on earth could such a lunatic have emerged? Damn it! Here I am, risking my life to be a hero and rescue the damsel, only to have my moment stolen by this madman? Yet, despite his resentment, Mo Fei knew he had no choice but to endure. Although Deadpool was deranged, he was not someone Mo Fei could afford to provoke at this moment. Silently, he signaled Mindy to halt their actions. Chapter 40. My fragile adolescent heart as one of the two most notorious chatterboxes alongside Spider-Man in the Marvel Universe. Deadpool's renown is scarcely inferior to that of the webslinger. Upon witnessing his signature vibrant red attire, the gleaming dual blades of adamantium, and his incessant banter, Mei Fei was undeniably convinced he had encountered the notorious lunatic known as Deadpool. What is this? Are Americans truly this dim-witted? Observing Deadpool's lifeless form, Tang Ren muttered softly. Yet only Mei Fei understood that as Deadpool fell, his body was oriented towards the direction where Aunt May was held captive. Thus, he was alarmingly close to the kidnappers. Ha ha ha! How did you know I was insane? Suddenly, Deadpool sat upright, startling everyone with his manic laughter. As the kidnappers continued to torment him, "You clever little darlings. Uncle Deadpool adores you." With his left hand wielding a firearm and his right grasping the blade from his back, he sprang into action. Thrust. The adamantium blade pierced through the jaw of one of the assailants holding Aunt May captive, the sharp edge emerging from the top of his skull. This was the infamous white blade in, white blade out. The blade gleamed with a milky substance, which Mei Fei presumed to be tofu. It seemed this fellow had not bothered to clean his weapon after slicing through it. As he dispatched the kidnapper with one hand, he simultaneously fired at the other two assailants. Bang! Bang! 2 shots found their mark in their foreheads, effectively eliminating them. Deadpool, a seasoned mercenary, was undoubtedly a master of melee combat and marksmanship. Dealing with these thugs was, for him, a mere trifle. What the hell? Resurrected? How is that possible? Tang Ren was taken aback. After dispatching 7 unscathed adversaries, a wounded assailant stealthily reached for his gun with his left hand. Thrust. Deadpool spun around, wielding his blade and struck downwards. Oh naughty one, attempting to ambush Uncle Deadpool? That simply won't do. A severed head flew, blood splattering, landing directly before Mei Fei. The grotesque visage, smeared with blood, locked eyes with Mei Fei's, unblinking in its finality.
Mei Fei's lips twitched.
Damn it, that wretched Deadpool. He was also somewhat troubled, as he felt he had merely coasted during the encounter. Had he truly completed the task or not? Notification. You have completed the mission of punishing the wicked. Notification. You have acquired a spatial ring, 100 cubic meters. What a relief. Mei Fei exhaled deeply. However, he felt justified. He had indeed risked his life by stepping forward, deserving recognition for his efforts. Deadpool stood proudly, hands on his hips. Aren't I simply magnificent? Now, I am the savior of Aunt May. After rescuing the damsel in distress, it was time for him to relish the sweet kiss of gratitude. Deadpool squinted slightly, his knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. He spread his arms wide, ready to embrace Aunt May, only to witness her fling herself into the arms of a young Asian lad. A moment later, they were locked in a passionate kiss, rejoicing in their fortunate escape from peril. Crack! What was that sound of shattering? Deadpool lamented. Ah! It was my fragile adolescent heart. Internally, he was crumbling. Aunt May, could your eyesight be so poor? The one who saved you is right here. It's me, the beloved scamp who charms all. Yet you chose to fall into the arms of that inexplicable young man. With determination, Deadpool strode toward Aunt May and the boy, feeling compelled to clarify the situation. However, he was interrupted by the arrival of armed police officers, rushing in after witnessing his dispatch of the robbers. He cast a resigned glance at the boy, muttering, "Kid, I'll remember you," before decisively turning to flee. Though audacious and reckless, he typically refrained from confronting law enforcement unless absolutely necessary. Having just eliminated 8 robbers, he knew the police would certainly view him as a foe. Thus, retreat was his only option. New York City Police Department, the largest police force in the world, without a doubt. It boasts over 36,000 sworn officers, 4,500 auxiliary personnel, and 5,000 school security members, alongside 8,839 police vehicles, 11 boats, and 8 helicopters. Moreover, they even possess 120 police horses. One could say it's as if a small cow took flight. Truly impressive. Mo Fei, I thought I was done for. Aunt May's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her face still marked by traces of fear. After all, she was merely a woman. What ordinary woman wouldn't panic in such a situation? Well, Mindy doesn't count. She is still just a girl. It's all right. Mo Fei comforted, wrapping his arm around Aunt May's shoulders, drawing her gently into his embrace and soothing her. I will protect you. I know, Aunt May replied, her expression softening with gratitude as she gazed at Mo Fei. If Deadpool were to witness this, he would undoubtedly swoon in despair. After all, it was he who risked everything to save her. It was him, the pitiful, vulnerable yet remarkably voracious scamp. After Deadpool's departure, the police burst in, surveying the scene of scattered robber corpses and numerous hostages. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they kindly invited everyone present to the New York City Police Department for questioning. How long would their statements take? It had already been 2 hours, and they hadn't even been called yet. Tang Ren grumbled. I'm a person worth billions every minute. Shut up. Mindy shot him a cold glare, silencing him instantly. With an impassive expression, she glanced at Mo Fei and Aunt May, who were entwined in their moment. Finally, it was time for Mo Fei and his companions to give their statements. Apologies for the delay. We've been quite busy lately, the officer began, but his voice abruptly halted. Oh, not you again. The individual tasked with taking the statements from Mo Fei and his companions was none other than Officer Chen, whom they had only encountered the previous night. Perhaps this is what one might call fate. Upon seeing Chen, Tang Ren's eyes immediately brightened, and he shamelessly moved closer. There is no fate between us. Officer Chen rolled her eyes in response. Even if there were, it would be a cursed one. She perused the documents detailing the case. Now let us discuss the matter at hand. Given our somewhat familiar relationship, even if you have committed murder or arson, I will certainly. Let us go? Tang Ren interjected with a playful gleam. I will advocate on your behalf to the judge, seeking a reduced sentence for you. Humph. Officer Chen was merely jesting with Mo Fei and his companions. The case at hand was not particularly intricate, nor could it implicate Mo Fei and his friends in any criminal activity. The primary focus lay on the deranged individual known as Deadpool who, lacking a license, had committed heinous acts of murder in a particularly brutal manner, thereby drawing significant attention from the NYPD for thorough investigation. Chapter 41. The girlfriend while in the bank. Mo Yuqian quietly slipped away from the group, citing his reluctance to visit the police station. As for his finances, he had entrusted his private account details to Tang Ren, instructing him to transfer the funds directly. Thus, only Mo Fei, Mindy, and Tang Ren remained. Upon exiting the police station, Tang Ren persistently urged Mo Fei to proceed with the bank transfer. Annoyed by the incessant nagging, Mo Fei had no option but to lead them to another branch of the Bank of America. Given that a taxi could not accommodate 5 people, they opted to rent a vehicle instead. Mo Fei tossed his driver's license to Qin Feng, instructing him to take the wheel. Me? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at himself. But I don't have a license and this is yours. Never mind, Mo Fei responded nonchalantly. Here, they believe that the facial recognition of Asians is quite poor, so they can hardly distinguish one from another. Reluctantly, Qin Feng complied and took to the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Mo Fei settled into the back, flanked by the lovely Mei on one side and the charming Mindy on the other. Mei, still shaken, was in desperate need of comfort. Thus, it was hardly appropriate for him to drive. Hey brothers, what exactly do you do? Tang Ren inquired, curiosity piqued as he glanced at Mo Fei and Mindy. Could you possibly be the legendary assassins or mercenaries? The vehicle ride was rather dull, and Tang Ren seized the opportunity to ask a question he had long pondered. Both Mo Fei and Mindy carried firearms, and Mindy, in particular, displayed extraordinary prowess, with bullets capable of curving in flight. Mo Fei tossed a business card to Tang Ren, proclaiming, heir of the Mo Medical Arts, 38th generation, physician at the Mo Clinic in Chinatown, completely authentic. Come visit for a discount. A doctor? You must be joking, Qin Feng exclaimed, incredulously. There is no way a doctor could resemble someone like Mo Fei or Mindy. What about your sister? How does she fit into this? My sister is a genius, Mo Fei declared proudly. From a young age, she has been fascinated by firearms and has also mastered cooking, laundry, household chores, and even herbal medicine. My talented sister has had quite the extensive curriculum. Mindy began to enumerate the various tasks she had undertaken for Mo Fei over the years, casting a meaningful glance at Mei Yi in the process. Wow, are you implying that all the household chores are hers, while you merely laze about? Tang Ren asked, astonished as he looked at Mo Fei. Mo Fei offered an awkward smile in response. You're quite the rogue, Tang Ren, speaking such blatant truths. Humph, Mindy interjected with a light snort. If it weren't for a capable sister like me, he would have starved long ago. Bro, your sister is truly resourceful? Tang Ren quickly grasped the essence of the matter, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. She's fairly competent, Mo Fei replied, sensing Mindy's unusual demeanor towards Mei Yi, his response instinctive and unfiltered. Ah, my friend, I truly envy you. Having such a lovely and talented sister to prepare breakfast, shop for clothes, and manage household tasks. What a winning life. Tang Ren shook his head and leered with a lewd grin. In an instant, Qin Feng swiftly covered Tang Ren's mouth, quickly offering an apologetic smile to Mindy. My dear Mindy, I apologize. He has some issues. Qin Feng pointed to Tang Ren's temple, adding, you are magnanimous, so please do not engage with him. He then darkly elbowed Tang Ren. Do you not realize how fierce that young lady is? She is capable of confronting zombies head-on, and you dare to provoke her. What a fool. Damn, I cannot believe this old driver allowed you to take me for a ride. But you had better pray my sister did not comprehend that, or she might just castrate you. Mo Fei raised an eyebrow. What did he just say? Mindy squinted her eyes and immediately inquired. Mindy understood Mandarin, yet the vast and profound heritage of Chinese culture often eluded her, especially the subtleties of expressions, such as when Xiao Wang presented a gift to the director. Director, what do you mean by that? Xiao Wang, just a little something. Director, that is insufficient. Xiao Wang, a small gesture. Director, you are quite amusing. Xiao Wang, actually, I meant nothing else. Director, then I feel embarrassed. Xiao Wang, it is I who am embarrassed. Nothing, nothing. Qin Feng quickly waved his hand. He is not right in the head. Brother. Mindy disregarded Qin Feng, pouting as she turned her gaze toward Mo Fei. At this moment, Tang Ren seemed to finally realize the gravity of the situation. Brother, I did not speak ill of you. Please do not betray me. He was well aware of Mindy's prowess, but his loose tongue had gotten the better of him. He just praised you for being exceptionally capable. Mo Fei remarked with a smile. That cannot be right. Mindy thought to herself, feeling that she was not so easily fooled. He must have said something derogatory about me. Just think of what he said earlier. He merely envies that I have such a competent brother. It was not until late afternoon that Mo Fei returned to the clinic, having vanished for 4 hours to escort Mei home. As he approached, Mindy wrinkled her nose and regarded him with a disapproving expression. Brother, are you intending to be a scoundrel? Straddling 2 boats? Do not forget you currently have a girlfriend. She sensed that something was amiss. It seemed Mo Fei was straying further down the path of a rogue. If he were to focus on living a simple and devoted life with one girl, it would only become increasingly difficult. What can I do to save you, my brother? Mo Fei adopted a melancholic demeanor, sighing as he patted Mindy's head. I am not a scoundrel. I merely harbor a desire to bring happiness to every girl. Mindy rolled her eyes. I believe you as much as I believe in ghosts, you old rogue. Wait a moment. Goodness, I just realized I actually have a girlfriend? Mo Fei suddenly remembered that he had indeed entered into a relationship. Michaela, a high school student from the Municipal Institute of Science, 17 years old, a truly beautiful girl with long brown hair, exquisite features, and sparkling blue eyes reminiscent of the serene ocean's azure stones. Crystal clear and alluring. The allure of her sun-kissed skin, her figure exuding an intoxicating heat, radiates an enchanting aura reminiscent of a seductive vixen, captivating all who behold her. Thoughts of his current girlfriend ignited a spark of excitement within Mo Fei. Undoubtedly, She is yet another goddess from his past life. Mo Fei felt an overwhelming urge to bow before his former self, marveling at the caliber of women he had attracted. Long-legged beauty Jizur, the enigmatic black cat Felicia, the ageless Mei Yi, and the sultry goddess Michaela. Moreover, Mo Fei harbored a premonition that even more goddesses would grace his life in the future. What extraordinary prowess is this? Society. Oh, how I concede defeat. Chapter 42. Do you have medicine here? Mindy was acutely aware that the task of transforming Mo Fei was a formidable one, not something that could be accomplished in a short span of time, so she decided to set it aside for the moment. Brother, look at this. Mindy presented Mo Fei with a delightful surprise, revealing an ancient and mysterious piece of parchment. It's it, Mo Fei exclaimed with astonishment, accepting the parchment. Mindy, how did you manage to obtain this from that old rascal Mo Yuqian? I pilfered it while he wasn't paying attention, Mindy replied with a mischievous grin. She had already devised a plan. When it came to transforming her older brother, a forceful approach was entirely inadvisable. Instead, she intended to adopt a gentler method, treating him increasingly well, rendering him dependent on her so that in due time, he would obediently heed her commands. Only then could she effectively reshape him. Detected Purple Chi Soul Refinement Technique? Would you like to learn it? Yes. Purple Chi Soul Refinement Technique LV1. Cultivating immortality. Boundless magical power. Alas, the heavenly path has crumbled, and the road ahead is severed. Yearn for longevity? Desire to become an immortal? Dream on. Return home and continue to indulge in daydreams. Experience 0-100. Detected Purple Yang Alchemy Technique. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Purple Yang Alchemy Technique LV1. Do you feel that age is catching up with you, your vitality dwindling, and your energy waning? 1 bottle of Purple Yang Elixir revitalizes the mind. 2 bottles banish fatigue. 3 bottles grant eternal youth. Experience 0-100. Detected Purple Yang Weapon Refinement Technique. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Purple Yang Weapon Refinement Technique LV1. What is the purpose of this iron rod? What changes can it bring? I am not targeting anyone. I am merely stating that before the Purple Yang Weapon Refinement Technique, any transformed iron rod is utterly worthless. Experience 0-100. Detected Purple Chi Corpse Refinement Technique. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Purple Chi Corpse Refinement Technique LV1. Have you ever awakened suddenly from a dream? Do you feel emptiness and loneliness? Do you lack a sense of security? Acquire a green hat. A green companion. A safe guardian to alleviate your emptiness and loneliness, providing warmth and reassurance. Experience 0-100. Selectively disregarding the foolish remarks of the system, Mo Fei was filled with immense joy. Had he struck gold? He had just acquired Taoist techniques, alchemy, weapon refinement, corpse refinement, and talisman drawing all at once. Even if the system proclaimed that the path of cultivation was doomed, the practical skills he had obtained were undeniably valuable. Mo Yuqian returned to the Mo family martial arts school. He opened the hidden chamber where he kept his treasured possessions. He patted his body. Huh? Where are the spoils from my recent outing? Mo Yuqian's expression turned unusually serious as he pondered where things had gone awry. How could someone of his cultivation sneak in and steal from him without detection?
Montag Yuqian.
The door to the chamber swung open. Where have you been last night? Tang Ren's apprentice insisted on dragging me around New York. Do you think I am suffering from senility? Darling, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Wait a moment. A cacophony erupted from the chamber, causing clouds of dust to cascade down. Mindy, as usual, had prepared breakfast and proceeded to Mu Fei's room to summon him, only to discover that it was utterly vacant. Where could he be? Mindy furrowed her brow. Given Mu Fei's nature, it was inconceivable for him to indulge in slothful sleeping. It was simply out of the question. But where was he? After a lengthy search, Mindy finally spotted Mu Fei sitting atop the roof, absorbed in a state of tranquility. Brother, what are you doing? Mindy inquired, perplexed. Why are you up so early today? Mindy, Mu Fei replied earnestly, indulging in late rising can lead to a myriad of health issues, such as physical debilitation, diminished muscle tone, impaired gastrointestinal function, disruption of circadian rhythms, and hindrance to the nervous system's normal operation. This is detrimental. Therefore, one must never take advantage of youth to linger in bed. I shall oversee your habits henceforth. Mindy retorted. Who is lingering in bed? Brother, can you speak with a clear conscience? The reason Mu Fei was up so early was, of course, due to the newly acquired Taoist cultivation manual. The practice of the purple qi refining soul method primarily involves absorbing the morning's purple qi, nurturing the entirety of one's being until the process reaches completion, at which point spiritual energy can be generated. Other Taoist practices are fundamentally based on the spiritual energy cultivated through this method. The morning's purple qi is only accessible at the moment of sunrise, when the purple energy emerges from the east. After this moment has passed, the opportunity for cultivation dissipates. As Mu Fei enacted his cultivation technique, a gentle stream of innate morning purple qi gradually descended from the heavens, enveloping him. Eventually, it permeated his body through the acupoints. Once the innate morning purple qi entered Mu Fei's being, it circulated throughout him, cleansing his meridians. Soon enough, Mu Fei detected a faint odor emanating from his own body. This must be what is referred to as the purging of marrow and washing of bones. However, the quantity was not excessive. Yet, if Mu Fei persevered in his cultivation, the impurities within his body would naturally diminish. As the sun rose fully, the innate morning purple qi dissipated. Mu Fei concluded his practice. Absorbed morning purple qi, gained 2 experience points. Purple Qi Refining Soul Method LV1. I desire to cultivate immortality, boundless in power. Alas, the way of heaven has collapsed, and the path ahead is severed. Yearning for longevity, aspiring to become an immortal? How delightful! Return home and continue your daydreams. Experience 2100. Cultivating in the Marvel Universe feels, regrettably, rather unremarkable.
Mu Fei sighed.
After finishing breakfast, Mu Fei resumed his medical practice. Do you have any medicine? The kind that can make everyone go wild? A man, cloaked and obscured, resembling a secret agent, inquired. Indeed, I'll have 2. $1,000 each.
No worries.
Money is no object. Mu Fei noticed a significant surge in foot traffic at the clinic, predominantly comprised of middle-aged men in their 40s, all seeking to purchase Mu Fei's potent pills. Observing their insatiable expressions, it is evident that a price of not merely 1,000 but perhaps even 10,000 for Mo Fei's product would attract a considerable number of eager buyers. It is no wonder that Lu Sun remarked that when a woman is 8 years old, one must weave tales to lull her to sleep. At 18, one must concoct stories to entice her into bed. By 28, she will gladly share the bed without the need for tales. At 38, she will spin stories to coax you into her embrace. And by 48, you will find yourself fabricating narratives to avoid intimacy with her. Clearly, the brand of Mo Fei's powerful pills has already made a significant impact, requiring no credit sales, as the older gentlemen are clamoring to part with their money for his acceptance. While 1,000 per pill may seem exorbitant, one must ponder whether their wives would permit such a refusal. Mo Fei delightedly counts his green Franklin bills, feeling that even without the 1.25 million obtained from his uncle, selling these potent pills would make him a millionaire within a mere 2 months. Chapter 43. The dominant body with a powerful exhale, Mindy propelled herself forward, delivering a fierce whip kick aimed at Mo Fei's face, the sound of the wind slicing through the air. Mo Fei realized that if Mindy's strike connected, it could easily result in the loss of a few teeth. His body tensed as he focused intently on Mindy's movements. In response to her assault, he braced himself with his left hand, pivoted, and executed a side kick targeting her torso. Mindy retreated a step, leaning back just in time to narrowly evade Mo Fei's kick. Lowering her body, she swept at Mo Fei's left leg, who responded by countering with a strike of his own. However, in the moment Mo Fei gritted his teeth, Mindy charged forward, breaching his defense, and hooked her arm around his neck, driving her knee forcefully into his abdomen. What followed was straightforward. Mindy seized control of the rhythm of the fight, and Mo Fei found himself overwhelmed, unable to secure a victory. Despite his advancements in the second level of Xingyiquan, he remained persistently at a disadvantage against Mindy, who had never tasted defeat. Each time he made a slight improvement, she would adjust her approach, maintaining her edge, all while ensuring she could unleash a thorough beating once she had him firmly in her grasp. Mindy, could you not let me win just once? I've been trying so hard, Mo Fei lamented, drenched in sweat, his energy drained as he lay on the ground, gasping. Brother, during a fight, no one is going to go easy on you, Mindy retorted, rolling her eyes. What if my leniency leads you to neglect your training in countering? If that situation arises during an actual battle, you'll be the one regretting it. Oh, Mo Fei cried out weakly. Do you think I'm still far from beating you? I really want to give you a taste of your own medicine. He had been thoroughly bullied by Mindy under the guise of training. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that night spent with Ji Zhe, and how upon returning from Mei's house, Mindy had evidently devised a plan against him. Well then, you can continue dreaming. Mindy smirked with satisfaction. Even with your exceptional talent, if you truly wish to defeat me, it will take at least another 6 months. 6 more months? Is that really necessary? Mo Fei exclaimed, incredulous. Mindy sighed dramatically. Brother, I have been training in combat since I was 5, for nearly 7 years now. How long have you been training? If you think a couple of months could make you my equal, then all of my 7 years of effort would have been in vain. That's a fair point, Mo Fei conceded. Your talent truly exceeds my expectations. I've never encountered anyone who has progressed as rapidly as you. I wonder if it's due to that lecherous old man Xingyiquan, or if your innate talent is simply extraordinary. After allowing Mo Fei a brief respite, training resumed. Engaged in combat with an adorable little lowly, beast. Gained 1 experience point. Congratulations, host. Your Xingyiquan skill has leveled up. Xingyiquan LV3. You have finally transcended the realm of mediocrity, barely qualifying as a competent individual. However, do not provoke extraordinary beings, or you may still meet with a dismal fate. Experience 0500. Successfully advanced to level 3 in Xingyiquan. Please select your reward. Ironclad Kidneys. Do you desire to possess an unwaveringly tireless spirit? You shall receive an additional title, the Walking Pile Driver. Note, Ironclad Kidneys will bestow upon you extraordinary vigor. Qilin Arm. This is an arm capable of reaching 400 Hz in an instant. You will obtain an extra title, the Left Hand of God. Note, possessing immense strength renders you impervious to blades and swords. Dominating Body. Do you aspire to be a true man? Did you think you have ever been one? No, you have not. Only by acquiring a dominating body can you be deemed a true man. You will receive the additional title, 5 seconds of true manhood. Note, activating the dominating body grants immunity to all attacks for 5 seconds, covering a radius of 1 meter, with a cooldown of 6 hours. Xingyiquan has finally ascended to level 3, the realm of Mingjing as described by the venerable Mo Yuqian. The power within Mo Fei has undergone a qualitative transformation. Although he ascended through the system's experience points, he has simultaneously compensated for his previous deficiencies. He senses that he is now capable of defeating 10 versions of his former self. Mingdi mentioned that maintaining this pace of progress, he might see the possibility of overcoming her in 6 months, yet Mo Fei feels as if he could achieve that now. Having felt the surging power within him, Mo Fei turned his attention to the rewards of his ascension. Both the Ironclad Kidneys and Qilin Arm are permanent enhancements, while the Dominating Body is a skill with a cooldown. The former two provide substantial temporary boosts to his strength, and should he choose the Qilin Arm, coupled with his level 3 Xingyiquan, Mo Fei believes he could easily overpower Mingdi. However, Mo Fei is not foolish. While the Kidneys and Qilin Arm are beneficial, they are merely ordinary enhancements. The Dominating Body, however, pertains to the laws of causality. The ability to disregard all attacks, this absolute defense, holds a value far beyond that of the Kidneys and Qilin Arm. For instance, should the purple sweet potato spirit snap her fingers, Mo Fei instinctively feels that the Dominating Body would shield him from being erased by the Infinity Stones. Thus, he chose the Dominating Body. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the title 5 seconds of true manhood. Upon seeing this profoundly significant title, a shadow crossed Mo Fei's face. This insipid system truly vexes him. One day, when he rises to prominence, he will ensure it pays for its insolence. Hey, what's wrong with you? Suddenly lost in thought? Mingdi waved her delicate, fair hand before Mo Fei's eyes. Nothing. Mo Fei grasped Mingdi's hand, returning to the moment, and suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. Mingdi, shall we have another go? Having just advanced to level 3, The previously silent Mo Fei launched an attack that caught Mingdi off guard, resulting in her suffering a significant setback. Fortunately, Mo Fei would never truly harm her. Otherwise, he could have easily dispatched her. It is not that Mingdi's abilities have been surpassed by Mo Fei, but rather she underestimated the sudden surge in his power and skill. In simple terms, Mingdi had grown complacent. She continued to employ the strength and techniques of Mu Fei against the level 2 Xingyiquan, her intentions both calculated and instinctive, leaving no room for misfortune. However, the situation took a turn when Mingdi, feeling aggrieved, became furious. She barely took a moment to question Mu Fei about the sudden surge in his power and skill. In a bid to uphold her dignity as his sister, she unleashed her full might in their next bout, relentlessly overpowering Mu Fei. It soon became evident to Mu Fei that his sister was indeed his sister, and surpassing her would not be an easy feat. Mingdi, even a fierce beast spares its offspring. Oh, but I am your dear brother. If you were to defeat me, you would be left an orphan. Ouch! That hurts. Mingdi, I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. Chapter 44. The Face Princess having subdued Mo Fei, Mingdi recalled the sudden surge in his strength and playfully addressed the bruised and battered Mo Fei lying on the ground. Brother, your power has increased so dramatically once again. What's the story behind that? Is it akin to your previous leap in strength? Mo Fei averted his gaze, presenting the back of his head to her, signaling his reluctance to converse. Oh, come on, are you still upset? Don't be so petty. I acknowledge my mistakes, Mingdi said, affectionately cradling Mo Fei's head and turning it back towards her with acute demeanor. Mo Fei shivered in disdain. Everything felt utterly bland. Or rather, he was nearly nauseated. Though Mingdi usually exuded charm, her use of such a cutesy tone caught him off guard. All right, enough with that tone, Mo Fei exclaimed as he flipped over, rolling his eyes. It's simply because I have broken through the so-called Mingjing realm of Xingyiquan, as mentioned by that old fool Mo Yuqian, that my strength has soared. Xingyiquan again? Mingdi thought to herself, feeling increasingly bewildered by this world. Wasn't strength supposed to accumulate gradually? How could Mo Fei, with his extraordinary potential, experience such significant leaps in power? At this rate, she feared that within a month or two, he would completely overwhelm her in close combat. It was utterly unfair. In the morning, after absorbing 2 strands of innate morning sunlight's violet chi, Mo Fei commenced his breakfast. Huh? What's this letter doing here? He inquired, curiously eyeing the envelope beside Mindi's bowl. Oh, that? It's a legitimate tax evasion strategy designed by my lawyer. Mingdi replied nonchalantly. Tax evasion? Brother, you haven't forgotten, have you? We just obtained one. 25 million from Uncle Seven, and that money is traceable through bank transfers, not cash. It will definitely attract scrutiny. If we don't evade taxes, we'll lose nearly 40 to taxes. What a loss that would be. Mingdi blinked innocently. The IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, an agency under the Department of the Treasury, specializes in tax collection and is dedicated to combating tax evasion, fraud, and ensuring compliance. Their singular focus is on taxes. Every citizen in America, from the highest to the lowest, from the impoverished to the wealthy, and from law-abiding citizens to drug traffickers, must report all income, pay taxes, fail to pay taxes, be prepared to face dire consequences. Indeed, all income, including illicit earnings, must be declared. The IRS does not concern itself with the legality of your income. It only cares whether you have reported your income and paid your taxes on time. Among the most notorious tales involving the IRS is that of mob boss Al Capone. In the 1920s Chicago, Capone took control of a ruthless Italian gang from his predecessor. They operated an illegal brewery and had a network extending into Canada. To boost their income, they would obliterate any individuals or institutions unwilling to purchase their beer. Boom. During the 1920s alone, at least 100 people met their demise at their hands. In the realm of conflict, while others wield handguns, they brandish submachine guns and grenades. Furthermore, Al Capone resorts to bribery and intimidation to control the politicians participating in elections. His name is devoid of assets, rendering the police hesitant to apprehend him. The underground casinos and brothels are his domain, and he shows no mercy to anyone, whether divine or Buddha. With alcohol sales reaching an astounding $60 million annually, the other gangs in Chicago were left trembling in fear, unwilling to confront him directly. However, the IRS emerged as a formidable adversary. They inquired, Al Capone, have you neglected to report your income? Astonishingly, his brewery alone generated $60 million. How impressive. Indeed, they demanded to scrutinize his business accounts. In 1931, after 3 years of investigation, the IRS finally unraveled Al Capone's financial records and formally charged him with tax evasion, culminating in an 11-year prison sentence. The American adage proclaims that only death and taxes are certain. Hollywood dares to challenge everything. The CIA is rife with informants, the FBI is implicated in embezzlement, and even the president faces scrutiny. Yet, the IRS remains a force to be reckoned with. It is time to file those tax returns. Rumors circulate regarding the 4 infernal difficulty levels in Earth Online. Evading taxes in America, trafficking drugs in the land of rabbits, taking hostages among polar bears, and presiding over the realm of the cold underworld. Even the infamous Murphy cannot escape the IRS's grasp. Although he lacks a medical license and his clinic is unregistered, he dutifully pays taxes by reporting under different categories. Of course, Murphy is not a staunch advocate of American exceptionalism. As a committed member of the Rabbit Nation, he would never contribute to the American cause. Cash transactions for medical expenses inevitably lead to some level of under-the-table dealings. As suggested, one could donate to certain charities or invest in luxury items and stocks to offset tax liabilities, potentially reducing taxes to a mere 20%. Mindy turned to Murphy and asked, Brother, do we need to acquire anything for our household? The notion of evading taxes is utterly impossible. One can only hope to sustain a living through cash dealings. Reflecting on their possessions, Murphy proposed, what if we purchase a car? Renting from dealerships is quite cumbersome. In the past, we lacked the funds, but now that we have the means, let us buy one. Agreed, Mindy noted, jotting it down. After breakfast, Murphy was in no rush to open the clinic and decided to accompany Mindy to a car dealership, as their clinic in Chinatown was not the only one in existence. On July 13th, the weather was fair, perfect for both funerals and leisure. The process unfolded smoothly, with Murphy and Mindy listening attentively as the sales associate presented various vehicle specifications. They had budgeted approximately $200,000 for their purchase. Little did they expect to encounter 2 familiar faces, Daisy and Kiko, at the dealership. What brings you 2 together? Murphy inquired, genuinely astonished. Here, I encountered Mo Fei, and both Daisy and Kiko were equally astonished. We had long been acquaintances in the digital realm, and after the conclusion of the incident involving Uncle Chi, I was eager to meet her in person. Kiko casually inquired, how did you 2 come to know each other? In Uncle Chi's villa, it was evident that Mo Fei, Tang Ren, and their companions were part of the same group. While Kiko was engaged in conversation with Qin Feng, they had exchanged glances and greetings, marking them as familiar faces. Me? Mo Fei smiled softly and replied, I once treated her ailment. Treated her ailment? Kiko glanced at Mo Fei with intrigue. Aren't you a detective?
Chapter 45. Am I, Montag Fei, insufficiently charismatic? Montag Fei.
At that moment, I was the one who brought Qin Feng to find James. If she held him in any regard, she should have at least looked into his background, right? Now it seems that I have left no impression on her whatsoever. Even though I am not Qin Feng, the chosen one, must I be treated so dismissively? After all, I am a quietly handsome man. Is it that I, Mo Fei, lack charm? Or is it that Kiko's standards are excessively high? A bitter drink slips down, causing my heart to ache. Kiko, should I also inform you about my father, who is a wealthy magnate in Dubai? When it comes to making friends, she never considers wealth or looks. She only cares whether someone is visually appealing to her, as she has encountered too many affluent and handsome suitors. Detective? Daisy curiously glanced at Mo Fei and asked, isn't he a doctor? Lu Sun once wisely remarked, a chef who does not aspire to be a tailor is certainly not a good driver. Mo Fei smiled broadly, while inwardly cursing. Did Lu Sun actually say that? Kiko appeared perplexed. Young people should read more, Mo Fei earnestly advised. Lu Sun wisely stated that the less attractive one is, the more one should read. Kiko finally realized that Mo Fei was alluding to Lu Sun, rolling her eyes in response. Hey, what are you all doing here? Mo Fei inquired. Daisy is considering purchasing an RV and asked me for advice. Kiko replied.
Montag Fei nodded in acknowledgement.
After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mo Fei parted ways with Daisy and Kiko, as they were not particularly close. Ultimately, Mo Fei and Mindy decided on a Ford GT500 Cobra. The engineers at Ford infused elements from the Bullitt model into the Mustang's 4.6-liter V8 engine, achieving a maximum power output of 315 horsepower and a peak torque of 440 Nm. The entry-level 4.0-liter V6 engine remained unchanged, with a maximum output of 210 horsepower and 325 Nm. The springs, shock absorbers, and stabilizer bars underwent recalibration, while the braking system saw significant enhancements. Moreover, the new vehicle would come standard with ESP. The suspension system was also finely tuned, paired with 19-inch wheels and a 6-speed manual transmission, ensuring that the Shelby GT500 offers exhilarating handling and bursts of passion during sporty driving, all of which promises to be intoxicating. A high-performing sports car is just what Mo Fei needs to hone his driving skills. "Old Mo, are you home?" "Out meeting clients." Mo Fei called out several times, but there was no response from the gym. Frustrated, he kicked the gym's heavy door. Clang! The jarring sound of the iron gate erupted. "Which little rascal kicked my door?" Mo Yuqian, infuriated, stormed out after putting down his headphones. Since acquiring the $2,500,000 in secret funds from his seventh uncle, he had been showered with generous tips, causing countless young women to yearn for his favor. It had certainly inflated his ego. Just moments ago, he had been flirting with a top live streaming star, inviting her for a ride on the carousel, when Mo Fei's kick interrupted him. "Despite calling you numerous times to accept clients, you remained unresponsive." Mo Fei shrugged innocently. "Is it you, my boy? Have you finally come to the realization that you wish to take me as your master?" Mo Yuqian instantly adopted the demeanor of a stern mentor. "Let me inform you, seeking my tutelage is no trivial matter. It requires you to undergo 3 rigorous trials." "Enough, enough. You are getting too immersed in your role," Mo Fei interjected, rolling his eyes. "Who told you I came here to seek a master? Then what brings you here?"
Montag Yuqian inquired, puzzled.
"Isn't this a boxing gym? I came to learn boxing without the need for apprenticeship."
Montag Fei replied.
"You wish to learn boxing without becoming my disciple?" "No way," Mo Yuqian retorted with a cold smirk. "Not even if I pay. Not even if you pay."
Montag Yuqian asserted firmly.
"Am I in need of money? Having received a bounty of $2.5 million from Uncle Chi, I have no shortage of funds. What can mere tuition fees from a boxing gym amount to? If this lad refuses to be my disciple, I would rather starve or leap from the top of the Empire State Building than teach him my techniques. Is that so?"
Montag Fei nodded.
Turning to the side where Mindy stood. "Then let us present Mr. Mo Yuqian with a banner, celebrating his profound teaching ethics, as diligent as a bee, tirelessly instructing by day and moonlighting as an actor by night, only to collapse in exhaustion. Your boxing stance is quite commendable, but your San-Ti posture lacks finesse. This simply won't do. The internal strength of internal martial arts must not falter." Mo Yuqian observed as Mo Fei demonstrated his boxing technique, kindly stating, "Allow me to show you how it's done. Watch a lecherous old man demonstrate Xing Yiquan. Ugh, old pervert." Gaining 2 experience points. Xing Yiquan LV3. You have finally transcended the realm of the weak and can be considered a person of some significance. However, do not provoke extraordinary individuals, lest you meet an unfortunate fate. Experience 7500. Wow!
Montag Fei exclaimed, astonished.
While he had anticipated gaining considerable improvement in his Xing Yiquan from the old man, he had not expected such an impressive outcome. Merely listening to his explanations yielded 2 experience points. It was worth noting that he had to endure 20 minutes of torment from Mindy at home to earn just 1 experience point. The primary reason Mo Fei sought out Mo Yuqian today was due to the diminishing returns he experienced when practicing with Mindy after his Xing Yiquan advanced to level 3. Previously, he could achieve 1 experience point in just 20 minutes. Now it took him 40 to 50 minutes, sometimes even an hour. Mo Fei's perception of Mo Yuqian transformed entirely. Here was a prime opportunity to exploit. As Mo Yuqian elucidated his teachings, Mindy silently observed, adopting Mo Yuqian's methods to practice the San-Ti posture. With Mo Youqian's ability to defeat zombies with a single punch and the miraculous enhancement of Mo Fei's strength, Mindy found herself increasingly intrigued by Xing Yiquan. What better opportunity could there be than to hear the teachings of this master in person to aid her own martial arts cultivation? Have you been listening to me all this time? Mo Youqian frowned and gazed at Mo Fei with a disapproving expression. I am indeed listening. Please continue. Mo Fei replied with a cheerful smile. Mo Youqian remained skeptical. Despite his parched throat from speaking, he noticed that Mindy, an outsider, was diligently practicing as he instructed, while Mo Fei merely stood there, motionless, grinning at him as if he were a spectator at a circus. Then demonstrate what I just explained, Mo Youqian demanded, suspecting that this brat was mocking him. Mo Fei sighed, pondering why this old coot couldn't trust him when he was speaking the truth. Following Mo Youqian's instructions, Mo Fei executed the demonstration flawlessly, even surpassing Mindy, who was nearby, listening while practicing. How is this possible? Mo Youqian's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. At his age, he had never witnessed anyone who could outperform others merely by listening, as opposed to the sweat and effort typically required. While he found Mindy's performance quite satisfactory, Mo Fei's was nothing short of exemplary. Little did he know, in a world of prodigies, the ordinary could hardly compare. Chapter 46. Delight in the eyes of Mo Youqian. There was but one explanation. Mo Fei's innate talent was utterly extraordinary. Young man, have you truly no inclination to take me as your master? Mo Youqian said, his voice laced with temptation. I can exempt you from the customary trials. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. I refuse. Mo Fei rolled his eyes and retorted, do not speak of your 3 trials. Even if I were to propose 3 trials for you, it would still be unfeasible. That could be arranged. Mo Youqian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Why not devise 3 trials for me to become your disciple?
Montag Fei.
This old rogue truly lacks shame. I have already stated it is impossible. Very well, very well. Mo Youqian sighed, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. Having discussed the fundamentals with you for so long, it is time to witness the true fruits of your cultivation. Engaging with a master of Xingyi such as Mo Youqian was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for Mo Fei to garner experience, and he could not possibly decline. Engaged in combat with a pitiful old man with a white beard, ugh, a beast. Gained 2 experience points. Xingyi Fist LV3. You have finally transcended the realm of the weak, barely qualifying as a noteworthy individual. However, do not provoke extraordinary humans, lest you fall victim to a tragic fate. Experience 17,500. What? You have already transcended the Mingjin stage? How little time has passed.
Montag Youqian was genuinely astonished.
Just how prodigious was Mo Fei's aptitude. Young man, I am not jesting. Mo Youqian's playful demeanor gradually shifted to one of rare seriousness. Xingyi Fist is indeed an outstanding ancient martial art, yet its limitations are stark, and one can easily encounter a ceiling. Even if you break through to the Huajin stage, you remain vulnerable to firearms. If you wish to attain greater heights, you must free yourself from the constraints of Xingyi and learn to cultivate qi. Will cultivating qi render one less susceptible to firearms? Mo Fei inquired with curiosity. Upon cultivating qi, energy will surge within you, akin to the 3 returns of Yuan qi wielded by the formidable Lord Xiong in the world of Fengyun, capable of withstanding any assault, Mo Youqian explained. Moreover, my previous assertion that cultivating qi can extend one's lifespan is no mere fabrication. Upon reaching a certain level, you may enjoy a lifespan of at least 200 years, and at the highest profundities even over 500 years. If I do not become your disciple, will you still refuse to teach me the cultivation of qi?
Montag Fei Beutli Presset.
Your appearance leaves much to be desired, yet your aspirations are rather grand. Mo Youqian rolled his eyes, retorting with a quip from Mo Fei. The cultivation of qi is a closely guarded secret of Kunlun, not to be imparted to those outside our sect. Is that so?
Montag Fei regarded Montag Youqian skeptically.
Yet I seem to recall hearing that traders from Kunlun are also teaching others about qi. You mentioned traders. How dare you? Mo Youqian's face flushed with indignation. If you possess such skill, go learn from those traders. See what they can impart. The authentic cultivation of qi from Kunlun was painstakingly developed by our predecessors, a comprehensive system, and those traders? They merely grasped the superficial details. Who among those truly capable of accessing my advanced Kunlun cultivation methods would dare betray and abandon the sect? Oh well, I find solace in practicing my Xingyi Quan. It feels quite fulfilling. Mo Fei instantaneously lost his curiosity about Qi. After all, he possesses a system. Regardless of what he learns, if he adheres to a systematic approach, he will eventually reach the pinnacle. He still has the Taoist techniques of the Ziyang sect within him. Mo Yuqian, that old man, is exceedingly lecherous. Having him as a teacher feels rather humiliating. You rascal! You infuriate me to no end. Mo Yuqian's beard quivered in anger as he exclaimed, "Despite my best efforts to persuade you, why do you refuse to listen? Each person has their own aspirations. Why must you impose yours upon me?" Mo Fei shrugged and offered a comforting remark. "Do not rush over matters that cannot be resolved today. Tomorrow may not yield better results either. Get out, get out." Mo Yuqian, incensed, turned hostile, declaring, "My dojo shall not operate today. Just leave." The profound virtue of a teacher, Mo Yuqian. If you have the capability, why not simply unfurl a banner and see if your fists can truly defeat this rebellious disciple? It appears that Mo Yuqian, the cantankerous old man, has genuinely lost his temper. Not wanting to take advantage of the situation, Mo Fei, accompanied by Mindy, made his way outside. A quaint little booklet was tossed out. "Practice diligently. I shall assess your progress tomorrow. Fail, and I shall punish you." Mo Fei chuckled as he picked up the ancient booklet from the ground. It contained the cultivation methods following the Ming gene of Xingyi Quan. No wonder he found the training after reaching level 3 so arduous. It turns out that Mo Yuqian, that mischievous old man, had only recorded the methods for Ming gene in the earlier booklet he received, neglecting the subsequent and gene techniques altogether. Yet, despite claiming to be angry, he had dutifully delivered the later cultivation methods to him, proving to be quite the honest man. While enjoying breakfast, Mo Fei came across news of the flamboyant Tony Stark in the newspaper. Spotted vacationing at a private beach with a group of models and young celebrities, he was photographed engaging in carefree sunbathing. What a lavish lifestyle.
Montag Fei snorted in disdain.
Jealousy renders me Gaussian blurred. Jealousy causes my fluctuations to diminish. Jealousy places me in a normal distribution. The stark reality presented in the newspaper deeply unsettled Mo Fei, a man of modest means. Recent events had piqued his interest in the movements of baby Nini, not due to infatuation, but rather for tax evasion purposes. He and Mindy had invested in 800,000 worth of stocks in Stark Industries. Mo Fei recalled that before baby Nini's deployment to Afghanistan, Stark Industries stock had surged dramatically, peaking with the release of the Jericho missile. If not now, when would be the optimal time to buy? Once baby Nini was in Afghanistan, Mo Fei planned to short sell the stock. One stock, two joys. How delightful. But then it struck him. Despite having earned this dual joy, his net worth was still but a mere fraction of baby Nini's wealth. Tears nearly welled in his eyes.
Montag Fei seid deeply.
In the span of one's life, some individuals become legends while others fade into obscurity. Do you believe it is due to a lack of ability? Certainly not. Your capabilities are ample. However, it is your lineage that may falter. As Lu Xun aptly remarked, all roads lead to Rome, yet some are born in Rome, and rather notably as princes of Rome. At that moment, Mo Fei and Mindy were enjoying breakfast when the doorbell rang. "Who is it?" Mindy inquired, setting down her chopsticks as she approached the door. Upon ushering the visitor inside, Mo Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the strikingly beautiful housewife, their new neighbor. Chapter 47. Dylan. The woman's name is Henry, a skilled escape artist from the illustrious Thieves Guild. This team, indeed neighbors of the Murphy family, has maintained a remarkably low profile, seldom interacting with those around them. Their presence is almost imperceptible, as if their existence were entirely overlooked. It remains a mystery what prompted her sudden visit to his home. "Hello." The young lady, still yet to embody the grace of a glamorous housewife, appeared somewhat reserved. "Hello." Murphy nodded and inquired, "Have you had breakfast? Would you care to join us?" The breakfast prepared by Mindy consisted of fried dough sticks, soy milk, and eggs, an ideal repast for a woman, particularly one as well refined as she. No, I've already eaten. The young lady promptly waved her hand in refusal, revealing her true intention. I have come to present you with a small gift. A small gift? Murphy felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had envisioned the potential for a more scandalous scenario, perhaps to provoke her ex-boyfriend Lex Luthor. No, it was her former beau Daniel, in a bid to entice him, the New York version of a dashing hero. The gift she spoke of was tickets to their magic show. As neighbors who had often been too preoccupied to partake in community events, she wished to extend an apology by offering tickets to many surrounding neighbors. Murphy and Mindy attended the performance of the Thieves Guild. To be honest, their act was indeed captivating. Although Murphy possessed a spatial ring capable of conjuring even more astonishing feats, their display was a testament to genuine skill and ingenuity, while his abilities stemmed from an extraordinary advantage. Thus, no comparison could be made. Murphy attempted to analyze the possibilities behind their magic. Fortune smiled upon you. You guessed one possibility correctly, earning 1 experience point. Magic LV1. On the path of a magician, you are but a novice. Never perform magic before others, lest you be subjected to public ridicule. Experience 100. Upon acquiring the magic skill, Murphy did not dedicate any time to its study. After all, the training of both Xingyiquan and firearms consumed the majority of his energy, leaving little room for the pursuit of other skills. Brother, what's that ring on your finger? Mindy, now seated closely beside him, noticed the silver ring adorning Murphy's hand. Oh, this? I bought it for fun. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you old rascal. It must be a gift from some seductive temptress. You're deceiving your adorably sweet little sister again. I shall remember this grievance. As night descended, the city was adorned with a vibrant tapestry of neon lights, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across its streets. Despite the hour, many parts of New York remained alive with the exuberance of revelry, a cacophony of music and dance. Once Murphy and Mindy emerged from the venue, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the two of them strolled leisurely towards home. The venue was not far from Mofei's residence, merely a few steps away, rendering any form of transportation unnecessary. Mofei and Mindy were engaged in light-hearted banter when, unexpectedly, a rude individual charged forth, roughly shoving past pedestrians while shouting for them to get out of the way. He was clearly intent on reaching Mofei and Mindy, extending his hand as if to push Mindy aside. Mofei could no longer tolerate the affront. After Mindy dodged the man's grasp with a frown, Mofei discreetly extended his foot, causing the intruder to stumble and fall spectacularly. Delighted by this turn of events, Mofei felt a surge of satisfaction. Dylan, equally pleased, was thrilled to encounter her charming older brother once more, especially as he had kindly assisted her. Since the last time Mofei had helped them fend off the troublesome Mo Yuqian, Dylan had felt an undeniable attraction towards him. She had intended to enlist Alex's help in connecting her with Mofei, but unfortunately, Charlie had assigned them an urgent mission. The founder of Nuo Technology, No AI Rue, had been kidnapped, and sensitive technologies were suspected to have been stolen, posing a significant threat to national security. Thus, they were compelled to locate No AI Rue and recover the stolen secrets. For some time, the three sisters had been engrossed in this task. Today, they attended a banquet hosted by Rog, the prime suspect in the kidnapping of No AI Rue. As anticipated, they spotted an individual on the guest list who had been captured on surveillance footage during the abduction. They promptly pursued him, only for Mofei to trip the man with a well-placed kick. Alex and Natalie swiftly subdued the fallen man, delivering a series of blows in retribution for the trouble he had caused them. Meanwhile, Dylan felt it imperative to maintain her ladylike demeanor. Despite her anger at the man's escape, she refrained from resorting to violence in front of her older brother. With her hands clasped behind her back and a blush tinting her fair cheeks, she spoke to Mofei. "Thank you once again, Mr. Mo. He stole our belongings, and we were in hot pursuit. If he manages to flee, we won't know what to do. Just call me Mofei," he replied with a smile. "Since you are Alex's friend, you are my friend too. There is no need for formality." The self-confidence that had been shaken by Kiko's earlier remarks began to resurface in Dylan's presence, as it was evident that she held a fondness for him. He remained the charming, suave figure he had always been, reminiscent of a handsome model from New York. In this world, It seemed that physical attractiveness could easily win a girl's favor. Mo Fei recalled a close friend from his past, surnamed Li, a rather unassuming fellow who envied his ability to date beautiful women and often inquired about the secret to winning their affection. Mo Fei stated that if one possesses sufficient handsomeness, engaging in conversation is deemed humorous and charming. Lacking conversational skills is categorized as reserved. High emotional intelligence is seen as maturity, while low emotional intelligence is considered endearing. Conversely, those deemed unattractive who are adept in conversation are labeled as sycophants, whereas those who struggle with dialogue are referred to as broculture. If they possess high emotional intelligence, they are viewed as shrewd. If low, they are described as naive. Given your appearance, winning a woman's affection would necessitate cosmetic enhancement. Indeed, being handsome allows one certain privileges, regardless of the authenticity of that handsomeness. Mo Fei merely spoke the truth, yet Mr. Li reacted indignantly, claiming only effeminate men engage with women, asserting that true masculinity is found in relationships with other men. Such sentiments are utterly uninspiring. Truly. Chapter 48. Steel Gururu. I am Dylan. The girl, beaming with joy, shook hands with Mo Fei. Indeed, Mo Fei was quite handsome. Otherwise, would you think that exquisite ex-girlfriend, who was on the verge of forming an elite squad, was jesting? I seemed to sense a whiff of romantic sweetness in the air. Alex and Natalie were escorting a man, bound and already rendered unconscious by their blows, and remarked softly, "How dare you speak so casually? Among us 3 sisters, you are the only one tirelessly feeding us dog food." Dylan retorted with a light huff, "At this rate, we won't even need meals. Dog food has us stuffed to the brim. The entire world is suffused with the scent of love, while I alone exude the fragrant aroma of single dom." Natalie gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, striving to suppress her tears. "Are they fools?" Mindy muttered. "Yet they were not." Mo Fei chuckled. "Dylan and I are merely acquaintances, having met only twice. By the way, what exactly did he take from you?" Upon hearing Mo Fei's inquiry, the previously frivolous trio immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Alex replied earnestly, "Mo Fei, we have pressing matters to attend to, so we shall not engage in further conversation. Let's arrange to meet another day, all right?"
Montag Fei schruget.
"You ladies go handle your affairs." Dylan reluctantly waved goodbye to Mo Fei, ultimately having to depart. "Alex, you have experience." After a few steps, Dylan suddenly inquired, "Do you think I have been too overt in expressing my feelings for him, contrary to your cultural norms? Might I frighten him away?" Alex gazed into the night sky and mused. One cannot conceal the heart's affection. Even if you silence your lips, the emotions will escape through other avenues. Dylan. Natalie. What are those ghastly expressions on your faces? I was referring to tears. Away with you. Noah Rue, tightly bound to a chair in the sewer, kicked away the rats that dared to approach him. The so-called kidnapping was a ruse. He had orchestrated his own abduction. The purpose was to draw out Charlie, the mastermind behind Dylan and her companions. He believed that Charlie was responsible for his father's demise. The man who had emerged from the banquet of the Red Star Company was one of his own. This was all to lure Dylan's trio to the sewer. Unfortunately, he was unaware that due to Mo Fei's unexpected interference, Dylan and her friends were temporarily unable to arrive. Half an hour had passed. What on earth were they doing? Noah Rue's face was etched with impatience. He was a billionaire, a super-rich individual worth tens of billions. Had it not been for his quest for vengeance, he would not have lingered in this filthy sewer for even a moment. How long would they make this billionaire wait? However, the one responsible for guiding Dylan and her companions had been knocked unconscious and taken back to the base for interrogation, and given the back and forth, it was likely they wouldn't return for at least 3 to 4 hours. Noir was inwardly lamenting when suddenly, a little creature scurried into his. Due to his insistence on authenticity, he had deliberately refrained from carrying any communication devices, fearing that Dylan and the others might inadvertently discover him. Thus, no one came to his rescue. How shocking! Why did hundreds of sows at the pig farm collectively scream in the dead of night? And why did an octogenarian dog perish on the street last night? Tonight, at the stroke of midnight, the sewers echoed with the squeaks of mice and the lamentations of men. Is this a reflection of humanity's depravity or a decline in morals? Sir, don't question the efficacy. If it fails to perform, just invest more, Mo Fei stated with a serious demeanor. Discussing losses without addressing effectiveness is nothing short of folly. Opposite Mo Fei sat an elderly gentleman in his 60s, with snow-white hair and a kindly visage, radiating warmth and compassion. However, today, the gentleman had come to inquire about the ineffectiveness of the powerful pills purchased from Mo Fei. Mo Fei, you ought to kneel before this elder. Are you not aware of your own age? Do you comprehend the severity of your inherent deficiencies? How could a mere powerful pill rectify such profound loss? Nevertheless, Mo Fei confidently assured the elder that the powerful pill was not ineffective. Rather, he had not consumed enough. If you take a bit more, there is no deficiency that the powerful pill cannot remedy. It's not a matter of money. I have wealth. I am willing to pay any amount as long as it proves effective. But I fear spending a fortune only to find it worthless. A fruitless endeavor. The elder lamented. Sir, I assure you, not a single customer has spoken ill of my medicine.
Montag Fei replied.
You are the first. Your case is far too unique. Your age is quite advanced. This medication was primarily intended for gentlemen in their 30s and 40s. Given your circumstances, perhaps consuming 20 pills would suffice. I guarantee you, should you find no results after that, I will refund tenfold your purchase price. With Mo Fei's assurance, the elder left, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he clutched 20 powerful pills. Remember, if it fails to perform, just invest more. Mo Fei joyfully counted the verdant 20,000 Franklin bills, feeling secure and at ease. The ease of earning such money astounded Mo Fei. The raw materials for the powerful pills cost only a few $dozen each. Yet he sold them for $1,000 apiece, a nearly hundredfold profit, leading to a substantial fortune for him. In just a few days, he had amassed nearly $200,000 from selling the powerful pills. No wonder Pfizer generates billions annually from their blue pills. After the elder departed, the hospital was devoid of patients, leaving Mo Fei with idle time to flirt with the ladies, particularly with the newly acquainted Dylan. Dylan, Mo Fei, what is your zodiac sign? Mo Fei, I am 25 years old, born in 1982, and my zodiac sign is the dog. Dylan, that's incorrect.
Montag Fei?
Mo Fei, how can it be wrong? I could not possibly be mistaken. Dylan, you belong to me.
Montag Fei?
Mo Fei, are you a dog? Dylan, meow meow meow. Upon seeing the vividly colored message on her phone, Dylan felt a pang of hurt and, with tears in her eyes, rushed to find Alex. You deceived me. This is not what we agreed upon. This was a special flirting technique she had learned from Alex, for which she had even promised to endure a week of tasting Alex's dark culinary experiments. Alex glanced at Mo Fei's straightforward response, perplexed. Mo Fei did not seem the type to possess such a rigid demeanor. Putting away his phone, Mo Fei smiled. Brother, who are you chatting with? Suddenly, a gentle and charming voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, he was met with a sweet, endearing face. Chapter 49. I am 25 this year at the Hilton Hotel. The founder, Conrad, has created value for both business and leisure travelers by establishing and maintaining the highest standards of service, embodying the renowned Conrad service culture. The hotel rooms are exquisitely comfortable, the restaurants are elegantly sophisticated, the fitness club is well-equipped, and the conference facilities are top-notch. As night falls, the twinkling stars resemble scattered pearls embedded in the sky, shimmering and enigmatic. The sound of water trickling from the bathroom can be heard, while Mo Fei is engrossed in his phone. After a brief flirtation with Mo Fei, Miss Dylan decides to take the initiative and invites him to join her on the carousel. Such is the nature of Westerners. If they find someone appealing, they propose a meeting, and when the novelty fades, they part ways without hesitation. The woman in the bathroom is Dylan. The sound of trickling water is quite loud, distracting him from his phone. Listening to the cacophony of water, Mo Fei glances at the bathroom, where the ethereal beauty is barely visible, and shakes his head in resignation. Women cannot compare to the allure of a mobile phone. He gazes around the Hilton's decor and lets out a sigh. The sight of the Hilton brings to mind Paris Hilton, which in turn reminds him of the American surrealistic film One Night in Paris. In the latter half of this year, the Sino-American co-production of Journey to the West is set to commence, where I will continue to portray the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. I aim to create a positive image through the artistic representation of the Monkey King, promoting both culture and sports, and I hope to garner more attention from everyone. Two flowers blooming. Two flowers blooming. Suddenly, the bathroom door swings open, revealing a stunning blonde woman draped in a towel. Her fair skin and tall figure exude a fragrant aura of fresh bathing. Noticing Mo Fei's gaze, Dylan tosses her hair, feeling a sense of pride. Surely, you recognize my charm now? Speaking of which, what has become of the man you captured who attempted to rob you? Is he at risk of being strangled by some tech mogul rescued from the sewers? Mo Fei observes Dylan's ample display of fair skin and smiles faintly. You know? Dylan responds with an awkward smile, saying, I apologize. It was not my intention to deceive you. The safety of our employer's life was at stake, and we could not disclose any information. I understand, Mo Fei replies with a nod. But how did you find out? This was supposed to be our secret mission. Dylan inquires. The secrets of this world are not as numerous as you might think. If one is determined to investigate, many matters are not difficult to uncover.
Montag Feischrucks.
Oh, Dylan nods in bewilderment. However, she also realizes that Mo Fei is not an ordinary person. Did you find any traces during your investigation? Perhaps the kidnapping was a performance orchestrated by Noah Iyer himself?
Montag Fei abruptly asks.
Why do you ask? Dylan looks at Mo Fei in surprise. I recently developed an interest in detective work, so I did some research, he replies. Criminals are not always the most suspicious individuals. Rather, oftentimes, it is those who appear least suspect that harbor the deepest secrets. Sherlock Holmes once stated, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Mo Fei speculated, I believe there is a significant likelihood that Noai is orchestrating this charade. How could that be? Dylan furrowed her brow. Yet what benefit would he gain from such actions? It serves him no purpose. Perhaps there is a benefit that you have yet to perceive, Mo Fei insinuated, though Dylan remained oblivious to his hints. But who would stage such a performance? Dylan's expression grew peculiar as she hesitated to articulate her thoughts. Stage what?
Montag Fei inquiret.
Intrigued. Dylan hesitated, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. When we went to rescue him last night, he was in the sewer, surrounded by numerous rats. He inadvertently allowed one to scurry into his trousers. Embarrassment rendered Dylan speechless, yet Mo Fei comprehended the implication. He too wore a strange expression, astonished by the extent of Noai's sacrifice. Consequently, Mo Fei found it difficult to continue his deductions regarding the crime and chose to refrain from further discourse. From Alex, it was revealed that Mo Fei had never been without a girlfriend since elementary school, naturally branding him as a cad. Yet, one might wonder why she would still choose him. Such is the nature of this world. Nefarious men attract women while virtuous ones often bear the brunt of scorn. One should not blame women for seeking excitement, for tranquility may lead to the wilting of blossoms. In the room, the steady rhythm of breathing filled the air. The streets of New York were particularly vibrant that evening, with a continuous flow of vehicles and a dazzling array of neon lights illuminating the night. New York, the city that never sleeps, truly lived up to its moniker. From a lofty vantage point, the suburbs revealed a lush tapestry of greenery, with dense trees juxtaposed against sprawling lawns. The city's intricate network of roads wove seamlessly among the towering skyscrapers, while the tranquil Manhattan River sparkled under the sun's rays. Observing New York from above accentuated its environmental beauty. The azure waters embraced the towering edifices of Manhattan, with grand bridges arching gracefully, embodying the magnificence of the metropolis. As night descended, the cacophony of the day began to fade, and even the city's glittering allure seemed to dissipate. A gentle mist rose, impervious to the chilling winds of the night. Approaching the hour of 2 in the morning, both Mo Fei and Dylan lay fast asleep. Their door was quietly pushed open, and barely discernible footsteps advanced toward their bedroom. A figure stealthily opened the bedroom door, brandishing a black PT-945 handgun, already loaded. Observing the slumbering forms of Mo Fei and Dylan, a wicked grin crept across his face. Mo Fei's instinct, honed through the practice of Xing Yi Quan, sent urgent signals of impending danger, jolting him awake just as the dark muzzle of the gun discharged, sending bullets forth with a spark of friction. Chapter 50. The green light. I am Mo Fei. I am currently in a state of utter panic. Last night, I joyfully accompanied Miss Dillon to Wushan for a merry-go-round ride, but unexpectedly, upon opening my eyes, a flurry of bullets came hurtling towards me. Why must you treat me this way? As Mo Fei opened his eyes, the bullets had already been discharged, aimed directly at his brow. In a state of sheer panic, he instinctively activated the 5-second the bodily shield skill. A radiant green light emanated from him, enveloping a 1-meter radius around his being. It was a calming shade of green. Mo Fei thought to himself. I knew that the silly dog system would never miss an opportunity to prank him. Since acquiring the bodily shield skill, he had never utilized it, fearing the possibility of incurring fatal damage during the cooldown period. However, with the silly dog system's endorsement, he held a measure of faith in its authenticity. To his surprise, the color was indeed green. A cluster of bullets hovered within the green light's protective range, unable to advance even a fraction. The rather unattractive assassin widened his eyes in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Newton, come forth and explain this to me. Newton remained unfazed, lounging within his coffin, pulling the dislodged coffin lid back over himself, indicating that such trifles should not disturb him further. How rude. Perhaps next time, one with a more handsome visage should come seeking answers. The commotion in the room naturally roused Dillon, who, still groggy from sleep, had yet to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, she witnessed a flash of crimson light erupting in Mo Fei's eyes, akin to a bolt of lightning, as he lunged towards another occupant in the room, delivering a fierce punch to the assassin's jaw. Stunned and bleeding, the assassin was about to instinctively retaliate when, in the next moment, Mo Fei slightly crouched, executing a peculiar vertical elbow strike that struck like a blade, landing once more on the assassin's chin. After enduring 2 consecutive blows to the jaw, the assassin felt darkness enveloping him, his surroundings spinning, his consciousness fading. With a swift motion, Mo Fei ensnared the assassin's neck in a combination attack, crossing his hands and twisting with force. His eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he declared death. Releasing his grip, the assassin's limp body crumpled to the floor, still exuding an aura of cold, lethal intent. Since arriving in this world, Mo Fei had never come so close to death as he did today. Had he not awakened instinctively and activated the bodily shield, he would have certainly met his demise. The assassin, his chest heaved violently, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glimmer. Dillon was utterly astonished. Mo Fei's combat skills were remarkably formidable. He could easily overpower her 3 companions. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. Gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, Mo Fei contemplated for a brief moment before hastily retrieving his phone to call Mindy, informing her of the events that had transpired. The assassination attempt on his life and the fact that he had taken another's life were matters that necessitated her expertise. It was beyond the capability of someone like him, who had never ventured into the shadows of darkness. Mindy assured him she would arrive immediately. He needed to seek refuge in the restroom, wary of further attacks, perhaps even an RPG strike. Though hiding in the restroom did not guarantee absolute safety, it was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action under the current circumstances. After ending the call, Mo Fei exhaled a heavy sigh and turned to Dillon, stating, "We still do not know who the enemy is or if more will come. We must take cover in the restroom for a while." "I understand," Dillon replied, having already redressed and retrieved her laptop. "Do you think today's assassination attempt was directed at me or you?" she inquired as she powered up her computer, a hint of doubt in her voice regarding whether she had been inadvertently dragged into Mo Fei's troubles. Mo Fei sighed again. "I am merely a physician, dedicated to healing rather than harming. Who would be so idle as to attempt to assassinate me? And what of you? You are a mercenary. This is undoubtedly aimed at you." Dillon, skeptical, countered, "Do you truly possess such combat skills? Or are you just an ordinary doctor?" "I genuinely am just a regular physician. My combat abilities are merely a family legacy," Mo Fei replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. "If I were to offend a significant figure, it would likely be due to a mere misstep on my part that triggered a series of unfortunate events, causing that esteemed individual to unleash their wrath. Under no other circumstances would I ever have the standing to engage with such powerful people. Dylan pondered for a moment. If Mo Fei spoke the truth, it was highly probable that the assassin was indeed targeting her, the individuals most likely to come after them. Oh no, if Mo Fei's deductions were accurate, then Alex and Natalie were in grave danger as well. Once her computer booted up, Dylan hurriedly reached out to Alex and Natalie, but received no response. A chill gripped her heart. The emergency contact they had established was designed to remain active around the clock. Even at this late hour, if they were unharmed, they would certainly have received her message. The silence now suggested only one possibility. Something had gone awry. She could only wonder if they had been captured. Or worse, tears glistened in her eyes. Yet this was not the time for sorrow. She quickly contacted Charlie. It was Charlie who had set up the emergency contact for them, although it was a one-sided line of communication. Whether he could respond remained uncertain. Fortunately, after about 3 minutes, Dylan received a reply from Charlie. After recounting the situation, he assured her he was aware and had sent someone to assist her, advising her to be cautious and not to miss the rendezvous. In the pitch-black restroom, she dared not even switch on the light. Dylan sat with his knees drawn up, gazing at Murphy, who appeared to be in an unusual emotional state. He hesitated, pondering his words, yet found himself at a loss for what to say. The two lingered in silence, their thoughts far from tranquil. Dylan was troubled by the safety of his sisters, Alex and Natalie, while Murphy grappled with the chilling reality of having narrowly escaped assassination, an experience that brought him closer to death than ever before. For a long time, Murphy had approached life in this world with a carefree, almost playful attitude, believing that no matter how perilous the circumstances, he would remain untouched. However, today had imparted a harsh lesson. Often, seemingly trivial matters could lead to dire consequences. After all, this world was not the safe, predictable reality he once knew, but rather a fantastical realm akin to that of Marvel. Approximately 15 minutes later, a disturbance at the door signaled the arrival of visitors, individuals whom Murphy could scarcely have imagined. Chapter 51. Knowing each other well, how could it be you, G. Zayer?
Montag Fei exclaimed in disbelief.
What brings you here?
G. Zayer responded, equally astonished.
Instructor, do you two know each other? Dylan inquired, looking puzzled at both Mo Fei and G. Zayer. Instructor? Mo Fei pointed at Dylan, asking, are you their instructor? I previously worked as their instructor for a period before joining Braga. At Mr. Charlie's request, G. Zayer clarified. Today, he also summoned me to protect Dylan, offering a sum of 100,000. Furthermore, he has put forth a 1 million bounty for the rescue of the other 2 angels who have been captured. Do we know who the enemy is? Mo Fei furrowed his brow. It is Nwariai from Nwariai Technology. He has already issued a warning to Charlie, stating that if he wishes to save his angels, he must personally go to his seaside estate in Camille. Otherwise, he will kill them.
G. Zayer replied.
I suspected as much, Mo Fei said, shrugging his shoulders. This entire affair has been orchestrated by Nwariai from start to finish. Despicable. Dylan nearly ground his teeth in frustration. How did you two end up together? G. Zayer turned her gaze toward Mo Fei. The air suddenly grew still. Mo Fei scratched his head, finding the situation rather awkward. Well, G. Zayer likely understood the circumstances. Having maintained a close friendship with Mo Fei for several years, she was not oblivious to his flirtatious nature. A lyric aptly describes him. I just love to play around. Don't tell me to stop. She shot him a disapproving glance. So, instructor, what is your relationship with Mo Fei? Dylan probed cautiously. We are good friends who know each other well. Mo Fei interjected, placing particular emphasis on know each other well, prompting G. Zayer to give him an exasperated look. Oh, Dylan nodded. Upon entering the bedroom, G. Zayer discovered the corpse of an assassin. Did you kill him, Dylan? She crouched down to examine the marks on the body. No, he was killed by Mo Fei. You killed him? G. Zayer looked at Mo Fei in astonishment. We've known each other for years. Yet I had no idea you possessed such exceptional combat skills. The man on the ground still clutched a PT-945 pistol, yet he met his end with remarkable decisiveness, highlighting the adversary's prowess. It has been 3 days. I must reevaluate my perception. Mo Fei raised an eyebrow. How long has it been since we last met? Do not judge me by old standards. Ji Zayer. I suspect Mo Fei is teasing me again, but I have no evidence. Enough. I have a general understanding of the situation now. You cannot remain here any longer. I will take you away. You should leave first. Are you foolish? Staying here is dangerous. I must wait for my sister. Your sister lives here too?
Ji-ser frowned.
No, I just called her. She should be on her way here now.
Ji-ser.
Are you joking with me? In matters of life and death, why would you summon your sister? What time do you think this is? Do not jest with me. He was not jesting with you. Mindy, donning tactical goggles and wielding an M1911, entered the room. Due to the proximity of Jizer's residence to the Hilton Hotel where Mo Fei and Dylan resided, Jizer arrived first, followed by Mindy. With the presence of individuals like Jizer and Mindy, who had traversed the shadows of the underworld, the disposal of the body was, naturally, not a concern. Brother, what trouble have you stirred up that has incited others to assassinate you? Mindy inquired, her tone laced with incredulity as she perched on the Ford Cobra. I am equally aggrieved. Mo Fei replied with a resigned smile, recounting the events from beginning to end. So, you might be entangled with that Dylan, but there's also the possibility that you've incurred the wrath of that Noari as well? That is the current situation. Brother, Mindy pondered for a moment before stating, such matters cannot be left to chance. We must take the initiative. Regardless of whether he is targeting you, we should eliminate him first. Mo Fei naturally had no objections. A chilling glint flickered in Mindy's eyes. Although she generally kept her distance from the affluent and powerful politicians, it did not mean she would shy away from retaliation when they dared to encroach upon her. This situation was far more severe than the last encounter with the bearded man who had pressured them. For this time, Mo Fei had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt by Noari. He was her only family, her dearest brother, though she often felt exasperated by his flirtatious tendencies, occasionally throwing minor tantrums and teasing him. He was her Oni-chan whom only she could bully. Anyone else who dared would meet their demise. Thus Noari was doomed. Mindy proclaimed, not even Jesus could save him now. At Dylan's safe house. Hey, what's the background of your sister? She seems remarkably formidable. Jizer pulled Mo Fei aside, her curiosity piqued, as Mindy emanated an aura of cold menace that spoke of a seasoned killer, leaving Jizer feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Mo Fei considered her words before replying, are you familiar with bullet time and curved shooting? Having been friends with Jizer for several years, their mutual trust allowed him to speak freely. I've heard of them, Jizer said, furrowing her brow in thought. Those skills are the hallmark of a highly skilled assassin. Only top-tier individuals could master such techniques. Any assassin proficient in bullet time and curved shooting would at least rank within the top 20 on the global assassin leaderboard. Coincidentally, my sister mentioned the same thing, Mo Fei replied with a smile. She claimed that if she were to present her skills before all the assassins in the world, she would undoubtedly rank in the top 20. Are you saying? Indeed, my sister possesses both bullet time and curved shooting skills. Mo Fei affirmed with a nod. And what do you plan to do now? Will you seek revenge on Noari? Revenge is imperative. That scoundrel nearly took my life.
Montag Fei nodded vigorously,
expressing his apprehension about the relentless pursuit he might face in the future. I must take the initiative and eliminate him first, he declared. Shall we join forces for Charlie's mission? Charlie's mission.
Mo Fei inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Jizer.
I mentioned it earlier. Charlie has put forth a bounty of $1 million for the rescue of the other two angels. If I were to attempt this alone, I cannot guarantee success. But with your sister's assistance, the scenario changes entirely.
Ji-ser shrugged nonchalantly.
After all, you are also seeking vengeance against Noai Rue. Earning a bounty along the way wouldn't be such a bad idea. $1 million? Count me in. Mindy approached with an impassive expression, sealing the agreement with her decisive tone. Chapter 52. What are you looking at? The blazing sun was enveloped in a golden hue, casting a crimson glow upon the pristine clouds, while the shimmering sea was adorned with golden rays. The waves occasionally rose, producing pure, crystalline splashes. Sunshine, fresh air, sandy beaches, and ocean waters all were present in abundance. In a corner of the rocky cliffs, for individuals, including Mo Fei, gathered. Noel had issued an ultimatum to Charlie at 9 a.m. And now, with only an hour remaining, it was already 8 a.m. How much longer do you need? Dylan anxiously inquired, glancing at his watch as he turned to Mindy. At most, 10 minutes, Mindy exclaimed, her fingers flying across the keyboard in a frenzy that left Mo Fei in awe. Noel was also an IT expert, and the strength of his firewall was exceptionally robust. Mindy was attempting to breach the surveillance cameras of Noel's estate. If successful, their battle would become significantly easier. Although Noel's firewall was formidable, defense is often more challenging than offense. Moreover, the security measures in his estate were not as insurmountable as Jarvis at Nini's place. Mindy faced a bit of difficulty in her intrusion, but it was not impossible. Dylan, right? I heard you're also mercenaries? Though I've never heard of you before. You must be new on the scene, she remarked, multitasking between her computer and conversing with Dylan. Indeed, we only recently began working, but we are employed by Charlie, serving as his fourth generation of angels, Dylan replied earnestly. Angels of Charlie, you know? Charlie's Angels? They're somewhat well known for taking on contracts from government departments. With a strong official background, Mindy mused. However, I recall that Charlie's previous angels had a confrontation with the Continental Hotel, resulting in the demise of two, and their deaths were quite gruesome. I wonder what became of the remaining one. 2 angels died? Continental Hotel? Dylan was taken aback, having never encountered such news before. If others might have spared Charlie, considering his official connections, it was no surprise that those at the Continental Hotel, who were driven by greed, would not hesitate to kill his angels. Mindy commented, working as Charlie's angel is a role that can be termed safe yet perilous. You must assess carefully whom you can provoke and whom you cannot. Dylan fell silent. She had never contemplated such matters before. What is your role within your team? What? Dylan looked at Mindy, bewildered. Your role? You don't understand? Mindy asked in surprise. Are you a strategist, a combat expert, a sniper, a hacker, a medic, or a support role? Dylan's cheeks flushed. I haven't thought about these issues, so... You belong to the type that knows a bit of everything but excels at nothing? Seeing that Dylan did not refute this, Mindy chuckled and shook her head. It's quite a feat that you've managed to survive until now. Dylan, you should familiarize yourselves with the configurations of the premier mercenary teams in the industry and learn from them. Do not allow your minds to dwell solely on romance. Each of you ought to acquire additional skills to rectify the deficiencies within the team. Only then can you advance further, rather than succumbing to misfortune and meeting your demise in a foul ditch. Mindy spoke earnestly, and by the end, her true nature began to reveal itself. Were it not for you, beguiling temptress, seducing my brother, he would not have faced peril last night. She was determined not to let Dylan linger around Mo Fei any longer. Dylan was rendered speechless, for Mindy's words were undeniably sound, leaving her at a loss for a retort. Mo Fei cleared his throat. Mindy, we are currently on a mission. Please refrain from excessive chatter. Understood. Mindy blinked, her fingers deftly maneuvering across the controls, and finally pressed the enter key. I have taken control of all surveillance cameras. What they see are images from 10 minutes ago, while my computer displays real-time footage. Mindy and G. Zaire meticulously observed the timely surveillance. What are you doing? Dylan inquired, her irritation evident. We are tracing their movements and identifying weak points in their defenses, aiming to locate the optimal points for assault, as well as routes for both attack and retreat.
G. Zaire kindly explained.
As a retired Mossad agent, G. Zaire exhibited exceptional prowess in firearms, combat, driving, and situational awareness. Dylan felt a sense of resonance with Mindy's reasoning. Perhaps their team, too, should bolster its configuration to that of a top-tier mercenary unit? What on earth were they doing? Their defenses appeared alarmingly lax, riddled with vulnerabilities. Could they be luring us into a trap, with hidden arrangements in place?
G. Zaire furrowed her brow.
No. Mindy glanced at Dylan. You have yet to grasp who Noir chose as his opponent. Typically, opposing parties possess comparable strengths. Hence, I am quite certain that this reflects the full extent of Noir's current capabilities. Dylan, why do you keep staring at me while you speak? The lax defenses of the Noir group allowed Mindy to feel unburdened as she sent Mo Fei into the fray. Indeed, Mindy intended for Mo Fei, one of the key players in this operation, to engage fully, rather than merely spectating. Despite Mo Fei's commendable skills in combat and firearms, which could rival her own, should Mindy truly wish to eliminate him, it would require little more than a breath. His crisis awareness was woefully inadequate. The skills he honed in a peaceful environment may appear impressive, yet in the brutal reality of bloodshed, he would soon falter. For instance, if someone were to attempt an assassination against her, her keen intuition would provide an early warning, allowing her to evade danger and counterattack. Mo Fei must endure the trials of genuine carnage. After Mindy and Ji Zaire conferred and devised a strategy, they divided into two teams. Mo Fei and Mindy would proceed together, while Dylan and Ji Zaire would take the other route, each advancing toward the location where the hostages were held. Standing beyond the towering walls, Mo Fei inhaled deeply. Moments later, he sprang into action, his palm grazing the surface of the wall as his feet kicked against it, akin to a gecko gliding along the surface, swiftly ascending and effortlessly vaulting over the barrier. With the mastery of form and intent boxing at level 3, Mo Fei had acquired numerous practical techniques. Once inside the enclosure, he crouched low and moved stealthily, advancing with remarkable speed along the path devised by Mindy. Seizing the opportunity during a lapse in their defenses, he easily circumvented the majority of obstacles. At a corner, he spotted two individuals, oblivious to his presence as they chatted and smoked. Mo Fei softened his footsteps, swiftly tightening his grip around one man's neck, twisting it to dispatch him, while his left elbow swept horizontally, striking the other man in the neck. As the latter writhed in agony, Mo Fei's right hand transformed into a blade, striking at his throat to stifle any sound. With both hands engaged, he snapped the man's neck. Mo Fei advanced with remarkable speed, compelled to marvel at the glaring vulnerabilities within Noir. Chapter 53. With a single blow as the stealthy assault by Mo Fei and his companions unfolded, what was the unfortunate 9-year-old No AI Rue, the pampered child, doing? He was lying on the bed, nursing his wounds. The excruciating pain inflicted by Mo Fei's kick had left him unable to lie flat, relegating him to a prone position. Xiao Wei, be cautious. Charlie is likely to send someone to rescue him. We must not let him succeed, he warned. Rest assured, I will remain vigilant, came the reassuring reply from the mature woman beside him, who offered a cup of warm water. She was No AI Rue's partner, the president of No Corporation and also his significant other Wu Wei-en. Despite her being in her 40s, exuding a mature and capable demeanor, No AI Rue was merely in his 20s, revealing his Oedipal complex, perhaps stemming from the early demise of his father. Today, Charlie must perish.
Nuai Hui declared Fircelli.
Slamming his fist onto the bed, inadvertently aggravating his injury, causing him to grimace in pain. Do not fret about such matters, Wu Wei-en quickly comforted him. Our formidable team is more than capable of handling any threat. As long as it isn't an army, who could possibly stand against us? No matter whom Charlie sends, they shall meet their demise here. Nodding in agreement, No AI Rue took pride in having assembled a powerful mercenary team of over 100 members precisely for this day. He was confident that even if someone dared to breach their defenses, they would face a gruesome fate. No AI Rue was invincible. Xiao Wei, having you by my side all these years has been a blessing. No AI Rue grasped Wu Wei-en's hand, speaking earnestly. Once I avenge myself against Charlie, we shall marry. No AI Rue had already planted his flag. Indeed, Wu Wei-en replied gently, enveloping No AI Rue's head in her embrace. As he rested against her abdomen, his breath warm against her. Yet, unbeknownst to them, while they reveled in their intimacy, Mo Fei and his team had already infiltrated their territory. No AI Rue seemed oblivious to the grim reality that this was not merely a game of business governed by rules, but rather a ruthless struggle for survival. He was undeniably intelligent, a genius in his own right, but he was merely an IT professional, his intellect devoted to the development of software. He had no comprehension of how laughable his proud defenses appeared before true experts, especially after others had taken control of the surveillance systems of the entire estate. In essence, No AI Rue was just a naive child, deprived of paternal affection, indulged in a honeyed existence, believing that his intelligence and wealth could manipulate everything, oblivious to the world's perils. Sometimes it only takes a minor misstep to lead to fatal consequences. Mo Fei advanced swiftly. At a stairwell, he suddenly encountered two men. His pupils contracted slightly as his reflexes kicked in. With lightning speed, he drew the P226 strapped to his leg. Bang! Bang! The shots rang out in rapid succession, resulting in two lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. Eliminated two men, gained 2 experience points. Firearms level 2. You are merely a novice, just beginning to grasp the basics, barely able to sustain yourself with that diminutive handgun of yours. The likes of the M16 assault rifle are beyond your capabilities. Your genetic disposition has predetermined that from the moment of your birth, your hands are fated to never wield formidable weapons. Experience 156-200, choosing to selectively disregard the foolish system's comments. Mo Fei suddenly realized that not only diligent practice could augment his firearm experience, taking lives could also contribute. Excitement surged within him. If killing could indeed enhance his experience points, then his proficiency with firearms would undoubtedly see a significant elevation in a short span. Upon the return of that old Taoist, Mo Fei intensified his training in Xingyiquan and firearms, aiming to bolster his self-defense in perilous situations. However, what was this nonsense about slaying two men? Such ambiguity. This insipid system will seize any opportunity to undermine me. Muttering to himself, Mo Fei raised his P226. For the journey ahead, he resolved to abandon the use of Xingyiquan for killing. He would wield the P226 and forge ahead, perhaps fortunate enough to elevate his firearm skills today. As Mo Fei advanced, Mindy trailed behind him, refraining from engaging. All the adversaries encountered along the way fell to Mo Fei's hand. She remained vigilant, ready to intercept any bullets aimed at him, ensuring his safety, while all else depended on Mo Fei. This was her method of training him. Fortunately, he performed admirably. She had yet to intervene. Truly, he is my brother. Mindy felt a sweet sense of pride, as if she had savored candy. 2, 3, 5, 8. Mo Fei's kills multiplied, and with each victory, his exhilaration grew, spurred by the steadily advancing system progress bar. As Mo Fei and Ji Zayer pressed forward at last, someone detected the anomaly within the estate's fortress and sounded the alarm. Where had the intrusion occurred? Receiving the report, Noel hobbled out of bed. What? 4 or 5 dozen individuals were missing. Noel swiftly checked the surveillance cameras, only to find everything appeared normal, devoid of any irregularities. Could it be that those wretched individuals were deceiving me? No. Realization struck Noel, and he began to tap furiously on the keyboard, his expression darkening. Damn it! Anger flared in Noel's eyes as he discovered the surveillance cameras had been compromised. By the time he retrieved the authentic footage, much of his defensive fortifications had already been decimated. He slammed his fist against the wall beside him, his face paling, and withdrew his arm into his sleeve, gently rubbing it against his back. With such force, this mere concrete wall would sustain no damage, yet my hand would surely ache. Mo Fei cautiously concealed himself, observing a group of 5 or 6 individuals sprinting past the door. As soon as they passed, he emerged and unleashed a full magazine. Bang! 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 You have slain 6 men. You are a true man who kills men, gaining 6 experience points. Firearm level 2. You are but a novice, merely beginning to grasp the rudiments of this realm, managing only to scrape by with your diminutive sidearm. An M16 automatic rifle is far beyond your capabilities. Genetics have predetermined your fate. From the moment of your birth, your hands were destined to remain ill-equipped for handling formidable weaponry. Experience 183-200 individuals like you, devoid of authenticity, are met with swift retribution. Alas, Mo Fei's speed fell just short, allowing 2 obscured figures to deliver a metaphorical peanut to him. Fortunately, Mindy provided crucial support, intercepting the bullet. Otherwise, Mo Fei would have faced severe injury, if not death. This is the brutal reality of the killing game. One misstep could cost you your life. Swiftly reloading his P226, Mo Fei pressed onward. Chapter 54. A furrowed brow means my defeat. Bang! Bang! After firing, Mo Fei swiftly took cover behind an obstacle. These mercenaries were seasoned fighters, and his earlier victories had been solely due to their lack of preparedness and disorganization. which allowed him to seize the opportunity. Facing mercenaries who were now on guard was an entirely different challenge. Every step he took became increasingly arduous, as two mercenaries concealed behind fortifications thwarted his advances. Despite his superior marksmanship, the enemy's fierce counterfire struck the corner wall where he was hiding, sending shards of stone flying, some of which grazed his face, leaving small trails of blood. "Damn it, Mindy, it's your turn to act, or I'll never be able to push through here," Mo Fei called out to Mindy beside him. Mindy shook her head, a playful smile on her face as she handed him a small mirror.
Montag Fei.
"Fine, I guess I'll have to handle this myself." He cautiously adjusted the mirror's angle to locate the positions of his adversaries through its reflection. Found them. Mo Fei suddenly sprang from behind cover, standing boldly in the middle of the path, and fired 2 shots. Both bullets struck precisely at the center of their foreheads. Pressing forward, Nuai Rue, frustrated with his earlier carelessness, quickly directed Vivian to take control of Natalie and Alex, using them as leverage to compel intruders to surrender their weapons, or else face the dire consequence of their lives. "Eliminate them," a burly man shouted, brandishing an AK-47 and unleashing a furious barrage down the hallway. Bang! Mo Fei fired a shot, and the man was instantly silenced, a gaping hole appearing in his throat as blood sprayed forth like a high-pressure fountain, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Mo Fei relished those who were fearless and bold, finding them easy prey. What truly vexed him were those who hid and engaged in guerrilla tactics, causing the greatest headaches. Just as he savored the thrill of the hunt, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Peering into the mirror, he saw a grenade rolling towards him. "Mindy!" Quick, Mo Fei turned to find her already at a distance, grinning and waving. "Sister, are you trying to get me killed so you can inherit my fortune? You see a grenade rolling my way and don't warn me to escape?" His reflexes, honed to an extraordinary level by Xing Yiquan, propelled Mo Fei to retreat in haste, sprinting towards Mindy. Boom! An explosion erupted, and he fell to the ground, coughing up dust. "Brother, can you feel the thrill of danger now?" Mindy stood with her hands behind her back, her smile radiant as she gazed upon him. If she weren't his sister, and if he didn't know that she meant well, he would have surely struck her. Does she find it amusing to see him in such a predicament? The number of Noeri individuals has dwindled, while Mo Fei's proficiency with firearms has increased significantly, his methods of dispatching foes growing ever more adept, and his perception of danger becoming increasingly acute. Having dispatched 1 man, he gained 1 experience point. Firearm level 2. You are merely a novice, just beginning to grasp the fundamentals, barely managing to survive with your diminutive handgun. An M16 assault rifle is beyond your capabilities. Genetics have predetermined that from the moment of your birth, your hands are destined never to wield formidable weapons. Experience 198-200. With a single shot to the head, Mo Fei exhaled a deep breath and proceeded towards the location where Natalie and the others were held captive. Just in time, he encountered Ji Zaire, who was storming in alongside Dylan. However, Vivian, flanked by several burly men in black suits, brandished a gun at the heads of Natalie and her companions, her commanding presence bearing down on Mo Fei and his allies. Unfortunately, Mo Fei, Mindy, and Ji Zaire paid her no heed. The thought of relinquishing their weapons was utterly out of the question. It would never happen, especially for Mo Fei, who had no intention of laying down his arms in this life or any subsequent ones. They were mercenaries hired to rescue individuals, merely seeking monetary gain, not courting death. If others perished in a gunfight, it was simply the nature of fate. Wealth and life hang in the balance of destiny. But to be coerced by the enemy to forsake their weapons and meet an untimely demise was sheer folly. Much like the American police who, while possessing the authority to take a life based on their judgment, bear no obligation to protect you when your life is threatened. No American officer would relinquish their firearm merely because a hostage was threatened by a criminal, unless it were in a film. Vivian was a product of Hollywood's cinematic brainwashing, believing that by holding hostages she could compel Mo Fei and his companions to surrender unconditionally. A delusion. After all, she was merely a corporate manager, lacking understanding of the underworld's rules. Had it not been for love, she would never have become entangled in this quagmire. "Release them all, and we may spare your life," Mo Fei declared, glancing at the bound and gagged Alex and the others. Ha! Your words suggest you genuinely care for Alex and the others, merely feigning indifference as a bargaining tactic, Vivian retorted with a cold smirk. Are your ears deaf? Did you not hear my command? Lower your weapons immediately, or I will kill them. Are you foolish? Mo Fei replied, exasperated by Vivian's naivety. Do we appear to be the type willing to sacrifice our lives for others? Any rational individual would understand that negotiations must be founded on mutual respect. The lives of those you cherish are bound to the weapon in your hand. Lowering your gun does not safeguard them. It merely thrusts them into the abyss. Much like the romantic tale of Kogoro Mori and Ran Muri that Mo Fei had once witnessed. After Ran was taken hostage by a bandit, Kogoro, with a calculated resolve, shot her ankle not to inflict harm, but as the most rational course of action to ensure her safety. Indeed, the couple returned home joyfully. Had he relinquished his weapon, Kogoro would have met his demise, and Ran would have likely descended into genuine despair. Am I jesting? In light of Mo Fei's frivolous tone, Vivian was consumed by fury. She fired 2 shots into Boris's thigh, exclaiming, I command you to drop the weapon at once. If your target were Alex and Natalie, Mo Fei might have felt a twinge of conflict, but since your aim is directed at an unfamiliar man, then feel free to shoot. If you furrow your brow, consider it my defeat. Chapter 55. A father's love like warmth. Observing Mo Fei's indifference, Vivian aimed and fired 2 more shots at Boris.
Boris exclaimed.
Why is it always me who gets hurt? Dylan, unable to bear the sight, covered his eyes, unable to witness Boris's tearful state any longer. It was a sight that rendered men silent and brought tears to women's eyes. Ji Zaire and Mo Fei felt somewhat troubled. Relinquishing their weapons was out of the question, yet remaining in the standoff was equally precarious. I'll handle this. Mindy stepped forward. In critical moments, one must rely on the sister. What are you doing? Stop. Don't move. Mindy disregarded Vivian's blustery shouts, and with a swift motion, a bullet that could curve was discharged, deftly circumventing the 3 individuals in front of her and striking the temples of 5 suited men standing behind Vivian. Another bullet, fired from an astonishing angle, pierced Vivian's temple, ending her life. Dylan hurriedly moved to untie Alex, Natalie, and the unfortunate Boris. Our mission is accomplished. Remember to transfer the payment to my brother's account. Don't even think about defaulting, Mindy said nonchalantly as she holstered her weapon. I forgot to mention, I was once part of the Continental Hotel. This mission posed no challenge for Mindy. She could have single-handedly accomplished it, as her adversary, Noah, was simply inept. If it weren't for her vendetta against Noah, who attempted to assassinate her brother, and her desire to train Mo Fei, she wouldn't have bothered with this opportunistic task. Where are you going? Dylan felt conflicted by Mindy's words, but upon seeing the siblings departing, she quickly called out, We're settling scores with Noah. Mindy's voice floated back. The matters ahead are no longer your concern. They are our personal grievances. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Montag Fei streut leis Aurelie.
Dispatching the bodyguard stationed at Noah's entrance with deadly precision. 3 men eliminated, gained 3 experience points. Congratulations, host. Firearm skills have leveled up. Firearms level 3. You are now qualified to wield larger weapons. Are you feeling eager to try? Would you like to handle my formidable firearm? Experience 1,500. Firearms breakthrough to level 3. Rewards available. Please select. Bullet time. Temporarily enhances your strength, speed, and reflexes significantly. Do you aspire to be a true sharpshooter? Your moment has arrived. With it, you will discover your speed surpasses your expectations. Curved shooting. Do you wish for your bullets to fly true? With this skill, your shots can effortlessly navigate any direction, hitting targets from every angle. Perfect accuracy. Each shot guarantees a hit, but be cautious of unexpected surprises. In the eyes of the foolish dog system, there seemed to be nothing that could remain untainted. That old lecher. All 3 skills leaned towards aggression. The skill of hitting the mark with unwavering precision resembles the essence of a causal law, much like the indomitable body technique. However, it is rather esoteric and lacks the practicality of the latter. Moreover, Mo Fei harbored a genuine concern that, by choosing it, he might inadvertently become a father with a single shot, rendering any further endeavors futile. After careful contemplation, he ultimately opted for bullet time, which significantly enhances all aspects of physical functionality, proving to be exceedingly practical. With his mastery of form and intent boxing at level 3, firearms also at level 3, coupled with the absolute defense of the indomitable body and the considerable enhancement of physical capabilities afforded by bullet time, Mo Fei finally felt that he had established himself as a notable figure within this realm, truly possessing the means for self-preservation. Pushing open the door, he found Noori alone in his chamber, leaning at an angle by the window, gazing out at the distant sea. "You have arrived." Noori spoke in a haunting tone, seemingly resigned to his total defeat. His demeanor radiated profound despondency, suffused with a bittersweet sense of helplessness, as if the solitude within his heart was incomprehensible to anyone else. Observing Noori's pretentious silhouette, Mo Fei felt a hint of amusement at the forced charisma of a villain he was attempting to portray. "Are you not aware that your slouched posture contradicts your character?" he mused. "I have heard that your enmity towards Charlie stems from the tragic demise of your father at the tender age of 9, leaving you bereft of paternal affection. Your desire for revenge against society is perhaps rooted in that very absence. Fear not, for from this day forth, you shall no longer feel the void of a father's love. I would gladly assume that role for you." With a benevolent expression, Mo Fei extended his arms towards Noori. "Come, embrace the warmth of a fatherly love." The corners of Noori's eyes twitched, shattering the facade of the brooding, aloof man he had endeavored to maintain. "How much did Charlie pay you?" Noori snapped, his anger igniting as he turned to face Mo Fei, exclaiming, "I can offer you double, 10-fold, even 20-fold of that sum. Any issue solvable by money is no issue at all. It is those that cannot be resolved by wealth that truly matter. While being destitute is utterly untenable, money is not omnipotent." Mindy shrugged, raising her M1911 toward Noori with a sweet smile. "If you had refrained from attempting to assassinate my brother, all matters could have been negotiated. However, since you chose otherwise, this transcends monetary concerns. It is a matter of principle." Bang! Bang! Before Noori, the billionaire, could fire again, Mindy decisively shot, striking him squarely in the forehead. Noori's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a renowned tech magnate, a rising star in Silicon Valley, one of the youngest billionaires, meet such a simple demise here? Yet, he indeed perished, his lifeless body slowly sliding down the wall by the window, collapsing to the ground. Regardless of one's nobility or wealth, a single bullet can send anyone back to their origins, and in death, they become no more than a mere heap of flesh, indistinguishable from the common man. The performance of the Ford Cobra is indeed remarkable. A mere press of the accelerator evokes a powerful push against one's back, rendering the surrounding scenery a mere blur, creating a surreal and transcendent sense of satisfaction. Mo Fei, I find myself increasingly curious about your abilities. Just how many talents do you possess? Ji Zayer did not depart alongside Dylan and the others, but instead walked in the company of Mo Fei and Mindy. Contemplating for a moment, Mo Fei remarked, "In truth, I am a Taoist, having delved into the study of physiognomy for many years, capable of discerning one's fate at a glance." "Is that so?" Ji Zayer cast a skeptical glance at Mo Fei. "Then, could you read my fortune? I have already examined your features. You possess the traits of great wealth and nobility. Really? When will my fortunes change, allowing me to become affluent?" Ji Zayer, intrigued, reflected on her long-standing friendship with Mo Fei, possessing a fair understanding of Chinese culture. Are you not already quite wealthy?" "Nonsense. I am in dire financial straits. Haha, a young lady such as yourself, already the owner of a private jet and yet still so modest."
Ji Zayer replied with silence.
Chapter 56. Michaela before the mirror. Mo Fei gazed at his reflection with a sense of satisfaction. Clad in a pristine white Jack Jones casual outfit, blue jeans and white sneakers, he appeared remarkably handsome. His striking brow arched gracefully, and his thin lips belied his youthful appearance, making it difficult to believe he was already 25 years old. At 18, I still possessed the beauty of youth.
Montag Fei muset.
Brother, wake up. You're nearly 30. Mindy rolled her eyes in exasperation. Mo Fei's cheeks flushed crimson. the veins on his forehead standing out as he argued, 18 years and 90 months cannot be considered nearly 30. 18. Can an 18-year-old be seen as nearing 30? His convoluted reasoning, claiming he was merely an 18-year-old man rounded up to 20, elicited a reluctant laugh from Mindy, filling the room with a joyful atmosphere. Can we be realistic? I shall forever be 18. Mo Fei huffed with a playful pride. All right, you will forever be 18. Mindy teased him like a child, gently pushing him out of the house. At Kennedy International Airport, as soon as Michaela appeared, Mo Fei rushed forward to embrace her tightly. Welcome back, girl. Michaela was clad in a black tank top, topped with a blue denim jacket, and wearing shorts that radiated youthful exuberance, making everyone around feel a few years younger. Her fox-like face was imbued with a wild charm. Mo Fei had only recently recalled that he now had a legitimate girlfriend, Michaela. She had been traveling in the East, and it was only the night before that he received her call announcing her return. Thus, this morning, he had prepared himself to pick her up. At just 17 years old, she was a student at the City Science Academy, while Mo Fei was already 25, an 8-year gap that explained his earlier playful dispute with Mindy regarding his age. It's so good to see you again, old man, Michaela exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a firm kiss on his cheek. The term old man was her affectionate nickname for him. Mo Fei helped her with her luggage, saying, "Let us get moving. We can talk at home." "No, I want you to carry me," she insisted. Mindy watched with a twinge of discomfort, yet felt powerless to intervene, knowing well that this was Mo Fei's genuine girlfriend, leaving her with no excuse to halt their closeness. However, it mattered little. Mo Fei's relationships typically did not last beyond 3 months. Michaela had already consumed over a month of their time together during her trip. How much sweetness could they truly share? As a dutiful boyfriend, Mo Fei acquiesced to Michaela's request and carried her to the Ford Cobra. "Wow, old man, you bought a sports car?" Michaela exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the vehicle. "I made quite a fortune recently, so I decided to splurge on a sports car." Mo Fei coughed lightly, attempting to suppress a triumphant grin. "How did you earn that? Dear uncle, you wouldn't be relying on your medical skills to deceive others, would you?" The words of Michaela pierced through Mo Fei's heart like a sharp sword, inflicting a wound. It seemed even his little girlfriend was aware of his laid-back medical expertise. How could she harbor such distrust towards her uncle? Mo Fei feigned anger as he pinched Michaela's delicate face, asserting, "I have earned this through my true abilities." He opened the trunk of the Ford Cobra and placed Michaela's luggage inside. "Being in Japan, have you heard about the recent significant events in Chinatown?" "I haven't," Michaela replied, shaking her head. "The grandson of the Chinatown godfather, Wu Zhihao, has been murdered, and a bounty of $5 million has been put on the perpetrator's head." As Michaela and Mindy settled into the car, Mo Fei started the engine of the Ford Cobra. "I know about that. I know," Michaela exclaimed excitedly. "The killer is a doctor named James, who utilized the principles of yin and yang from traditional Chinese Taoist culture to commit the crime. It was uncovered by a Chinese detective named Qin Feng." "Nonsense. That was my investigation. I simply eschewed fame, allowing Qin Feng to take the credit." Mo Fei raised an eyebrow. "But how do you know about this while you are in Japan?" "My cousin's little brat is particularly fond of detective stories. He mentioned that the case in Chinatown has stirred much of the detective community, although he personally believes the situation is far more complex than it appears." Michaela, having 1/8 Japanese heritage, was vacationing in Japan, staying at her cousin's home.
Oh, Montag Fei nodded.
"So, uncle, did you earn the $5 million? "Not quite. It was a collaborative effort with Qin Feng and others. I only received $25 million. However, Qin Feng's share is even less than mine, a mere $625,000. Mo Fei would not allow Qin Feng, that weakling, to overshadow him in front of his girlfriend, Mindy. Once Michaela had finished her affectionate exchanges with her boyfriend, her attention turned to her younger sister, who seemed to understand the importance of familial ties. "I brought you a gift. It's beautiful." "Really?" Mindy's face beamed with sweetness and warmth, though her true feelings remained a mystery. She curiously inquired, "What gift?" "No matter what kind of gift you present, I, Mindy, would rather starve to death or leap from the Empire State Building than accept it." Michaela retrieved a small box from her pocket, revealing a purple crystal bracelet she had prepared for Mindy. It featured an exquisite little pendant crafted from pure silver, harmonizing perfectly with the bracelet. The entire piece sparkled with a translucent purple hue, glimmering under the sunlight. The amethyst was connected by various water drops, and wearing it felt refreshing and comfortable. How beautiful! Even with Mindy's character, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. After all, what girl doesn't appreciate beauty? The two young girls began to whisper excitedly in the back seat. Indeed, I, Mindy, am a person of integrity, and I am certainly not motivated by the trivial allure of this modest bracelet. My sole intention is to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and initiate their disintegration from within. Yes, that is precisely it. Are you enjoying your time in the land of the rising sun? Mo Fei inquired with a smile as he drove. I am having a delightful time. Michaela began to count on her fingers. We have visited stunning sights such as Mount Fuji, the Fuji Five Lakes, Koishikawa Korakuen, and Ueno Park, all of which are breathtaking. However, there is one minor drawback. My cousin's obnoxious little brat seems to leave a trail of misfortune in his wake wherever he goes. Chapter 57. I recollect the day when we ran beneath the setting sun, where death seemed to follow our every step. The sound was oddly reminiscent of a washing machine. Suddenly, the smile on Mo Fei's face froze. In that moment, he thought of that glass of milk, of Tang Ren, and then of the victorious Buddha of battle. In the latter half of this year. Alas! He again thought of the trio of Dylan. What a perplexing world this is. Creak. The Ford Cobra screeched to a halt by the roadside. What is the name of that little brat at your uncle's house? Mo Fei asked Michaela earnestly. His name is Conan. Michaela stared blankly at Mo Fei. Uncle, why are you so serious? Nothing. Mo Fei replied, retrieving a box of limited edition Romeo cigars from the driver's seat, acquired from Mo Yuqian when he had intervened for Dylan and the others. He lit one and began to exhale plumes of smoke. I was merely reminiscing about that day we ran under the sunset, a symbol of my lost youth. As the vehicle resumed its journey, Mo Fei inquired, is that little brat named Edagawa Conan? Yes. And your uncle is named Mori Kagaru? Indeed. Doesn't Mori Kagaru have a daughter named Mori Ran? Yes. Michaela regarded Mo Fei with curiosity. Uncle, have you investigated my uncle's family? No. Mo Fei shook his head. Michaela pondered for a moment and then realized, Uncle, you must be a detective too. You surely learned about my uncle through the detective community, right? He is quite renowned in the land of the rising sun, famously known as the sleeping Mori Kagaru. Michaela, let us sever all ties with this relative in the future. It would be best to cut off contact entirely. The connection is too close to ignore, so let us evade it when possible. Michaela had lingered near the washing machine for over a month, somehow returning to New York alive. Aside from being a girl kissed by God, she could recall no other reason for her survival. The realization that his girlfriend was so deeply entwined with the washing machine left Mo Fei feeling quite unsettled. In the background, he vaguely heard someone announcing, washing machine, 3 seconds until arrival on the battlefield. Please prepare. A chill ran down his spine. RBQ. RBQ. Suddenly, Mo Fei remembered something. You did not bathe with that little brat, did you? Of course not. Michaela huffed lightly. That little brat is incredibly annoying, quite arrogant, and loves to stir up trouble. A total rascal. I can't stand him. That's good. That's good. Mo Fei sighed in relief. If his girlfriend had unwittingly been taken advantage of by that washing machine, he would undoubtedly fly to the land of the rising sun to give that little scamp a piece of his mind. Uncle, why do you ask such things? It has circulated within our detective circles that there is a rather lecherous little boy who often accompanies Mori Kagaru. Mo Fei spoke candidly. That little boy is that famous? Michaela exclaimed, but he truly is quite lewd. He frequently pesters Ran, asking her to bathe with him. Every time he emerged from the shower, his face was flushed and his ears were crimson. That little rascal must have been up to no good. He exhibited such behavior in his youth, so it was inevitable that he would grow into a hopeless romantic. Mo Fei was taken aback, unable to see through the clever tricks of this little imp. Ugh, I meant, this little scamp has a rather mischievous spirit. Uncle. Michaela curiously examined the mechanical embellishments of the Ford Cobra, inquiring, this car performs exceptionally well. If it were modified for racing, it would be splendid. Would you be interested in making some modifications? I am not particularly fond of racing, came the response, causing Michaela's expression to instantly falter. However, I am currently learning to drive and require a good car for practice. Mo Fei replied with a smile. If you have any ideas for modifications, feel free to try them out. After all, Uncle just made a cool one. 25 million, so money is not an issue. He understood Michaela's profound passion for racing. Had it not been for her family's circumstances, she would have long been soaring down the speedway established by Dominic and others. Nevertheless, Mo Fei's willingness to modify the Ford Cobra was not solely to please his girlfriend, but also because he genuinely needed a reliable vehicle. While honing his driving skills, he discovered a substantial disparity in experience gained between driving a standard rental car and the Ford Cobra. It was akin to the difference between Level 1 and Level 2 firearms. When hitting the bullseye, one would receive an additional experience point. Although after Level 3, hitting the target no longer afforded extra experience, taking down enemies did. Thus, Mo Fei surmised that the better the vehicle's performance and the faster it could go, the easier it would be to accumulate experience points. Michaela's spirits lifted immediately, and she exclaimed, I need to head home for a good night's sleep to adjust to the time difference. Once I'm well rested, I will promptly design a modification plan for you. Uncle, take your time. No need to rush and tire yourself out. Mo Fei reassured her as he drove the Ford Cobra to her home. Her residence was a modest auto repair shop, with a loft above serving as her personal sanctuary. The entire establishment was a legacy left to her by her father, who tragically lost his life due to racing. Thus, the scarcity of foreigners is not without reason. Upon disembarking, a faint aroma of motor oil wafted through the air. Michaela's mother had divorced her father due to his racing obsession, and after her father's departure, she was left an orphan. Fortunately, she had a few reliable friends of her father's to support her, and she earned her tuition and living expenses by working at the repair shop. A remarkably resilient young woman. As Mo Fei assisted Michaela with her suitcase toward the house, an elderly neighbor named John, who was repairing the fence, looked up and cheerfully asked, Oh, is that little Michaela back? How was Japan? It was delightful. Michaela beamed. Is this the boyfriend you brought last time? John cast a glance at Murphy and remarked, The last time I was away, your Aunt Emma mentioned that you were doing well. Uncle, he has been exceedingly kind to me. Michaela linked her arm with Murphy's and smiled. Thank you, Uncle John, for your concern. The old man continued, Let me tell you, little Michaela has been raised by us neighbors, and you are her very first boyfriend, so you must cherish her. If you dare to mistreat little Michaela, beware, for I might just take you down with a single shot. John playfully threatened Murphy, then added with a hearty laugh, But if you two can manage to be harmonious, feel free to approach me with any difficulties. I shall offer my unwavering support. Do not underestimate this old man. Despite my age, I could still take down a bull with one punch. Murphy felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that Michaela's neighbors were quite formidable. Chapter 58. The flying knife. After assisting Michaela in arranging her belongings, I accompanied her as she delivered gifts to various neighbors. Almost everyone reiterated their warnings to old John, echoing the concerns previously expressed. It was only natural. Without the support of a fierce group of neighbors, how could Michaela thrive in the daunting automotive repair industry? It is well known that this field is fraught with challenges. Just like Dominic, who often found himself in brawls with competitors wielding wrenches at his own repair shop. Uncle, do not be afraid. Uncle John is merely trying to intimidate you, Michaela reassured him. He chuckled awkwardly, not entirely convinced that their actions were simply a form of harmless intimidation. By the way, Uncle, I brought you a gift. Really? Michaela produced a shimmering silver necklace adorned with tiny diamonds, featuring a petite heart-shaped pure silver pendant that radiated a pristine glow under the sunlight. She beamed as she helped him put it on, slightly adjusting her collar. With anticipation, he gazed. She then revealed a matching necklace from beneath her own shirt, proudly displaying it to him. It's a couple S Aka necklace, Uncle. He feigned disappointment but instead expressed genuine delight. It's beautiful. I truly adore it. Aka is a storied jewelry brand from the East, even favored by the renowned Ayumi Hamasaki. Many celebrated stars and models possess an Aka necklace, akin to the Tiffany of the East. Aka embodies a delicate and refined aesthetic, with its signature fine diamond chains being a must-have piece. Well then, I shall not disturb you any longer. Get some rest and adjust to the time difference. He affectionately ruffled Michaela's hair. She embraced him briefly before waving cheerfully. See you tomorrow, uncle. See you tomorrow. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts, desolation reigned, silence enveloping the space, save for the occasional caw of crows flying overhead. Bang! Bang! After firing 2 shots at his adversaries, he swiftly turned and fled. The factory was littered with abandoned production lines and steel debris, providing ample cover for his escape. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, he felt a searing pain as a bullet struck his back, causing him to grimace, but he dared not stop, running desperately. Ha! His pursuer chuckled derisively, trailing him leisurely. He crouched atop a high iron framework, akin to a venomous snake waiting to strike, poised for the enemy's emergence before launching a sudden, fatal attack. Chewing gum nonchalantly, Mindy twirled her M1911 with casual ease, following the trail left by him. However, a sudden surge of intense danger flooded her senses. Without hesitation, she ducked behind a nearby wall. Bang! Bang! His double shot missed. Shit! He growled, slamming his fist against the iron framework beside him. This was his best opportunity to turn the tide. This time, he took advantage of Mindy's carelessness, setting a misleading trap and employing various subtle tactics such as concealing information and situational awareness to create an opportunity. Now that he has failed, he will find it impossible to exploit her again in the future. With 1 strike missed, he quickly changed his position. Brother, you truly surprise me. Your progress is remarkable, Mindy exclaimed with unexpected delight. Mo Fei remained silent, knowing that a reply would only lead him to be discovered, making it inevitable for him to be struck down. As Mindy cautiously approached his hiding place, he found himself with no choice. He aimed his gun at her, swiftly emptied the magazine, and began to move at high speed. Bang! Bang! Mindy's 2 bullets whizzed past the spot where Mo Fei had just stood. Had he delayed by even half a second, he would have been hit twice. The bullets, while not real, certainly stung upon impact, and it was unclear how Mindy had acquired them. Serving as Mo Fei's practice partner, she fought him without utilizing bullet time or curved shooting, remaining in a standard state. Nevertheless, their encounter resembled a game of cat and mouse. Once Mo Fei was within 10 meters of her, the rapid fire of bullets landing on him was quite exhilarating, forcing him to kneel and call for mercy. After 10 minutes, this game concluded. Mindy, I surrender. Why are you still shooting at me?
Montag Fei exclaimed, exasperated.
Brother, didn't you hear me? Mindy teased, sticking out her pink tongue. I don't believe you, you mischievous little girl. Don't think I don't know. You deliberately emptied your magazine. Ever since Michaela returned, you've become increasingly demanding of me as your brother. The practical training session concluded. After Mo Fei upgraded his firearms to level 3 and acquired bullet time, he swelled with confidence again, using Mindy's oversight to turn the tables during training. However, when Mindy became furious and called for a real combat session, he was once again overwhelmed. Mo Fei realized that if he unleashed all his skills in a direct confrontation with Mindy, he might stand a chance of drawing even this time. Yet, in a true life-and-death struggle, he found himself utterly powerless against her. Thus, he felt like a bloated giant, full of flesh, yet all excess, needing to transform that flab into muscle. With his Xingyi Quan at level 3 and firearms also at level 3, along with his astonishing new grasp of bullet time, Mindy found his combat skills impressively formidable, deeming it unnecessary to continue her specialized teaching. It was time for her to instruct Mo Fei in other techniques, such as setting traps, concealing traces, and enhancing situational awareness, honing these skills further through practical application. The benefits of real combat for Mo Fei were immense. He even felt capable of defeating the 2 versions of himself that had just undergone practical training. Due to the uniqueness of these techniques, they have not received systematic recognition or advancement into formal skills. Rather, they have been acquired through Mo Fei's own memory and learning. However, not all of them have remained untransformed, as Mo Fei has recently acquired a skill, the art of the flying knife. Gained 1 experience point from being taught the flying knife by an adorable 12-year-old girl. Ha! Useless. Flying Knife Level 1, Young One. Do you know what is most essential when practicing the flying knife? It is your fingers. You may also seek ways to assist in honing your flying knife skills. Once you master the technique akin to the legendary Kato Takashi's fingers, what is a mere flying knife? And when you have perfected the flying knife, you shall surely possess fingers more formidable than those of Kato Takashi. Strive diligently, young one. Experience 27-100, Chapter 59. I, Mo Fei, am exceptionally fierce. In the early morning, the world was still shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. The slanting sun gradually cast its golden rays, filtering gently through the haze and enveloping everything in a soft glow. At the entrance of the campus, vibrant young students, brimming with the spirit of youth, flocked through the gates, their laughter ringing out in joyous symphony. How familiar and nostalgic this place is. Mo Fei gazed at the passing young maidens clad in short skirts, letting out a heartfelt sigh. Hey, little rascal, what have you been lurking around for? Are you contemplating skipping class? Mo Fei was abruptly startled by a sudden slap on the back of his head. What the?
Montag Feis Anger flaret instantly.
What position do you think I'm in now? How dare someone lay a hand on me? He clenched his fists, ready to retaliate, but upon closer inspection, he faltered. The name tag revealed that it was the director of the Municipal Science Academy. Memories from his school days instilled in Mo Fei an innate sense of trepidation towards teachers, even after entering the workforce. The director, in particular, was a nightmarish figure. He was a good child, hardly daring to confront a teacher, let alone the director. Moreover, the old man was likely over 60. A punch thrown his way would surely send him begging on the streets. The director of the Municipal Science Academy was an elderly Caucasian man with a head of white hair, his expression stern and irritable. Perhaps all school directors were of a similar ilk, being the most stringent figures in the entire institution. Enough of that. Hurry and get to class. I have my eye on you. If you dare to run, I will ensure you write a 5,000-word reflection. Damn it, out of respect for your age. I'll let it slide this time. Had it been my old director from school days, I would have had him kneeling and calling me boss.
Montag Fei. Am exceptionally fierce.
As Mo Fei strode into the school, a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction appeared on the director's face, as he felt proud to have saved another wayward student. The Municipal Science Academy, despite being one of the best high schools in New York, always had a few students who lacked diligence in their studies. This was hardly surprising, as even the Wadayaku Vocational and Technical College sees students failing each year. Many harbor misconceptions about the American education system, believing that teachers here never resort to corporal punishment. However, the reality is quite the opposite. According to the New York State Education Department's regulations, corporal punishment refers to the application of reasonable physical force when disciplining children, provided it does not inflict physical, emotional, or psychological harm. Thus, it is entirely reasonable and lawful for the director to administer a swift slap to a student's head at the school gate. In some states, teachers might even resort to severe physical reprimands. Michaela was engrossed in reviewing the material from the previous day's lesson when suddenly a shadow loomed beside her, blocking her light. The man was uncomfortably close, enveloping her in a sense of oppressive discomfort. Michaela, with a displeased expression, lifted her head. Just as she was about to utter a word of reproach, surprise illuminated her features, and she joyfully embraced Mo Fei. Uncle, what a delightful surprise to see you. Why couldn't it be me? Mo Fei replied with a smile. I specifically came to see you. It was the impending school term that had prompted Michaela's return from the land of the rising sun. But don't you have your clinic to attend to? Michaela inquired, perplexed. Mindy's at the clinic, Mo Fei assured her. The sign outside the Mo Medical Clinic read, "The physician is out on business and unable to see patients, but you may purchase traditional Chinese medicine." As a result, a throng of balding middle-aged men, aged around 40 to 50, began to gather in the clinic, awkwardly pretending to browse the shop, hesitant to speak up. Who would be so shameless as to admit they wished to purchase such pills in front of a charming little girl? They were certainly not deviants. As more people congregated, many recognized familiar faces, leaving several blushing in embarrassment. Such matters should ideally be resolved swiftly. Dragging them out would only invite complications. Dr. M.O., when will you return? This is truly exhausting. Perhaps due to the collective grievances of the crowd. M.O. Fei involuntarily sneezed. Uncle, are you all right? It's nothing. Perhaps someone is missing me. Uncle, my longing for you should be enough. Who else do you wish to be missed by? Michaela replied, a hint of jealousy in her tone. The boys in the front whispered among themselves. This guy is quite audacious. Getting so close to Michaela and even sitting in Thompson's reserved spot. This should be entertaining. Indeed, I reckon Thompson could knock him out with a single punch. He must be out of his mind to sit in Thompson's seat. Do you think it will end badly for him? Definitely. I envision a scuffle, followed by Thompson forcing him to kneel and swear never to approach Michaela again, ultimately tossing him into the sewage. Look, here comes Thompson. The classroom fell silent, all eyes eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Upon entering, Thompson immediately spotted M.O. Fei nearly glued to Michaela's side and was instantly consumed by rage. What audacity! Do you think you can come near my flower? He fumed. Have you no idea who I am? I, Thompson, am a local. I possess 100 ways to ensure you won't survive here. With a casual toss, he flung his backpack to a lackey and stormed towards M.O. Fei, slamming his palm down on the desk. Do you even know whose territory this is? I don't.
Montag Fei schruget.
Little boy, if you desire this seat, just say so. I, M.O. Fei, am magnanimous enough to yield it to you without hesitation. Who are you calling little boy? Thompson felt the veins on his forehead throb with fury as he seized M.O. Fei by the collar, glaring at him with a menacing intensity. The term little boy was an affront he could scarcely tolerate. M.O. Fei had struck a nerve, transgressing a boundary he held sacred. Child, M.O. Fei replied, his expression devoid of emotion. I am not one to bully children. However, do not push me. I advise you to be kind and speak respectfully. Before Thompson could finish his retort, M.O. Fei delivered a lightning-fast kick, sending him flying like a severed kite, crashing into several desks in his wake. Speak respectfully, or I'll curse your entire family. M.O. Fei adjusted his collar, straightened himself, and cast a cold glance at the fallen Thompson. He then turned to the astonished onlookers, the classmates of Michaela, and offered a slight bow.
I am Montag Fei, Michaela es boyfriend.
I am new here, so should I have offended anyone, feel free to confront me. Chapter 60. The pungent aroma of love arrogant. Utterly insufferable. This group of students had been in school for so many years, yet they had never encountered anyone as audacious as M.O. Fei. Even Thompson paled in comparison. Martial arts. Chinese martial arts. Surely, what he had just demonstrated was a form of Chinese martial arts. Michaela's classmates gazed at M.O. Fei with a blend of fear and curiosity, whispering among themselves. Thompson lay on the ground, groaning for quite some time before one of his underlings helped him up. Uncle, you actually know martial arts? Michaela exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. M.O. Fei returned to his seat and, by sheer chance, caught a glimpse of Michaela placing a wrench back into her backpack. A cold sweat nearly broke out. Goodness, are today's young girls this fierce? Had he not decisively handled Thompson just moments ago, it seemed likely that Michaela would have brandished the wrench to join the fray. Yes, ancient martial arts from China. If you're interested, I can teach you. M.O. Fei feigned ignorance of Michaela's wrench. Thank you, uncle. Michaela beamed, wrapping her arms around M.O. Fei's. From that moment, the classroom became thick with the unmistakable scent of budding romance, provoking discomfort among many, particularly a bespectacled boy seated to M.O. Fei's left. His name was Peter Parker, the perennial class scapegoat, whose suffering had inadvertently contributed to Thompson's notorious reputation at the Municipal Science Institute. Like every adolescent beset by the turbulence of youth, he harbored a secret crush on Gwen, the class monitor, yet could never muster the courage to confess his feelings. Even now, as he had transformed into a different person, he remained paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, M.O. Fei brazenly pushed their desks together and wrapped his arm around Michaela's slender waist, openly displaying affection in front of the entire class, much to Peter's chagrin. In such an awkward predicament, Peter found himself unable to ignore the scene unfolding before him. A song echoed in his mind. Cold dog food slaps my face. The lonely loser tangled with both hands. Thompson has been bothering you for quite some time, hasn't he? Yes. Michaela nodded, exasperated. He has made his intentions clear to me on numerous occasions, and I have rejected him every time. Yet he persists in his advances, impossible to shake off. If it weren't for you stepping in today, I fear I might have had to confront him eventually. Leaning closer to Mo Fei's ear, she whispered, "You don't know. He has body odor, and he is completely oblivious to it. His girlfriends never last more than 3 months because of it, yet he often boasts about his charm."
Montag Fei was rendered speechless.
Such audacity was remarkable. When the teacher finally entered the classroom, the desks and chairs that had been toppled during the altercation between Mo Fei and Thompson were miraculously restored to order. Thompson sat quietly in the corner, having chosen not to report the incident. During Eagle Sauce's high school journey, if one were to lose a fight and report it to the teacher, they would often face ostracism from their classmates. The teacher, oblivious to the underlying issues, would continue with the lessons as if nothing were amiss. Midway through the class, the teacher unexpectedly called out, "The student sitting next to Michaela, please come to the podium to solve this problem." Mo Fei, bewildered, pointed to himself. He had been engaged in a whispered conversation with Michaela when suddenly he was singled out by the teacher. "Yes, indeed, do not doubt yourself. It is you," affirmed the bespectacled female teacher, seemingly in her 40s. Mo Fei rubbed his nose, feeling quite vexed, and made his way to the front. The problem was as follows, as shown in the tetrahedron PABCD, where ABCD and BAPCD are perpendicular to P90. 1. Prove that the plane PAB is perpendicular to the plane PAD. 2. If PAPD is equal to ABDC and APD is 90 degrees, find the cosine of the dihedral angle APBC. Wow, a math problem. How daunting. I cannot solve this. It's far too difficult. Surely he cannot do it. What a disgrace this will be. Aside from a few exceptional students like Gwen and Peter Parker, the others were left scratching their heads, utterly at a loss for how to approach the problem. Eagle Sauce operates in such a manner, providing the most fundamental mathematical education to those who do not cherish mathematics, while offering the highest level of mathematical instruction to prodigious talents. To translate this, it essentially means, if you're a brother, come challenge me. If not, step aside. The distinction is clear. I cannot solve it. I cannot solve it. Thompson, who had received a kick from Mo Fei, gazed with resentment and muttered under his breath. He dared not voice his thoughts openly, fearing that Mo Fei might retaliate after class. Mo Fei, however, gazed at the problem with a sense of nostalgia. This problem reminded him of his own high school math experience, which inevitably led him to think of the upcoming college entrance examination later this year. In truth, the problem was not that difficult. Even though Mo Fei had forgotten much of what he learned in high school, he could still solve this problem. After all, it did not involve the complexities of calculus, the Cauchy mean value theorem, or LH-Pitel's rule, which are far more intricate topics. With swift strokes, he cast the chalk into the box, brushed off his hands, and returned to his seat. The student performed admirably. However, please pay attention in class. Even if you are not listening, do not disrupt your classmates. With the mathematical knowledge you possess, diligent study can lead to a bright future. What kind of future is that? Back in my homeland, it is merely fundamental skills. Wow, you are amazing, Michaela exclaimed, her eyes sparkling in admiration for Mo Fei. You managed to solve such a challenging problem. Mo Fei responded, "Meow meow meow. What is so challenging about this? Isn't this the most basic math problem? Anyone should be able to solve it." Michaela replied, "No need to show off. We are still boyfriend and girlfriend. I apologize for embarrassing myself. I cannot solve this problem. My pride is wounded." As the school bell rang, Mo Fei stretched lazily and said, "Michaela, shall we take a stroll outside?" "No way. Why not? I need to study." To my astonishment, my boyfriend Michaela was not only a formidable fighter but also adept at mathematics, truly embodying the essence of a well-rounded individual. In pursuit of keeping pace with him, I resolved that I could no longer languish idly. I must dedicate myself to my studies. From this day forth, should anyone dare to impede my learning, I'm sorry, but we are strangers. To deny me my studies is akin to wishing for my demise. Michaela, we're playing volleyball, and we need one more player. Will you join us? Wait, count me in. I'll be there in a moment. Michaela swiftly covered the freshly opened mathematics workbook and tugged Mo Fei outside. Chapter 61. A bowl of chicken soup. Apart from her ardent passion for racing, Michaela also delights in playing volleyball. At the age of 18 years and 90 months, Mo Fei found himself seated in the bleachers of the playground, observing the game with civility. The women's volleyball match showcased a group of enchanting young ladies, each radiating beauty at this splendid age, with fair skin and long, graceful legs. They were indeed a captivating sight, embodying the essence of volleyball, and the spectacle was equally thrilling for the men watching. Mo Fei's gaze was drawn to the myriad of balls soaring and darting in every direction, particularly to his beloved Michaela, who, boasting a 34C bust, proudly led her team in the competition. What a splendid play, Mo Fei thought, discreetly dabbing his nose with a tissue. Indeed, at 18 I should engage more with peers my own age. We are the ones who can truly connect. Those older girls are far too mature and quite difficult to navigate. Ahem. They are not easy to get along with. With a resounding cheer, Michaela's team scored yet another point against their opponents. She sent a flying kiss in Mo Fei's direction, to which he promptly reciprocated. The star player of the opposing team was another charming beauty, her large, sparkling eyes and golden ponytail making her particularly striking. Mo Fei noticed a bespectacled boy sitting a distance away to his left, who was fixated on the lovely girl. Contemplating the scene, Mo Fei decided to purchase 2 bottles of water from the campus convenience store before returning to the playground. Hey, he called out, tossing 1 bottle to Peter Parker, who caught it with remarkable agility. You fancy that girl with the big eyes, don't you?
Montag Fei teased.
I don't. No way. Stop making things up. Peter Parker vehemently denied. There's no need to deny it. Even if your lips protest, your body has betrayed you. We high school students are at an exuberant age. We must not be too bashful. We ought to be cheerful and sociable, Mo Fei shamelessly declared. My family has been in the medical field for generations, and I can easily see that you have left testicular varicocele issues, huh? Young man, stop relying solely on your hands to achieve your dreams, and go find yourself a girlfriend. The reason Mo Fei approached Peter Parker was not due to any infatuation with him, but rather because he recognized him. A family photograph of Peter and Aunt May adorned the coffee table in Aunt May's living room, allowing Mo Fei to identify him in class. However, having been wrapped in the embrace of his girlfriend Michaela, he refrained from speaking too much. Now, witnessing Peter's secret admiration for a girl, Mo Fei felt compelled to assist him, considering their familial connection. To put it bluntly, I, Mo Fei, am Peter Parker's uncle. As for why the image of Aunt May and Peter Parker's family portrait left such a lasting impression on him, well, that is merely a matter of perspective. If he is not mistaken, then this lad should be one of the 2 great chatterboxes in the Marvel Universe, alongside the infamous Deadpool. The young Spider-Man grasped the water that Mo Fei had gifted him, looking at Mo Fei with a perplexed expression. They were strangers. Why was Mo Fei suddenly sharing such thoughts with him? If he fancied someone, he should confess his feelings without delay. Confessions are quite simple. With a firm resolve and a stomp of the foot, one can express their feelings outright. Mo Fei sat beside the young Spider-Man and earnestly remarked, sometimes, if you do not take a leap of faith, how can you ever grasp the essence of despair? What? The young Spider-Man stared at Mo Fei in bewilderment. Are you here to encourage me or to mock me? No, I've been a bit preoccupied lately, mixing up my inspirational and cynical advice. My apologies. Allow me to rephrase. Mo Fei patted his head and rubbed his face, transforming his handsome visage into one of solemnity as he looked at the young Spider-Man. When it comes to confessions, attempting it grants you a 50% chance of success. If you do not try, that chance plummets to 100% failure. What do you think? Does that not resonate with you? The young Spider-Man rolled his eyes. If I hadn't just heard you articulate a statement that is entirely contradictory, I might have believed you had a point. Noticing the young Spider-Man's skeptical expression, Mo Fei felt invigorated. Am I, the master of inspirational quotes, unable to sway this naive high schooler? Despite Mo Fei's impassioned rhetoric, the young Spider-Man remained unconvinced. Poor lad. Why do you not trust my well-intentioned deception? Yet, Mo Fei's words had not been entirely ineffective. Eventually, the young Spider-Man, having absorbed a sufficient dose of encouragement, was dazedly escorted to the sidelines where Gwen awaited him. Often, the beginnings of romantic entanglements for these spirited youths arise from the playful teasing of their peers. Observing the young Spider-Man finally awakening to his feelings, Mo Fei allowed a hint of satisfaction to grace his features. I told you, there's no one who cannot be filled by my inspirational soup. If there is, then let them have another bowl. As the young Spider-Man departed, Mo Fei made his way to a group of spectators on the opposite side of the stands. Leading the group was Thompson, the very individual who had just been on the receiving end of Mo Fei's wrath. Upon noticing Mo Fei approaching, Thompson shivered, a glimmer of fear flickering in his eyes. Do not be afraid. I am not a good person, hence I am not here to seek you out. Mo Fei flashed a slight smile at Thompson before turning his attention to a lad seated to Thompson's right, raising his sizable fist with utmost seriousness. Listen, lad, a true gentleman observes the game in silence. You should know better. Do not let me catch you discussing my girlfriend's performance again, or else my fist may very well bring you to your end. After casually intimidating the boy, Mo Fei rejoined Michaela, who was now on a break. However, he kept a watchful eye on the young Spider-Man. Gwen. The young Spider-Man boldly called out. Gwen, who had been laughing and chatting with her teammates, turned around upon hearing her name. Spotting the young Spider-Man, she took a few steps closer and smiled. Parker, is there something you need? The young Spider, filled with hesitance, found himself at a loss for words. Encouraged by Mo Fei's motivational words, he had meticulously prepared a confession for Gwen, even contemplating the venue for their wedding, the upbringing of their future children, the care of grandchildren, and the choice of a burial plot upon his demise. Yet, upon approaching Gwen, nerves overwhelmed him, rendering him utterly speechless. Just speak your mind boldly. As Gwen observed the young Spider's internal struggle and stammering, she sensed an inkling of what was to come. With a flick of her hair to conceal the blush creeping to her ears, she hinted directly at the matter at hand. I brought you some water. The young Spider, initially emboldened by Mo Fei's encouragement, had appeared determined, but when the moment arrived, he faltered. Suddenly reminded of the water Mo Fei had given him, he raised it hastily, exclaiming, Gwen. Chapter 62. Irreparable. Awaiting death. Though the precise words exchanged between Little Spider and Gwen eluded him, the sight of Gwen storming away with a darkened expression led Mo Fei to surmise much of the situation. This Little Spider, utterly foolish. He deserves to spend the latter half of his life with one girlfriend after another fading away, ultimately left with only his own hands for company. If I weren't your uncle, I would have no interest in your affairs. Embracing Michaela, Mo Fei let out a helpless sigh. Upon returning to the classroom and listening to Little Spider recount the events in broad strokes, Mo Fei sighed deeply and patted Little Spider's shoulder. Your quest for a girlfriend is composed of 30% fate, 70% effort, and the remaining 90% far exceeds my capabilities. I truly cannot assist you any further. Perhaps I should concern myself more with my own affections and less with your futile endeavors. This Little Spider is simply beyond my aid. In this day and age, being an uncle is no easy task. Hey, don't go. Help me analyze why Gwen suddenly became so angry. I'm truly frightened, Little Spider exclaimed anxiously. Mo Fei had not witnessed the moment when Little Spider offered Gwen water. Her face had instantaneously flushed crimson, then turned a sickly green, before darkening like the bottom of a pot. With a furious swing, she hurled the water Little Spider had provided to the ground, shooting him an intense glare before turning on her heel and departing. Little Spider had never seen the usually gentle Gwen so incensed, yet he felt equally wronged, perplexed as to where he had gone astray. Was it wrong to offer her water with good intentions? The enigma of a woman's heart is akin to searching for a needle in the ocean, exceedingly difficult to comprehend. He would rather tackle the complexities of the Goldbach conjecture than decipher a woman's emotions. Irreparable, awaiting death. Mo Fei, expressionless, clasped his hands and shook his head. Farewell. During class, Little Spider cast forlorn glances at Mo Fei, often reflecting on the consequences of his foolishness. Because of your encouragement, I naively approached Gwen to confess my feelings, only to unwittingly provoke her ire. You may not bear the primary responsibility, but you certainly share some blame. don't you? And now, while I am in a state of utter panic, unsure of how to explain myself to Gwen, you are there blissfully embracing your girlfriend, showering me with relationship woes. How is that fair? As the lesson progressed, little Spider remained seated, racking his brain for a way to apologize to Gwen when, unexpectedly, she approached him to inquire about a biology question. In the realms of physics and chemistry, Gwen was on par with little Spider. However, in biology she fell slightly behind, which prompted her to occasionally seek his assistance on topics. The pursuit of improvement necessitates the humility to ask questions. Whether Gwen sought to advance her knowledge or had ulterior motives remained uncertain. Gwen had come to realize that after being classmates with Parker for so long, she should have understood his nature better. He was not the type to wish for her embarrassment. Rather, he was simply too dense to grasp her subtle hints. Thus, when she approached little Spider, any trace of her earlier anger seemed to vanish, as if nothing had ever occurred, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Mo-Fei cast a surprised glance at Gwen, marveling at her composure. Such grace. Had he encountered any of the girls from his past, upon hearing Spider-Man's provocative antics, they would have undoubtedly turned hostile, severing all ties and becoming lifelong adversaries. The pettiness of young women often exceeded one's imagination. For instance, during his university days, for girls in a dormitory had created 7 chat groups. Yet, Gwen's generous demeanor truly suited the charming Spider-Man. However, Mo-Fei felt discontent with Spider-Man's anxious disposition. How could a man play the role of a sycophant? A true gentleman should never debase himself. With so many opportunities available, how could one stoop to such behavior? A man of integrity should never lament his lack of a partner. Sometimes, relinquishing a solitary crooked tree could lead one to discover an entire forest. Occasionally, one might even realize that their continued affection for women stemmed from never having encountered a man who stirred their heart. With the heart of a guardian, Mo-Fei patted the shoulder of the still giddy Spider-Man after Gwen departed, admonishing him with a mixture of exasperation and care. My boy, when pursuing a girl, it's not always necessary to shower her with adoration. At times, it is equally crucial to temper her pride. Do you understand? Spider-Man lowered his gaze, contemplating his own situation, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. You mean like kneeling? Mo-Fei was taken aback. What on earth have you been up to behind my back? Feeling the weight of Mo-Fei's scrutinizing gaze, Spider-Man hastily defended himself. It was Ned who mentioned this to me. I was unaware before. Understanding dawned on Mo-Fei. After all, he knew his nephew well enough. Though Spider-Man was a bit of a chatterbox, he was far from being a lewd character. You're fortunate, my boy, to have encountered such a wonderful girl. Listen to me, confess your feelings to her at once, and you shall win her heart. Do not be fooled by my youthful appearance. Though I am only 18, I have lived 25 years in wisdom. I can see clearly that she has feelings for you. Trust me on this. If you confess and fail, I will offer my own eyes as compensation. Mo-Fei earnestly patted Spider-Man's back. Yet, there was only so much assistance an uncle could provide. He couldn't possibly guide him through the intricacies of romance. Does Gwen truly like me? Listening to Mo-Fei's words, Spider-Man felt a whirlwind of emotions. Could it be true? Stealing glances at Gwen ahead, he longed for a moment of connection, yet they never shared that spark. He glanced at Mo-Fei, who was engrossed in a playful conversation with Michaela, his face beaming with joy as he mischievously fumbled about, eliciting playful protests from her. With a sigh, Spider-Man pondered the absurdity of it all. What kind of world was this? And what did Mo-Fei mean by claiming to be 18 yet having lived for 25 years? Such a notion defied biological logic. Spider-Man began to analyze the feasibility of a person being 18 years old while having truly lived for 25 years, questioning the very foundations of biological understanding. Uncle, why do you converse so extensively with Peter Parker? Michaela inquired curiously. Well, you see, I share a distant familial connection with him, Mo-Fei elucidated. Is it the kind of relationship between cousins? She asked. No, rather it is akin to that of an uncle and nephew, Mo-Fei responded, unusually measured in his words. Though the blood ties are quite remote, there is indeed a semblance of connection. Hence I felt inclined to offer him some guidance. An uncle and nephew? For reasons unknown, Michaela inexplicably felt as though she had suffered a significant loss. Chapter 63. This object is fated for me while Timofey and Michaela were engrossed in their affection for one another. A young boy in the classroom was enduring a profound inner turmoil. Sam Witwicky, a rather inconspicuous figure in the class, akin to the former little spider, was often the punchline of jokes, frequently subjected to ridicule by Thompson. However, a toad that does not aspire for swan meat is no good toad at all, and Sam was evidently a good toad. From the very first class in his freshman year, during his personal introduction, he had revered Michaela, one of the school's beauties, as his goddess and vowed to win her heart as his girlfriend. Though his family was impoverished and his looks less than appealing, his heart was brimming with love for her. Despite lacking a car or a house, he possessed charisma. Unfortunately, Michaela displayed an unwavering wariness and indifference towards men, and despite Sam's numerous declarations of affection, he was met with the same response. "You are a good person, but I'm afraid we are not suited for each other." Yet, Michaela had never accepted his advances, nor had she entertained the courtship of any other boy. This offered Sam a modicum of solace, as he believed he still had a chance. Even if the hope was slim, it was better than having none at all. However, he was unprepared for the day Michaela unexpectedly brought her boyfriend to school, which struck him deeply. Sam felt as though his heart was bleeding. What qualities did that man possess to make him worthy of being Michaela's boyfriend? In terms of appearance, he glanced at Timofey and concluded that superficial attributes were trivial. What truly mattered was a man's inner depth. A man should excel academically, attend a prestigious university, secure a good job, and provide a comfortable life for his girlfriend. He then compared his knowledge with Timofey's, recalling how effortlessly Timofey had solved a complex geometry problem. He pondered the utility of academic prowess. Was he, Sam, destined to become a mere bookworm like Peter Parker? A true man should possess formidable strength, ensuring a profound sense of security for his girlfriend and the ability to protect her. Peering at Thompson, who was being thrashed by Timofey, he thought, why should he compare himself to him? He was uniquely himself, a different kind of firework. After all, Sam was far more suited to be Michaela's boyfriend than that little brat. No arguments accepted. "Sam, it's now your turn to present your family history report," announced a middle-aged teacher with gold-rimmed glasses, leaning against the window on the left side of the classroom, gesturing for Sam, the good toad, to take the stage. "Okay." Sam stepped up to the podium, rummaging through his backpack and producing a plethora of items that appeared tattered and trashy. "Sorry, I brought a lot of stuff." His typically foolish demeanor undoubtedly provoked laughter throughout the classroom, with one student even launching a wad of crumpled paper at him using a rubber band. "Regarding my family history report, I am preparing to speak about my great-great-grandfather, Captain Archibald Whitwick, a renowned mariner of the Age of Exploration. He was a distinguished explorer and the very first individual to set foot in the Arctic. In 1897, he led 41 valiant sailors into the polar expanse." As Murphy glanced at Sam, who exuded an air of foolishness at the podium, and then at Michaela, he furrowed his brow slightly and took out his phone to search for Mr. Charmer 217 on eBay. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Even the description of the glasses had scarcely changed. The sextant, priced at $50, was an absolute bargain. After a brief introduction to his great-great-grandfather's nautical exploits, Sam began to peddle his wares. His father had promised to purchase him a car, contingent upon achieving 2 A's in his studies, with a budget cap of $4,000. If Sam wished to acquire a superior vehicle, he would need to contribute his own funds, thus necessitating the accumulation of a car fund. He envisioned inviting Michaela for a drive in the great outdoors once he obtained his first car. Although Michaela was currently Murphy's girlfriend, Sam believed that if he played his cards right, he could win her over. Sam watched disdainfully as Murphy held Michaela close, thinking to himself, what does it matter if you're handsome or academically accomplished? Do you have a car? He had scrutinized Michaela for quite some time and knew of her profound obsession with automobiles. He was convinced that securing his first car would make winning her heart an effortless endeavor. However, Sam's aspirations were somewhat naïve. Everything he presented elicited laughter from his classmates, and not a single bid was made, for none expressed interest in his items. He would have fared better attempting to sell them to those antiquarians. "This is the most remarkable item. My great-grandfather's glasses, which witnessed the grand saga of his life. They hold immense commemorative and historical value, priced at a mere $200. $200? I'll take it. Murphy lazily raised his hand while embracing Michaela's slender waist. This student possesses great discernment upon seeing someone place a bid. Sam perked up, but when he realized it was his rival, Murphy, he became even more animated.
Sam.
Am selling these items today to buy a car and subsequently win your girl. Little did you know, you foolishly bid on your own belongings. Now I can take your money and pursue your lady. Fool. Ha ha. There is no greater pleasure in this world.
Sam mimsed.
Envisioning Murphy's head adorned with a green hue atop his shoulders. Fortunately for Murphy, he did not possess mind-reading abilities. Otherwise, he would surely have lifted Sam by his feet and dunked his head in the toilet to snap him back to reality, reminding him that it was time to get to work. Why are you buying these antiques? Michaela tugged at Mo-Fei's shoulder, expressing her frustration. It's all just rubbish. A waste of money. What sort of money is this? It's nothing but worthless debris. Don't you know your boyfriend just earned one? $25 million not long ago?
Montag Fei smiled lightly.
Michaela continued. I often feel out of place with you, all due to my lack of wealth. Is it permissible to squander money in such a manner? Moreover, Mo-Fei gazed meaningfully at Sam, who was grinning foolishly above, and remarked, I sense a connection with this item. To acquire these glasses, I would deem it worthwhile to spend not merely 200, but even 20 billion if necessary. After all, with the technology held by Cybertron, it would not be difficult to glean even a fraction of its brilliance and establish a tech empire surpassing Google and Apple. Chapter 64. Bailey, the good friend Mo-Fei and Michaela departed from the school, yet Mo-Fei remained oblivious to the fact that as he exited, he passed by a dilapidated yellow Chevrolet adorned with black racing stripes. To his astonishment, Sam had sold his glasses. Should he follow, or should he refrain? The engine of the Chevrolet roared, hesitating as it observed the two groups of individuals, Sam and Mo-Fei with Michaela. Ultimately, the decrepit Chevrolet resolved to trail behind Mo-Fei. The car, which initially appeared to be driverless, suddenly roared to life, likely instilling fear in any passerby who would be startled by such an occurrence, especially given the absence of contemporary autonomous driving concepts. However, at the moment the engine ignited, an unremarkable driver could be discerned from outside. Yet, upon entering, one would find the interior utterly vacant. As more and more middle-aged men congregated within the Mo clinic, one bold soul finally mustered the audacity to speak. With a sheepish demeanor, twisting his hands around the hem of his clothing, he timidly addressed Mindy. Little sister, do you have those special pills? With an impassive expression, Mindy handed him a single strength-enhancing pill. As one after another of the gentlemen approached her with their nauseating requests for the pills, she dispensed them while silently vowing, brother, if you dare leave me alone in this shop to sell these, I shall take us both down with me. Mindy.
Exceedingly fierce.
Clang, clang. The dull sound of a train colliding with the tracks suddenly echoed past the window, accompanied by a jarring noise and tremor that jolted Wesley awake. It felt as if his entire home had succumbed to an earthquake, with the glass cup at the foot of his bed rattling furiously. Upon opening his eyes, Wesley was struck by an overwhelming fatigue, for the velocity of blood coursing through his veins last night far exceeded the ordinary, bursting with vigor, albeit regrettably brief. This left his girlfriend rather dissatisfied. A mere minute of such vigor drained Wesley's energy, rendering him too weary to keep his eyes open. Wesley! A piercing shriek reverberated throughout the room. As a blonde woman complained, how can I sleep amid this racket? I am constantly awakened by these infernal noises. When will we ever relocate? I actually enjoy the sound, Wesley muttered under his breath. After enduring his girlfriend's shrill voice, he fed his little yellow cat, Annabelle, and departed for work. Once he left, his best friend Bailey arrived at the door. Truly, Bailey was Wesley's most cherished companion, always brimming with vigor. After Wesley stepped out, he would routinely visit to comfort his girlfriend, ensuring she felt less lonely. Moreover, he never accepted any payment for his kindness and remained undeterred by inclement weather, an exceptionally rare gem among friends. Bailey, the good friend. Wesley's girlfriend was, in fact, quite beautiful and alluring, possessing a warm and welcoming nature, embracing all with open arms and exuding a cheerful disposition, adept at making connections. Wesley finds himself in a state of distress, as his girlfriend's exuberance and penchant for entertaining others manifest in her rather slippery culinary creations. Although he isn't particularly fond of such dinners, he feels powerless to complain, having fallen for a wild spirit, yet lacking the vastness of a prairie at home. Consequently, he must accommodate her cooking, gradually growing accustomed to it. There are those who would yearn for such meals yet find themselves bereft of a partner altogether. To navigate life with ease, one must don a hint of green. Clad in a vibrant green t-shirt, Wesley strolls joyfully down the street. Green symbolizes life, health, and vitality, embodying hope, a hue he adores. Upon Wesley's departure from home, his corpulent friend Bailey enters Wesley's abode as if it were his own, diligently assisting Wesley's girlfriend with various chores like a busy little bee. Should anyone peer through the curtains of Wesley's home, they would witness Star-Lord aiding Professor X's girlfriend. No, it is Bailey who is helping Wesley's girlfriend unclog the drains. Arriving at the office, Wesley's desk is a chaotic clutter of documents, left intentionally by his well-meaning colleagues to challenge the youthful Wesley. They aim to transform him into a consummate workplace virtuoso, adept at managing diverse paperwork, irrespective of its relevance to his field of study. Truly, Wesley feels fortunate to have such supportive colleagues who stand by him in times of need. His boss, Janice, is equally commendable, astute and capable, despite her considerable weight of over 300 pounds. She possesses a generous spirit, treating him with utmost respect, as if he were two individuals, pushing him to strive tirelessly and inspiring him deeply. She often allows him to remain in the office late into the night, never charging him for electricity. Janice has never granted him a raise. One might assume she is miserly with money. Not so. She imparts a lesson. One must not be ensnared by immediate gains but should maintain a broader perspective. Nor has she provided him with promotion opportunities. One might think she is stifling his progress. Again, this is not the case. She teaches him that a sword's edge is honed through trial, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. The essence of gold will inevitably shine. As for why Bailey, his good friend, continues to assist his girlfriend at home while Wesley is at the office, rest assured, Wesley would never indiscreetly divulge having seen Bailey emerge from Janice's vehicle multiple times. No, he would never betray Bailey, his dearest companion. Seated at his desk, Wesley gazes at his colleagues leisurely sipping coffee, a contented smile gracing his face. The office feels as comforting as home, filled with talented individuals who articulate beautifully. He truly enjoys his time there. As the day draws to a close, Wesley once again finds himself at the pharmacy near the office, seeking medication to quell his anxieties. Standing before the cash register, he recalled the moment yesterday when Bailey was unable to settle the bill, prompting him to purchase a watermelon-flavored smuff for Bailey. A knowing smile crept across Wesley's face. After all, his girlfriend also had a fondness for watermelons. Just last night, while playfully frolicking at home, he could still detect a faint scent of watermelon lingering on her. It was evident that he and Bailey were indeed true friends, destined to be united by fate. "Wesley, is that you?" Turning to look, Wesley encountered a remarkably handsome young Asian man, whose striking features were captivating even to someone of his Western descent, gazing at him in surprise. Chapter 65. Firefox Mofe was taken aback to encounter Wesley in this place. When Wesley initially sought medical assistance, Mofe had not made the connection, but later, as Wesley divulged a plethora of information during his consultations, Mofe began to believe that the Wesley he had prescribed a substantial amount of heat-clearing and detoxifying herbs to was indeed the same individual from his memories. Given that it had not been long since Wesley sought treatment, Mofe certainly recalled Wesley's appearance. "Hello." Wesley nodded awkwardly, gazing at Mofe with curiosity. "Do we know each other? Have you forgotten me?"
Montag chuckelt.
"You came to my clinic seeking treatment, and I prescribed you enough medicine for 2 months. How did it go? Did you feel any improvement after finishing the prescriptions?" "It's you." Wesley revealed an elegant yet polite smile, choosing to say no more, merely giving Mofe a look that implied unspoken understanding. In truth, Wesley's inner thoughts were tumultuous. "You prescribed the medicine, surely you are aware of its efficacy?" It was utterly useless. If it weren't for his amiable nature and aversion to conflict, had he been of a more irritable disposition, he might have struck this quack doctor without hesitation. "Mofe, present in the apothecary to procure a substantial quantity of medicine. Found this shop to be one of the few that dared to wholesale to individuals without a medical license. Though it appeared modest, akin to a small workshop, it was reminiscent of a true elite assassin, often unassuming in appearance, with the guys merely serving to facilitate their work. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering Wesley here. As the son of the Cross, Wesley was a prodigious assassin sought after by the Sloan family, capable of ascending to the ranks of the world's top assassins in a remarkably short span, mastering skills such as bullet time and curved shooting. This was far beyond the mere prescriptions Mo Fei offered. Mo Fei, now more enlightened to the darker aspects of the world, understood that skills such as bullet time and curved shooting were not commonplace but rather exclusive to the Assassin's Guild. Thus, it raised the question Wesley's mentor, whom Mindy had referenced, was likely connected to this guild. However, despite Mo Fei's persistent inquiries regarding the identity of Mindy's mentor, she had steadfastly refused to disclose any details, citing concerns for Mo Fei's safety should he learn the truth. Well, if my sister chooses not to speak, I am at an impasse, thought Mo Fei. Yet, he felt that perhaps he could unearth answers from Wesley. Your expression reveals your dissatisfaction. The medicine was ineffective, was it not? This indicates a more severe condition. Mo Fei shook his head. You see, when I encountered your rare ailment, I even took the time to peruse ancient Chinese medical texts at home. While it may seem benign at first glance, it is, in fact, quite perilous. Very perilous? Wesley was taken aback.
Montag Fei chuckled.
In this day and age, if one dabbles in deception, one ought to study the behaviors and words of ancient strategists. It would be shameful to step outside otherwise. To astonish with words is the most fundamental requirement. According to the case you mentioned, there are times when your heart rate accelerates dramatically, causing the flow of blood to quicken in tandem. Mo Fei, with a faint smile, remarked, thus, based on biological and medical knowledge, you should comprehend that your body is operating under excessive strain during such moments, akin to a machine. As Mo Fei spoke, Wesley's gaze shifted. He stood to Wesley's left, yet a captivating sight appeared on Wesley's right. Wesley, not being foolish, chose not to admire the alluring view. Would he rather listen to the ramblings of this old curmudgeon? The woman was indeed a striking beauty, with seductive lips, large eyes, and a tall, elegant figure, adorned in a flowing white dress and carrying a white purse. Mo Fei scrutinized her from head to toe and entertained certain thoughts, particularly fixating on her long legs, which could captivate for an entire year, rivaling even the splendid legs of Ji Zaire. Continuing his observation down to her feet, he suddenly interjected, Wesley, your father has passed away. The beauty adopted Mo Fei's tone, delivering her shocking news with a flourish. My father is dead? How did he die? Was he murdered? Who did it? I must seek vengeance. Wait, I seem to have no father. Wesley chuckled suddenly, glancing between Mo Fei and the beauty. You two are in cahoots, aren't you? You dare to deceive me, even when you don't know I lack a father. The threshold for con artists has certainly lowered these days. What? One claims my illness is perilous and that I am on the brink of death. The other declares my father has died. Are your tricks not the same? Wesley retrieved his wallet, displaying its contents to Mo Fei and the beauty, offering a resigned smile. I only have $20 left. Nothing more. My salary is due in 2 days, and I genuinely have no money. Please spare me. If all else fails, you may split this $20. Are you jesting? Mo Fei erupted in anger, seizing Wesley's $20 and brandishing it. I, Mo Fei, am a paragon of virtue, a model citizen who earns accolades yearly. How could I stoop to deception? Even if I were to consider such a path, would I reveal my true nature for a mere $20? You underestimate me gravely. Who is this woman? I don't even know her. As he spoke, Mo Fei pocketed the $20 and, with a stern expression, patted the beauty's shoulder. Madam, where did you come from? Do you not see that I am currently attending to him? What chaos do you intend to stir? In any endeavor, one must observe the order of precedence. Do you not adhere to any decorum? The beauty disregarded Mo Fei's words, instead furrowing her brows at the hand he had placed on her shoulder, coldly commanding, Release me. Oh, quite the fiery temperament. Mo Fei let out a disdainful snort. Do you have any idea that I was not only trying to deceive? No, I was close to successfully treating Wesley, and now you have utterly disrupted everything. With his hand resting firmly on the beautiful woman's shoulder, he not only refused to let go but also tenderly caressed her delicate skin, relishing the sensation. I want to let go today. What are you going to do about it? Hit me? Naturally, such a shameless provocation from Mo Fei demanded a response from the beauty. In a swift, almost lightning-like motion, she aimed to seize his lecherous hand, intent on breaking his wrist to teach this insolent man a lesson. However, unexpectedly, at the moment she struck, Mo Fei instinctively reacted, shifting his right hand downward with force to dislocate her shoulder joint while his free left hand delivered a powerful punch.
Chapter 66, Urgent, Online.
Unforeseen by anyone, the seemingly mischievous Mo Fei turned out to be a formidable opponent. Underestimating him, Hua Hu paid dearly, as she was sent crashing into the wall by a single punch, dislocating her left shoulder in the process. Glaring coldly at Mo Fei, the beauty twisted her arm and reattached it. Mo Fei, with an expression of innocent bewilderment, raised his hands in a gesture of defense, proclaiming, "That was merely a reflexive reaction. You were the one who intended to strike me with force. Surely, I cannot be held accountable for that?" Yet, the beauty's demeanor suggested she was far from convinced. Well, it seems I am left with no options, Mo Fei thought to himself. Suddenly, he witnessed the beauty draw a silver handgun, a Browning M1911 adorned with orchid tattoos and a lion emblem, boasting an ivory grip, a tactical rail, and an extended magazine, rendering the firearm both robust and imposing. Having undergone training under Mindy, Mo Fei was well acquainted with various firearms, and the M1911 was Mindy's weapon of choice, thus further familiarizing him with it. He himself typically favored the P226. As he observed the beauty wielding the hefty firearm with apparent ease, a bold thought flickered in Mo Fei's mind. While fanciful notions swirled in his head, he swiftly dove behind the cashier's counter to take cover. However, he quickly realized he had overestimated the situation. The beauty was not targeting him, but rather a scruffy middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance standing behind Wesley, merely a bystander. The man did not initiate fire first. Instead, Hua Hu took the initiative and fired 2 shots at him. The bystander, compelled to retaliate, fired back, his bullets successfully intercepting Hua Hu's shots. Concealed beneath the cashier's counter, Mo Fei observed as the beauty dragged Wesley beneath a shelf, retrieved a gun rack from her bag, and placed her M1911 upon it, using the attached scope to survey the enemy. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition washed over him. Could it be that he had inadvertently stumbled upon the very beginning of the narrative? Bang! The bystander was evidently not to be trifled with. A bullet whizzed through the air, narrowly missing both Wesley and Hua Hu's heads, nearly claiming one of their lives. The beauty remained composed, unfazed by the chaos, as she surveyed the surroundings, using the gun rack to shatter every reflective surface within the pharmacy. In the midst of the gunfight, the beauty pulled Wesley out of the pharmacy and into a striking red Chrysler Dodge Viper RT10. With a maximum horsepower of 600 brake horsepower and torque peaking at 560 lb-ft, this vehicle not only met road standards but also catered to the desires of Viper racers. It was powered by an impressive SRT-8. 4-liter V10 engine coupled with a Tremec 6-speed manual transmission, showcasing formidable performance akin to Mo Fei's Ford GT500 Cobra. The bystander, now outside the pharmacy, felt a surge of urgency. Wesley was the child he had abandoned merely a week after his birth. Having discerned the direction in which the fox fled, the cross prepared to randomly select a vehicle by the roadside, shattering its window to gain entry. "Master, get in." A Ford GT500 Cobra came to an abrupt halt before the cross. Its driver donned in a silver-gray mask, exuding an aura of authority. Mindy, as Mindy's mentor, the cross could not fail to recognize his apprentice, even with her mask obscuring her features. Surprised, he cast a brief glance at her in the driver's seat and wasted no time in entering the vehicle. When Mo Fei emerged, he beheld what should have been his own Ford GT500 Cobra speeding away. "I haven't even gotten in yet." The wind was disheveled. My adorably charming little sister had run off with a lecherous middle-aged man. What should I do? I'm anxiously waiting for a solution. Damn it. Mo Fei clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in fury. Where did this lecherous man come from, daring to abduct my sweet sister? But what now? Mo Fei was genuinely concerned for Mindy's safety. As he lingered, his expression shifting in uncertainty, a dilapidated yellow Chevrolet inadvertently came to a stop before him, and its door swung open, revealing an empty driver's seat. Wasn't this an invitation to crime? Mo Fei glanced around. Seeing no one, he surged forward at a speed of 120 miles per hour, flooring the accelerator to escape. In reality, Mo Fei was far from lecherous. He boldly jumped into the vehicle. He was well aware of the peculiar circumstances that had unfolded. Bumblebee. Ever since he had acquired Sam's glasses, Mo Fei had known that Bumblebee would eventually succumb to his charm. Riding Bumblebee by day and Michaela by night, what greater triumph in life could there be? As night began to fall, the sky dimmed. The twilight cityscape of New York remained stunning, its skyline punctuated by towering edifices piercing the clouds. The streets bustled with a relentless flow of traffic and throngs of pedestrians. Neon lights gradually illuminated the surroundings, casting a magical glow over the city. At this moment, a potent aroma of hormones wafted through the air, heralding the onset of nightlife. Venues of indulgence and revelry emerged in abundance. Mo Fei, who should have been relishing the nocturnal festivities, found himself begrudgingly pursuing the lecherous man who had abducted his sister down the highway. A red Dodge Viper tore down the road like an arrow released from a bow, its high-displacement engine roaring like a beast, resonating throughout half the street. The Fox sat in the driver's seat, expertly maneuvering the steering wheel with the finesse of a professional racer. My God, it's too fast. But I think we've lost him. Can I get out at the next intersection? Wesley clutched his heart, gasping for breath. Why was I dragged into this exhilarating experience on the highway when I had set out to work in high spirits? Beautiful lady, why must you treat me this way? No, he is still right behind us. As the words left Huahu's lips, a resounding bang echoed. The cross had struck the rear window of the Dodge Viper with a precise shot. Mindy, piloting the Ford GT500 Cobra under Morpheus's guidance, was perfectly in sync with the cross who was engaging in free-aim shooting. This master and apprentice duo had deliberately trained in combat coordination, showcasing remarkable harmony. Throughout the chase, the cross had conveyed the essence of the situation to Mindy. He had betrayed the Assassin's League and was now pursuing the assassins, among whom was Wesley, his son. Uncertain of the League's intentions toward his son, he felt compelled to thwart the woman from taking him away. As Mindy's mentor, a figure she revered just behind Morpheus, she was resolute in her support for the cross. With one hand deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to evade oncoming traffic, Huahu extended her other hand wielding an M1911 out of the window, firing blindly at the pursuing Ford GT500 Cobra. Though Huahu appeared to be an intimidating beauty, she was indeed formidable, being one of the few elite assassins in the League adept in bullet time and curved shooting. Even in her blind fire, the trajectory of the bullets came perilously close to the cross's head. Chapter 67. My heart aches yet. Even among those who have mastered bullet time and arcing shots, there exists a hierarchy. The cross belongs to the elite echelon of assassins who have achieved unparalleled proficiency in these skills, while Firefox, at best, hovers at an intermediate level. Many of the bullets she fired were intercepted by the cross, and those that eluded him were merely stray shots that failed to even graze the Ford GT500 Cobra, soaring past it instead. This predicament forced the cross to exercise restraint, as his son was in Firefox's grasp. Otherwise, she would have long since met her demise at his hands. Bang! Bang! The cross struck, shattering the rear lights and back window of Firefox's Dodge Viper. The sound of the glass shattering sent Wesley into a panic, clutching his head and crying out in fear. He urged, "He is catching up. Shoot him. Kill him." Hearing Wesley's frantic cries, the cross felt a deep sense of frustration. "Fat Tiger, how long has it been since I last struck you? My child, I am sorely disappointed. If you were not my flesh and blood, I would have dealt with you already. Do you believe that?" Wesley's screams went unheeded by Firefox. In his bewildered gaze, she coolly shattered the windshield, pushed it down and climbed out. One foot hooked onto the steering wheel while the other secured itself to the window. She reclined against the hood, her long, shapely legs slightly pinching Wesley's head as she relinquished control of both steering wheels to him. A moment of realization struck Wesley, his expression reflecting utter confusion, the very essence of being flabbergasted. With one hand wielding an M1911 and the other an M16 assault rifle, Firefox unleashed a barrage of bullets at the Cross. In the realm of assassination, while skill is paramount, the significance of heavy firepower cannot be understated. One must master both aspects, akin to the balance of software and hardware in the realm of technology. Currently, the Cross found himself overwhelmed by Firefox's superior firepower. He had closed the distance behind Mindy's Cross and could hear the cacophony of heavy gunfire accompanying Firefox's onslaught, punctuated by the sound of his own Ford GT500 Cobra being riddled with bullets. In a fit of despair, he pounded his chest. The windshield was undoubtedly shattered, and the interior decorations were likely in ruins as well. Oh, the agony of my heart! That was my car, my nearly new vehicle that I had scarcely driven, now turned into a sieve by your actions. Despite having acquired a better, albeit used Chevrolet, it was still his first car in this world, a sports car he cherished dearly. Thankfully, the modifications that Michaela had planned for it were still in the design phase. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to heartache today. Meanwhile, Wesley grasped the steering wheel of the Dodge Viper with his right hand, skillfully maneuvering to avoid oncoming traffic. Wesley, with one hand gripping the steering wheel of the Dodge Viper, deftly navigated to avoid vehicles approaching from the opposite lane, while his other hand firmly secured another steering wheel. The tactile sensation of the wheel was exquisite, likely crafted from genuine leather. A mere glance was sufficient for Wesley to ascertain that this was undoubtedly a high-performance sports car. Gradually, blood began to trickle from his nose. The recent surge of emotions had been overwhelming, and perhaps it was time to consult Dr. Mo for some medication. Wiping his nose with his hand, Wesley mused that although the prescribed medicine did little to alleviate his anxiety, it was quite effective in calming his temper. As he simultaneously maneuvered two supercars, Wesley found himself occasionally distracted, nearly colliding with vehicles ahead. Focus, he admonished himself. Just then, Mindy, engrossed in driving the Ford GT500 Cobra, unexpectedly uttered a curse. "What's wrong?" Cross inquired, firing his weapon while puzzled. "My brother is catching up," Mindy replied in exasperation. She had deliberately left Dr. Mo behind at the pharmacy to shield him from such perilous affairs, yet he had pursued them nonetheless. How was it possible for him to chase her down in that dilapidated Chevrolet while she was piloting a high-performance Ford GT500 Cobra? It defied logic. Unbeknownst to her, Dr. Mo's hands were not even on the steering wheel. "You see, you are now a fully matured Chevrolet, almost ripe for the road, so you ought to learn to drive yourself," he remarked. "Meow? Your brother?" Cross asked, surprised. The parents of Dr. Mo were close friends with Cross's family, which is why Mindy had the opportunity to train under him, learning the skills of an assassin, including bullet time and curved shooting. "Indeed," Mindy responded, glancing through the rearview mirror. "That shabby Chevrolet behind us is him." Cross peered into the mirror, spotting a hefty figure, nearly in tears from frustration. Was this truly the son of Dr. Mo? Surely he couldn't be foolish enough to pursue them. As Cross and Firefox drew closer, it became evident that Firefox was at a disadvantage compared to Cross. Mindy, anxious not to delay and allow Dr. Mo to become involved, also directed her firepower toward Firefox. Despite Firefox's tenacity, wielding dual weapons, a short yet powerful M1911 and a long, formidable M16 assault rifle, she began to falter. After all, Mindy was a master of bullet time and curved shooting. In a true confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. Two cars gracefully maneuvered ahead, while Mo Fei appeared even more flamboyant, covering his heart with a despondent expression, mourning for his charming and alluring little vehicle. The steering wheel was unattended, yet the car's speed and agility surpassed that of both the Cross and the Firefox. As both parties drew closer, tragically, before the Cross could even smile, an unforeseen incident occurred. A cluster of police cars had set up a blockade ahead, with ominous shadows of armored vehicles lurking nearby. With a smirk, Firefox retreated into the car window, swiftly slapping Wesley, who was gripping the steering wheel, and executed a death-defying drift, propelling Wesley past the police barricade. "Get out!" Firefox's command was succinct and decisive. Wesley complied and exited the vehicle. Promise me never let anyone else take the wheel again, all right? Before Firefox could respond, Wesley suddenly grasped Firefox's shoulder, gazing earnestly into his eyes, his expression grave. Firefox. Meow, meow, meow. Chapter 68. Annabelle. Due to the unexpected intervention of the police, Mindy and Cross's pursuit was abruptly halted. Under normal circumstances, neither would have chosen to engage with law enforcement. Subsequently, Mindy and Cross turned the vehicle around, distancing themselves from the officers, with Mo Fei naturally following closely behind Mindy. Once they reached a desolate area, Mindy parked the car and exited, only to realize that Cross was no longer with them. He must have departed earlier along the way. Throughout the ordeal, Mo Fei had been preoccupied with his Ford GT500 Cobra, completely oblivious to the fact that someone had jumped from the vehicle. Indeed, the prowess of a top-tier assassin is exceptional. Brother, why did you follow me alone? Do you not realize how perilous it is? Mindy pouted, casting a discontented glance at Mo Fei. The enemy is formidable. Even I cannot guarantee your safety in the midst of battle. How can you say that?
Montag Fei retorted,
delivering a light smack to Mindy's head. The moment I exited the pharmacy, I saw you running after some lecherous old man, leaving me alone to grapple with my thoughts in the wind. My heart sank. Do you understand? Rubbing her sore head, Mindy playfully stuck out her tongue and affectionately shook Missouri Fei's arm. Master, he is not a lecherous old man. He is a lifelong friend of our parents. It is said that he has saved them more than once, and of course our parents have also come to his aid. Can you truly regard him as a mere stranger? Considering the bonds of friendship forged by their parents, it was indeed reasonable to offer assistance. Mo Fei furrowed his brow and pondered. What if his enemies find us at home? That won't happen. I disguised myself while driving, so she won't recognize me. Mindy reassured him. And what about the car? What if she remembers the license plate? Mo Fei inquired. Brother, are you not aware? Your girlfriend is already working on modifying the vehicle. The first modification is a system that can change the license plate number. Mindy demonstrated, revealing that with the press of a button, the car's license plate could transform into another. While I was pursuing her, the license plate was not even ours. Is it truly that astonishing?
Montag Fei exclaimed in disbelief.
What is so extraordinary about it? Mindy scoffed. Many who indulge in street racing are familiar with such tricks. The only difference lies in whether the license plate changes automatically or manually. What shall we do with the car now? Should we simply dispose of it? Mo Fei glanced at the battered Ford GT500, frowning. Everyone around us knows we've purchased this 200,000 sports car. Disposing of it suddenly would undoubtedly raise suspicions and draw attention. Moreover, to simply throw it away, that would be such a waste. It would be best if we could restore it to its original condition. Mindy mused, stroking her chin. Having managed the household's expenses for years, she had become a diligent sister. But with all these bullet holes and gunshot marks, which repair shop would dare to take it on? They are not foolish. They certainly wouldn't want to wade into murky waters. Michaela mused that having a charmingly simple-minded girl would certainly delight in assisting her with the car repair. Under the stark glow of the incandescent lights, the girl, no, rather Michaela, had just completed her work on a Toyota Corolla. She wiped the sweat from her brow and smiled faintly, relieved that the repairs were finally finished. With the agreed-upon time for the client's arrival drawing near, Michaela was compelled to work through the night. The client was scheduled to collect the car the following day, and the repair fee was a handsome $500. Given the generous payment, the standards were naturally elevated. Sensing the pervasive aroma of motor oil clinging to her, Michaela set down her tools and ascended to her room for a refreshing shower. Dressed casually in a light t-shirt, she commenced preparing dinner. Engrossed in her culinary endeavors, she realized she had yet to complete her meal. Although her cooking skills were modest, the dishes she crafted were palatable enough to satiate hunger, unlike Murphy's, which were akin to biochemical weaponry. As Michaela emerged from the kitchen, bearing a plate of fragrant fried rice, she was taken aback to discover a small, yellow kitten lounging on her sofa. A slightly plump orange cat, adorned with a name tag, lay languidly, seemingly devoid of ambition. How on earth did you end up in my home? She wondered aloud. The allure of adorable creatures easily captivates a girl's heart, And even someone like Michaela, who yearned for extreme speed, found herself enamored with the cuteness of the kitten, which perfectly matched her aesthetic. She immediately approached to pet it. Naturally, the kitten could not respond to Michaela's inquiry. However, feeling a pang of hunger, it sniffed the fried rice she had prepared and mewed plaintively at her. Its previous caretakers had been woefully inadequate, bickering incessantly and neglecting to feed their feline charge for days on end. Had they become so infatuated that they forgot their responsibilities? Or had the cat simply grown weary of their neglect? Thus, the little creature embarked on an impromptu journey, seeking a more worthy caretaker. "Are you hungry too, little one? Allow me to share some of my meal with you," Michaela said kindly. She retrieved a clean bowl from the kitchen and poured a modest serving for the kitten. The yellow feline eagerly began to feast. As Michaela savored her own dinner, she delightedly stroked the kitten. Residing on the second floor, she was puzzled about how the little one had gained entry, especially since she had secured the doors and windows before leaving. "Have you wandered off accidentally? Or have you been abandoned by your owner?" she pondered. Nevertheless, it was late, and the kitten would have to spend the night with her. "Tomorrow, I shall inquire about your owner and see if they reside nearby. So I will return you home." Once the kitten had satisfied its hunger and sprawled lazily on the sofa, Michaela curiously examined the name tag around its neck, which bore the name Annabelle. Nothing more was inscribed. "Annabelle, is that your name?" she inquired, gently patting the kitten's head, her curiosity piqued. She had not expected the kitten to respond, yet after her inquiry, a hint of disdain flickered in the proud depths of the kitten's eyes. "You are so adorable. Your owner would surely never abandon you. She must be quite anxious right now, wouldn't she? Just moments ago, Star-Lord had helped with the plumbing issue of Professor X's girlfriend. No, it was actually Wesley's good friend Bailey who had assisted Wesley's girlfriend in clearing the clogged drain. Wesley's girlfriend had finally gotten out of bed to take a shower. The blockage had previously deterred her from bathing, fearing that water would overflow beyond the bathroom threshold. Now that Bailey had resolved the issue, she hurried to the bathroom, eager to cleanse herself. "Is Wesley working late again tonight? Who knows? I rushed back to comfort you after work. But knowing Janice's style, he is likely still at the office." Oh, Wesley's girlfriend was hardly surprised. "By the way, what about the cat at your place?" "Star-Lord." Bailey had lit up a cigarette, lazily sprawled on Wesley's sofa, and inquired with curiosity. "Annabelle?" Wesley's girlfriend exclaimed. "Yes, where has Annabelle gone? I haven't seen her all day. I hope nothing has happened to her. I'm so worried. She is so small and fragile, and she would surely be bullied outside." Although Annabelle belonged to Wesley's girlfriend, she had always delegated the feeding and watering to Wesley. Therefore, after Wesley's departure, no one had been there to tend to Annabelle. Chapter 69. The Chubby Tiger. Michaela, are you at home? Engrossed in her cat and a captivating series, Michaela was momentarily startled by the voice of Mo Fei, thinking she might be imagining things. "Michaela?" Mo Fei's second call dispelled her doubts, confirming that it was indeed him. "Why is the uncle visiting me at this hour?" Michaela pondered, scratching her head in confusion. She hurried to the balcony and spotted Mo Fei leaning against a dilapidated yellow Chevrolet, cheerfully waving at her. In her slippers, Michaela rushed downstairs, the sound of her footsteps echoing. "Uncle, what brings you here?" she asked, cradling her kitten and smiling broadly. Mo Fei, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. "Well, I actually need your help with something. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Michaela blinked, intrigued. "What is it?" Mo Fei pointed to a black Ford Cobra parked nearby. "I was hoping you could take a look and see if it can be repaired." Only then did Michaela notice Mindy beside the Ford Cobra, cheerfully greeting her sister-in-law. Circling the vehicle, Michaela furrowed her brow. "Uncle, what on earth have you been up to tonight? The marks on this car are clearly made by high-caliber firearms. You didn't rob a bank, did you?" "Absolutely not." Mo Fei vehemently shook his head, assuring her. "Though there was indeed a bit of an incident, I certainly did not partake in any crime." Michaela fixed Mo Fei with a penetrating gaze before returning her attention to the car. "Fine, Uncle, I won't pry into what transpired. However, this vehicle has multiple bullet holes, and I cannot ascertain the extent of the damage until I conduct a thorough inspection." The Ford Cobra was brought into Michaela's workshop. Once inside her home, she poured Mo Fei a cup of hot water. Fortunately, the engine and braking system remain intact, with only superficial damage. It can be restored to its former glory. However, it will cost at least 20,000 to repair. But tell me, uncle, you're not secretly a hitman masquerading as a doctor, are you? Just like in the movies? Michaela eyed him skeptically. How could that be?
Montag Fei replied, feigning innocence.
Look at my face, filled with righteousness. Wherever I go, I'm recognized as an upstanding citizen. There is simply no way I could be a hitman. At that moment, the television in Michaela's home abruptly broke the news about a gunfight on the streets today, with Mo Fei's Ford Cobra and the Dodge Viper prominently featured.
Montag Fei.
Uncle, do you still wish to deceive me? Michaela said, her tone laced with suspicion. The fake license plate on your car was installed by me. If I'm not mistaken, the girl driving the vehicle is Mindy, right? Though the grainy photograph showed Mindy wearing a silver gray mask, their familiarity made it impossible for Michaela not to recognize her. It was a solid confirmation. If I were to say that everything is merely a coincidence, would you believe me? Mo Fei asked, his voice barely above a whisper. All right, dear uncle, if you prefer not to divulge, then so be it. After all, lovers are entitled to their little secrets, aren't they? Michaela replied with a resigned smile. Ah, is this the little kitten you've recently adopted, Michaela?
Montag Fei's Gaze wandert.
Seeking a distraction, and he spotted a charming yellow kitten lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television. It's adorable. What is its name? This ISNT my cat. It appeared at my home unexpectedly when I returned tonight, Michaela explained, gently stroking the kitten. I plan to ask around tomorrow to help find its true owner. Mo Fei shook his head with a smile. If it's not from your neighbors, locating its owner might prove challenging. Given that you live near a highway, it could very well be a stray left behind by passing travelers. However, it doesn't seem to be of any particular breed. I doubt anyone would go to great lengths to search for it. Thus, it likely belongs to the realm of stray cats now. If it truly is a stray, then I shall adopt it, Michaela exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. It's just so adorable. Don't you agree, uncle? Indeed, it possesses a certain charm.
Montag Fei nodded.
If you intend to adopt it, might I suggest a new name? It wouldn't do to keep its old one, would it? Sure. I'm not particularly good at naming things anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Fei suggested, how about calling it Fat Tiger? Michaela hesitated. Uncle, it's merely a cat. SNT Fat Tiger a bit much? Look at it. It's an orange tabby, somewhat plump, with a coat that is a shade of brownish yellow, akin to a tiger, wouldn't you say? And you surely don't know this, but every cat harbors a dream of becoming a tiger. Naming it Fat Tiger seems quite fitting.
Montag Fei agut persuasively.
Michaela was swayed, gently patting the kitten's head. Little one, how do you feel about the name Fat Tiger? The yellow kitten rolled its eyes in disdain. Mo Fei playfully pressed its head down. See? It agrees. Flaken thought to himself, I have a rather unspeakable thought that I'm unsure whether to voice. All right then, it's settled. From now on, you shall be called Fat Tiger. Michaela gleefully ruffled the kitten's fur. If I fail to find your owner tomorrow, I shall assume the role of your mother, and I shall be your father. Mo Fei nodded solemnly. Flaken grumbled, this person is insufferable. Can I not simply eliminate him? By the way, uncle, have you eaten yet? Michaela suddenly recalled and inquired. Not yet. I've been busy for half the night, Mo Fei replied, patting his stomach. He had originally intended to grab a meal after picking up his medication. Allow me to prepare something for you, so you can experience my culinary skills, Michaela said as she and Mindy busied themselves in the kitchen, while Mo Fei settled in the living room, watching television and petting the kitten. Flecken discreetly cast a glance at the elusive Michaela, who was bustling about in the kitchen, and then furtively observed the indignant Morpheus. Ah, what is the matter, uncle? Michaela hurriedly emerged. Morpheus raised his bloodied right hand, glaring at the kitten. It clawed me out of nowhere. This cat is utterly unlovable. Perhaps we should just get rid of it. But Fat Tiger is quite well behaved. It doesn't move at all. When I rubbed its little head, it didn't show any reaction whatsoever. Uncle, have you been secretly tormenting it? Michaela scrutinized Morpheus closely. Morpheus remained silent. Chapter 70. Speak no more. Last night's fierce battle between the Cross and the Fox made headlines, and Mindy was inadvertently thrust into the spotlight. Although most people could not discern Mindy's appearance, there was always someone intimately familiar with her who recognized her. Was it Little Radish? Mia narrowed her eyes, acknowledging, I always knew you were extraordinary, but I never anticipated that you were a killer. Last night, Timofey lay in bed, engrossed in his phone, and just as he was on the brink of slumber, a text message jolted him awake. My husband is on a business trip tomorrow. Let us meet at our usual place. Damn it, although I, Timofey, often pride myself on enjoying the company of others, I have never truly indulged in such escapades. This is utterly unethical. Yet, to his astonishment, this version of himself was rather beastly. Mindy mentioned that although he had been a scoundrel in the past, with girlfriends lasting no more than 3 months, he had never strayed. How do you explain this? As a well-bred youth nurtured under the red flag, Timofey promptly resolved to confront her the following day. Not with the intent of engaging in some immoral dalliance, but to clarify matters and sever this abnormal connection. I, Timofey, am a person of dignity. Even if I were to starve or leap from the Empire State Building, I would never partake in such unethical deeds. The woman was named Emile, a captivating figure in her 30s, possessing a voluptuous figure and an undeniable allure. It seemed she was entangled with the underworld. Timofey's recollections were somewhat hazy. Today, the clinic was closed, prompting Timofey to seek her out to clarify the situation. Approaching the dilapidated Chevrolet, Timofey frowned. After a moment's contemplation, he kicked it lightly and earnestly stated, You, my friend, have matured into a seasoned Chevrolet. It is time you learned to change your license plate. I will now turn around and grant you 10 seconds. By the time I face you again, I expect the license plate to be altered. Bumblebee, meow? As Timofey turned his back, Bumblebee observed him counting down, and the vehicle silently underwent a mechanical transformation. By the time Timofey turned back, the license plate had indeed changed. Excellent. Timofey nodded in satisfaction. You truly have matured into a seasoned Chevrolet. JW Marriott hotels spanning North America, the Caribbean, Latin America, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. Each establishment is uniquely characterized by simplicity, elegance, tranquility, and luxury. Among the most ancient and refined of Marriott's brand hotels, the minutiae contribute to an extraordinary experience. JW Marriott luxury hotels and resorts are warm and elegant, comfortable and lavish, providing unparalleled personal service, perfectly suited for both business and leisure. Standing before the Marriott, Timofey couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, you foreigners know how to enjoy life. In fact, among the middle and lower classes in the States, such indulgences have become quite commonplace. Timofey entered the room number the woman had sent him. There, he encountered a woman. Her rich flaxen hair cascaded over her forehead, reminiscent of the dusky twilight. The delicate contours of her porcelain-like oval face were adorned with a pair of glistening eyes, akin to dark, plump grapes. Below her willow-like brows, her long lashes fluttered enchantingly, while a high-bridged nose framed her moist, crimson lips, which bore a hint of a mysterious smile. Clad in a striking red dress that complemented her statuesque figure and exuded a mature elegance, she radiated an extraordinary charm that irresistibly drew the gaze of others. You. As Timofey began to speak, uttering just a single word, a finger pressed gently against his lips. Don't speak. Kiss me. It was Emily, who approached Timofey with a playful smile, effectively silencing any further words. What is there left to say? The thought lingered in the air, and indeed, there was nothing more to discuss. In a moment of reflection, Timofey mused on the shifting tides of societal norms. Once, visiting brothels was lawful, and sleeping with another's wife would lead to severe retribution. Now, the reverse held true, and he felt a deep sense of loss for the erosion of traditional values. Reclining on the bed, he produced a limited-edition Romeo cigar, indulging in its rich smoke. After having sampled cigars from Mo Yuchien, he found the taste quite pleasant and decided to procure some for himself. Though not a habitual smoker, he indulged on occasion. Emily nestled against Timofey's chest, tracing circles on his body. You truly are remarkable. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, gazing up at him with unreserved adoration. Is he really as inadequate as he believes?
Montag Fei inquiret, curiosity piqued.
How should I describe it? Emily pondered for a moment, then replied, perhaps it is beyond my capabilities.
Montag Fei, intrigued.
Took a deep drag from his cigar and playfully responded, and what about me? Emily took a moment to consider, then shyly glanced at him, her voice taking on a teasing tone reminiscent of a languid kitten. That strikes a chord. My friend, Mo Fei chuckled, in my decades of demon slaying, I have never encountered anyone as enchanting as you. Just as Mo Fei was eager to pose more questions to Emily, a faint flicker of light outside the floor-to-ceiling window caught his attention. The glow danced alluringly, growing larger and more ominous, surging toward the room where Mo Fei and Emily resided. An instinctive alarm surged within him, warning of imminent danger. His pupils dilated in alarm as he turned his head. The window shattered with a deafening crash, shards of glass scattering in all directions as an RPG rocket burst into the room, detonating explosively. A searing wave of heat surged forth, consuming everything in its path. The exquisite furniture, the dazzling crystal chandelier, the fine wine, the meticulously woven luxury rugs. At the epicenter of the explosion, all was obliterated, save for a flicker of emerald light amidst the chaos, swaying perilously yet steadfastly enduring. Chapter 71. The puppet master Mia's residence, which also serves as Dominic's abode, is a creation of her own design, embodying not only aesthetic delight but, more significantly, a harmonious blend of comfort and nature. The external spatial arrangement evokes a sense of enclosure, reflecting the merits of being both compact and refined. Knock, knock, knock. The little golden retriever, Brian, stood at Mia's doorstep, rapping on the door. Mia, initially filled with joy, swung the door open, but her expression swiftly turned chilly upon seeing Brian. What brings you here? She inquired. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Brian wore a serious demeanor and, after a moment of silence, nodded resolutely. Mia, offering him no warm reception, turned and strode into the room, leaving the door ajar, a clear indication of her feelings. The unresolved tension between them lingered, stemming from Brian's betrayal as an undercover agent that ensnared Mia's brother. They remained suspended on the precipice of love and indifference, navigating their complex emotions with ease. The tumultuous nature of love. Indeed, when affection flourishes, togetherness is bliss. When it wanes, parting is merely a matter of course, and the intermittent entanglements are but self-imposed tribulations. A bittersweet smile crept across Brian's lips as he entered Mia's home. If it weren't for genuine affection, who would willingly assume the role of a devoted admirer? What do you want? Mia inquired, her expression devoid of warmth. Today I did not come to discuss Dominic, Brian replied, gathering his composure. I seek information regarding your childhood friend, Mo Fei.
Montag Fei?
Mia gazed at Brian in confusion. What do you want to know about him? According to our FBI intelligence, he may have substantial connections with the formidable drug lord, Braga, on the West Coast, and he might even be Braga himself, Brian stated gravely. What did you say? Mia exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face as she scrutinized Brian. You must be mistaken. While Mo Fei lacks a sense of responsibility, indulging in pranks and frequently changing girlfriends, he could never descend into the depths of becoming a drug lord. We are merely speculating at this point. Yet it does not imply that we lack evidence, Brian insisted, laying out the facts. Braga emerged in New York 2 years ago as a ruthless drug lord, trafficking more narcotics than Escobar did in a decade. Mo Fei's parents died 2 years ago, which could have led him to develop certain psychological complexities stemming from their loss. Braga is shrouded in mystery. Over the past 2 years, we have dispatched 3 of our most elite agents, yet apart from body bags, we have acquired no information about him. No photographs, no fingerprints, not even a birth date. Theoretically, Braga could be anyone, except for his lieutenant, Raymond Campos. Mo Fei, too, is an enigma. We have noted numerous instances where his history appears to be expunged, as if someone has deliberately erased it. If he is indeed Braga, it would elucidate many perplexities. The Braga Group has a third in command, a retired Mossad agent named Jazier, with whom Mo Fei has maintained frequent contact for the past 5 years. Even now, they inevitably connect at least once every 2 months. According to our latest investigative findings, Braga actually has a wife named Emily, with whom Emofe has been involved romantically for the past 2 years. Emofe is a doctor, if he were to engage in drug production. The golden-haired Brian laid out a multitude of documents, each presenting a comparative analysis between Emofe and Braga. The FBI ultimately concluded that there is a 70% probability that Emofe is the mastermind behind the drug trafficking organization led by Braga. However, it is important to note that before the judge's final verdict, suspects only have a 99% likelihood of being criminals. A 70% probability is a rather precarious figure, undoubtedly placing Emofe on the FBI's watch list. Should Emofe come across this comparative analysis, he might suddenly realize that he is, in fact, quite formidable, bearing the alias of Braga. In truth, it is Braga himself who adeptly navigates the shadows. He has donned the guise of Raymond Campos, the group's second-in-command, effectively clearing himself of any suspicion. Meanwhile, Emofe, through his own cunning, has entangled himself with all the women around Braga, thereby drawing the FBI's scrutiny. Mia's mind was in turmoil. She simply could not accept that the seemingly foolish Emofe was, in fact, a ruthless drug lord. His persona had shattered. At Brian's earnest request, Mia shared some basic information about Emofe without divulging too much. Aside from the incident of Emofe pursuing her, which resulted in her public revelation of his love letters, they had enjoyed a close friendship in their childhood and had never harmed her or her family. Even if Emofe were indeed a drug lord, she would find it impossible to publicly denounce him. Once Brian departed, Mia felt a deep sense of unease. Suddenly, she recalled the events of the previous night's highway shootout. The little girl was unmistakably Mindy, which implied, no. Mia retrieved her phone and began dialing Emofe. Emofe? Yes, it's me. Who is this? Mia. Oh, what do you want? Are you involved in some nefarious activities? As Mia was about to voice her inquiry, she suddenly realized something and rephrased her question. I have always engaged in unsavory deeds. What particular matter are you referring to? Let me remind you, I've heard you are connected with Braga. How do you know that? Before Mia could finish her sentence, Emofe exclaimed, glancing nervously at Emily beside him. Mia, listen to me. I implore you, you must not disclose anything about this. Though I am uncertain how you found out, this situation is merely a misunderstanding.
Montag frei.
Mia cried out in despair. I am profoundly disappointed in you. I never imagined you would resort to drug trafficking. I advise you to turn yourself in to the NYPD today. No, drug trafficking? When did I? What do you mean? You must not entertain the thought of fleeing before the FBI uncovers crucial evidence against you. Do not even consider escaping on a smuggler's vessel the moment you catch wind of something, only to make your way to Russia, Tokyo, Iran, or Kuwait. I never wish to see you again. In my lifetime, I have harbored an intense disdain for individuals like you who traffic in drugs. Should our paths cross once more, I would not hesitate to end your existence with a shotgun blast to your head. Enraged, Mia abruptly ended the call. Mo, perplexed, was left listening to the dial tone. What was it that Mia wished to convey? Had her sudden call been a revelation that she was aware of my entanglement with another man's wife, vowing eternal enmity? What madness! Chapter 72. Abyssal Ice. The once opulent Marriott Hotel now lay in ruins. Shattered glass littered the floor, and the acrid smoke from rocket explosions permeated the air, while embers continued to scorch the carpets and furniture. Emofe emerged from the debris, cradling the bare Emile in his arms, his body marred with stains. Damn it! Who harbors such enmity towards me, such hatred, to unleash an RPG upon my head? He mused, reflecting on his own kindness, gentleness, and peaceful nature. Who could possess such a venomous heart to inflict harm upon one as innocent as himself? After some contemplation, he feared it could only be the lunatics of the Assassin Alliance. He wondered how Mindy was faring. Given the extensive training Mindy had provided him, Emofe had become quite adept at defensive maneuvers and threat assessment. He hastily took refuge in the restroom, pretending to borrow clothing from outside, while in reality retrieving 2 garments from his spatial ring to adorn himself and Emile. It must be Braga. Emile clutched the clothing Emofe was helping her into, her lips trembling in terror from the unexpected RPG assault. What did you say? It's Braga. He found out about my infidelity and has sent someone to blow us to smithereens. Emile gripped Imofei's arm tightly, pressing her face against him, whispering, "You don't understand. No one knows Braga better than I do." From a young age, he exhibited unparalleled traits. His mind brimming with mad ideas and an insatiable ambition, resorting to any means to achieve his desires, coupled with a perverse need for control. We were born in the same village, once serene and peaceful, where he, with his audacity and cleverness, became the leader among children. I recall his first crime occurring when he was merely 13. That year, a couple from a distant land visited our hometown, disgruntled by the fact that they could not access their usual beach due to the other's presence. They plotted to steal from one another. Upon being discovered, a conflict ensued, but the other party merely exchanged a few words with him. No violence, not even a curse. Yet, Braga's twisted desire for revenge could not be quelled. That very afternoon, they conspired to slash the couple's tires and filled their car with sand, stranding them. I believed his retribution ended there, but I could not fathom the depths of his depravity. That night, they collectively kidnapped the man, inflicting over 20 non-fatal stab wounds upon him, all while making the woman witness the horrific scene as her boyfriend bled to death before her eyes. His cruelty from such a young age is beyond human comprehension. The memory still haunts me. Tears streamed down Emile's cheeks. Imofei, we're doomed. Truly doomed. Emile, don't be foolish. Imofei, feeling helpless, pulled her into his embrace, wiping her tears away. Trust me, as long as I am here, he cannot harm you. No, no one can save us. But if I must die, at least I can do so with you, Imofei. I shall not be alone in hell. Emile displayed a sorrowful yet beautiful smile. Imofei thought to himself, is this woman toxic? Who on earth would willingly descend into hell?
Montag frei.
Have diligently pursued my studies since childhood, consistently receiving accolades from my teachers, and even earned several little red flowers in kindergarten. Even in death, I am destined for heaven. I, Imofei, shall ascend to paradise. Ah! There seems to be a slight inconsistency here. Emile, are you foolish? Have you forgotten how we survived the rocket attack? Emile paused, considering Imofei, are you a mutant? Not quite a mutant, but I do possess certain abilities. Imofei smiled wryly. You speak of Braga's malevolent intentions and ruthless methods, yet to me, he is merely a grown-up child who has lost his way. When a child misbehaves, a firm reprimand suffices. It's not as dire as you imagine. The current Imofei is no longer the bewildered individual who faced an attack alongside Dylan. He has matured enough to handle threats independently. Once he confirmed that the assailant had departed, Imofei cleared any traces of himself and Emile from the room, leading her toward the lower levels of the Marriott Hotel. Throughout their journey, both donned hats that obscured their faces, deliberately avoiding the surveillance cameras. He maintained contact with Mindy, instructing her to utilize her hacking skills to erase Emile's hotel records and any captured footage. After boarding the Bumblebee, Imofei let out a sigh of relief. No matter how formidable the approaching adversary, with the Bumblebee at his side, he felt secure. Moreover, he was no longer a weakling, with nearly level 4 in Xingyiquan, level 3 in firearms, bullet time, and the assassin skills he had honed with Mindy, not to mention the arsenal of heavy weaponry stored in his spatial ring. It was safe to declare that as long as he had room to maneuver, Imofei could take on 100 foes single-handedly without a hitch. Shortly after starting the vehicle, he received a perplexing call from Mia. Even if I engage in romantic entanglements, you are not my girlfriend. What concern is it of yours? And then you sever ties with me? Utter nonsense. Ignoring Mia's words, Imofei drove the Bumblebee out of the city, heading to the designated meeting point in the outskirts with Mindy. After Mia hung up, the FBI monitoring room buzzed with activity. Did he just acknowledge that he is Braga? The Green Giant, the head agent of the FBI New York office, Rod, stroked his beard thoughtfully. Rod is the leader of the Braga crime syndicate, and the golden-haired Brian works under the Green Giant, Rod. Not necessarily. Mia's words are laden with ambiguity, and Imofei may not have been admitting to being Braga, Brian calmly stated. Furthermore, given the suggestive and uncertain language employed by Ms. Mia Trent, this recording cannot even serve as supplementary evidence, lamented the FBI's administrative staff. Mia is a distinguished student from Columbia University, Exceptionally intelligent. Brian smirked with a hint of pride. I hope our ruse this time will yield results. The deputy director has granted me a mere 72 hours. Within 3 days, should we fail to make any progress on the Braga incident, I shall face dismissal. Rod cast a glance at Brian. But before I lose my position, I shall ensure that you are the first to be dismissed. Brian's intention in approaching Mia was not genuinely to extract information from her, but rather, driven by the FBI's pressing timeline, he resorted to this stratagem to break the stalemate. Brian, why do you fixate solely on me in this crowd? Young men and women, for the sake of your livelihoods, I urge you to spring into action. Rod clapped his hands. I require you to maintain round-the-clock surveillance on this individual, and I want to know what he is doing at every moment, including the time he spends in the restroom and the color of his undergarments. Chapter 73. Meow 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 brother. How much trouble can you possibly stir up, especially recently? Mindy exclaimed with exasperation. In the past month, you have caused more trouble than in the previous 25 years combined. Mo-Fei scratched his head awkwardly. You cannot blame me. Trouble finds me on its own. Can you honestly say that? Mo-Fei, who is this little sister of yours? Amelia interjected, listening to the playful banter between Mo-Fei and Mindy. This is my sister. This is Amelia. Mo-Fei introduced them. Mindy, aware of her brother's roguish nature, had long known the connection between him and Amelia. She offered a simple greeting without any disdain. Mo-Fei recounted the entire sequence of events to Mindy. Upon hearing Braga's name from Amelia, Mo-Fei realized that he was the employer of Ji Zayer. If they had not misidentified their adversary, they would soon eliminate Braga,
leading to Zayer's unemployment.
If Dominic, the bald giant, and the golden-haired Brian did not act swiftly, their opportunity would vanish. Given that Braga dared to launch an RPG at him, only one of them could emerge alive. Even if it seemed he had usurped Braga, Mo-Fei had no intention of enduring the explosive force of an RPG. As Lu Xun once remarked, enduring a moment only breeds greater anger, and taking a step back results in greater loss. Listening to the siblings deliberate on how to deal with Braga, Amelia quickly inquired, "What should I do?" Mindy glanced at Amelia. "I will place you in one of my safe houses, for no more than 3 days. After 3 days you will regain your freedom." Panama City. The slums, with their haphazardly constructed old buildings stacked against the mountainside, presented an eerie sight. The bustling streets were teeming with various con artists and thieves. Any hapless outsider without skill would surely perish within 3 days. The heat was sweltering, rendering the environment akin to an oven, with nearly everyone clad in simple, cool t-shirts. A lively little boy darted through the crowded streets until he pushed open a weathered wooden door. With a $1 tip in hand, he skipped off to play while Dominic, donned in a white tank top, approached a public phone, puzzled as he answered the call. "Hello?
Dom.
Mia, I told you not to call here." Dominic replied with resignation. "Dom, it's Letty." Mia's voice was laced with tears. "Letty? Has been murdered." Dominic's expression gradually hardened as the phone slipped from his grasp. "You seem remarkably composed. Have you already secured a new job?" An FBI agent monitoring Mo-Fei curiously asked the other agent, who appeared to be idle. "I secured one long ago. My uncle is a foreman. Once Rod fires us, I will grab a shovel and head right over," the other agent chuckled. "The task assigned from above mandates the disintegration of the Braga group within 3 days. Otherwise, not only will these lowly subordinates face dire consequences, but even Supervisor Rod may also find himself in a precarious situation. However, to our dismay, the individual we have been monitoring has spent the last few days cooped up at home, engrossed in episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants. What a fruitless endeavor this has become. Despair has enveloped the team, prompting many to discreetly seek new employment opportunities. There is envy for those fortunate enough to work on construction sites. A sigh escapes him. Some individuals, even if they wish to engage in labor, find themselves without avenues to do so. Do they truly believe that jobs are readily available in this world? Even the employment rate for graduates from prestigious universities in the United States is below 30. While Mindy is out diligently working, Mo-Fei lounges at home, indulging in sugary drinks and snacks, and binge-watching shows. After all, the skills required for investigation have yet to be imparted to him by Mindy, rendering him unable to assist. she must toil on her own. The information, however, has been confirmed. It is indeed Braga's handiwork. Meanwhile, the Assassin's Alliance trembles in the shadows of the crucifix. Each day, he is compelled to eliminate a member of the Assassin's Alliance, regardless of where they might be hiding. Consequently, they now hesitate to venture out alone. With no time to spare for investigating Mindy's identity or plotting MOFE's assassination, a few FBI agents monitoring MOFE have noticed a vehicle arriving at his residence. Mia, what brings you here? Are you missing me again? Upon seeing Mia, MOFE's eyes sparkled with delight, and he eagerly opened his arms for an embrace. She wore a striking red dress adorned with white spots, the tailored fit accentuating her figure exquisitely, rendering her enchanting. With no immediate response from Mia, MOFE seized the opportunity to embrace her. What is wrong with you today? You aren't acting like your usual self. After a playful caress of Mia's slender waist, he released her, astonished, and remarked, at this hour, you should have kicked me away. Why do I still get to take advantage of you? MOFE. Mia shot him a cold glare. Tell me the truth. Did you kill Letty?
Montag Fei replied, Me?
Stop with the meow nonsense. Mia furiously pushed him aside. I am not joking. Letty is dead. I need to know who the murderer is. Okay. MOFE's expression turned serious. First of all, Letty is dead? How did she die? Where is her body? Why have you come to interrogate me about her murder? Letty was acting as an undercover agent for the FBI within the Braga group. However, she was killed the night before last, as captured by surveillance cameras. Yet, her body has mysteriously vanished. It must have been disposed of by someone. Mia took a deep breath and explained, the reason I sought you out is that the FBI suspects you are connected to Braga.
Montag Fei retorted.
Have they lost their minds? What connection do I have with Braga? He frowned. Mia succinctly recounted the FBI's comparative analysis linking him to Braga. MOFE pondered, well, I must admit, even I feel as though I could be the mastermind behind that colossal drug trafficking organization after hearing this. Indeed, I have engaged in an unorthodox relationship with Braga's wife. Meeting Mia's disdainful gaze, MOFE replied with unwavering composure, but did you catch yesterday's news? The Marriott Hotel was subjected to an RPG attack. Who do you think was the unfortunate soul caught at the epicenter of the explosion? It was I. It was precisely because I entangled myself with his wife that he dispatched an assassin to send both me and her to the heavens. By a stroke of luck, I managed to help his wife, Emile, escape unscathed. Emile has provided me with comprehensive details regarding Braga. Mia, I assure you, within 3 days, you will undoubtedly hear of the demise of one of New York's most notorious drug lords, Braga, and his criminal empire will crumble to dust. MOFE placed a steadying hand on Mia's shoulder, meeting her gaze with a calm yet grave expression. Chapter 74. The Funeral. MOFE. Do not let me discover that you are deceiving me, or I shall take your life with my own hands. I swear. With that harsh declaration, Mia turned and departed from MOFE's residence. Mia, how are you? Did he do anything to you? As soon as she emerged, the golden-haired Brian rushed forward to greet her. MOFE is not Braga. Moreover, he has assured me that within 3 days, he will make that wretched Braga pay the price he deserves. Mia pressed her lips together and spoke coolly. MOFE had divulged much to Mia, yet he insisted that she keep it confidential, particularly from Brian. Should he reveal all information regarding Braga, it would indeed spell doom for Braga, leading to his apprehension by the FBI and subsequent imprisonment. However, who could guarantee that Braga, even from behind bars, would not continue to exert control over his criminal organization? What if Braga bore a grudge against MOFE and orchestrated an attack on him from within prison? Would he be able to continue living in peace? What MOFE sought was a complete eradication of the threat. Braga must be eliminated entirely, for if one only cuts the grass but does not uproot it, it will inevitably regrow with the spring breeze. Mia, do not be foolish, Brian said helplessly. If he truly is Braga, he would never admit it to you. But he would not kill Letty. You cannot fathom the depth of the bond between Letty and MOFE. Mia gazed coldly at Brian. Someone like you will never understand the significance of family to others. What if Letty possesses a lethal threat against him, compelling him to take drastic measures? Letty would destroy such evidence herself, revealing it to no one. Hence, MOFA will never have any justification for harming Letty. Brian, this is an argument that cannot be won. Damn you. However, MOFA asked me to convey some words to you. What words? MOFA. Aside from women, Braga has no connection to me whatsoever. If you must insist on a link, it may only pertain to my name. The MOFA principle. Nothing is as simple as it appears. What do you mean? Educate yourself more. My esteemed FBI agent. Is his meaning not sufficiently clear? You are overlooking a crucial aspect in your investigation concerning Braga. Once you identify this issue, Braga's identity will become evident. Mia scoffed lightly and turned to leave. Brian, so that one statement from MOFA allows you to deduce all this? He felt as though his intelligence was being thoroughly trampled by Mia. Letty's funeral was adorned with a plethora of flowers. Many of Letty's old friends from New York had also gathered. The most numerous offerings at her gravestone were photographs capturing her intimate moments with the bald-headed Dominic from the past. As Mia gazed upon those images, her vision blurred with tears. That was her closest family, now reduced to a mere memory. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Mia sought solace and found herself collapsing into
Montag fais embrace.
To speak candidly, MOFA was not particularly desirous of the embrace, yet circumstances dictated that he was the most deserving among all present to receive Mia's affection. In terms of closeness to Mia, only family could rival him. However, at that moment it was merely MOFA and Brian, with the others in exile. As for Brian, he was a traitor. Thus the burden of comforting Mia naturally fell upon MOFA's shoulders. Mia, do not grieve excessively. If Letty were in heaven, she would not wish for you to drown in sorrowful memories of her. MOFA consoled, as his hand subtly descended, imperceptibly resting on Mia's. It was not that MOFA lacked compassion, seeking to take advantage in such a moment. Rather, Letty was not truly gone, merely taken away by her brother, Guidassa Tansen, for reprogramming. In due time she would return. Therefore, MOFA saw no harm in seizing the opportunity while Mia was engulfed in sadness. Such chances were fleeting. As he comforted Mia, his hand continued to gently caress. The texture was exquisite, undeniably natural, brimming with elasticity. Her delicate skin was simply delightful to the touch. Observing MOFA's furtive advances, Brian's fury ignited within him. He moved to intervene but hesitated, recalling his own position. He had neither the standing nor the justification to halt MOFA from indulging in such liberties with Mia. Their bond was far closer than his own. Thus, Brian could only seethe in impotent rage, his gaze fixed on MOFA, envisioning himself delivering slaps left and right while seething. How dare you touch her again? Unfortunately for him, MOFA remained oblivious to his silent curses. The funeral concluded amidst the pastor's prayers, and MOFA escorted Mia home.
Sie artet in Montag fais dilapidate Chevrolet.
Mia gazed out the window, inadvertently locking eyes with Brian. Their connection, albeit fleeting, felt profound. If only she were not the sister of the criminal Dominic, and Brian not an FBI agent, perhaps they might have been planning a future together. Alas! Mia averted her gaze, yearning for the company of Brian instead of MOFA. MOFA. Brian, too, lowered his head in a daze.
Montag fai.
Do you think all men are alike, placing their careers above women? Mia inquired softly. Indeed, a successful career allows for countless romantic liaisons, changing partners daily. To forsake one's career for a woman would lead to a life of singular devotion. How disheartening. The mere thought is terrifying.
Montag fai replied.
Mia realized she had posed the wrong question. For someone like MOFA, the answer was painfully evident. Fortunately, Brian was not of that ilk. Ugh! Why did she find herself thinking of him again? After returning Mia home and watching her ascend the steps with grace, MOFA felt an inexplicable surge of impulse. Forget him. I shall provide for you by any means necessary. Mia's golden hair cascades casually over her shoulders, adorned with 2 crystal earrings that accentuate her charming visage. She dons a fitted blue pleated skirt that cinches at the waist, her slender figure appearing delicate and graceful against the fabric. Below, her long, rounded legs, enveloped in black stockings, exude an alluring charm. Mia, meow, meow, meow. I am speaking sincerely. Since Brian has wronged you, why should you continue to grieve for him? Mo Fei coughed softly, realizing how absurd his previous words had been, perhaps influenced by lingering memories. It seemed that the former self might have truly loved her, yet he was not that person. Thus, Mo Fei, awakened to reality, understood he could not persist in this manner. With a serious expression, he declared, "I am willing to take over Brian's responsibilities. Even if it means resorting to thievery for a bicycle, I shall ensure neither you nor the child goes hungry. Mia, get lost." Enraged and embarrassed, Mia hurled her handbag at Mo Fei, exclaiming, "Do I really need you to take over? The men pursuing me could line up all the way to France." Chapter 75. Racing in merely 2 days, Michaela nearly restored Murphy's Ford GT500 Cobra to its former glory. Upon inspection, Murphy realized the car indeed resembled a brand new model. However, when Michaela delivered the vehicle to Murphy's residence, she unexpectedly discovered that her sister-in-law Mindy was absent. Seizing the moment, she suggested that perhaps Murphy and she could venture out together for some leisure. Having been confined at home for 2 days, Murphy felt somewhat stifled, and the prospect of accompanying Michaela for an outing piqued his interest. Who knows, it might even trigger some intriguing plot developments. As they set off, Murphy found himself somewhat bemused. According to the route, if his conjecture was accurate, they were headed to the Speedway, the very same place he had visited with Jaizir previously. It was only logical that Michaela, with her penchant for racing, would choose such a thrilling destination. Michaela piloted the Ford Cobra while Murphy drove his dilapidated Chevrolet. Despite her attempts to persuade him otherwise, Murphy steadfastly refused to relinquish his intention of taking the aged car out for a spin. Ultimately, they both drove their respective vehicles, with Murphy allowing Michaela to take the Cobra for a performance test, contemplating possible modifications. Naturally, Michaela could not resist such an enticing opportunity. The engine roared like a beast, occasionally accompanied by exhilarating shrieks, igniting the primal instincts of both men and women, sending adrenaline coursing through their veins. With her fox-like charm and the formidable capabilities of the Ford Cobra, paired with her exceptional racing prowess, Michaela swiftly clinched a victory worth $20,000. From Murphy's perspective, her racing skills were undoubtedly at a professional level. It was no wonder, considering she was the daughter of a racing family whose patriarch had perished on the track. In the competitive environment of the Speedway, a skilled and attractive woman naturally became the object of everyone's pursuit. Michaela's remarkable talent undoubtedly attracted considerable attention, including that of Tyrese. "Michaela, if your racing skills are so impressive, why didn't you come to this track sooner to earn some money?" he inquired as she stood beside Murphy after descending from the track. Curious, Murphy added, "This surely pays faster and more than repairing cars." Michaela shrugged, replying, "It's primarily because your car has excellent performance. Where would I find the funds to purchase such an expensive vehicle? Besides, the people here aren't fools. Once you win too often, they won't dare to challenge you anymore. I merely earn a little pocket money by using your car. I could never rely on this for a living." At that moment, as Murphy and Michaela conversed, a gang of rowdy individuals swaggered towards them, whistling. They strutted with their noses held high, oblivious to their surroundings. Their heads adorned with a chaotic mix of red and green hair, clad in jangling metal studs and chains, some sporting nose rings, hands shoved in pockets, resembling caricatures. As for Murphy, he was conspicuously ignored amidst Michaela's striking presence. Observing their mischievous grins, Michaela grew increasingly vigilant, retreating behind Mo Fei. She already had a boyfriend. They should seek companionship elsewhere. Mo Fei cast a glance at them, his expression unfazed as he remarked, "On this bustling expressway, there are plenty of naive women ripe for the taking. Is there not enough for you to exploit? Such is the nature of the world. Often, it is not merely the desire to avoid provocation that keeps others at bay. The racing milieu is notoriously tumultuous, filled with a diverse array of participants, and those who become excited at the sight of beauty are certainly not in short supply. Though she is in a relationship, it doesn't hurt to explore a little." A group of ruffians chuckled. "Get lost." Mo Fei's countenance darkened instantaneously, his voice cold and commanding. Were it not for the throng of onlookers surrounding them, just the words of these few miscreants would have earned them a fate that would not see the dawn. "Hey there, little brother, quite the temper, aren't we?" one of them said with malicious intent. We come bearing goodwill. Why reject us so harshly? Miss, he continued, eyeing Michaela, this scrawny lad here, can he truly satisfy your desires? Why not sample a few others before making your choice? Life is long. Do not mistake a mere needle for a treasure. Exactly. Another stepped past Timofey, wearing a bizarre smile as he directed his attention towards Michaela. Fear not, beautiful. We merely wish to befriend you. Do not let our rugged appearances deceive you. We each possess a heart of gold. Come and you shall see. Timofey narrowed his eyes slightly, the veins on his arms pulsing with barely contained fury. The vile words of these ruffians had crossed a line, igniting within him a desire to retaliate. However, mindful of the watchful eyes of the FBI nearby, he forced himself to suppress such impulses. Be friends with your mother, he responded, a faint smile gracing his lips. I would like to befriend her too. Would you oblige? Unbeknownst to these ruffians, they were perilously teetering on the edge of destruction. Brother, we are merely here to make friends. You are crossing the line. One of them darkened at Timofey's words, veins throbbing on his forehead, ready to strike, but was restrained by a companion's gentle tug on his sleeve, barely managing to regain his composure. That was splendid, akin to flatulence.
Montag Fei replied nonchalantly.
But please, speak English, for I do not comprehend the grunts of swine. Brother, no need for such hostility. One placed a hand on Timofey's shoulder, his robust muscles as unyielding as stone, raising an eyebrow. Good things ought to be shared. Hoarding is not a virtuous habit. Remove your girlfriend from my shoulder. Timofey glanced at him, then smiled charmingly. I have heard your mother is most hospitable, welcoming all regardless of color, who have praised her warmth. Might you share her with me? I can no longer endure this. This fellow is insufferable. The individual who had previously rested his hand on Timofey's shoulder turned livid, raising his fist to strike Timofey in the face. This insolent fellow has truly crossed the line. As he observed the opponent's fist swinging towards him, Timofey chuckled, thinking how formidable he must be. After merely a few exchanges, he could not endure any longer. I have yet to unleash a plethora of cutting remarks. A cruel glint flickered in Timofey's eyes. Having recently acquired the secret techniques of Emo Yoqian's dark energy boxing, he had just begun to cultivate a modicum of Xing Yiquan's dark energy. It seemed that this moment was indeed opportune. These ruffians had trespassed upon Timofey's threshold, and it was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of his dark energy. Even if he could not shatter their skulls right away, he would ensure they languished in agony in their next lives, tormented beyond measure. Chapter 76. The irredeemable fool who else? Timofey stepped on the back of a small thug, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He lit one, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of ethereal blue smoke, then shouted. Even after being bombarded by Braga's men with an RPG, he refrained from immediate retaliation. His mood, already foul, found an outlet at last. Venting his displeasure upon another's suffering brought him a sense of exhilarating satisfaction. The onlookers instinctively retreated 3 steps, wary of approaching. Had they not witnessed how effortlessly Timofey had left over a dozen burly men sprawled on the ground, unable to rise? Now, you may enlighten me as to who instructed you to trouble me, Timofey inquired, crouching down and patting the thug's face with a smile. He was not blind. It was evident that these men were deliberately provoking him. It was Tyrese, the thug cried out. He offered me 10,000 to deal with you. It has nothing to do with us. Tyrese? Timofey furrowed his brow, struggling to recall who that was. He had no enmity with him. Why would he want to target me? At that moment, Tyrese, concealed among the crowd, sensed impending doom and cautiously began to retreat, preparing to flee. Timofey's keen eyes caught sight of a man trying to slip away into the throng. He tossed a Zippo lighter, an old gift from an ex-girlfriend, into the air with a swift flick. Thud. Hit a large target, gaining 1 experience point. Throwing knife level 1. Young man, do you know what is most crucial in practicing throwing knives? It is your fingers. Consider other methods to aid your training. Once you comprehend another aspect of finger technique, what is a mere throwing knife? Strive on, young man. Experience 97-100. Ah! Tyrese yelped in agony, clutching his leg. My leg is broken. Not quite broken yet, but nearing that fate. Mo Fei wore a faint, enigmatic smile as he approached with deliberate steps, seizing Tyrese by the hair and lifting his head. Tell me, why did you send someone to trouble me? Is there someone else behind you? No, they are framing me. I did not instruct them to find you. It seems you have quite a stubborn tongue.
Montag Fei seid.
But I wish to test whether your other parts are equally resilient. His gaze darkened momentarily as he forcefully slammed Tyrese's head against the nearby vehicle. Tyrese felt as if his head had detached from his body, racked with excruciating pain, blood filling his mouth, and his vision began to blur. Is your mouth still defiant? Mo Fei inquired with a smile. Big brother, please, stop hitting me. If you continue, you will kill me, Tyrese pleaded. I admit it, I indeed sent them. I just wanted to give you a beating. Nothing more. Why would you do such a thing?
Montag Fei presset.
Big brother, don't you recognize me yet? I shall take on the role of the individual who initially collided with your vehicle on that winding mountain road, and it was indeed I who instigated the subsequent 20,000 challenge against you. Today, upon encountering you once more, I noticed that the woman with a penchant for firearms is still absent from your side. Thus I sought to vent my frustrations upon you. Cursed be it. Mo Fei delivered a forceful kick to him, recalling how this rogue had inexplicably approached to cause the accident, and now, harboring a grudge, sought to unleash his ire upon me. It is no wonder that the esteemed herbalist Li Shizhen remarked in the Compendium of Materia Medica that the foolish are beyond remedy. Do you not recognize that all this turmoil is a consequence of your own provocations? Such absurdity. My friend, are you not aware that brawling is prohibited in the fast lane? At some point, a striking woman with crimson hair approached, swaying gracefully with a languid demeanor. He incited others to attack me, yet when I retaliate, you intervene? Mo Fei's gaze fell upon the woman clad in a black leather jacket and a matching mini-skirt. Suddenly, he chuckled. So what if I struck him? If he's unsatisfied, let him come and face me. You possess quite the prowess. Here, no one can contend with you. The woman responded with a playful smile. Moreover, he was the one who provoked you first. Thus, your retaliation is justified. Yet, might I implore you to show leniency this once, for my sake? Mo Fei scrutinized the enchanting woman, raising an eyebrow. Do you share a connection with him? The previously composed woman stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance, realizing the sting of Mo Fei's sharp tongue that had tormented the ruffians earlier.
Montag Fei quippt.
My sharp wit is not merely aimed at men. It proves equally effective on women, though I often employ a different kind of sharpness. I am this rogue's sister. Victoria shot Mo Fei a glare, exasperated. Indeed, he often engages in foolish antics, but blood is thicker than water. What can I do? I am left to clean up his mess. Ah, that clarifies much. Mo Fei nodded, discarding his cigarette butt to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. So, you intend to seek retribution for him? One does not dare, especially with your formidable presence. Victoria feigned fear, patting her chest. However, I am inclined to propose a wager with you. Would you be amenable? A wager?
Montag Fei chuckelt.
What sort of wager do you have in mind? Betting skill level 1. A frail and helpless little chick, should she merely traverse the casino, is guaranteed to lose all, unable to repay her debts, and subsequently be taken by the casino staff for sale. Experience 0-100. Here, within the fast lane, the stakes are naturally determined through racing. Victoria stated matter-of-factly, if I lose, I shall belong to you for the night. If you lose, I ask for nothing more than a mutual apology between you two, and we shall let this matter rest, never to be mentioned again. What say you? A mutual apology? A mere act of appeasement? A mediator? Such an arrangement holds little appeal. Mo Fei cast a discerning glance at Victoria, who gracefully posed in response, exuding an air of irresistible charm and allure. Yet, he merely chuckled and remarked, my mother advised me before I stepped out that a young man must take care to protect himself. Victoria was taken aback. She had never encountered such shameless audacity in a man. Indeed, Victoria, a legendary figure in the realm of high-speed racing, rightfully held the title of the Queen of the Track. No woman could rival her prowess, not even Letty, the wife of Dominic. In the entire racing circuit, The only individual she could never conquer was Dominic himself. Her beauty was universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of allure in the racing world, to the extent that even Dominic had once been among her admirers. Chapter 77. The thrill of speed. Only after Mo Fei's words of caution for the boy to take care of himself outside did the prickly sensation on his back dissipate. What a jest! To wager my worth for an entire night before my girlfriend. Am I truly so foolish? If my girlfriend were not present, it might be a different matter. Let us amend the wager to $50,000. What say you? Victoria blinked, stating that should he win, he would claim the $5,000 outright. And if he were to lose, a mere apology would suffice. My nature is quite wild. I drive cars that could easily fall apart, none lasting beyond half an hour at most. Thus, I typically refrain from racing with unfamiliar individuals. Your skills, I fear, may not be to my taste. Mo Fei replied with a knowing smile. That smile held a deeper significance. You could try driving my car. It is exceptionally sturdy, and no matter how reckless you may be, my vehicle should withstand it. Victoria shrugged, her smile equally laden with meaning. The banter between Victoria and Mo Fei flowed effortlessly, and she deftly shifted her focus to Michaela. Dear sister, if the handsome gentleman does not wish to experience my prowess, would you care to give it a try? You could race on his behalf with the same conditions. Her intent was unmistakable. To compel Mo Fei into a race, thus redeeming some dignity for her troublesome brother. Though he was indeed a source of frustration, he was still her brother by blood. Not a mere promotional giveaway, so she felt obligated to protect him. I heed my uncle's words. Michaela clung to Mo Fei's arm, casting a wary glance at Victoria. You are quite audacious. Uncle often quotes the esteemed Lu Xun of Huaxia. A woman who lacks boldness possesses little class. Lu Xun, I did not. Well, it is indeed my sentiment. This Victoria was evidently a woman of high caliber. I must ensure that my uncle does not fall under her spell. Dear sir, could we not be straightforward? If you agree, splendid. If not, then it is of no consequence, Victoria said with a calm smile. Fearing defeat is hardly a matter of shame, for those who have navigated the fast lanes are well aware of my prowess. Very well, I shall test your skills. Mo Fei replied with a composed smile. Though the provocation was rather juvenile, he acquiesced. With Bumblebee by his side, defeat was not an option. Moreover, the wager of $50,000 was not insignificant. It could fund a multitude of grand escapades. Uncle, did you not claim you could not race? Michaela tugged at the hem of Mo Fei's garment, standing on her toes to whisper in his ear. I am merely going to give it a try. After all, if I lose, I only owe an apology, but if I win, I stand to gain $50,000. A risk-free endeavor.
Montag Fei teased,
Eliciting a smile from his young companion. Yet, Michaela grew anxious. She did not wish to witness her uncle's disgrace, especially since she had brought him here today. Wait, she suddenly exclaimed. What is it, dear sister? The terms of the wager and the stakes were set by you, and my uncle is at a disadvantage. We must modify the terms of the race. And how do you propose to amend them? Victoria inquired, her brow furrowing. My uncle and I are participating in a competition, and you can invite someone to join as well. The victor takes all. Are you daring enough? Very well. Victoria smiled at Michaela, saying, You treat your boyfriend quite well, considering even matters like this for him. But be cautious of scoundrels. Getting taken advantage of and then discarded leaves no place to weep. With that, Victoria and Makai engaged in a playful exchange of banter. If a loyal and devoted man existed, she, Victoria, would dare to perish in a fit of despair. Michaela huffed lightly. My relationship with my uncle is splendid. Don't think you can sow discord. All right, as long as you're happy, little sister, Victoria shrugged. For cars lined up on the racetrack, Victoria drove a Toyota Supra, nicknamed the Bull Demon. It boasted a robust engine and a newly designed exterior, featuring a curvaceous form, a pronounced rear, and a large spoiler that hinted at its formidable nature. The front design language and overall proportions drew inspiration from the previous FT1 concept car, with ethereal LED headlights, while the pronounced front and rear fenders, along with the compact yet high tail, exuded a fierce combat spirit, showcasing more dynamism than its sibling, the Toyota 86. Michaela piloted a Ford Cobra, while Makai maneuvered his dilapidated second-hand Chevrolet. "Hey, handsome and little sister. No tears allowed if you lose." Victoria flashed a playful smile at Makai and Michaela. "We certainly won T lose." Michaela retorted defiantly. For her uncle, victory was assured. The engines began to roar. At the instant the referee waved the flag, the four steel beasts launched forward, roaring out of the start line. However, to be honest, Makai's shabby Chevrolet ambled across the starting line at a leisurely pace, eliciting laughter from everyone present. "Seriously, that car can race?"
Victoria mused.
Surprised by Michaela's adept handling of the situation, indicative of professional prowess, yet wary that a single misstep might lead to her downfall. The Ford Cobra's engine, pushed to its limits by Michaela's aggressive driving, soared to the red line. The constantly roaring engine granted Michaela a significant advantage, placing her in the lead momentarily. Makai was still attempting to motivate Bumblebee. "You are a mature Chevrolet now, so you must learn to race on your own." Bumblebee suddenly felt the urge to retaliate. While Michaela initially held an edge, Victoria, the reigning queen of the fast lane, swiftly overtook her, showcasing her prowess. Michaela eyed the Toyota Supra ahead, snorted softly, and pressed the accelerator, shifting to fourth gear, quickly closing the gap. The two raced fiercely, neck and neck, while Makai remained nonchalant. Since his young girlfriend enjoyed the thrill of racing, he decided to let her have her fun and focused on supporting her throughout the competition. Winning would surely bring her joy. If it ultimately comes to defeat, he could always emerge to tidy up the aftermath. Regardless of any technical prowess, with the formidable Bumblebee at his disposal, he could easily push through. Soon, they approached the first bend. The angle was modest, yet Michaela unleashed the full throttle, navigating the corner at a velocity of 150 km/h. Her entry line was impeccable, firmly suppressing Victoria and leaving her no opportunity to overtake. Damn it!
Victoria mattered. Frustrated.
This was a track she knew intimately, yet she found herself outmaneuvered by a newcomer she had never encountered before. She could only seek solace in the subtle details of the curve. Being bested by a mere girl, could Victoria continue to hold her ground in the realm of high-speed racing? She clenched her teeth in determination. Chapter 78. People are driven to their limits when it comes to their skills. Michaela and Victoria are truly rivals, frequently surpassing each other in their pursuits. However, as they approached the finish line, Michaela held a slight edge. "Little girl, today I shall impart a lesson upon you." Victoria squinted her eyes and, unexpectedly, launched into action, activating the nitrous boost. The Toyota Supra surged forward, barreling directly into the rear of Michaela's Ford Cobra. Bang! The Toyota Supra collided with Michaela's vehicle, the violent friction igniting a shower of sparks that illuminated the night sky. Shit! Michaela felt a powerful jolt as the Ford Cobra temporarily lost control, veering off its intended path. With a fierce grip on the steering wheel, she managed to stabilize the spinning car. Yet, Victoria had already gained a commanding advantage, one that Michaela could not hope to reclaim after such a delay. "No way, I'm winning this." Michaela gritted her teeth. While the outcome mattered little to her, losing would mean that her uncle would have to apologize to that insufferable jerk. It was unacceptable. After all, her uncle hadn't even offered her an apology yet. Why should he appease such a scoundrel? Frustrated, Michaela slammed her palm against the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Mo Fei and his companion, maintaining a distance from Michaela and Victoria, observed as Mo Fei decisively pressed down on the accelerator. The Chevrolet roared to life, its engine growling as if it were about to take flight. Even with the doors tightly sealed, the deafening sound of the engine and the piercing noise of tires scraping against the asphalt filled the air. In a swift and powerful collision, Mo Fei's Chevrolet struck Victoria's Toyota Supra, the immense kinetic energy forcing the Supra against the barrier of the racetrack, rendering it immobile. The Toyota Supra, caught between the wall and Mo Fei's Chevrolet, faced an onslaught of friction, unleashing a dazzling array of sparks that resembled fireworks. A pungent scent of sulfur permeated the atmosphere, while the car emitted a distressing creak, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Seizing the opportunity presented by Mo Fei's battered Chevrolet restraining Victoria's Toyota Supra, Michaela sped past the racetrack. Driving surpasses that of a seasoned veteran, gaining 1 experience point. Gambling skill level 1. A frail and pitiful little chicken, Just a stroll through the casino guarantees losing everything, unable to repay, and subsequently sold by the casino. Experience 1-100. Hooray! Uncle, we won. As soon as Mo Fei exited the vehicle, Michaela rushed over, excitement radiating from her as she embraced him, her beaming face nestled against his, her long legs encircling his waist as she planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. All right. Victoria approached, her expression sour but accepting her defeat. She produced a check, extending it to Mo Fei with a haughty sniff. You've hidden your prowess well. Your vehicle may appear dilapidated on the outside, yet one must assume it is equipped with top-tier modifications on the inside. I was genuinely astonished to discover that you two are indeed highly skilled. What does this signify? Merely trivialities. Without hesitation, Mo Fei accepted the check. Are you interested in another round? Victoria, unwilling to concede, proposed, shall we wager another $50,000? To her, the victory of Mo Fei and his companion seemed rather fortuitous. Michaela's skills did not surpass hers, and Mo Fei's abilities were limited to collisions. It was merely their synergy that led to their triumph. Should she find a driver with whom she could harmonize, her chances of overcoming Mo Fei and his partner would be significantly enhanced. Losing $50,000 was inconsequential. Her concern lay not with the money but with her wounded pride. She, Victoria, the queen of the high-speed circuit, had succumbed to two newcomers. Could she tolerate such humiliation? In New York City, within the FBI's local division, the office of the supervising agent was graced by the entrance of Supervisor Rod, who bore an expression of exhaustion. He wiped the spittle from his face, exclaiming, "How long has it been since I brushed my teeth?" Originally, the Braga case had been allotted a mere 3 days, yet 2 days had elapsed with no progress from his team, resulting in a verbal onslaught from the deputy director. Were it not for their shared history as comrades on the battlefield, he might have faced immediate dismissal. Nevertheless, the deputy director granted him a final 2 days to dismantle the entire Braga organization. Failure to do so would lead to his own termination. The volume of drug trafficking orchestrated by Braga's syndicate was alarmingly vast, reportedly even attracting the attention of President Little Sneakers, thus compounding the pressure on Rod. With a deep sigh, he sipped from a cup of red date and goji berry tea in his office. Stubble covered his chin, and his skin appeared coarse, as if he had not enjoyed a restful night in several days. His eyes were deeply sunken. He was a man already ensnared in the throes of a midlife crisis. How, then, should the investigation proceed? He pondered aloud. Young Brian, the golden retriever, relayed Mo Fei's original words back to him. However, Supervisor Rod was evidently skeptical of Mo Fei's claims, designating him as the primary suspect in the Braga case and arranging for close surveillance. Mo Fei himself found the situation rather absurd. After all, his previous incarnation had entangled Braga's wife and chief lieutenant, so who else would the FBI investigate? Unfortunately, even under intense scrutiny, no flaws in Mo Fei's conduct had been uncovered. His office was filled with comprehensive documentation regarding Braga's organization, yet it remained insufficient. He knew he must continue searching. Perhaps there were critical details he had overlooked. As he sat in his office chair, meticulously reviewing the files, Supervisor Rod suddenly paused, having unearthed an unusual document from within the stack. That refers to the dossier of his academically gifted cousin, Bruce Banner, who has been affiliated with the military since his graduation from university. However, for some time now, he has lost all contact with his cousin. Only recently did the military scoundrels announce the news of Banner's demise. Yet the circumstances surrounding his death remain murky, with no remains left behind. Those rascals, emboldened by their own power and connections, act with impunity, shirking responsibility. Who knows their true intentions? As he spoke, Director Rhodes suddenly paused, a contemplative expression crossing his features. An FBI agent monitoring Mo Fei discovered information about him taking his young girlfriend for a joyride and reported it to Director Rhodes. Joyride? Director Rhodes stroked his beard and sighed. People are driven to extremes. In his view, the likelihood of dismantling the Braga group through conventional means within 2 days was virtually non-existent. Moreover, that quack had a significant connection to Braga. Chapter 79. I consider myself a good person, Uncle. Have you noticed that most of the police are chasing us? Michaela remarked, glancing back at the stream of police cars trailing behind them. Who knows? Mo Fei sighed deeply. Perhaps they've all had their brains caught in the door. Victoria proposed another race, to which Mo Fei readily agreed, as after all, who would refuse free money? The rules remained the same. For competitors, one victor, the winner takes all. However, halfway through the race, the wailing of police sirens erupted, sending everyone on the road into a panic. Yet, astonishingly, nearly half of the police cars had joined the pursuit of Mo Fei and Michaela. "Uncle, I know a concealed shortcut. Follow me and we can surely escape," Michaela urged. "All right." Mo Fei followed her into a narrow path. Nevertheless, Mo Fei felt it was futile. The majority of police cars surrounding them was likely not a mere coincidence. If his intuition served him right, this was probably the work of those incompetent FBI agents. If it truly was the FBI's doing, how could they have overlooked a potential escape route? It was likely already blocked off. As expected, just halfway down the path, they encountered a series of roadblocks with armed officers demanding them to exit the vehicle. These officers, with their aggressive demeanor, would not hesitate to use their firearms if their orders were defied. "Raise your hands," was a common phrase among these officers, compelling individuals to place their hands atop their heads and remain motionless, lest they face violent enforcement and potentially fatal consequences. This was a jarring manifestation of American policing culture. Each year, a significant number of civilians fall victim to police misfires. Unofficial statistics suggest that approximately 400 lives are lost annually due to police-inflicted injuries. Amidst such a dense encirclement of police firepower, even if Mo Fei felt invincible, resisting would likely lead to a tragic outcome of being caught in a hail of bullets. However, with the formidable Bumblebee beneath him, he possessed the capacity for a counterattack. Yet, Mo Fei pondered the situation. It was merely a street race after all, and paying bail would suffice for his release. Why escalate matters unnecessarily? Should he annihilate the officers and the FBI present, he would have no refuge left but to flee to Russia, severing ties with the vibrant world he cherished. Even a daredevil like Deadpool would seek to evade the police when they arrived, not out of fear, but simply to avoid complications. Mo Fei and Michaela surrendered and exited the vehicle. He intended to send a text to Mindy but was dismayed when his phone was confiscated. "Damn FBI. Just wait until I become powerful. I'll make you pay."
Montag feisetet inwardly.
Little did he know, the FBI had no intention of waiting for his revenge. It could be said that Mo Fei still clung to the lifestyle he had in his previous life as a rabbit. Despite having taken lives and witnessed bloodshed, his mindset had yet to shift. What did it matter if his phone was taken? Mo Fei couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. The FBI had their clever strategies, but he possessed his own means of escape. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a spare mobile phone from his spatial ring and sent a message to Mindy. As he was escorted to the vehicle, the leading officer removed his bulletproof helmet, revealing himself as Supervisor Rod. He sighed, pondering that if Mo Fei had chosen to resist vehemently, it would have solidified his identity as Braga and provided the perfect opportunity to eliminate him, thus resolving everything seamlessly. Even if the higher-ups demanded his capture alive, delivering a corpse would certainly count as fulfilling the mission. It was time to contemplate how to fabricate evidence. What a headache! Supervisor Rod tapped his forehead. Selfishness is inherent to human nature, and Rod's thoughts laid bare his social Darwinism. His father had perished due to a forced performance of unrefined magic tricks, with the primary fault resting on his father for joking with his own life. The secondary blame lay with the seller of subpar safes. However, Rod managed to shift the principal responsibility onto the magician Bradley, even ensnaring him in a life sentence. Was that reasonable? Exposing a magician is a legitimate profession, and Bradley's actions were legally and morally justifiable. Simply because he was the primary catalyst for Rod's father's demise, Rod clung to this grievance for over 20 years, orchestrating this elaborate scheme just to toy with him. Such behavior is hardly that of a rational mind. Without a doubt, Mo Fei and Michaela found themselves imprisoned by the FBI, confined in a bulletproof interrogation room. "Once I escape from here, I shall pen a book titled On How Taxpayers' Money is Wastefully Deployed by the FBI, Mo Fei mused, observing the two FBI agents interrogating him across the table. He raised his wrists adorned with silver bangles and spoke earnestly. "Name? Do you have a concussion? Gender? Have you hit your head? Age? Are you daft? Kid? Do you think this is a joke?" This is the FBI. The male agent across from Mofe slammed his pen onto the table with force, leaning forward with hands braced against the edges, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Mofe. I advise you to confess to your crimes willingly. Perhaps I could plead with the judge for a lighter sentence. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, one of the world's most renowned intelligence agencies, operates under the auspices of the U.S. Department of Justice. The FBI director is appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate, serving a 10-year term, with Edgar Hoover as the inaugural director. The agency comprises approximately 30,000 personnel, rivaling the capabilities of the Central Intelligence Agency. Within the United States, there are over 400 field offices and more than 20 international offices. Each year, the FBI is allocated a budget of roughly $5 to $6 billion. The headquarters is comprised of 10 functional departments, each led by an assistant director, overseeing responsibilities such as evaluation, training, criminal investigation, and technical services. It has established field offices in 59 cities nationwide, along with over 400 local branches subordinate to them. Additionally, there are diplomatic missions in 22 countries around the globe, executing tasks assigned by the headquarters. Truly impressive. Thus, Mofe lifted his gaze and cast a glance at him. Have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe we are powerless against you? Agent Kevin tugged at his collar, loosened his tie, and tossed it onto the table, rolling up his sleeves in a fit of rage. Mofe sighed. Even though I smoke, race cars, brawl, and chase women, I consider myself a good person because I can sing, dance, play basketball, and rap. I'm merely speeding. What more do you want me to confess? Chapter 80. Attorney Mia, Agent Kevin, and Agent Horn exchanged glances, both realizing that this individual was one who would never easily divulge information under intimidation. Since mere threats would prove futile, it was time to employ more tangible methods. The reason Supervisor Rod summoned the two of them to interrogate Mofe was certainly not due to their handsome appearances, but rather because they were notorious for their brutal interrogation techniques, having received numerous complaints. Thus, they were the most suitable candidates to extract information from Mofe. Today, I intend to test just how resilient this young man's resolve truly is. A few basins of water and a pile of brown paper were placed before Mofe. Waterboarding, a method that induces the sensation of drowning in the prisoner, involves binding them in a position where their feet are elevated above their heads, covering their faces with a towel, and then pouring water over it. Experts assert that this form of torture elicits feelings of suffocation and impending death, making it one of the most brutal methods of punishment in existence. During the tenure of Little Flying Shoes, waterboarding was a favored tactic of the FBI until it was abolished under the leadership of the new director. I assure you, it will be more arduous than you can imagine. Mofe sat in the interrogation chair, adorned with silver bracelets, smiling at them. Naively, do you think you can play tricks on me? Do you truly believe the vast arsenal within my spatial ring is merely for show? Should I be provoked? What would prevent me from blowing up this entire building? Outside, the golden-haired Brian had been on a mission primarily to track down Braga, yet he returned with little to show for it. He had acquired only one name, David Park, a South Korean, but the number of individuals named David Park in New York was countless. Upon returning to the FBI headquarters in New York, Brian was taken aback to see someone he never imagined he would encounter here. Michaela, Lisa, what trouble has that girl gotten into? Brian inquired, munching on a hamburger while feigning indifference and pointing at Michaela, who was behind the soundproof glass. Her? I don't know. She was personally brought in by Supervisor Rod. Lisa replied. Brian responded. I'm sorry, I can't help. Farewell. If it had been anyone else, even a close acquaintance, he would have had no choice but to part ways. But Michaela was different. Michaela, what heinous act have you committed to end up here? Brian took over the interrogation from another agent, entering the soundproof room with a resigned expression. Cousin, Michaela exclaimed in delight. Why are you here? Don't get too familiar. Brian retorted, be honest, what exactly have you done? Cousin, don't you know me? What could I possibly do? Michaela rolled her eyes. I merely visited the famous Speedway in New York with my uncle, and then we were arrested. Has the FBI recently run out of things to do, resorting to taking on cases that should be handled by the NYPD? Street racing is hardly your concern, is it? Theoretically, it indeed falls outside the jurisdiction of the FBI. However, in practical terms, as long as the incident occurs domestically, if the FBI chooses to intervene, there is no case they cannot handle. Brian cast a sidelong glance at Michaela, filled with suspicion. Is it truly just a case of street racing? You should know your own cousin. I am merely 17, still a minor. What trouble could I possibly cause? Then why is our supervisor personally leading the team to apprehend you? How should I know? Michaela retorted with a cold scoff. Perhaps he just discovered that his wife has been unfaithful, and in his fury, seeks someone to vent his frustrations upon. Brian remained silent. I will secure a reliable lawyer for you. If, as you claim, it is merely a case of street racing, she will likely have you released on bail in no time. Brian fixed his gaze on Michaela. If you are lying, then your cousin may not be able to assist you, and my uncle is also here. They apprehended him too, Michaela added. Brian felt an unpleasant sensation in his chest, like watching his tender young cabbage being hastily uprooted by a ravenous boar. After nonchalantly exiting the interrogation room, he submitted a hastily written report and promptly messaged Mia. Yes, Mia is a lawyer, and she has already gained some recognition in New York. Since graduating from Columbia University, she has been working at a prestigious law firm associated with the Kennedy family. Among the many political dynasties in America, the most prominent are the four great families: the Adams family, the Roosevelt family, the Kennedy family, and the Bush family. The Kennedy family, with a legacy spanning over 2 centuries, was once the most powerful family in American history, often referred to as the American royalty. One might wonder how a governor attained his position. It is not merely due to a strong fan base, but rather because he aligned himself with a woman from the Kennedy family. Law firms of this caliber are typically intertwined with politics, and leveraging the Kennedy family's political influence, their firm is considered one of the top legal establishments in the nation. As Michaela is his cousin, it is imperative to discreetly seek a lawyer for someone apprehended by his direct superior, Supervisor Rod, requiring utmost trust and competence. Thus, Mia is the appropriate choice for both personal and professional reasons. Supervisor Rod, clad in a light blue suit and tie, exuded an air of authority as he sat in his office managing documents. Having nearly completed his tasks, he felt fatigued, stretching and reclining in his plush chair, as he vacantly pondered how to frame that young man. Wait, could this be considered framing in an FBI context? At most, it could be deemed entrapment. He was in no rush. Once someone entered his domain as an FBI agent, they became his prey, available for him to consume at his leisure. Suddenly, the commotion outside interrupted his thoughts, causing him to frown. Supervisor, you must come out and take a look. Something has happened. An agent knocked on Rod's office door. As Director Rod exited the office and stepped outside the building, he beheld a strikingly attractive blonde journalist, unmistakably affiliated with NBC Universal. Standing behind her was Mia, poised and elegant. What transpired, you may wonder. The responsibility lay squarely on Director Rod's shoulders. He had personally apprehended Murphy and ordered that no one was to release him without his explicit command. This led to a significant confrontation between his subordinates and Mia, who had come to bail out Michaela and Murphy. Resulting in deception and evasion, they simply refused to allow Mia to see anyone. The FBI's rationale for the arrest of Michaela and Murphy hinged on reckless driving, and any insinuation that Murphy was Braga remained merely speculative, lacking any substantive evidence, for Murphy was certainly not the so-called Braga. The charge of reckless driving was hardly grave. Upon payment of bail, the FBI ought to release them. It is worth noting that even in the case of homicide, the payment of bail would compel the FBI to comply. Yet, the opposing party obstinately refused to release them. What recourse did Mia have? Naturally, she unhesitatingly reached out to a friend who worked as a journalist at NBC. Upon hearing the news, her friend was instantly invigorated, recognizing it as a prime opportunity for an exceptional news story, and promptly hurried over. Chapter 81. Educating and nurturing outside the FBI building in New York, across the street, a Mediterranean man emerged from a CAF, cradling a steaming cup of coffee. Dressed in a sleek black suit and donning sunglasses, he exuded the air of a successful elite, appearing to be in his 40s. After taking a seat in a vintage red convertible, he removed his sunglasses and calmly murmured, "Sir, It has been confirmed that the target has indeed been taken into the FBI. If one were to approach closely, they would notice the earpiece nestled in his ear, engaged in a conversation with an unknown individual. And the cat? He inquired, still at her home. Although subtle, the Mediterranean man sensed a palpable tension from the person on the other end upon mention of the feline. He often found himself genuinely curious. Was the cat truly as formidable as the superior had claimed? What offense had she committed? It seems it was related to reckless driving? The other party fell momentarily silent. Does the FBI really have nothing better to do than meddle in such matters? The details were unclear, but it appeared that the FBI's primary focus was her boyfriend. Is she merely collateral damage? One might say so. The man took a sip of his steaming coffee, only to find it scalding hot, nearly burning his tongue. He placed the cup on the driver's seat and continued, if they had concrete evidence, they would have apprehended her by now. It seems the higher-ups are growing impatient and resorting to petty tactics. Then inform the FBI to expedite her release. The voice on the other end stated with an air of presumption, as if the FBI were akin to a grandchild of his. Understood, replied the Mediterranean man, equally assertive, showing no concern for the FBI's potential reaction. Also, investigate the background of her boyfriend. As he ended the call, the Mediterranean man sighed. Compared to his previous host, this one was proving to be far more troublesome. Her boyfriend did not appear to be a man of integrity. Supervisor Rod had just received a scathing call from the deputy director, caught between the pressures of NBC reporters and S.H.I.E.L.D. Even he could scarcely endure the strain. Thus, Supervisor Rod had no choice but to begrudgingly allow Mia to enter the FBI. Yet, he discreetly signaled to his trusted subordinate, who understood and melted into the crowd, becoming invisible. After completing the bail procedures, Mia first escorted Michaela out, followed by Murphy. Upon opening the door, the scene inside startled everyone. First article, to take pride in loving one's country, and to feel shame in harming it. Second article, to take pride in serving the people, and to feel shame in betraying them. Inside the interrogation room, Murphy donned a pair of black-framed glasses, the origin of which was unknown, holding a ruler-like object, and gazed sternly at the line of trainees kneeling before him. It is worth noting that the faces of the trainees kneeling before Mofe were swollen like those of pigs, bruised and marked with distinct handprints. What on earth are you doing? Release agents Kevin and Horn at once. After a moment of initial shock, Supervisor Rod reacted swiftly, drawing his gun and aiming it at Mofe. Upon seeing Supervisor Rod enter, agents Kevin and Horn looked as though they had seen a savior, hastily attempting to rush to his side, for Mofe was a devil incarnate. Mofe adjusted his black-framed glasses and emitted a soft snort from his nose. The three individuals wishing to flee immediately froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Their faces trembled like sifted flour, cold sweat trickling down. Mofe sighed, removed his glasses, and tucked them into his pocket. How have I instructed you? Stand with poise, sit with decorum, conduct yourselves with grace. Tell me, how many of these have you adhered to? Alas, today marks a significant milestone in your journey, so I shall forgive you this once. Sigh, who would have thought our bond as teacher and disciples would be so fleeting? You are to embark on your paths without me by your side. However, remember my teachings. Be kind and strive to be good people. As he spoke, Mofe's expression shifted. Should I hear of any misdeeds committed by you in the world outside, do not blame me for taking action to rectify the situation. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. Only then did agents Kevin, Horn, and the third quickly scurry behind Supervisor Rod, gazing at Mofe as if he were a demon, before they collapsed into tears. They had always triumphed over criminals. Even if they could not make them submit, they could ensure they faced severe consequences. Yet, this encounter was unlike any other. When they had turned off the cameras, prepared their tools on a desk, and were ready to proceed, they witnessed, to their disbelief, Mofe's silver bracelet fall to the ground with a mere flick of his wrist. What followed was a poignant yet straightforward tale that could be encapsulated in just 2 words. You dare assault an officer. Supervisor Rod exclaimed furiously, pressing his gun against Mofe's head, as if prepared to pull the trigger at any moment. In the United States, the FBI is considered a federal police force, A type of law enforcement. Mo Fei sighed softly. I detest having a gun pointed at my head. Suddenly, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Do not aim that weapon at me, or in the next moment, you shall witness your own brain matter splattered. Threatening me? Supervisor Rod scoffed, disengaging the safety of his weapon. Kneel. I shall kneel to no one. Mo Fei retorted with a cold smile, remaining utterly still. If you have the courage, go ahead and pull the trigger. I wager you lack the resolve. To be honest, Mo Fei's patience with the FBI was nearing its limit. He had merely been enjoying a drive when they inexplicably apprehended him and brought him back to headquarters. Now they sought to coerce him with threats and torture? Had he not possessed certain abilities, he might have truly succumbed to their torment. Now it has become even more intense. With a gun pressed against his temple, commanding him to kneel. Do you truly believe I am your father, that I would forgive you for any transgression? Director Rod, what are your intentions? Mia, who entered alongside, pushed aside the imposing figure of Mo Fei, who was gazing at Director Rod with a cold smirk. She stood between them, her expression icy as she addressed Director Rod. Are you planning to execute my unarmed client in my presence? There are reporters outside. Why not allow them in to witness the might of Director Rod? Did you not see? He openly assaulted an officer. Director Rod pointed at the severely beaten Agent Kevin and his companions. Whether or not he assaulted an officer is uncertain, Mia retorted, gesturing towards the brown paper and basin set aside. However, I am aware that it seems the FBI agents have a penchant for playing with water. Chapter 82. A foreboding omen surrounds you. Director Rod tightened his grip on the gun, but ultimately let it fall to his side. If he dared to pull the trigger, losing his position would be the least of his worries, as he would inevitably face a court trial. The eyes of the public were upon him. It would have been simpler had there only been two individuals present. Just before departing, Mo Fei suddenly turned to Rod with a smile, saying, Sir, I possess a unique skill in the art of face reading, which is a specialty of our Huaxia culture. I can see that your brow is darkened, and rather ominously so, with a faint aura of black energy swirling above your head. You are undoubtedly shrouded in a great misfortune. I suspect that within a month, you will encounter a calamity involving bloodshed, so do take care when venturing out. Director Rod clenched his fists, furrowing his brow as he watched Mo Fei and his companions depart, showing no inclination to speak. Outside the towering windows of the FBI building, Brian, the golden-haired youth, observed the trio leaving. He had just realized that the stallion Mia had mentioned was actually his cousin-in-law. For Mia, Brian had long been aware of Mo Fei's true nature. An infamous stallion who couldn't maintain a girlfriend for more than 3 months. Now, this very stallion was dating his cousin. It was worth noting that just yesterday, he had seen Mo Fei stealthily approaching Mia. If it weren't for the law against murder, Brian would have relished the opportunity to crush Mo Fei right then and there. He also understood that Director Rod's ire was directed not at Michaela, but at that stallion. Michaela was merely collateral damage in this affair. I should never have allowed Mia to come, Brian scoffed. Let Rod deal with him. I had confiscated all their communication devices. How did they manage to secure a lawyer? Director Rod's face darkened, and he slammed his palm onto the desk, the resounding thud startling the agents present at the meeting, leaving them pale and speechless. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of the lawyer, they could have easily prolonged Mo Fei's detention. How could they now find themselves provoked by that little brat with no means to retaliate? Meanwhile, Brian sat in the conference room with a serious expression, his heart racing beneath his calm faade. Oh no, this is bad. I seem to have inadvertently caused a significant disaster. I must ensure no one discovers that I leaked any information. I need to find someone immediately to erase Mia's communication records. But that alone is not enough. He pondered for a moment, then boldly stood up, addressing his colleagues, who looked at him with admiration and gratitude. Director, could it be that Mo Fei's associates were unable to contact him, prompting them to investigate and discover his arrest, thus hastily securing a lawyer for him? If that is the case, his ties to Braga become even more suspect. That is quite plausible. Director Rod stroked his beard, deep in thought. If he is indeed linked to Braga, it stands to reason that he would always have someone he utterly trusts keeping watch over him. It appears his suspicions are mounting. Listening to Director Rod intensify the suspicion surrounding Mo Fei, Brian felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, there was also an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in the predicament. Indeed, one of the intrinsic natures of humanity is to derive fleeting pleasure from deceiving others, yet the joy of such deceit seems to linger indefinitely. However, he is already my cousin-in-law, and it would be unwise to confront him. Thus, can my actions truly be deemed as deceit? After all, we are family, and such matters should not be classified as betrayal, surely. Have I ensured that the surveillance equipment and tracking system you were to install in his vehicle are all in place? Supervisor Rod had long anticipated the possibility of yielding no results concerning Mo Fei. Thus he prepared for the installation of the monitoring system in his car, which has now been completed. Excellent. Supervisor Rod's eyes narrowed with intensity. Keep a close watch on him. I have a premonition that significant breakthroughs in the Braga case will emerge from him. Do you truly think that I, the shadowy puppeteer, can be easily dismissed? Michaela was behind the wheel of a Ford Cobra while Mo Fei drove a Chevrolet, with Mia seated in the back. Just as they were about to depart, a knock on the window interrupted them. Standing before them was the expressionless Mindy. She entered the vehicle, taking her place in the front passenger seat. Brother, take a look at this. It contains vital information about the mastermind of your current operation. Mindy handed a stack of A4 papers to Mo Fei. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other holding the documents, he began to peruse them. To his surprise, he discovered that Bruce Banner was Supervisor Rod's cousin. No wonder he always felt a peculiar aura about him. It turns out he is the cousin of the Hulk.
Montag Fei muttert.
Then I wish you and your cousin the same fate. Green from head to toe. That scoundrel will eventually face retribution. Mo Fei declared with fierce determination as he set the files aside. There's no rush. He isn't going anywhere. We shall take them down one by one. Mindy replied nonchalantly. First, let's deal with Braga. He poses a far greater threat than the shameless FBI agents under Supervisor Rod, who at least refrained from committing murder in broad daylight. Braga, on the other hand, has already resorted to using an RPG against me. After exchanging a few words, Mo Fei and Mindy engaged in a casual conversation. During their chat, Mia attempted to interject but received a text message that indicated their conversation was being monitored. They first dropped Mia off at her home before returning to their own residence. Upon their arrival, Mindy pursed her lips and glared at Mo Fei, expressing her irritation. Brother, do you realize that I had already selected a sniping location for tonight, just waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate Braga and resolve this threat? Yet, due to your situation, I had to abandon my plan and rush back. Can you not spare me this worry? Did we not agree that you would maintain a low profile during this period? You promised.
Montag Fei chuckelt awkwardly.
I had no idea that the FBI hounds would fixate on me like this. Brother, if you continue to disregard my concerns, you might want to be cautious of me. Be wary of my potential departure from home. Mindy pouted, delivering a threat that lacked any real menace. Understood. There won't be a next time.
Montag Fei replied solemnly.
However, Mo Fei is quite aware of the essence of humanity. A fleeting moment of pleasure may bring temporary joy, but continuous indulgence leads to enduring delight. Mindy, I apologize. It is entirely my fault. Walking behind, Michaela spotted Mindy and, with hands clasped in sincerity, offered her heartfelt apologies. Had I not urged the uncle to venture out, we would not have been apprehended by the FBI. In truth, this matter does not concern you. While Mindy expressed her displeasure towards Mo Fei, she was far kinder to Michaela, shaking her head with a smile. It ultimately falls upon my brother for dragging you into this. With an intentional glance at Mo Fei, she added, were it not for the actions of a certain individual, how could mere reckless driving have attracted the attention of the FBI? Mo Fei instinctively touched his nose. What is this child saying so candidly? Does the brother not care for his reputation? Fortunately, Mindy was considerate enough to preserve Mo Fei's dignity. Had she directly revealed the reason they caught the FBI's attention, he would most likely have faced Michaela's wrath right then and there. Chapter 83. Bald Beast Species. Bald Beast Nickname. Dominic Level. Ultimate Type. Humanoid. Pending. Subspecies. Speedster Beast. Leather Jacket Beast. Poker Face Beast Skills. I take charge of the bravado. You all assist me in this display. Personal introduction. All beginnings stem from endings, a projection of the grand universe, the child of the world, attuned to the sounds of all existence, resurrected from the source of sin, embodying the power of love and authenticity. Upon learning of Letty's demise, Dominic, the bald beast, was consumed by a tempest of rage and despair, igniting his small universe, thus evolving from the complete speedster beast to the ultimate bald beast. Consequently, he abandoned the promising career within the speedster gang, opting instead to join the Women's Federation. As a street thug, unskilled in firearms and formal combat, yet adept at street racing, he audaciously infiltrated Braga's lair alone, seeking vengeance for Letty. Braga, a notorious drug lord who had risen to infamy in New York over the past 2 years, had left countless FBI agents in his wake, commanding hundreds of loyal subordinates and wielding billions in resources. Dominic himself was wanted merely for the theft of several $1 million worth of DVD audio electronics. Yet, he possessed an inexplicable confidence, convinced of his ability to exact revenge on Braga. What inspired such courage? Perhaps it was an encounter with Liang Jingru during his flight. Even more astonishingly, he succeeded against all odds, managing to seize drugs valued at $60 million from Braga's heavily armed elite guards. On that fateful night, he arrived empty-handed, armed only with a canister of gas, and detonated the convoy transporting the drugs, successfully claiming Braga's shipment. This man, who often feigned bravado despite his lack of skill in doing so, achieved remarkable success, leaving Mu Fei, who relentlessly practiced his martial arts and firearms to emulate him, in a state of despair. Daily, Mu Fei found himself battered by Mindy, unable to replicate Dominic's astonishing feats, knowing he could never single-handedly eliminate multiple gang elites without risking his own life. If Mu Fei were to witness this, he would undoubtedly succumb to despair. Who truly is the pretender here? Yet, how could he fathom that Dominic had ascended to the ultimate form of the digital beast? Bald Beast? In the myriad realms, which Bald Beast is not a formidable figure. Aware of the FBI's scrutiny, Mu Fei resolved to remain indoors, dutifully practicing medicine to heal and save lives, biding his time until he could rid himself of the obviously nefarious Rod supervisor. The power-enhancing pills had indeed gained popularity in Chinatown, drawing throngs of customers daily, allowing Mu Fei to earn no less than several $1,000s each day, peaking at over 100,000 in a single day. With the passage of time, Mu Fei, through the power-enhancing pills, was well on his way to becoming a billionaire. Choosing the power-enhancing pills as his reward for upgrading his medical skills was indeed a sagacious decision. He treated an elderly lady for rheumatism, earning 1 experience point. Medical skill level 4. A fledgling bird, still quite tender, must be handled with care lest it be struck down. Experience 1231000. After bidding farewell to the last customer, Mu Fei stretched languidly, lamenting that the meager earnings from healing and saving lives paled in comparison to the profits he made while lounging and selling vitality pills. Brother, what are you planning? Mindy regarded him with caution, sensing a dangerous train of thought. Do not forget your parents' wishes. This clinic must be passed on. I know, Mu Fei waved dismissively. I was merely expressing a sentiment, not truly considering closing up shop. By the way, our stock of vitality pills has run out. I need to procure more materials for production. Then you should go alone, but do not cause any more trouble. If it weren't for the fact that Mindy had to hear about Mu Fei getting into hot water with the FBI again, the grass on Braga's grave would be 3 feet high by now. Mu Fei drove his dilapidated Chevrolet out of the house. Meanwhile, 2 black cars were trailing him. He has left his house. Let us follow closely. What's the rush? Following too closely will reveal our presence. Let him speed ahead for a bit. We have a tracking device on his car, so we need not fear. You're right. Let us wait a couple of minutes before pursuing. Just as Mu Fei and his bumblebee had barely departed from his residence, his keen senses picked up on the presence of someone tailing him. Who else could it be if not the bumbling FBI? They had installed a surveillance and tracking system on Bumblebee, akin to embedding thorns in a lion while naively believing it would remain oblivious. With various subtle alerts from Bumblebee, Mu Fei was acutely aware of the FBI's scrutiny, and he was equally certain that those following him were not affiliated with them. Let me think. Who else could I have offended besides the FBI? The Assassins' Alliance, Braga, the Decepticons. Reflecting on it, I might have quite a few enemies. However, upon further contemplation, it was unlikely to be the Assassins' Alliance. They were still training Wesley, eagerly anticipating the father-son conflict. The Decepticons probably weren't involved either, or else Bumblebee would have alerted him by now. Thus, the most probable suspect was undoubtedly Braga, who had placed a proverbial forgiveness hat on him. After all, they had used an RBG against him, and it was certain they would check for casualties afterward. Upon discovering there were none, they would naturally realize that Mo-Fei had narrowly escaped. Braga's men? A faint smile played on Mo-Fei's lips. Now, this could be entertaining. 2 FBI agents, munching on hamburgers and enjoying their music, leisurely followed Mo-Fei. Suddenly, a piercing noise erupted, startling them into discarding their headphones. What just happened? They exchanged concerned glances, sensing something amiss, and hurriedly glanced at the monitor, only to be greeted by static. The surveillance and tracking systems installed by the FBI on Mo-Fei's car had been simultaneously destroyed. Damn it! Quickly pull up the road surveillance. We must locate him, or else Supervisor Rod will have our skins. After the Chevrolet, now fully operational, dismantled the FBI's surveillance system, Murphy skillfully maneuvered through the streets of New York City, racing against those trailing him. Upon assessing their prowess, he found them commendable, far superior to the novice agents of the FBI. It was no surprise, considering Braga's crew boasted numerous adept drivers, known for eluding police during drug runs. Dominic and the golden-haired Brian had both once held similar positions. With a smirk, Murphy grasped the steering wheel with one hand, sent a message to Mindy, and directed his journey towards the suburbs. When it came to committing murder, one must certainly choose a more discreet location. Supervisor Rod, we've lost track of our target. They had already pre-ordered helmets and shovels, merely awaiting the completion of their resignation procedures. What? Are you all brainless? What purpose do you serve? The supervisor, visibly agitated, lambasted those monitoring Murphy, yet his grim expression only solidified his belief that Murphy was indeed Braga. After all, Brian and Dominic had stolen $60 million worth of cargo from Braga and had arranged for a face-to-face exchange that very evening, coinciding perfectly with Murphy's escape from FBI scrutiny. Chapter 84. The Bumblebee as the sun began its descent, casting a warm, golden hue over the earth. The rumble of an engine echoed through the desolate outskirts of the wilderness. The wild speed stirred up clouds of yellow dust. Skilled in technique, he rode his Bumblebee, earning 1 experience point. Driving level 2, a fledgling driver just embarking on the journey, ever vigilant to avoid being jolted by others from behind. Experience 9200. Mo-Fei lit a Romeo cigar, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, exuding an air of leisure and audacity. In his rearview mirror, he could see 3 SUVs closely tailing him. While they had masked their intentions within the city, they discarded their pretense upon leaving, brazenly pursuing Mo-Fei as if declaring their intent. Boss, judging by their demeanor, it seems we've been discovered, one of the more astute members remarked, sensing the disquiet. Mo-Fei's brazen confidence was unmistakable. After exiting New York City, anyone with sight could perceive the 3 vehicles trailing closely behind. The target, having undoubtedly recognized their presence, exhibited no signs of alarm, maintaining a deliberate pace just fast enough for them to keep up, seemingly leading them to this very location. So what if they've already been discovered? We have 20 men. The leader of the group chuckled coldly. Regardless of their schemes, can our strength not overpower them? 20 against 1. Anyone would deem the outcome of this battle a foregone conclusion, particularly as they were seasoned drug traffickers familiar with the storm of bullets, while Mo-Fei was merely a mediocre physician operating an illicit clinic in a Chinatown corner. Thus, even if they sensed something amiss, it would hardly deter them. At worst, they deemed this young man a fool, oblivious to danger and instead leisurely turning about. Under the watchful eyes of Braga's subordinates, Mo-Fei maneuvered his dilapidated Chevrolet into an abandoned factory. Leave 5 outside to keep watch. The rest follow me inside, commanded the leader, selecting 5 men before leading the others into the forsaken structure. Drawing an FN-57 from his waistband, he skillfully disengaged the safety as 15 men formed up and stealthily infiltrated the factory. Mo-Fei stepped out of the Chevrolet, taking a deep draw from his cigar before extinguishing the butt beneath his foot, releasing tendrils of azure smoke from his nostrils. From his spatial ring, he retrieved AP-226, unloading the magazine before replacing it with an extended one. Do they truly believe such a small number can take my life? They underestimate me gravely. At that moment, the Chevrolet Camaro beside Mofe emitted a mechanical sound. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the heavy sounds of mechanical operation and collision, the Chevrolet Camaro's body erupted with fissures, its shell rapidly disassembling and unfolding. The intricate internal mechanisms shifted and transformed in a flurry of motion, culminating in a breathtaking metamorphosis. That dilapidated Chevrolet was reborn as a towering 5-meter-tall robot, Bumblebee. Adorned in a vibrant lemon-yellow hue, the exposed, intricate machinery imbued Bumblebee with a captivating sci-fi aesthetic. Standing before Murphy, a cacophony of voices emerged, comprised of various radio frequencies. Greetings, Earthling. The directive received by Bumblebee from Optimus Prime was to protect the individual bearing the glasses, without specifically identifying Sam. Consequently, once Sam sold the glasses to Murphy, Bumblebee was naturally obligated to safeguard him. Upon witnessing Murphy surrounded by a throng of 20 individuals, Bumblebee grew anxious. Though he understood that Murphy was not the impoverished soul Sam was, he did not harbor any illusions about Murphy's ability to navigate the impending assault unscathed. After all, firearms are indiscriminate, and a stray bullet could easily find its mark. Particularly troubling was the fact that he was unaware of where Murphy had placed the glasses. Murphy mused aloud, "Should I mention that I stored them within my spatial ring?" The realm within the spatial ring belonged to subspace, accessible solely to Murphy, while others remained completely oblivious. Unfazed by the chaos, Murphy remained composed, stroking his chin as he circled Bumblebee, scrutinizing him closely. "Ah, you possess a striking sci-fi allure, yet there is a slight disappointment. You are not a beautiful female robot." He recalled a particular robot from Transformers 2 that could transform into a woman of exceptional quality. Moreover, the Autobots featured 3 female motorcycles. Bumblebee would be even more appealing if he were female. Feeling increasingly uneasy under Murphy's gaze, Bumblebee sensed an impending threat. Bumblebee thought to himself, "Goodness, this person is a devil. Even machines are not spared from his desires." Murphy quipped, "When it comes to women, I seek out the feminine, regardless of their species. My only concern is their beauty. Do you think my moniker, the Little White Dragon of the Waves, was bestowed upon me by mere chance? I am renowned for my literary prowess in captivating young girls and my martial skills in dominating wives. Should I choose to advance, I would not hesitate to assert my will." He chuckled, "I've long sensed your peculiarities. What manner of being are you? Or rather, what kind of machine? You are not an intelligent life form that has escaped from some laboratory, are you? Cybertron. Silicon-based life. The glasses. Hand them over. Protect Earth." Bumblebee formed an OK gesture, encircling his thumb and forefinger to simulate glasses, fixating his gaze on Murphy. "Do you truly believe I appear foolish?" Murphy scoffed, "You can hardly articulate your thoughts, yet you aspire to save the Earth? Surely, your intelligent voice system is far from complete." Bumblebee, in a fit of urgency, leapt about, eager to provide a detailed explanation, but the complexity of his vocabulary eluded him. Just as Murphy had asserted, Bumblebee struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. In a state of frantic desperation, he clutched his head with both hands, the mechanical tendrils atop his head thrashing about wildly as he leaped from side to side in agitation. What was that sound? Those who ventured into the workshop were struck by the unusual, bouncing noise of Bumblebee, instinctively growing cautious. "You cannot perish, my love." The arrival of these individuals served as a timely reminder to Bumblebee, who promptly positioned himself in front of Mofe, his right hand emitting a series of clicking sounds as it transformed into a large-caliber energy cannon, aimed squarely at Braga's subordinates.
Montag frei.
The voice belonged to a man, his tone sorrowful and profoundly moving, undoubtedly reminiscent of a tragic hero from a melodrama. And now, these words were directed at Mofe. Although aware that Bumblebee's speech was a consequence of a damaged vocal system, Mofe could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. If Bumblebee were to continue addressing him in such a manner, Mo Fei considered dismantling the vehicle and selling its parts instead. Anyone who has encountered Bumblebee would know he is not one to take a life lightly. Yet, when the situation demands, he is certainly capable of doing so. During the previous hotel incident, Mo Fei had nearly met his demise under Bumblebee's protection, almost obliterated by an RPG. Does he not care for his own dignity? Following that incident, he was seething with anger and had taken time to reflect on himself. Now they dared to return? Did they truly believe that Bumblebee, perceived as a benign figure, could be trifled with? Amidst a low, resonant hum, the formidable cannon slowly rotated, gathering a vast and destructive surge of orange energy. Bang! The shot was fired, shattering steel fragments that scattered in all directions, ripping apart a steel wall and sending Braga's henchmen soaring into the air. Having navigated human society for quite some time, Bumblebee had come to understand that individuals like Braga, who dealt in nefarious enterprises, were irredeemably wicked, entirely severed from the ordinary populace. To kill would bring no repercussions whatsoever. Chapter 85. Provide them with a complete home with a single shot. Bumblebee eliminated 5 or 6 men, truly a testament to the power of such a formidable weapon. Robot. Amid the despairing gazes of the remaining individuals, Mo Fei and Bumblebee slowly approached. Wasn't the mission to target a mere quack? Why did such an imposing robot suddenly appear? With one shot, it had already taken down several men, and the few left were nearly incapacitated. How could they possibly fight back? With a resounding thud, faced with Bumblebee's cannon, as thick as their heads, the remaining individuals promptly discarded their firearms, raising their hands in surrender with ingratiating smiles. Brother, I married at 16, and it has been 15 years since. I have a 14-year-old daughter, incredibly bright and charming. As Mo Fei emotionlessly wiped his handgun, the leader immediately knelt, his expression earnest as he gazed at Mo Fei. So what? Mo Fei regarded him with a non-committal glance. Promise me. Please provide them with a complete home.
Montag Fei replied.
If you are going to beg for mercy, do it properly. You're making me misunderstand. I thought you wanted me to take care of your wife and daughter after your demise. I was even prepared to ensure they became pregnant. Mo Fei holstered his weapon and crouched before the leader, gently patting his head, and offered a warm, neighborly smile exuding kindness. Do not be alarmed. Do I appear to be the type who would murder and silence witnesses? I, Mo Fei, am amicable and approachable. Being easygoing is my hallmark. Upon witnessing his devilish grin, the leader resolutely shook his head. You don't just seem like it. You are one. Are you sent by that green-haired turtle, Braga? Indeed. That old bastard Braga dispatched us. The leader, no longer concerned about keeping Braga's secrets, divulged all of Braga's intentions to Mo Fei. Were it not for that old fool sending them to eliminate Mo Fei, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. They had been told to deal with an ordinary quack, and yet here they were confronted by a 5-meter-tall super robot, one capable of smashing my head into my backside with a single punch. He revealed all of Braga's plans to humiliate Mo Fei in his final moments. Do you know Braga's whereabouts now? Mo Fei inquired, stroking his chin. Yes. He quickly replied. That bastard Braga told me to find him after I dealt with you. He provided us with an address. The green-haired turtle, Braga, lounged on a sofa, toying with a lighter, though his gaze was lost in contemplation. He was currently cloaked in a guise known as Campos. His phone rested on the coffee table beside him. He awaited 2 calls, one regarding the capture of the man who had toyed with his wife, and the other from the bald-headed Dominic and the golden-haired Brian. For Dominic and Brian had stated that they would determine the location for the transaction. Currently, goods valued at $60 million rest in the hands of Dominic and Brian. The situation has become overwhelming, compelling Braga to bide his time as he awaits the revelation of the transaction's location by Dominic and Brian. Boss, have their calls come through? Jazair glanced at her ringing phone before promptly handing it to Braga. The sunset painted the clouds in shades of crimson, as the sun, resembling a vast disk, gradually descended against the backdrop of the clouds. In the desolate wilderness, there was not a soul in sight. A gentle breeze stirred the fine sand, caressing their cheeks. Leaning against 3 black SUVs, 5 individuals lingered, smoking and engaging in idle chatter, devoid of any sense of impending danger. They believed the 15 individuals inside the factory would soon neutralize the incompetent doctor, allowing them to vacate this cursed locale together. Mindy approached, clad in a black t-shirt, her hair styled in twin ponytails, and wearing light blue jeans. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and radiance, framed by a delicate nose and luscious lips that glimmered alluringly, akin to exquisite flower petals, inciting an undeniable desire to behold more. Yet, an ember of anger flickered across her angelic visage. Braga, that insufferable wretch, truly has no end to his audacity. Had it not been for my brother's unfortunate predicament, leading me to grant you a temporary reprieve, do you truly believe you would still be drawing breath? To think you dared to send someone to assassinate my brother. Do you presume I, Mindy, was merely idling at the Continental Hotel in my past? Following Noel, your demise is imminent. You shall not survive this day. I, Mindy, proclaim it. Not even Jesus can save you. Hey, look over there. A little girl. Someone spotted Mindy. As dusk approached, the presence of a small girl in such a place was perplexing, but their confusion was short-lived. With a sudden bang, Mindy raised her hand and fired a shot, striking true to the eye of her target. The bullet penetrated, resulting in a gruesome explosion of blood and shards of the eye. The remaining eye of the assailant gazed at Mindy in disbelief, but it was futile. He slowly collapsed beyond salvation. An enemy! Kill her! Open fire! The remaining 4 drew their weapons, but Mindy's expression remained unchanged. Without hesitation, she aimed her gun and obliterated the eye of a second assailant, then swiftly moved her aim to the third. The last 2, paralyzed with fear, cowered beneath the vehicle, their trembling hands clutching their guns, drenched in cold sweat. This seemingly adorable little girl resembled an angel, yet her prowess was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, she had dispatched 3 of their comrades. Clearly, she was a professional assassin of the highest caliber. Observing her adversaries hiding beneath the car, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Mindy's mouth. With a swift motion of her arm, she fired 2 shots. 2 bullets arced gracefully from the barrel, sailing over the obstructing vehicle, and, in the incredulous gaze of the 2 remaining foes, they plunged deep into their eyes, erupting in a shower of red and white, as their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Mindy was not incapable of dispatching them swiftly and succinctly. Rather, she deliberately intended for these individuals to fully savor the agony of death. How audacious they must be to attempt an assassination on my brother, believing they could evade repercussions. My brother, Mindy's sibling, is certainly not someone to be trifled with by such scum. A bunch of worthless fools. As Mindy sauntered past the car, she scoffed disdainfully and entered the abandoned factory. Given the caliber of these individuals, it was clear that not only could she, Mindy, handle them, but even Mo Fei alone would have no trouble annihilating them. No one knew Mo Fei's rate of growth better than she, his sister and mentor. To put it bluntly, Mo Fei had already reached the level of a top-tier assassin, albeit with slightly less experience in combat. However, it was easy to envision that, with just 3 more months, Mo Fei would undoubtedly surpass his sister in every aspect. Chapter 86. Cybertron Geysir was aware that Braga's wife had strayed with a young man, prompting Braga to dispatch a team to confront the situation. However, she was entirely oblivious to the fact that the seductive young man was none other than her own little pet, Mo Fei. Had she known, she would undoubtedly have urged Braga to send in far more reinforcements. Damn it! I have remained loyal to you, even amidst my busy schedule. Have I not been worthy of your trust? Yet here you are, entangled with my boss. At this rate, in a few years, I wouldn't be surprised if rumors spread that you had deceived the wife of Xiao Fei-xie. Mo Fei interjected, well, you've misjudged me. I am not that kind of person and have absolutely no interest in her. If it were about another potential partner. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Geysir crossed her arms, listening to the conversation on speakerphone. Dominic had confirmed a location, and Braga ended the call. Boss, I advise against revealing your true identity for the sake of a mere 60 million shipment, Geysir remarked, shaking her head. They insist on meeting you in person, and I suspect their true aim is you. Who said I would expose my real identity? Braga replied with a cold smirk. They have no idea who Braga truly is. If they seek a Braga, then I shall present them with one. Find someone to play the part? Jaisier quickly grasped the implication. But what if the FBI intervenes? Then we shall eliminate them. Braga pondered for a moment before declaring, for 60 million, it is a risk worth taking. 60 million is no trifling sum. Even if someone were to steal it from Mofe, he would undoubtedly fight tooth and nail for it. This is already 4 targets. All right, Jaisier shrugged. Her boss had demands, and she would comply, as long as the payment was sufficient. Although she held a significant position within the organization and was privy to Braga's true identity, her status was not as elevated as one might presume, and she could not sway Braga's decisions. Having joined the ranks later, Braga's genuine trust lay with the brothers who had stood by him since their days in Mexico. Her inclusion was merely to fulfill the need for a professional operative to oversee training for newcomers and security operations. Her knowledge of Braga's true identity stemmed from her role in training his personal bodyguards and managing their operations. Now, with Braga willing to risk confrontation with the FBI for 60 million, it was her responsibility to strategize and mobilize forces capable of standing firm against the FBI. As she departed, Braga's gaze flickered. Jaisier remained unaware that the one who had seduced his wife was her very own little pet. Yet Braga was fully aware. Should Jaisier discover that he had sent someone to eliminate her beloved pet, there was no guarantee she would not turn against him. However, she was tasked with his security, should her loyalty waver. Eliminating her would be a trivial matter. Life is but a singular thread, and who would dare to take such risks? It appears she cannot remain either. Braga toyed with his lighter, a cold smirk gracing his lips. After this incident, I shall resolve her matter once and for all. Braga had already planted his flag. In his eyes, Jaisier had trained a substantial workforce for his organization, sufficient to sustain it for an extended period. Thus, her value had diminished considerably. What would it matter if he were to eliminate her? Brother, did you already suspect something was amiss with this vehicle? The dilapidated Chevrolet traversed the road, and Mindy regarded Mofe with skepticism. Upon entering the abandoned factory, if she were not blind, she could not have overlooked the imposing figure of Bumblebee. Indeed, when I first acquired this vehicle, I sensed something was off. I told you, but you didn't believe me.
Montag Fei exclaimed.
It drove itself right up to me, halted, and the door opened automatically with no one inside. I suspect it may be controlled by some advanced artificial intelligence, akin to those Hollywood sci-fi films. How could you still bring it home? Mindy responded, exasperated. Initially, Mofe had recounted how he came into possession of the vehicle, but she had thought he was jesting, given his usual irreverence. What do I have to fear? My sister is formidable. Whatever it is, she can undoubtedly handle it, Mofe stated earnestly. Mindy was evidently pleased by her brother's flattery, involuntarily revealing a proud smile. The truth remained. Regardless of the trouble her foolish brother stirred, she, the best sister in the world, would always set things right for him. What exactly is its nature? A technological creation from some laboratory, or something else entirely? It claimed to hail from the planet Cybertron, a vast metallic sphere orbiting Alpha Centauri, comparable in size to Saturn, composed of various metals. It was home to powerful mechanical entities capable of transforming between robotic forms and other shapes. Mofe elaborated, much like the divisions among nations, these silicon-based lifeforms are split into 2 factions, the peace-loving Autobots and the warlike Decepticons, perpetually embroiled in conflict. This one is Bumblebee, an Autobot who has fled to Earth due to the warfare. The reason it sought me is that a pair of glasses I purchased recently pertains to their sacred artifact. The Allspark. Does it know the artifact is in your possession and not attempt to seize it? Mindy inquired, furrowing her brows. It stated that it is a peace-loving Autobot and would not harm other races. Even if I were reluctant to part with the artifact, it would not resort to force. Instead, it will remain by my side to protect me from any Decepticon attempts to take it.
Montag Fei chuckled.
Brother, you don't take others' words at face value, do you? Mindy eyed the vehicle warily. Of course not. Do I look like a fool to you? Mindy pondered for a moment and said, Brother, regardless of whether what it claims is true or false, holding onto that peculiar pair of glasses will undoubtedly pose a danger. It would be best to dispose of them, as they are of no use to you. I understand. Mofe replied with a smile, ruffling Mindy's hair and leaving it in disarray. Mindy rolled her eyes and tidied her hair, knowing that her foolish brother had once again disregarded her words. Chapter 87. The unattractive should wear more hats, of course. Mo Fei would not heed Mindy's advice and promptly discarded his glasses. She could not comprehend the allure that riding Bumblebee by day and Michaela by night held for a man. It is fair to assert that, unless one is homosexual, no man could resist such temptation. Mindy's vigilance rendered her particularly averse to enigmatic entities like Bumblebee. As a top assassin, she instinctively harbored distrust towards anyone. Aside from her brother Mo Fei, no one could elicit her guard to drop even a fraction. Not even her master S-Cross could make her fully at ease, let alone a silicon-based life form of dubious origin like Bumblebee. Yet, she ultimately could not stand her ground against her brother, and whenever the subject of the glasses arose, he deftly diverted the conversation, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. Feeling a twinge of frustration, Mindy suddenly noticed Mo Fei had removed his hands from the steering wheel to retrieve a pack of cigarettes from the glove compartment. "Brother, keep your hands on the wheel and watch the road," she exclaimed. "It's all right, Bumblebee is a fully matured Chevrolet. It can drive itself," Mo Fei replied, exhaling a puff of smoke with a faint smile. Mindy? Bumblebee? Well, Mindy realized that Mo Fei was indeed correct. Even without his hands on the steering wheel, the Chevrolet continued to follow Braga's convoy with unwavering stability. By the time Mo Fei and Mindy arrived at Braga's previous location, he had already departed. They interrogated Braga's remaining personnel, and by reviewing traffic surveillance footage, they managed to trace Braga once more. However, the heavy foot traffic on the road posed a risk of collateral damage to civilians. Thus Mo Fei and Mindy resolved to wait until Braga reached his destination to confront him. Mo Fei had long surpassed his previous limitations. With his Xingyiquan at level 3 on the verge of breaking into level 4, he had attained the status of a world-class martial artist, endowed with enhanced reflexes, strength, and speed. His marksmanship at level 3 was also of elite caliber, complemented by a comprehensive training regimen devised by Mindy, along with his formidable physique and bullet time ability. To put it bluntly, he had ascended to the pinnacle of human combat prowess. Together, Mo Fei and Mindy could effortlessly overpower the 30 or so individuals Braga brought with him. As they followed Braga into an abandoned, desolate parking lot, Mindy furrowed her brow, surveying the surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Brother, I sense something is amiss." "Amiss?" Mo Fei queried, puzzled by her concern. "This place is too ideal for an ambush." Mindy pointed out various locations. These spots command a high vantage point with a broad field of vision, making them perfect for concealed sentinels or even snipers. "Are you suggesting that that little rascal Braga has set us up?" "Not quite." Mindy shook her head. "It is highly probable that his trading partner has ensnared him." In the eyes of the personnel stationed at Braga, both Mo Fei and Mindy understood that Braga had hastily emerged to engage in a transaction. "Shall we wait outside and shoot him in the head when he comes out?" Mo Fei suggested. "Not necessary." Mindy raised an eyebrow and replied, "Brother, today I shall personally teach you the art of stealth, as practiced by agents or assassins."
Montag Fei,
having had limited time to learn the craft of stealth, felt uncertain about infiltrating the perimeter under ambush conditions. However, Mindy was unfazed. "Sir, the team is in position and awaiting orders," came the report from a dimly lit room in an abandoned parking lot, where over a dozen FBI technicians were monitoring Brian and Dominic. "Listen, everyone stand by. No action until we receive Brian's signal," Director Rod commanded. "Yes, sir. By the way, have we located Mo Fei's whereabouts?" As the transaction time approached, the loss of Mo Fei's trail left Director Rod exceedingly displeased, fueling his suspicion that Mo Fei was the infamous Braga. "Apologies, sir. We have no updates." "Incompetence. A bunch of worthless fools," Director Rod cursed angrily. Meanwhile, Brian and Dominic were engaged in conversation. "The good news is, when we catch this guy, you'll be free. Is that what they told you?" "Indeed, that's the agreement. Do you still believe in Santa Claus?" Dominic scoffed, pushing his non-existent glasses up his nose, having seen through the facade. Just then, Braga's convoy arrived. His entourage emerged from the black SUVs in a steady stream. Jie Zaire alighted from her vehicle, glancing around with a furrowed brow, sensing an almost palpable exclusion from Braga's protective circle. While others subtly encircled her, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Am I being overly paranoid? Jazair pondered, having adhered to professional ethics, accepting Braga's payment without ever betraying him. Why then would he regard her with suspicion? Yet, trusting her survival instincts honed through countless battles, she began to be wary of those around her. Once trust is lost, it cannot be regained. Perhaps Mo Fei was right. It was time for her to seek a new master. Mindy, equipped with tactical goggles, aimed her sniper rifle at Braga in the parking lot. Wielding a German G3 sniper rifle, meticulously selected for its exceptional shooting precision and exquisite craftsmanship, modified from the G3 assault rifle. Unlike other sniper rifles, its trigger pull could be adjusted to the shooter's preference, and it exhibited remarkable accuracy even in rapid-fire mode. Positioned on a rooftop that commanded the surrounding high ground and offered a superb vantage point, it was an ideal sniping location, while beside Mindy, Mo Fei was dragging an unconscious FBI sniper to a secure spot. Mindy's remarkable stealth skills were indeed impressive, and Mo Fei had witnessed them firsthand. With Mindy guiding him, it felt akin to a master leading a novice. After removing the obstructive sniper, Mo Fei stood beside Mindy, brandishing a high-precision telescope in search of Braga's whereabouts. Before long, Mo Fei located Braga. Goodness, what an unattractive sight. He was both old and hideous, his face marred with wrinkles and blemishes, his eyes bulging with an unsettling prominence. He possessed that distinct countenance which inspired no desire whatsoever, even upon a fleeting glance. No wonder Emily had opted to seek him out as her little pet. Enduring such a visage daily was quite the challenge. One might jest that those lacking in physical appeal should bear the weight of additional burdens. Chapter 88. Assassination. The transaction involving Dominic, Brian, and Braga was underway. Braga had procured a stand-in whose performance was quite commendable. Radiating the essence of a mob boss, he appeared unfazed as he casually tossed a briefcase containing $2 million before Dominic and Brian, leaving them momentarily astonished. Exchanging glances, Dominic and Brian resolved to find an opportunity to test this impostor. Upon receiving the briefcase, Dominic and Brian presented the goods to the actor. I have a question, Brian inquired nonchalantly. Were you wearing pink when you escaped from prison? However, the actor disregarded him, irritated by the audacity of someone who dared to deviate from the script and insert their own lines. Such a person was destined to fail. Turning to the genuine Braga, he proclaimed, I have inspected the goods. They are authentic. As the confrontation unfolded between the bald-headed Dominic, the golden-haired Brian, and the grotesque Braga, Jazair's phone rang. To her surprise, it was the young pup, Murphy. After dismissing the call, Murphy rang again, and again she hung up. What do you want? I am working and have no time for your antics.
Jazair replied curtly.
If it's truly important, call back in an hour. Listen, a car will come crashing in soon. Do not say anything or ask questions. Just get in the car. The FBI has set up an ambush here. Murphy's warning sent a shiver down Jazair's spine. Yet before she could voice her concerns, Murphy abruptly ended the call. The FBI has an ambush here? Jazair scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance. No, he is not Braga. Dominic glared coldly at the actor clad in a dark gray suit. The actor, now slightly perturbed, realized he had been recognized. Ha! The goods are indeed here, Braga remarked, pinching a bit of powder with his fingers and sniffing it, instantly confirming that it was the shipment he had lost. Slamming the box shut, he waved his hand dismissively. Take it away. He is not Braga. You are deceiving us. Dominic seethed, glaring at Braga. His hand trembled, revealing a double-barreled shotgun from his leather jacket, aimed squarely at Braga. The latter's bodyguards quickly surrounded him as he cackled maniacally. You're the fool. If I'm not deceiving you, who am I deceiving? I told you Braga never negotiates, yet you insisted on making me send someone to negotiate. SNT, this a game you've initiated? Braga's henchman aimed a Beretta at Brian and Dominic. Supervisor, Brian is in danger. Should we initiate the operation early? An FBI technician inquired of Supervisor Rod, who was monitoring the situation. Wait a moment, Rod said, pinching the bridge of his nose, gritting his teeth. Tell them not to act rashly for now. But if danger arises, Brian, I said to hold off on any rash actions. Did you not hear me? Yes, sir. Dom. Remain calm. Killing him will not resolve anything, Brian pressed against Dominic's shotgun. What do you intend to do? Brian gazed at Braga and inquired, tear up your agreement? Eliminate us? What do you think? You audaciously dared to seize my goods. If I were to turn a blind eye, would that not invite anyone to covet my belongings? So why do you not execute us immediately? Perhaps we still hold some value for you? We could assist in transporting your cargo? Brian probed cautiously. Why not kill you at once? Braga replied with a sinister grin, the wrinkles on his face quivering. That is because I wish to inform him, he gestured towards Dominic, that your girlfriend is, in fact, not dead. What did you say? Dominic's body trembled. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Braga. She is indeed alive, though I have placed her in one of my establishments in Mexico, likely to have met a dire fate by now. You! Dominic's eyes burned with fury, ready to confront Braga, but Brian restrained him. Do not fall for his ruse. He is merely trying to provoke you. Letty has long since perished. Why would I deceive someone who is already dead? Braga scoffed coldly. Believe it or not. Observing Dominic's eyes, ablaze with a murderous intensity, Braga felt a chilling satisfaction. The pain of his wife's infidelity, compounded by the notion of deceiving a fool about his own wife's betrayal, strangely alleviated his own suffering. It was a peculiar comfort to realize that one could always find someone with a more tragic tale, thus diminishing one's own woes. He uttered these words to Dominic, seeking solace from his own humiliation and expressing his ire towards the audacity of these two petty thieves who dared to pilfer his goods. Well, that brings us to the end of our conversation. It is time to send you on your way, as I have other matters to attend to.
Braga remarked coldly.
Waving his hand, kill him.
Bang!
With the crack of a gunshot, a gaping wound appeared in Braga's head. His smile frozen in place as his body slumped lifelessly. Not smiling is quite unbecoming, but smiling is even worse. Mindy muttered, be cautious. There's a sniper. The scene erupted into chaos as everyone sought cover. Who fired that shot? Supervisor Rod slammed his palm against the table. Did I not instruct you to refrain from acting impulsively until I gave the command? The fates of Brian and Dominic were of no concern to him. His focus remained solely on whether he could solve his case. Supervisor, someone remarked with a peculiar expression, that gunshot does not sound like our designated sniper rifle. What? Supervisor Rod was taken aback. Just then, a white Hyundai surged into the parking lot at breakneck speed, halting beside Jazier. As the car door swung open, Jazier concealed herself behind a building, grappling with the sudden emergence of a sniper. As she beheld the modern car that had abruptly halted before her, a momentary lapse in cognition rendered her momentarily dazed, failing to connect the vehicle with Emofe's earlier phone call. What on earth? Didn't I call you? Hurry and get in the car? Or are you waiting to perish?
Montag frei exclaimed in Exasperation.
Oh, Jazier finally came to her senses and hastily entered the vehicle. Once she was inside, Emofe seized the steering wheel, released the handbrake, shifted gears with his right hand, and pressed down on the accelerator. Just before they departed, he extended his middle finger towards the surveillance camera, uttering a Korean expletive that conveyed his contempt. At that moment, Supervisor Luode's mind raced with thoughts, the initial clues pointing to the Korean David Park, the enigmatic Braga, and now the rescuer was driving a Hyundai while speaking Korean. Supervisor Luoda was instantly consumed with rage, thinking, damn it, Koreans, the entirety of Korea is merely a dog nurtured by us Americans. How dare these dog-like beings mock me, Supervisor Luoda, in such a manner? Chapter 89. The game as Emofe pressed down on the accelerator. The car seemed to soar as if it were airborne.
From Jazer's perspective.
That mere shabby Hyundai almost gave the impression of a Boeing aircraft under Emofe's command. The FBI agents, of course, opened fire on the vehicle, but it proved utterly futile. Unless they wielded anti-material weaponry, other firearms might as well have been mere tickles to the bumblebee. They could only watch helplessly as the white Hyundai sped away. Quickly, block the roads. Call in the NYPD. The suspect is believed to be Korean, driving a white Hyundai. In this moment, Supervisor Rod exemplified true leadership, maintaining his composure and efficiently instructing his subordinates. Meanwhile, Braga's personnel stationed here were swiftly annihilated by the FBI. However, Rod was unaware that shortly after Bumblebee escaped the parking lot, Its exterior had undergone a transformation, reverting to a yellow Chevrolet. The entire process was seamless. Even Ji Zaire, seated within, remained oblivious to the metamorphosis from Hyundai to Chevrolet. Mo Fei had deliberately chosen to disguise Bumblebee as a Hyundai and provocatively insulted others in public to conveniently shift the blame onto the Koreans. Anyone seeing a Hyundai and hearing the exclamation Ashi BA would undoubtedly associate it with the Korean stereotype, which has become a hallmark of the nation. The Hyundai Group stands as the sole conglomerate in South Korea capable of matching the Samsung Group in prowess. Were it not for the intense internal strife within the Hyundai family, Samsung might never have ascended to its current stature. It is noteworthy that during the initial skirmishes between Hyundai and Samsung, Hyundai held the upper hand. The Samsung family, too, faced its own conflicts. However, the primary reason Hyundai was eventually surpassed was due to the second-generation leader, Chung Mong-hun, lacking the ruthlessness exhibited by his Samsung counterpart. One only needs to examine the tragic fates of Lee Kuan-hye siblings to understand the stakes involved. In contrast, Chung Mong-hun lacked the iron will and cunning, allowing his brother, Chung Mong-koo, to sever Hyundai's most vital asset, Hyundai Motors, from the conglomerate. As for why Mo Fei knew some Korean, he pondered the remarkable rise of Korean entertainment, how such a small nation managed to influence the entire Asian entertainment industry. The secret lies in their adeptness at producing heavy industrial films. China ought to take note, focusing more on substantial industrial narratives rather than frivolous idle dramas if it wishes to elevate its cinematic presence. Suddenly, a vivid image of a beautiful girl with the surname Lee unexpectedly surfaced in Mo Fei's mind, reminiscent of the moment when Michaela mentioned the East, stirring a vague recollection of an innocent maiden. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he could not recall her name and shook his head, deciding it was best to prioritize their escape. Before long, police barricades appeared along their escape route, yet Mo Fei effortlessly passed through the checkpoints. After all, they were searching for a Korean driving a Hyundai, while he was merely a Chinese individual behind the wheel of a Chevrolet. Having passed through the perilous zone, Ji Zaire let out a sigh of relief. She cast a glance at the quietly seated Mindy before turning her attention to Mo Fei. If I am not mistaken, my employer is the one you assassinated? I pulled the trigger, Mo Fei unabashedly admitted, picking up the sniper rifle that lay on the passenger seat. Why?
Ji Zaire inhaled deeply.
Were it not for her desire to maintain a ladylike demeanor, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a thorough thrashing to Mo Fei. Do you think finding a job is easy nowadays? The signing rate for university graduates is below 30%. He intended to kill me. I couldn't just stand idly by and let him do it. Mo Fei shrugged. He wanted to kill you? Why?
Ji Zaire inquired, perplexed.
There seems to be a lack of communication between you two. Wait, a sudden realization struck her. Before leaving the lair, Braga sent a team to deal with the one who seduced his wife. So, you are the charming scoundrel who ensnared Braga's spouse? Ji Zaire bit her silver teeth, articulating each word with precision. Mo Fei displayed an awkward yet courteous smile. In truth, he felt quite wronged. He was merely shouldering the blame for actions not his own.
Ji Zaire was furious.
If it weren't for Mindy's presence, she would have relished the chance to unleash her wrath upon him. Do you believe I wouldn't take a swing at you right now? She threatened. No wonder Braga had suddenly grown wary of her today. It was likely due to Mo Fei's involvement, sowing seeds of doubt about her loyalty. That scoundrel. Not only did he ignite chaos, but he also jeopardized her career. Under the veil of night in New York, a dilapidated yellow Chevrolet cruised down the long tree-lined avenue, while the NYPD cruisers remained blissfully unaware that the perpetrator they were pursuing had just passed beneath their very noses. Chief Rod berated his subordinates harshly, lamenting the vast resources the FBI had expended on Braga's matter, only to yield such disarray. The second-in-command of the Braga Group had been assassinated, the third-in-command whisked away by a Korean driver, and the so-called Braga himself turned out to be merely an actor. If all went as expected, he would either be dismissed by the deputy director or face demotion. Chapter 90. Let us have an orange. As Mo Fei moved, Ji Zaire was roused from her slumber. She fluttered her long eyelashes, opened her eyes, and caught sight of Mo Fei. With a fleeting glance at him, she uttered a playful, "Humph, men," before indulging in a deep stretch to relieve her slightly stiff muscles. It must be said that the gaming marathon from the previous night had alleviated her recent stresses, and now her feelings could only be encapsulated in one word: delightful. Oblivious to the fact that Mo Fei was admiring her figure, she teased him. Really? Ji Zaire observed Mo Fei with a playful glint in her eye. If one plays games too intensely, it may lead to brain cell damage. And if one stays up late gaming, it could result in kidney depletion, much like your current state. She smirked. Let this be a lesson. Absolutely true. Mo Fei replied with unwavering conviction. Ji Zaire playfully licked her pink tongue across her rosy lips, gazing at Mo Fei. How about we have another round in the 1 versus 1 arena? Mo Fei's face paled slightly, but it was too late to back down. Bring it on. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Just remember who called Daddy last night. All right then. Ji Zaire shot him a flirtatious glance. Thus, Ji Zaire and Mo Fei resumed their gaming from the previous night. However, instead of the arena, they opted for a turn-based fighting game. In the opening match, Mo Fei swiftly identified Ji Zaire's weakness and launched a series of combos, immediately knocking her out. Yet, Ji Zaire dismissed the outcome with a wave, clamoring for another arena match. Mo Fei turned pale. Indeed, a momentary victory held little weight. True victory lay in the final outcome. At the dining table, Mindy had already prepared the meal: white porridge, meat buns, and a plate of pickled vegetables. The porridge, a comforting millet concoction, simmered for over half an hour, accompanied by meat buns filled with shrimp and onions, which Mindy had made and frozen for convenience. The pickles were Mindy's own pickled radish shreds, delightfully refreshing and tasty. Having honed her culinary skills, Mindy had become a master of both Chinese and Western cuisines. Seated at the table, Mo Fei appeared slightly pale as he peeled a boiled egg. A keen observer would notice his hands trembling subtly. Is this Chinese food?
Ji Zaire inquired curiously.
Holding her chopsticks, Mindy had to set aside her own chopsticks to patiently instruct Ji Zaire on how to use them. True to her elite training as a retired Mossad agent, Ji Zaire quickly grasped the technique with Mindy's guidance. Ji Zaire picked up a small steamed meat bun with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. Upon taking a bite, the delightful blend of shrimp and onion filling sent waves of pleasure through her. Delicious, she exclaimed. I must try my hand at making some Chinese dishes myself. Enchanted by the exquisite cuisine, Ji Zaire devoured bun after bun, sipping the white porridge, her face radiating satisfaction. With Braga out of the picture, you find yourself unemployed. What are your plans next? Mo Fei inquired. Over the years, I have traversed the winds and rains, and I find myself quite weary. However, I have amassed a considerable sum of savings, allowing me to take my time before returning to work. Ji Zaire, munching on a bun, remarked, when my funds dwindle, I shall seek employment once more. As Mo Fei and Ji Zaire engaged in conversation, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Who is it? It's the water meter inspector. We have detected unusual water consumption in this vicinity and are here to conduct an inspection. Something felt amiss. It was rather suspicious. Ji Zaire swiftly grabbed another bun and discreetly retrieved an M1911 from her lower back, loading it with precision. Brother, check it out while I hide her. Mindy, furrowing her brow, set down her chopsticks, sensing the unease as well. All right. Mo Fei nodded, placing his chopsticks aside. He contemplated the fruit basket on the dining table, casually picking up an orange as he approached the door. Bang! 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 Is anyone home? We are the water meter inspectors. There is no one home at the moment. Please leave a message if you require assistance. Through the peephole, Mo Fei glimpsed a figure resembling a plumber standing outside, yet he sensed the presence of multiple breaths beyond the door. His martial arts training was not in vain. Sir, if you are at home, please open the door. It is quite urgent. Could you do me this favor? Mo Fei let out a chilling laugh, tossing the orange in his hand. My mother instructed me to only open the door for women selling insurance. Otherwise, I shall not grant entry. Director Rod, with a dark countenance, brusquely shoved aside the individual masquerading as a plumber, presenting his credentials to the peephole in a flurry of irritation. FBI, we suspect you are harboring a fugitive. Please open the door and cooperate with our inspection. The FBI, you say? Do you possess a search warrant?
Montag Fei scoffed derisively.
If you do not, Then I suggest you find somewhere more comfortable to linger. Damn it. This accursed Green Giant's cousin is still on my tail. I haven't even devised a plan to deal with him, and here he is again. This is a search warrant. Director Rod brandished the warrant issued by the judge. Please open the door immediately and facilitate our search, or we shall resort to forceful entry and charge you with obstructing justice. If you had a search warrant, why did you not present it sooner? How mischievous. Mo Fei's tone shifted to one of congeniality. I thought you were just another nuisance harassing law-abiding citizens. Just a moment. I shall open the door. He feigned delay, searching for the doorknob. As Director Rod grew increasingly impatient, ready to force his way in, Mo Fei finally opened the door with a flourish. Ah, Director Rod, it appears we meet again. What a coincidence. Upon seeing Director Rod, Mo Fei's face lit up with the delight of encountering an old acquaintance. He warmly grasped Rod's hand and pressed the orange into it, saying, Here, have an orange. Chapter 91. You have already consumed my oranges last night. The FBI's operation ended in utter failure. Braga's subordinates, well-versed in the art of confession for leniency versus the stern consequences of resistance, chose silence. Even though it was evident that the Braga organization had disbanded with his demise, none of them disclosed this to the FBI. Thus, in the eyes of the Bureau, the Braga syndicate remained intact. From Supervisor Rod's perspective, Campos had been assassinated purely because Braga, the shadowy puppeteer behind the scenes, sought to eliminate any knowledge of his true identity. By silencing Campos, Braga could simply recruit another lackey and continue his illicit trade unimpeded. Due to Murphy's actions the previous night, Rod began to harbor suspicions that Braga might actually be Korean. He and the FBI scoured countless establishments linked to Korean gangs throughout New York, hoping to uncover something. However, to his dismay, the Korean community proved remarkably tight-knit, and after a night of fruitless effort, they found nothing. With no other options, Supervisor Rod had to restart his investigation, leading him back to Murphy. Upon entering the premises, he was taken aback by Murphy's exuberance. Despite his reluctance to accept Murphy's offered oranges, he found himself unable to resist the insistence and ended up taking them, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It struck him as inconsiderate to accept such kindness while simultaneously sending agents to search their home. Other agents had departed to continue their search. Tell me, did you go out last night? Rod's years of experience as an agent allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Of course I went out. Where to? Murphy replied nonchalantly. Just wandering about. Please describe the extent of your movements in detail. Apologies, but I'm somewhat directionally challenged. I just roamed aimlessly, so I can't recall where I went. Rod's previously calm demeanor tightened once more. It was clear that this young man was not going to be compliant easily. Did anyone come looking for you last night? No, Murphy retorted, while the FBI agents had practically turned his home upside down in their search. Report, Supervisor, nothing has been found. Nothing? Rod's face darkened gradually. He had already instructed his team to encircle Murphy's home completely. If they could not find any incriminating evidence, could it be that he was truly uninvolved? He scanned the room, pacing as he relied on his extensive experience. It was evident that Murphy was a person of significant interest. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Brother, who are these people? Why have they suddenly barged into our home? Mindy emerged, visibly irate. Murphy felt compelled to commend Mindy for her performance. Her acting was remarkably convincing. These are FBI agents, here to assist us with some plumbing issues. Just pretend you haven't seen them, he replied earnestly. As Rod listened to the siblings' exchange while inspecting the room and fiddling with the oranges, a glimmer of realization struck him. Narrowing his eyes, he turned to Murphy and asked, Is it just you and your sister at home? Indeed. What is this? Director Rod inquired, pointing at the dining table where Jiza Air had sat, scooping a grain of rice with his fingers and sneering. Damn it, Mindy exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Although Jiza Air's utensils had been cleared away, her lack of proficiency with chopsticks had caused a few grains of rice to fall, a minor flaw that this insufferable green giant of a cousin had noticed. Mo Fei cast a glance at Mindy and, with a cheeky grin, addressed Director Rod. It's merely a few fallen grains of rice. What's the issue? Are you suggesting that a slight waste of food falls under the jurisdiction of the FBI? Director Rod grinned malevolently, peeling an orange and popping a segment into his mouth. Call in some technical personnel. I need to find traces of a third person in this house. Most of the traces left by Jiza Air had been cleared by Mindy, but if the FBI conducted a thorough examination, they would undoubtedly uncover some anomalies. Alas, Director Rod, your misunderstanding of me is truly profound.
Montag Fei seid Depli.
As a Chinese doctor, we adhere to the principle of treating our patients as our own children. From the moment you stepped into my clinic, I regarded you as my own. How could I deceive you? Besides, you've already eaten my orange. Director Rod responded with silence. Brother, what should we do? Mindy asked, watching the FBI's convoy depart. Let us send them the documents early, Mo Fei said, pinching the bridge of his nose. By the time they receive those documents, they should be too preoccupied to trouble us. The materials provided to them by Amelie included extensive information on the entire Braga Group's upstream channels and downstream suppliers. Once they obtained those documents, the entire FBI would be too busy apprehending individuals and dismantling the Braga Group to focus on them. Damn it, Mo Fei loathed drug dealers as well. He had long prepared this information for them but had not yet had the chance to deliver it. However, voluntarily handing it over was entirely different from being coerced into submission. That insufferable Director Rod. If I don't deal with him, I'll write my name backward from now on. In the car, Director Rod curiously retrieved the digital camera that Mo Fei had given him before his departure. Upon opening it, his pupils constricted sharply. The footage captured the violent enforcement of the FBI against Mo Fei, of course, omitting any scenes of Mo Fei's counterviolence. Meanwhile, Mo Fei and Mindy continued their meal, finishing breakfast as the clinic opened. Just as the door swung open, a Slavic woman with wine-red hair, possessing a figure comparable to a supermodel, strode gracefully into the clinic. The woman swayed with an enchanting gait, entering the establishment. Upon seeing her, Mo Fei immediately adopted a serious demeanor, while the woman's alluring gaze flickered like water. Ever since I arrived in this world, the patients I have encountered have predominantly been elderly gentlemen and ladies, along with a handful of middle-aged men suffering from kidney deficiency. Rarely have I encountered any strikingly beautiful women. Even when such individuals do appear, they are often educators whom I dare not approach. Now, at long last, a refined and alluring beauty has graced us with her presence, mature and enchanting in a way that is incomparable to any youthful damsel like Daisy. Do not inquire how I discern her respectable background. Those who are perceptive will understand. Are you the doctor here? The woman, with a gaze as fluid as water, inquired curiously. Indeed, I replied with a calm smile. The woman took a seat opposite me. In that fleeting moment, her skirt enveloped her form, accentuating her graceful curves. Doctor, last night, for some inexplicable reason, I felt a tightness in my chest, and I have been feeling quite unwell, she lamented, tugging at the fabric over her bosom. My dear lady, I must first take your pulse, I said, maintaining an air of professionalism. As I held her hand, having studied a modicum of traditional Taoist palmistry, I discreetly examined the lines on her palm. The career line was impressively long, indicative of great ambition. This young lady is undoubtedly destined for a promising future. After completing the pulse examination, I pondered for a moment before stating, My dear lady, your discomfort arises from a fever causing a blockage in your energy and blood flow. However, fret not. I can assist you by performing a gentle massage to promote circulation and alleviate your condition. The woman remained silent, contemplating my words. Chapter 92. I remember this grudge. Do you truly not require my assistance in alleviating your discomfort? The results would be remarkably swift, Mo Fei remarked, his tone laced with temptation. Regrettably, the young lady declined Mo Fei's personal offer for a massage to reduce swelling, opting instead for a simple prescription, even refusing to allow him to administer an injection. Initially, Mo Fei presumed the young lady to be the type who was difficult to entice, perhaps even impervious to charm. However, he soon realized his misjudgment. She was no ordinary individual. She was engaging in a game of coyness. After receiving the medication, rather than casting him a disdainful glare before departing, she unexpectedly flirted with him. After all, there must be some allure in his handsome visage. Seemingly nonchalant, she inquired about various aspects of Mo Fei's life. While he answered some questions, he evaded others, sensing something amiss as their conversation unfolded. According to Professor Mindy's lessons on countersurveillance, it appeared that she was attempting to extract information from him. Thus, Mo Fei decided to probe into her background, and lo and behold, he made a significant discovery. She claimed her name was Scarlett Johansson. Goodness, while others might be unaware, Mo Fei was certainly not. Scarlett Johansson was merely the alias of the legendary Black Widow Natasha. It was said that Black Widow Natasha was a super spy, embroiled in countless legendary espionage events that garnered worldwide fame. Contemplating this, Mo Fei's enthusiasm for the young lady intensified. Although her reputation was somewhat tarnished, she remained one of the world's goddesses, her beauty rivaling that of Monica Bellucci in Mo Fei's eyes. How could he not desire to achieve a connection with her? Not in the sense of claiming her as a partner, but merely for the thrill of the chase, even if it meant risking illness. As their conversation deepened, an undeniable chemistry blossomed between them. Just as Mo Fei believed the moment was ripe to invite her for a carousel ride, Scarlett's demeanor abruptly shifted, her expression turning frosty as she politely declined his invitation and turned to leave. Alas, was the push-pull tactic being employed upon him? Did she perceive Mo Fei as merely a backup? Did she think him oblivious to the nuances of such strategies? The pull involves relatively positive language and behaviors, offering compliments, affirmations, and resolving conflicts to bridge distances. Conversely, the push employs negative language and actions, teasing, undermining, and creating conflicts to establish distance. The interplay of these two approaches, push and pull, constitutes emotional mastery, a technique that can significantly heighten emotional tension, creating stark contrasts akin to a roller coaster effect, thereby warming emotions and allowing one to gain the upper hand in interactions. Damn it, refusing to join me on the carousel? Who do you think you are? Mo Fei, filled with indignation, furiously grabbed a pen and began scribbling on the medical record. On August 3rd, a most unappealing woman, her face marred by unsightly blemishes, attempted to flirt with me. She teased me momentarily, then turned on her heel and walked away, refusing my invitation to ride the carousel. Truth be told, I had no desire to join her on that whimsical ride. She was a rather fierce individual, with an ample posterior and an unpleasant temperament, her voice reminiscent of a tank's rumble. It was utterly inconceivable for me to take a liking to her. However, I have made a mental note of this slight. Setting down my pen, I sighed. The current generation of women is quite perplexing. Those like Jiza are far too diminutive to approach, while the likes of Scarlett are far too grand to touch. How miserly they seem. I cannot fathom why a simple gesture, such as a pat on the head, should be met with such disdain. Turning my head, I caught the disapproving gaze of Mindy. Brother, I have once again suffered a heartbreak. I seek solace. I approached her with a pitiful expression. Mindy firmly held my head, her face betraying no emotion as she retorted, Brother, you are a scoundrel. Your legitimate girlfriend, Michaela, is thriving and cherishes you dearly, yet you wish to betray her. She has come to realize that I am hopelessly entrenched in the path of a rogue, unable to extricate myself. Let us not even discuss recent events. Even in the past, I had dared to flirt with the wife of that hideous Braga, oblivious to my own folly. Now, my indiscretions have escalated to the point where I shamelessly flirt with other women in the presence of my own sister. Sister, please cease your accusations of my character. My heart is shattered into countless fragments, each fragment enamored with a different person. I feigned a heartbroken demeanor. At 25 years of age, is it truly wrong for me to desire 25 girlfriends? Mindy replied with a scoff, Oh, 25. It has surely exceeded that by now. She does not comprehend that 9 out of 10 men are bound to wickedness, and the 10th is merely a transformation of the rest. If a man lacks lustful inclinations, can he truly be considered a man? Freud once posited that all human social endeavors are rooted in sexual impulses. You may mock Chung, for he departed this world prematurely, while he may deride you for your lack of experience. Those who ridicule him are undoubtedly those who cannot partake, and such is the harsh reality of our world. As midday passed, the sky began to shift from the oppressive heat of noon to a more temperate, hazy dusk. I had just finished my lunch, reclining on the sofa, casually picking my teeth while indulging in a series, feeling quite relaxed, while Mindy busied herself in the kitchen, scrubbing the dishes. "Oh, wretched scoundrel brother, what must I do to reform your ways?" Mindy lamented as she vigorously polished a plate, the sound of her scrubbing echoing like a reprimand directed at me. Even when confronted with a formidable assassin group, she had never felt as powerless as in this moment. After all, it is her brother. She cannot be too harsh. "Dear Oni-chan, you are not at all as endearing as depicted in manga," Mindy muttered in frustration. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. Who could it be now? Surely it is not that foolish Rod again? That shouldn't be the case. He has already received all the materials. How could he still have the time to think of me?
Montag 5 året.
Rising to his feet, he glanced through the peephole. Ah, a striking beauty. Without hesitation, he swiftly opened the door. At the entrance stood two individuals, a man and a woman. The man, adorned with large black glasses, was promptly disregarded by Mo Fei, whose gaze was entirely captivated by the woman. She possessed an enviable figure, so perfectly proportioned that she could easily grace the runway as a model. Her long, crimson hair cascaded down to her waist, complemented by a matching red dress. She was undeniably beautiful, with an exquisite physique, long legs, and a face marked by slightly angular features that exuded an air of confidence. Her slender eyes and alluring full lips suggested she was in her 30s, a commanding presence of a sophisticated woman. Mo Fei, what a coincidence to meet again, the woman remarked, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she regarded him. Again? What do you mean? He was taken aback, puzzled by the notion that he knew her. As he scrutinized her somewhat familiar visage, memories began to unlock. This was, indeed, yet another former girlfriend of his. And moreover, Chapter 93. The Dark Phoenix. This former girlfriend is quite formidable. Upon locking eyes, it is evident that she is the kind of woman who is not to be trifled with. Jean. The Dark Phoenix, Jean. She is the one who, despite appearing gentle and graceful, possesses the explosive fury capable of annihilating the Earth. The Phoenix Force is an immensely powerful entity within the Marvel multiverse, embodying the primal life force of the universe and the essence of emotions, serving as a nexus of all consciousness. One could say it is an extraordinarily overpowered existence. When unleashed in its full glory, it can even overpower beings of divine stature, such as Odin. However, harnessing the Phoenix Force to such an extent is no trivial endeavor. Jean, what brings you here? Mo Fei managed to muster a strained smile. His complexion somewhat pallid, beads of sweat inexplicably forming on his brow, largely due to the recollection of the reasons behind his breakup with Jean. If she were to lose control one day, he would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Is my presence unwelcome? Jean replied with a gentle, elegant smile. Of course not. Please, come in. Mo Fei swiftly stepped aside to allow Jean entry. Scott maintained his cool demeanor, forcibly suppressing the urge to confront the scoundrel who had hurt his beloved goddess, trailing behind Jean as she entered. Bang! Just as Jean stepped through the door, Mo Fei promptly slammed it shut behind her. Scott!
Montag 5.
How old are you? Must you continue to act like a child targeting Scott? Jean remarked with exasperation. Target him? I am not targeting him. Why do you ask that suddenly? Then why did you close the door on him? Close the door on him? Are you implying that Scott followed you here? I didn't see him, Mo Fei exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face as he opened the door, only to find the bespectacled Scott standing there. Oh, you really did come. Where have you been hiding? Playing hide and seek with me, are we? How mischievous. Scott. Seriously, I've been standing right behind Jean this entire time. How could you not notice such a large presence? What hide and seek are you talking about? I'm not being mischievous. Once seated in the living room, Mo Fei earnestly looked at Jean and said, I assure you, it was never my intention to betray you. It was merely a playful jest between Katie and me. I had no idea she would take it seriously. She was so young and persistent, pursuing me relentlessly. I only pretended to acquiesce to spare her feelings, as I harbored no romantic intentions towards her whatsoever. Indeed, the reason for Mo Fei and Jean's breakup was due to his infidelity, with none other than Jean's student, the young Katie, who was only 15 at the time, a tender age for first loves. She had developed a crush on the handsome, charming older boy who was rather flirtatious, And is it any wonder she fell for him? Do you truly believe what you just said? Scott interjected coldly from the side. Huh? Scott? What are you doing at my house? When did you arrive? You should have informed me in advance so I could have welcomed you. Mo Fei looked at Scott with a face full of astonishment. Scott said, so you've been pretending I don't exist, have you?
Montag Fei replied.
Let the past remain in the past, and let us not speak of it anymore. Qin shook her head. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, We have come to see you today for a matter of importance. A matter of importance? What is it?
Montag Fei inquired.
Mo Fei, are you aware of your sister? Qin elegantly posed the question. Her hands crossed atop her crimson dress, exuding an air of formality. What do you mean? My own sister? How could I not know her? Mo Fei felt utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why Qin had suddenly come to him with such nonsensical inquiries. But do you know she is a mutant? A mutant? Mo Fei's voice escalated in disbelief, filled with incredulity. Beyond being a master assassin with skills in bullet time and arc shooting, she was also a mutant? That's impossible. You must be mistaken, he exclaimed. Does she have more secrets than I do? She speaks the truth. I am indeed a mutant. Mindy emerged from the kitchen, her small face taut with tension, seemingly lost in thought. She removed her apron and took a deep breath before addressing Mo Fei. Since I awakened my powers at the age of 5, my parents have known, but they forbade me from telling you. But, Mindy's gaze turned sharp as she looked at Qin. How did you find out? Sensing Mindy's palpable hostility, Qin hurriedly explained. The headmaster of Xavier Academy is Professor X, one of the most powerful mutants in the world. His telepathic abilities allow him to connect with every individual on this planet. The professor possesses a vast and generous spirit. He frequently seeks out potential mutants to bring them to Xavier Academy, so they can live among their kind and not suffer persecution from those with nefarious intentions. The last time you used your powers, the professor happened to sense it, which piqued his interest in you. However, your abilities are highly concealed, and he couldn't locate you. Today, when you utilized your powers again, he was able to pinpoint your location and uncover your true identity. Mindy pondered for a moment. Her previous use of powers was to steal the precious parchment from Mo Yuqian, and today it was to help Ji Zaire escape from the encirclement of the FBI. It seemed both instances revolved around her troublesome brother. So what exactly do you want from me? Mindy questioned. According to the professor, your powers are incredibly potent and pose great danger. He wishes to invite you to attend Xavier Academy, where we can better protect you. For if your abilities were to come to the attention of the wrong people, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar, unsettling those with ambitions and placing you and your family in grave peril. No. Still grappling with the overwhelming revelation that Mindy had more secrets than he did, a bewildered Mo Fei immediately responded with resolute opposition. Mindy is my sister. Past, present, and future, she always will be. I shall not permit anyone to take her away from me. No matter what transpires, under any circumstances, it shall not happen. As Mindy listened to Mo Fei's declaration, the tension that had previously gripped her heart began to dissipate. Her slender, fair fingers entwined behind her back, playfully intertwining in a dance of delight. How delightful! You foolish boy, you have finally proven worthy of the affection I have shown you. In the context of the Marvel Universe, the interactions between ordinary humans and mutants can be quite awkward. From a scientific perspective, the genetic sequences of mutants differ fundamentally from those of ordinary humans, essentially classifying them as two distinct species, akin to close relatives. Thus, it is not unheard of for familial bonds, once harmonious, to devolve into deadly enmity due to the existence of mutants. Upon returning home, Iceman found himself reported by his own brother. This was not due to any prior animosity but rather simply because he had become a mutant. Mindy also harbored fears that once Mo Fei discovered her true nature as a mutant, even if he did not harbor animosity towards her, he might distance himself. Though such a possibility seemed remote, especially considering that Mo Fei had a mutant girlfriend like Jean, the dynamics of a girlfriend and a sister are vastly different. A man might confront his parents fiercely for the sake of his girlfriend, severing father-son or mother-son ties, but could he do the same for his sister?